Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
From the system projection, we could clearly see that over 10,000 drifting planets had passed through the Orion constellation in the past 25 years. What now? There are so many of them. How do we find that amoeba? Zhang Bauer asked. This is actually good. The sheer number of drifting planets in existence will serve to hide the transparent creatures, said Master Crystal. Lifu, when amoeba had passed by planet Eternal, data on its size must have been taken, right? Old Du asked. Of course, Lifu answered. Dodo, use the spectroscopic parallax method to filter out all the drifting planets of similar size before eliminating gaseous planets from the result, said Old Du. All right. According to the apparent magnitude of the planet and its absolute magnitude, we will calculate its size and distance. Formula set. Filtering will start shortly, said Dodo. As we were only searching through around 10,000 planets, the result was out in only a few minutes. Ultimately, 3 solid planets met all the search parameters. Which is planet Amoeba? Zhang Bauer wondered. This planet is heading straight toward the star Rigel. We can take it out of consideration. According to Master Crystal, Amoeba was heading toward Bellatrix, a completely different direction. It is very unlikely that this would be what we're looking for, said Old Du as he pointed at one of the planets. In that case, will these two be our final targets? Zhang Xingxing confirmed. Yes. From their direction and distance, they are both likely heading toward Bellatrix. From the records, they are probably still within the Betelgeuse system, said Dodo. Then let's lock on to the projected general location of one of them first and get working, said Zhang Xingxing. Roger. Initiating wormhole leap in 10 minutes. Fearless will return to the outer fringe of the Betelgeuse system, said Dodo. When all preparations were in place, a wormhole was produced before Fearless. Before we go, let us offer the interstellar warrior, Adeline, a final minute of silence, said Zhang Xingxing. Everyone faced the window in the direction of the dark planet with gamma ray bursts, and we lowered our heads to express our gratitude to the heroic warrior in silence. When the moment of silence ended, Fearless entered the wormhole. After about 10 minutes of wormhole travel, we were back at the Betelgeuse system. Following the location guidance, we arrived at the outer fringe of the Betelgeuse system. We were very far away from the Betelgeuse star, and despite its massive size, the distance made the giant star look as small as the solar system's sun. Betelgeuse's outer fringe, 0.9 light-years from the mother star, Dodo reported. My god, how big is this star system? Looking for a planet here is like looking for a needle in an ocean, I said. Yeah. I had thought that we had minimized our search range sufficiently, but isn't this a joke, complained Zhang Bauer. I have identified several zones. I'm preparing to produce leap tunnels and send our probes out, said Dodo. Let's do it, said Zhang Xingxing. Dodo immediately started searching the different zones according to the plan. Each robotic probe would take 3 hours to finish a search. The weight was dry and dull. After 3 hours, the first batch of probes returned. Apart from some small asteroids and rocky celestial objects, nothing was found. This is too hard. Searching like this is even harder than gold panning, Zhang Bauer said. We don't have a better alternative. Dodo, determine the next set of coordinates and send the probes out, said Zhang Xingxing. Roger, Dodo replied. And thus, we endured our boredom for 3 more hours. During that period, I watched as Dondon ate at least 5 packs of crackers. The new result returned and was projected. A large silhouette appeared on the screen. Found it. Zhang Bauer jumped in excitement. Everyone else was just as excited. This doesn't look like our target. It's a brown gaseous planet. Clearly, it's not the planet we're looking for, Lifu said. I paid more attention to the image and noted that the silhouette was indeed a gaseous planet. Everyone sat down in disappointment. Don't be discouraged. Dodo, continue the search, Zhang Xingxing said. Canyue, why don't we just send them to Sirius B? Zhang Bauer stupidly mentioned a name we had all been trying to avoid saying. I saw Titan and Amethyst turn anxious. That was understandable as life on Sirius B was already hard enough. If a species so powerful was injected into the ecosystem, the Brightlings would find it even harder to survive. Everyone suffered another 3 hours of boredom before a new batch of images returned. After going through a series of celestial objects, another massive black silhouette appeared on the screen. Due to the previous disappointment, everyone was prudent to not celebrate too quickly. The planet was black, and from the data gathered by the robotic probe, it was clearly a solid planet. Due to its distance from Betelgeuse, the planet appeared to be extremely cold. Its thick atmosphere was covered with some whitish frosty substance, giving it the appearance of a frozen planet. Looks like this planet resembles the planet we're looking for, said Old Du. Dodo quickly compared the trajectory, orbit, and size of the planet with the information we had obtained from the Imperial College about amoeba. Shortly after, Dodo looked up and shook their head. No, it's not amoeba, said Dodo. How did you come to that conclusion? Old Du asked. This black planet is not a drifting planet. It has a circular orbit, meaning it is a planet orbiting Betelgeuse, said Dodo. There is a planet orbiting Betelgeuse from so far away? Old Do asked in astonishment. Yes. This planet requires 3 billion years to revolve once around Betelgeuse. It probably hasn't finished even one rotation since its formation, said Dodo. That is unbelievable. A star's influence can actually reach so far away. How incredible, said Zhang Xing. Alas, the search for amoeba continued. Why don't we just settle below and the others on this planet? Zhang Bauer suggested. I refused. No. This planet might be far from eternal, but it'll take them 1 minute to come here using the wormhole leap technology. We can't settle them on a planet with a fixed orbit. I noticed something weird, Dodo suddenly said. What is it? Zhang Bauer asked. There seem to be 2 parts to this planet's atmosphere. Half of it is frozen while the other half is gaseous. I can't understand why, said Dodo. Well, there are way too many weird things in the universe. If even a life form can release gamma ray bursts from its body, what's impossible, said Zhang Bauer. Since our target isn't here, should we search a different area instead? Zhang Xing asked. I agree to change our search area. But everyone has been up for more than 10 hours. I suggest we take a meal before we continue, said Master Crystal. Both Dondon and Zhang Bauer perked up at the mention of food. Amethyst and Dodo worked together to prepare the meal. Before long, a sumptuous feast was arranged before us. Apart from some space rations, Amethyst had also prepared some local serious bee dishes. I saw Domo leisurely take a seat before an aromatic roasted meat dish. Do Bulow and its kin need food as well? I asked. When I was cooking, I saw Bulow drink a large amount of water, so I gave them an abundant amount of drinking water, said Amethyst. We started gorging ourselves. Our current mission was only to look for a planet. That was much lighter work compared to our previous mission where death was on the line. For some reason, I did not have an appetite, so I left with a loaf of bread and a cup of coffee. I sat blankly before the screen, staring at the images that were played on repeat like a robot. At that time, I saw that Bulow's clone seemed to have awakened from sleep. It was jumping around on the panel. Suddenly, it jumped before the projector, standing right before the black planet. From my point of view, the clone looked like a green ball with a white frozen hat with a silhouette that for some reason reminded me of Santa Claus. I was amused. Looking at the clone surrounded by the planet's atmosphere, I suddenly recalled Dodo's previous words that this planet's atmosphere was split into 2. An idea came to me as I placed my bread down and pushed the clone away. Then, I enlarged the projection slowly. As I did so, a vague silhouette appeared behind the black planet. Dodo, come look at this. Look behind this planet, is there a second planet there? I shouted urgently. Dodo immediately stopped waiting on the table and rushed over. The android cut the planet out from the image in a well-practiced manner before enlarging it on the screen. Then, Dodo performed another analysis based on the data the probes had collected. A few minutes later, Dodo looked at me and said, there is another planet behind it. The planet was blocked when the image was taken. Oh my god, how did you find that, Canyue? Exclaimed Zhang Bauer in excitement. I followed Dodo's clue that the black planet has 2 forms of atmosphere. From that, I wondered if the atmosphere had been invaded because that is something that will generally happen in a system with 2 stars, I said. According to the data, the trajectory of the second planet is unstable. It can very well be a drifting planet that had coincidentally encountered the planet orbiting Betelgeuse. In about 20 days, the 2 planets will go their separate ways in accordance with their own trajectories. In fact, they are probably as close to each other right now than they ever will be, said Dodo in excitement as well. This is too big of a coincidence. Why is Canyue always the one to make a major discovery, said Zhang Bauer. Regardless, that is the truth. See, Canyue is smart because he doesn't eat a lot. Unlike someone who finished a giant roasted beetle all alone, someone who is unsurprisingly not smart, sneered Domo. Zhang Bauer stood up in fury and was pressed down again by old Do. Stop arguing, everyone. It is very likely that this planet is amoeba. I suggest we perform a leap immediately and go after this planet, said Zhang Xing. Roger. Initiating a wormhole leap immediately, said Dodo. With a leap, Fearless quickly reached the appointed search area. The area was filled with countless asteroids. The ship carefully navigated the forest of asteroids, and after going through an asteroid belt, 2 massive silhouettes appeared ahead of the ship. Sure enough, there is a second planet here. Looks like we have really found it, exclaimed Lifu in excitement. The ship approached the 2 planets. We could clearly see that amoeba had accidentally encroached upon the black planet's ring. The asteroid belt we had just passed through was probably a result of the intrusion. The drifting planet looked even colder than the black planet. Thus, its frosty atmosphere had struck the black planet's atmosphere and dispersed almost half of it. Oddly, the 2 planets had not fully collided. The 2 continued moving in opposite directions, slowly separating from each other. Data comparison confirmed that the silver-white planet on the left is planet Amoeba, said Dodo. Great! We finally found it! I exclaimed in joy. I have another piece of good news. Due to the collision, a gap had opened up in Amoeba's frozen atmosphere. This is an excellent and rare opportunity to perform an actual landing on the planet, said Dodo. Good heavens, are we actually this lucky? I remember that when the planet approached Eternal, the Imperial fleet had tried penetrating its frozen atmosphere, but the endeavor had failed, said Master Crystal. Take this chance and send these little fellows to their new home, said Zhang Xing. Through the laser scans, I calculated that the gap will close in an hour. Dodo's urgent voice rang out. Shit. If we were any slower, things would have been troublesome, said Bauer. Dodo, immediately scan the planet's surface. Dondon, help Dodo pilot the ship and go through the gap, said Xing. With a jolt, Fearless shot toward the gap in Amoeba's atmosphere. The ship did not take long to reach it. The atmosphere was hundreds of kilometers thick, with a temperature of -150 degrees. The gap was closing up at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. Go through it quickly and look for a suitable landing spot, Xing said. Fearless descended, heading quickly toward the planet's surface. The world beyond the atmosphere was filled with an unknown white gas. It was likely that the collision and the gap in the atmosphere had resulted in a change of temperature that resulted in the rise of these steam-like substances in the air. According to the laser scans, Amoeba's surface is covered by a thick layer of ice. However, there seems to be an area with a comparatively higher temperature at the planet's equator, Dodo reported. We don't have much time. The gap is closing up soon. Head for the high-temperature zone immediately, said Xing. Roger. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes, said Dondon. As Fearless flew toward our destination, we could see through the window that the world outside was a world of white with no signs of life. This place is way too desolate. There is nothing here at all. Can Bulow and its kin even survive here? Bauer asked. The environment here is much better than the Adelinoid. In fact, it is possible that a drifting planet could have an environment suitable for life to thrive. Even after the external gravitational force knocked the planet out of its orbit, a decent amount of resources will still remain, said Old Du. That's right. Furthermore, there are no competing life forms on this planet, so we won't be ruining the balance of this planet either, I added. While we were speaking, Fearless approached our destination. A dark area with steam-like substances in the air appeared before us. Wow, this place looks quite like a paradise, I exclaimed in astonishment. Amid the world of ice and snow, several sharp protrusions rose up from the ground, each spread randomly around the dark zone. The protrusions were constantly emitting a large amount of steam. Within about 100 square kilometers of the area, a wide expanse of black flora resembling cedar trees could be seen. Looks like the core of Amoeba is not dead. It is still generating geothermal heat, Lifu remarked. Exactly. The planet's frozen atmosphere had preserved the energy system of this drifting planet, protecting its surface from being encroached upon by the cold of the universe, said Master Crystal. According to our system, the dark zone had a temperature of roughly 0 degrees, making it a greatly livable area. Dodo, perform a scan on the ecosystem of the planet. At the same time, release the sterile probes, said Xing. Immediately after she spoke, a loud cracking rang out in the air. The gap is on the eve of fully closing up. We need to speed this up, everyone, Dondon reminded. Dodo performed a scan on the dark zone as quickly as possible as the probes worked tirelessly to relay a stream of information back to the ship. About 10 minutes later, the final result was out. From our scans, this was a planet with only flora and no fauna. It was also filled with abundant water and a suitable source of heat. Finally, we have an easy mission with a happy result. Like I said, we can't be so unlucky every single time, said Bauer. From the data, the core of this planet will continue working for hundreds of millions of years, said Dodo. This is it, then. Let's release Bulow and its kin speedily. These transparent creatures are finally free, said Xing. It was time for farewell. Everyone went to the cargo bay. The moment the cargo door was opened, the little fellows cautiously aimed their feelers at us. Bulow, still with the adhesive bandage on, was the leader of the group. Bulow, I found a suitable planet for you and your people. The temperature and resources here are very suited for your species. Also, it is a hidden planet so you guys will be safe. We've arrived. Let me show you the way, I said. Bulow seemed to have understood my words. The substance in its transparent feeler started flowing rapidly. The little fellow took the lead and hopped out of the ship, its kin in tow. Permission to escort them with Old Du, I asked Xing. Granted, Xing replied. Old Du and I thus followed Bulow and its kin to the airlock. After I turned on my suit, the room's indicator lit up, and the door opened. The transparent creatures rushed out of the door, entering a world that was extremely suitable for them. After reaching Amoeba's surface, the transparent creatures slowly turned from dark green to light green. They also returned to their normal lively selves. After hopping around randomly, some transparent creatures started heading out. About 10 minutes later, all the transparent creatures had departed, looking for a new home. Before me, only Bulow with his adhesive bandage remained. Little fellow, go. This will be your home from now on, I said as I crouched down and lightly stroked Bulow when I saw that it was unwilling to leave. However, the red light in Bulow's body turned brighter because Bulow refused to leave. Canyue, we need to leave now. We're running out of time, Old Du reminded me. For some reason, I found myself extremely hesitant to part with Bulow. This little fellow had formed a bond with my heart and had been silently helping us all along. Alas, there was an end to every beginning. It was time for us to part. I stood up, waved my hand at Bulow, and turned to walk back to Fearless. Old Du and I walked forward one step at a time. Just as I was about to take the final step into the spaceship, I turned to give Bulow my final farewell. But when I did, the little fellow had already vanished, leaving only an empty frosty expanse and the swirling mist in the air. The sight before my eyes was akin to a scene out of a fantasy, vague yet clear at the same time. Beside me, old Du said, it left. We had helped them gain their freedom. You should be happy. Let's go. I was sad to part with Bulu, but old Du was right. I should be happy with this ending. We returned to the spaceship. The mood was turning nervous due to how little time we had left. Dodo, immediately prepare for takeoff, said Zhang Xing. The cracking in the air was turning louder and louder as the gap closed and the frosty atmosphere ground against itself. Fearless soared rapidly toward the atmosphere's fringe, but after passing through a thick layer of mist, a terrifying scene unfolded before our eyes. The gap in the atmosphere had nearly fully closed up. Because the gap had closed up in an inconsistent pattern, the edges of the gap were grinding against each other, sending a hail of massive ice spikes down. Each spike was as large as a mountain, falling at an incredibly dense concentration from the sky. Good lord. It feels like an entire iceberg is dropping from the sky, remarked Zhang Bauer fearfully. Dodo, perform a calculation on these spikes and draw up an optimal flight trajectory. How long before the gap fully closes? Do we have enough time? Asked Zhang Xing rapidly. Don't worry, team leader. It's time for me to perform. Everyone, get seated. I will be displaying the supreme piloting skills only an android can possess, said Dodo. Both Dodo and Dondan performed rapid calculations before drawing a flight plan. Then, Fearless started weaving nimbly amid the rain of icebergs. Fearless was truly a treasure left behind by Nomo. Even under such a concentrated rain of icebergs, the ship could still perfectly avoid all the icebergs apart from the few the ship's energy shield had pushed aside relying on data. A few minutes later, the ship passed through the rain of icebergs and reached the gap. Thundering sounds came from the gap as it continued to close. Shit! The gap is closing. We're too late, I exclaimed when we were halfway through the atmosphere and I saw that we were still several kilometers away from exiting. In fact, the atmosphere had fully closed up behind us. My heart raced as the sheer power of this massive atmosphere was something beyond any sort of technology. We could very well be crushed by it. During the critical moment, Dodo decisively performed a short-distance leap, causing the ship to shoot out of the atmosphere at the very last moment like a bolt of lightning. A loud thud rang out in the cockpit. The massive acceleration had actually snapped Zhang Bauer's belt, sending the fellow tumbling to the ground. A loud crash sounded behind us, the gap had fully closed. Silence returned. In a short span of time, all of us had experienced a close brush with death. My heart was still beating rapidly. The relaxed joy Zhang Bauer had displayed earlier was shared by all of us, and that had nearly been a mistake that had cost all our lives. Suddenly, a loud curse came behind me. Stupid robot, I almost broke my back. Zhang Bauer roared from the floor. Old Du hurriedly went over to help Zhang Bauer up. He was fine. I had no choice. If I did not activate the leap, all of us would have been crushed by the atmosphere. You were unlucky because your seat was facing the wrong way, resulting in you facing stronger momentum, said Dodo. Nah, he's just fat, said Domo. I stood before the window and gazed at the frozen planet. Slowly, we drifted away from Amoeba. I wonder where they will go in the future. Perhaps I will never get to see Bulu again, I muttered. We don't know that for sure, but don't worry. With Amoeba's speed, it will probably take tens of thousands of years to leave the Orion constellation. It won't stay, but it won't go far either, Dodo comforted me. I was slightly consoled by Dodo's words. Everyone, our mission has been completed. Time to return to Eternal, said Lifu. Yeah, it has been quite a while. I should also go back home and see if anything has changed, said Master Crystal. Let's return to Eternal, then. Dodo, make the flight arrangements, said Zhang Xing. Having been given an order, Dodo immediately prepared for the return trip. As we were already at the outer fringe of the Betelgeuse system, we only took several minutes to reach Eternal. Looking at the bustling trade centers and planet Eternal, which was full of life through the window, I couldn't help but lament the cruelty of those harsh planets. I was also reminded to further treasure these livable planets. A massive battleship suddenly appeared from stealth. Then, someone from the ship spoke through our communicator. Welcome back, explorers. We have been waiting for a long time. Please be still. We will initiate the docking procedure immediately, said the voice from the communicator. Then, a small shuttle flew out of the battleship and approached us. Since the mission has been completed, we shall part ways here. I hope we can meet again in the future, and I also hope to get a chance to fight alongside all of you again, said Lifu as he nodded at everyone. After experiencing life and death together, we had developed a sort of brotherhood. Thus, Lifu and Snow shook our hands one by one as they bid their farewells. When it was my turn to shake hands with Lifu, he whispered into my ear, "Don't worry. The events on Amoeba won't be leaked." I nodded gratefully, believing that this officer would keep his promise. Clanking sounds came from the docking bridge. Several minutes later, 3 armed individuals in golden armor entered the ship. Lifu, welcome back. How was the mission? Asked the leader. Holda, I did not expect you to personally come, said Lifu in surprise. I have been waiting for a few days, said Holda. Lifu nodded at Snow, and Snow took out Beulah's clone. Holda nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Beulah's clone. One policeman behind him stepped forth and stored the clone in a transparent chest. Adelan sacrificed himself, said Lifu. Holda blanked out slightly before saying, every warrior of the Empire needs to be ready to sacrifice themselves. It is a supreme glory to be able to sacrifice for the Empire. The policeman walked to Holda with the clone. Hulda observed the clone for a bit before a satisfied expression appeared on his face. As decreed by His Majesty, all Interstellar League warriors involved in this mission shall be granted an audience with His Majesty, declared Hulda. We need a short rest. We can go tomorrow, I said. Hulda looked at me with an odd gaze before nodding in agreement. Lifa followed Hulda out of Fearless. Just before he stepped through the door, he expressed his appreciation for us, who had fought alongside him, yet again. Where do we go now? Asked Zhang Bauer after the Imperial police left. Go to my place first. It won't be too late to head to the palace after a discussion, said Master Crystal. Sure. We'll do as suggested by Master Crystal, said Zhang Xing. Dodo did as told and navigated to Master Crystal's home. We passed through all the checkpoints smoothly. Before long, we arrived at Master Crystal's home. The glide-type shuttle we had taken here previously was still silently parked in the same place. At Master Crystal's place, everyone acted like they were back in their own homes. We lay down randomly on the floor while Amethyst and Dodo started preparing dinner. Instead of constantly being alert, we all went into a vacation mindset. Canyue, I have some suggestions for your visit to the palace tomorrow, Master Crystal suddenly said. Please go on, Master, I replied respectfully. Emperor Phi 4 is someone with lofty ambitions beyond what an ordinary person can imagine. From what I know, the Empire is not afraid of the Interstellar League's attack. Rather, I suspect that the Empire even intends to gobble up the Interstellar League, said Master Crystal. I can see that the Emperor is ambitious, but is the Empire strong enough to defeat the Interstellar League's powerful fleet? I asked. On paper, the Imperial Army might be slightly inferior to the Interstellar League, but from the information left by the Prophet, I believe that the Emperor had concealed a part of his military strength, said Master Crystal. And the secret is probably hidden in the Imperial Golden Book, I said. That's probable, but it won't be so simple either. Anyway, the Imperial Golden Book has returned to the Emperor's hands. Getting it again is basically impossible. For now, you should accept a compromise and try to figure out the Emperor's next plan before thinking of what to do, said Master Crystal. I can accept a compromise, but we will definitely not participate in anything we consider unjust, I said firmly. That is the main reason I wanted to talk to you. What is just? What is unjust? A proper judgment can only be given after everything is over. The storm race has been waiting patiently for tens of thousands of years. Have any innocents sacrificed for our sake? I believe the answer is yes. But for our ultimate goal, some sacrifices are needed, said Master Crystal. I can accept the need for sacrifices, but I definitely won't accept anything traditionally considered unjust, I said stubbornly. My suggestion to you is to judge the hour and seize any opportunity you get. When contending against an entity as powerful as the Emperor, don't hesitate to take a step back when necessary. So long as it doesn't go against your values, do not let your anger get to you and keep you stubborn, warned Master Crystal. Thank you for the reminder, Master Crystal. I understand. I'll take the big picture into consideration and make necessary compromises, I said. All right. Also, don't even mention me. It will only bring you unnecessary inconvenience. The Emperor won't ask about me anyway, as Wind has done what needed to be done, said Master Crystal. After the conversation with Master Crystal, a slight nervousness welled within me when I thought about the coming audience. By the time we finished our talk, a sumptuous dinner had been prepared. Amethyst and Zhang Bauer started singing, Domo started dancing a peculiar dance of the Jidos, and even the usually serious old Du started shaking his body and enjoying the celebration. It was a rare moment of leisure and joy. Everyone was fully immersed in the relaxation, leaving all our hardships and troubles behind. Alas, a joyful time always felt fast. In the blink of an eye, the night passed and the sky was bright again. I hopped off my bed, ready to face a new challenge. Zhang Xing and the others were already waiting in the courtyard. Everyone was fully armed and ready for the audience. Titan, Amethyst, Domo, Sarge, and Master Crystal do not need to come with us. Horde mentioned yesterday that the audience is only granted for Interstellar League members, I said. Great. I was afraid that the appearance of Brightlings might bring some unwanted consequences, said Old Du. Also, everyone needs to take off their equipment. Leave it here with Master Crystal. We need to take it all off before the audience anyway. If we leave it here, Titan and the others can still make use of it in case something happens to us, I said. Don't worry. After capturing a rare creature that the Empire had never been able to catch, the Empire will recognize your ability. Perhaps you will receive even more important missions. He won't make things difficult for you, consoled Master Crystal. With all preparations in place, the four of us, coupled with Dodo and Dondon, walked toward the shuttle outside. We will use this shuttle. Fearless will be left here for now, I said. Go. I will keep an eye on everyone, said Master Crystal. We entered the glide-style shuttle. This time, Zhang Xing and I acted as pilots. Zhang Xing entered the Imperial Palace's coordinates, which we had obtained previously. With the destination set, the shuttle's massive wings spread out. With such massive wings, the flight must be really smooth, said Zhang Bauer. Yes, it will be a comfortable experience, I said. I had barely finished my words when Zhang Xing activated the flight mode. The massive wings pulled back, and the shuttle shot straight up into the sky at a 180-degree angle. The massive thrust instantly caused everyone to be unable to breathe. What bullshit plane is this? What a terrible flight experience, Zhang Bauer cursed. I stopped myself from bursting with laughter, not wanting to further provoke Zhang Bauer. The shuttle flew straight to outer space before fanning out its massive wings. It then started gliding toward the palace. Zhang Bauer, who was furious moments ago, found himself mesmerized by the beautiful view outside the window. The water on this planet is rather scarce compared to Blue, but the planet's population is also less dense, said Dodo. Every planet has its own unique ecosystem. In terms of overall technology, I feel like the Divine Empire surpasses the League, said Old Du. The shuttle flew according to a fixed air route. It glided along, and soon, an imposing palace appeared before our eyes. An alarm blazed as 3 air defense drones appeared around us. Unidentified flying vehicle, you have intruded upon the restricted area of the Imperial family. Leave immediately, or you will be shot down, a mechanical voice warned. Please check the serial number of the shuttle. We are guests of the Emperor, I replied. The drones performed a full scan on us. Verification successful. A flying vehicle registered with the inner palace. Relevant individuals have been registered in the database. Entry granted. The 3 drones transformed from military drones to guide drones as they started showing us in. We followed the drones and arrived at the plaza in front of the Emperor's dwelling place. After getting off the shuttle, a familiar silhouette appeared before me. Master Wind and the same 2 Gondo warriors were waiting for us at the square. I knew you would succeed. Looks like I wasn't wrong, said Master Wind. It was a very close brush with death. We nearly all died, I replied. After the short conversation, we followed the Gondos and Master Wind to the Emperor's dwelling place. His Majesty is in a good mood today. There might be a new request for you. Be careful, whispered Master Wind with a tug at my sleeve. I nodded and continued following them toward the palace building. Since we were unarmed, we were able to quickly go through the checkpoint. After passing through a familiar courtyard, I was once again brought upon Emperor Phi 4 sitting upright in the audience hall. Young man, you shock me endlessly with how capable you are. A mission the Empire hasn't been able to complete over decades was finished by your group in one try, praised the Emperor. Will he burst with rage if he finds out that we only gave him a duplicate? I wondered inwardly. Since you fulfilled your promise, I will abide by my words. You will be granted shelter in the Empire, said the Empire. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Eternals had also contributed greatly. Lifa was gravely injured and Adeline sacrificed his own life, I said. The Empire has given them the commendations for their sacrifice. Adeline's family has also been compensated suitably, said Master Wind. Thank the Empire, Zhang Xing said. Recently, an incident cropped up between the Empire and the Interstellar League. Since your group seems concerned about interstellar peace, I wish to have a talk with you, said the Emperor. What incident? Please instruct us, said Zhang Xing anxiously the moment she heard that the incident was related to the League. The Interstellar League had dispatched a large fleet to planet Echo. Stationing troops right in front of our doorsteps with our vassal has created much resentment in the Imperial Parliament. The threat of war lingers for both nations, said the Emperor. The Imperial Parliament is unhappy? I reckon you're the one unhappy, I thought. With the Empire's powerful military, we do not fear any external threats. I intend to launch a large-scale attack on the army stationed at Echo. Since you are fugitives of the League, you are no longer on their side. However, you still have a high level of understanding of the technology available to the League. I wish to hire you as military advisors for the upcoming war, said the Emperor. Everyone was alarmed at his proposition. None of us had expected the situation to deteriorate to such an extent. Did Prince Taurus not try to stop a conflict from happening after his return? I asked. After the 2 princes returned, Prince Arid was placed under house arrest by King Xido, said Master Wind. What? Am I hearing things? Arid was under house arrest. I exclaimed in shock. Yes, Arid was placed under house arrest. Your friend, Prince Taurus, had betrayed the Empire and allied with the League. He is now the sole heir to the Akan throne and is mustering an army to go to war against the Empire, said Master Wind. This is not possible? Prince Taurus is an advocate of peace. He won't do something like that, I argued. Any traitorous act against the Empire will be met with extreme prejudice. All lands under the sky belong to the Empire. The Divine Empire will not tolerate any infringement upon our lands. A war is already brewing. I will accept your help if you're willing, but even if you're unwilling to help, you won't be able to stop us from eliminating the traitors, said the Emperor firmly. I have a suggestion. We might be able to avoid war, said Old Du. The Emperor looked at the big guy he had never seen before. You must be a Gliesen. Your kind rules the Interstellar League. What do you have in mind? Feel free to say it, said the Emperor. Your Majesty, I am unclear as to why the League had suddenly stationed a large fleet right at the Empire's doorsteps, but I believe there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. If we can clarify things for both sides and perhaps establish a friendship between the 2 nations, we will be able to prevent a massive loss of lives, said Old Du. Can you even do so? Don't forget you're all fugitives. The moment you show yourselves to them, you'll be arrested, said the Emperor. We might be fugitives, but if the Empire appoints us as the envoys for the peace talks, I believe the League will not act rashly, suggested Old Du. You're hoping that the Empire will appoint you as representatives to prevent this war, asked the Emperor. Yes. For interstellar peace, we are willing to make this trip, promised Old Du. Fine. Out of respect for the great contribution you've just made, I will give you a chance to resolve this peacefully. 7 days. If we don't receive a proper reason to abort the war in 7 days, the Empire will launch a full-scale attack, said the Emperor. I turned to look at Old Du. He looked rather confident. Zhang Xing also looked at him. Old Du nodded resolutely at her. Okay, we are willing to accept this difficult mission. To avoid war and preserve peace, we shall visit Akko as envoys, said Zhang Xing. Very well. Warriors, if the peace talk fails, the door will still be open for you to serve as my military advisors, said the Emperor. We thanked the Emperor and were then escorted out of the hall by Master Wind. Master Wind, is a war really happening? I asked Master Wind while standing before our shuttle. You're still too young. The mission you had volunteered for was precisely what the Emperor wanted out of you. He was able to easily lure you into volunteering with a few simple words, said Master Wind. In that case, the threat of war is fake. Zhang Bauer asked. No, there is indeed a threat of war. We had merely failed to find suitable candidates to make a show at a final attempt at negotiation. The Empire needs to uphold its reputation, after all, explained Master Wind. It will be a great contribution if we can persuade both sides to stop, I said. Hopefully. But I have a feeling there is a massive inside story to this whole incident. It will probably be very hard to stop. Good luck, said Master Wind. After bidding our farewells, we began to board the shuttle. Tell Jin that when push comes to shove, forget about me, said Master Crystal out of nowhere just before I stepped into the shuttle. I nodded before entering. As we took off, I saw Master Wind's tiny figure waving at us. The audience with the Emperor had ended faster than we had expected. After receiving our mission, we returned promptly to Master Crystal's place. You dare to accept a mission this dangerous? You youngsters are truly gutsy, said Master Crystal reproachfully. Old Du, how are you sure that the League won't just arrest us? Asked Zhang Bauer. I'm not. I was only trying to find a chance to open dialogue with the League, said Old Du. Don't worry about being arrested. After being appointed envoys, I reckon suitable staff members will be sent your way soon, said Master Crystal. Master Crystal, what do you mean when you say that this is a dangerous mission? Zhang Xing asked. While you were away, I had gathered sufficient information on the incident. War is brewing between two powerful empires. The Emperor is truly ruthless for sending you as envoys during such a delicate moment, said Master Crystal. Whatever. At worst, we'll fight a war, said Zhang Bauer uncaringly. You're from the Interstellar League, yet you're negotiating on behalf of the Empire. If war really breaks out, the blame will be put solely on the Interstellar League's side, claiming that the whole war was orchestrated by them. In that case, who will be able to properly explain the truth to the masses? Even if it is obvious that the Emperor was the one itching for war, the truth can be bent in a way that the League was the one to trigger the war, said Master Crystal. Everyone blanked out in shock, and I broke out in cold sweat. We did not think that deeply into it, muttered Old Du. Master Crystal, do you have a better idea? Please give us guidance, said Zhang Xing. No, you'll have to improvise as best as you can. You'll have to reach Akko before deciding on your next course of action, said Master Crystal. Excuse me, is Lord Zhang Xing here? A loud voice came from outside the courtyard. Hehe, as expected. Help has arrived. You weren't even given any time to think about your decision, said Master Crystal with a laugh. Everyone walked out and saw that a medium-sized shuttle was outside. 5 Imperial policemen were standing in salute, led by a Lyot. The green-haired Lyot was rather different from the Lyots we had seen in the past. He did not look muscular and instead looked like a gentle scholar. Pleased to meet you, Lord Zhang Xing. I am the envoy's assistant for this mission. My name is Tas. I'm honored to join you on this mission, said Tas, stretching out his thin arm. Zhang Xing shook his hand. The Emperor is a genius. Even the assistant is someone from Giorno's race. That way, if things turn out for the worse, he can completely absolve himself of all blames, whispered Master Crystal. Let's get ready and set off, said Zhang Xing as she turned to board Fearless. Please wait, Lord. His Majesty has arranged an even larger battleship to escort you on this mission to Akko, said Tas. You mean this shitty shuttle? Asked Zhang Bauer as he pointed at the shuttle. No, Warrior, this is merely a shuttle to taxi us around. The actual battleship is over there, said Tas as he pointed at the sky. We looked up and saw the vague outline of a massive battleship. Aren't you afraid that we will be misunderstood if we go in a battleship? Asked Zhang Bauer. His Majesty believes that a powerful military is required to protect everyone on this mission, replied Tas. In that case, let us get ready, said Zhang Xing. Dodo immediately took out the morph-capable suits that had been fully charged. When we were fully equipped, we stepped into the medium-sized shuttle. When I saw Master Crystal following us silently, gratitude for this chivalrous old man welled in my heart. Lords, please be seated. We will be taking off. With one command from Tas, the shuttle soared toward the battleship. About a dozen minutes later, the shuttle broke through the atmosphere. For the very first time, I was able to lay eyes on an Imperial battleship from such a short distance. The battleship was in stealth mode, and it was as large as a small island. The front of the ship was a semicircle filled with weapons while the back of the ship was also a semicircle, but was instead filled with control rooms and storage rooms. At a glance, I could see over 10,000 rail cannons, laser cannons, and other weapons at the front of the ship. This ship's firepower is too strong, exclaimed Zhang Bauer in stupefaction. The shuttle arrived below the battleship. There, we were shocked yet again by what we saw. Hanging below the battleship were countless microfighter planes numbering in tens of thousands. This battleship alone is enough to conquer a planet, exclaimed Old Do. The sounds of docking came in from outside as our shuttle landed smoothly in the cargo bay. The door of the bridge opened, revealing a high-level military official standing there waiting for us. Greetings, Lord Envoys. I am the commanding officer of Starpath, a Milky Way-class battleship. My name is Wessex. Welcome abroad. I am honored by your presence, said Wessex. Pleased to meet you, Commander Wessex. Should we worry that the presence of such a powerful battleship for a diplomatic mission might be considered a show of force? Asked Zhang Xing worriedly. Please be at ease, Lord Envoys. According to our intelligence, this battleship is necessary for the mission. At the same time, we can showcase the might of the Empire and awe our enemies, said Wessex. Seeing how confident Wessex was, we stopped arguing. Everyone, please come in and take a rest. I'll be waiting for you at the command room after lunch, said Wessex. And thus, a mid-rank military official led us all into our rooms. I took the chance to observe the powerful battleship. Every single crew of the ship seemed to be Eternals. Not a single one of them was of a different race. From what I saw, I estimated that the ship was crewed by over 10,000 people. Canyue, the combat personnel here seem lower in number than the hanging fighters we saw below. Zhang Bauer whispered, having discovered the same issue I noticed. Yeah, I suspect some of the fighters are actually automated fighters, I said. The crew members are all Eternals, making supervision and control rather easy as well. The Divine Empire has maintained a purity of bloodline when it comes to their super battleships, it seems, said Old Do. We had entered the semicircle portion of the ship, and each section within the semicircle had a height of roughly 5 meters. From the layout of the sections, the semicircle was probably separated into different levels according to function. We followed the middle rank official as he led us to the topmost level. Numerous Imperial soldiers could be seen walking all around us, but not one of them paid us any attention. All of them were fully focused on their tasks. The strict discipline hinted at their prowess. I couldn't help but raise my evaluation of the strength of the Imperial Army. We eventually reached the restrooms at the top level. The rest area was located to the right of the flight command room, and the place looked much more luxurious compared to Fearless. Zhang Bauer and I were led to the same room. Shortly after, a military aide brought us food and drinks. Canyue, the treatment we get on this ship sure is high class. We weren't even treated like this on the Saturn ship, said Zhang Bauer. Saturn is only a Poseidon-class battleship. If you can get on one of the League's Zeus-class battleships, it will probably be as luxurious as this ship, I said. With our ability, it would be nearly impossible to get on a Zeus-class battleship, said Zhang Bauer. No, Bauer, I believe that with your strength, a day will come when you get to command a ship comparable to a Zeus-class battleship, I said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you are truly great when it comes to daydreaming, said Zhang Bauer with a laugh. While joking around, we finished the food and drinks. Soon, the aide returned and notified us to visit the command room. We followed the aide to the flight command room. Zhang Xing and the others were already there. Lord Envoys, Captain Wessex will set the trajectory to planet Echo of Canis Major soon, announced Tass. Canis Major. Sirius is also in the vicinity. Blue Flash and the others won't be that far away from there, said Zhang Bauer. Echo is a planet orbiting Epsilon Canis Majoris in Canis Major. It is quite close to Sirius at about 400 light-years away from it, said Dodo. What? It's that far? Sirius is like 8.6 light-years away from Blue, Zhang Bauer exclaimed. About 47 million years ago, Epsilon Canis Majoris, the binary star system, was only 34 light-years away from Blue. At that time, it was still the brightest object in the night sky. However, the primary star moved in a massive parabolic trajectory, bringing the entire system far away from us, added Dodo. This system moves too fast. How can the system be stable? Zhang Bauer asked. Epsilon Canis Majoris's primary star is very weird. It is a massive bluish-white star, and it is the brightest star with extreme ultraviolet rays and super powerful gravity known to the League. It can both move quickly and maintain control over all celestial objects in its system at the same time, said Dodo. Extreme ultraviolet. No wonder Prince Taurus has blue eyes and deep blue hair. He must have bathed in ultraviolet rays too much, remarked Zhang Bauer. The most important thing we must do when heading to Echo is prepare our ultraviolet defense. Otherwise, the extreme ultraviolet will cause your skin to fester immediately, said Tass. Do we need to be clad in spacesuits at all times? I asked Tass. No, you only need to smear a special Echo cream and swallow a resistance pill. The Empire has prepared everything, said Tass as he took out the pills and creams. I looked at Master Crystal, and he nodded at me. I'll go first, I said as I stepped forth and swallowed the pill. Then, I smeared the cream over my exposed skin. The rest followed suit and prepared themselves for the extreme ultraviolet rays. Please get ready, Lord Envoys. Starpath will set off shortly, said Wessex. The spaceship suddenly stopped. From the window, we could see a transparent ball of light appear around the battleship. Inside the ball, transparent ripples moved repeatedly, and they gradually faded with the ball after several minutes. Welcome to Canis Major, Lord Envoys, said Wessex. My lord. We arrived just like that, exclaimed Zhang Bauer. Not only Zhang Bauer, but all of us were shocked by the Empire's travel technology. We did not feel anything and were directly transported through space. It was a completely different experience from the traditional wormhole travel we were used to. Looks like the Eternals have truly reached an astonishing level of technology, muttered old Dew beside me. In the distance, a massive bluish-white star could be seen. The peculiar star, which was 3,600 times brighter than the sun, was right before our eyes. Epsilon Canis Majoris was a binary star system, but due to the brightness of the primary star, the secondary star was not visible. Everyone, we have arrived at Epsilon Canis Majoris. Planet Echo is located 15 billion kilometers away from the primary star. According to reliable sources, the Interstellar League's fleet was gathered around the planet. Thus, the Starpath intends to approach through stealth mode, said Wessex. Following Captain Wessex's command, the ship entered stealth and approached Echo at sublight speed. About an hour later, the ship arrived near Echo. A slowly rotating ash-gray planet entered our vision. Although this planet was 15 billion kilometers away from the primary star, 100 times farther than the distance between Blue and the Sun, the powerful energy of the star still constantly filled Echo with heat. Due to the powerful ultraviolet radiation, the planet's flora was all blackish-gray. A type of yellowish liquid could be seen on the surface of the planet. That was the water source of the planet, and the yellowish liquid mainly came together to form lakes. In fact, no large-scale oceans could be seen on the planet at one glance. Under the cover of stealth mode, Starpath slowly approached the planet. Suddenly, alarm sounds blazed within the ship. Captain, the Interstellar League's fleet was discovered in front of us to the right, reported an intelligence officer. Everyone looked in the indicated direction through the window and saw a satellite of white rocks. The ship continued forward and took a detour around the satellite before a massive fleet appeared before our eyes. My God! So many Zeus-class battleships, exclaimed Zhang Xingxing in astonishment. A spectacular scene was visible before our eyes. Nearly 100 Zeus-class battleships were hovering outside Planet Echo. The massive battleships were akin to numerous floating aircraft carriers. With their powerful laser towers, cannons, tracking bullets, and morph-capable system, this was a fleet capable of defeating all foes the universe had to offer. Around the Zeus-class battleships were at least 300 other battleships of different classes, including space carriers specializing in transporting fighters. Each space carrier was capable of carrying tens of thousands of fighters at once. At least one-third of the League's military power is gathered here. Looks like the League really intends to fight the Empire, said Old Dew in a worried manner. Captain, there is also a fleet to our left. The two fleets form a perfect blockade. We won't be able to pass through, reported a different intelligence officer. We looked out the left window and saw over 100 battleships of different sizes. This fleet was far smaller than the Interstellar League's fleet, and the difference in ship design could be clearly seen. These battleships were shaped like birds, and all their weapons were attached to their backs with cockpits in the heads. Surrounding the bigger battleships were thousands of small manned fighters. Clearly, this is Echo's army, said Zhang Bauer. They are still using manned fighters. In both quantity and quality, they are far inferior to the fighter drones used by the Empire and the League, said Old Dew. Sigh, if the prince really gets himself dragged into the war, Echo will be reduced to cannon fodder between these two juggernauts, I sighed. Therefore, we're here to help the prince and restore peace, said Zhang Xingxing. Lord Envoys, we can no longer proceed in stealth. We intend to exit stealth and inform them of our purpose with light signals, said Wessex. All right. We better maintain some distance from them. The aggressive appearance of Starpath can easily create misunderstandings, reminded Zhang Xingxing. Wessex nodded and issued his command to the command desk, exit stealth. Activate the Empire's internal light transmission system to make our purpose and identity clear. Starpath slowly exited stealth, starting from its two wings. The moment the ship appeared, the hundreds of lights in front of the ship lit up following a certain tempo. The ship was communicating our purpose for being here by signaling with its lights. This code is rather different than the one we use, remarked Dodo. Yes, it is different from both our signal language and Morse code. This is probably something developed internally in the Empire, said Zhang Xingxing. In that case, only the Echoes will understand us, not the League, said Zhang Bauer. Immediately, we saw a Zeus-class battleship, 3 Poseidon-class battleships, and hundreds of fighters start to fly toward us. Following behind them was a space carrier filled to the brim with fighters. Not good. The Echoes are not responding while the Interstellar League does not understand our signal. They won't assume that we're here to attack, right, said Zhang Bauer, turning nervous. He had barely finished his words when a powerful laser beam shot toward us from the Zeus-class battleship. Careful, Captain. Zhang Xingxing yelled. Starpath abruptly descended, barely avoiding the incoming laser beam. Immediately activate the defensive shield, commanded the captain. Reporting to Captain, shield deployment successful, replied the pilot official. 3 additional massive green beams came after the first attack. The beam struck the shield, but the powerful shield was able to absorb all the attacks. The beams rippled out into light waves that gradually faded away. Captain, do we counterattack? Asked an official. Dodo, can we contact the blue ships with our communication channel? I asked. No, all our frequencies have been blacklisted. I tried earlier. No connection is available, said Dodo. Do not open fire rashly. That is a fleet from the Interstellar League. Can you let me try to send a light signal to them? Zhang Xingxing asked. Wessex gave Zhang Xingxing a glance and said, request an immediate ceasefire, or we will start hitting back. Zhang Xingxing rapidly entered the codes into the system before requesting that the intelligence officer transmit it using light signals. What is that? Asked Domo. Idiot. That's Morse code. Any blueling should understand it, sneered Zhang Bauer. Do you understand? Asked Domo. The team leader probably requested a ceasefire and informed them that we're envoys of the Empire, said Zhang Bauer. The Morse code soon displayed its result. The League battleships had stopped their assault. A Poseidon-class battleship approached us, and its lights lit up to transmit some sort of information to us. What are they saying? Asked Wessex. They are requesting more information pertaining to our identity, said Zhang Xingxing. Please reply that I am Major Zhang Xingxing of the Interstellar League and am currently representing the Divine Empire in engaging the Interstellar League in peace talks. The intelligence official immediately sent the message out. The other party replied promptly, a shuttle will be deployed to initiate a docking process with the battleship. Deploy the docking process, said Zhang Xingxing. A small shuttle separated from the battleship. Soon, it reached us and connected itself with our docking bridge. 3 heroic-looking bluelings walked through the bridge. The one in lead was a young woman. From the stripes on her shoulders, she was also a major like Zhang Xingxing. She stood with her back perfectly straight, her long blonde hair cascading down her back. With excitement on her face, she walked toward Zhang Xingxing. Kelly, I did not expect to see you here, exclaimed Zhang Xingxing. Xingxing, I'm glad to see you safe. I immediately requested to be the one to come when I saw your message, said Kelly joyfully. The two women held hands and exchanged greetings. All right, we're not here for personal talks. Who is this? Asked Zhang Bauer. This is the daughter of General Edward. She was probably Zhang Xingxing's classmate in university, said Old Du. Yet another noble, I thought inwardly. Why are you here? Zhang Xingxing asked. I should be the one asking you that question. I came on a mission with my father, said Kelly. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Your father, General Edward, is here as well? Is he here for war? Asked Zhang Xingxing. I'm not sure. Father is only carrying out the League's orders. I'm not privy to a lot of information. I am now the vice captain of a Poseidon-class battleship, so my presence is required for the mission, said Kelly. Wow, a vice captain of a Poseidon-class battleship at such a young age? Comparing myself with her will make me feel inferior, muttered Zhang Bauer. Why don't you look at her temperament? There's a big gap between you and her, said Domo. Congratulations? You have improved greatly, said Zhang Xingxing enviously. Sigh, if it wasn't for the incident you were in, you would probably be a captain already with your qualifications, said Kelly. Lord Envoy, let's focus on our business here, Tass reminded. Oh, yes. Kelly, we're here as envoys of the Divine Empire. We hope to engage the Interstellar League in peace negotiations, said Zhang Xingxing. Understood. Prior to coming, I had asked the Grand Commander of the Divine Sword operation for advice. Due to your unique identities, we will temporarily stop enforcing your wanted status, said Kelly. Divine Sword operation. Zhang Xingxing asked doubtfully. Yes, that is the name for this operation, said Kelly. Divine Sword operation. Sounds like a military operation, I said. Looks like the League is determined, said Zhang Bauer. Who is the Grand Commander? Old Du suddenly asked. Duke Uden of planet Gliesens, said Kelly. Good lord, even Duke Uden is here. Zhang Bauer exclaimed. Who's that? Why the reaction? Asked Domo. Duke Uden is a Gliesen general who has never lost a battle. He has participated in over 100 campaigns in his life and has never suffered defeat. He must have an important mission if the League is sending him here, said Old Du. Then take us to meet Duke Uden, said Zhang Xingxing. All right, Kelly replied. She then sent a message back to the Zeus-class battleship, and we immediately received a reply. Your battleship can't continue onward. All envoys will be escorted to Echo by a shuttle provided by us. Fighters will be deployed by the League to protect the envoys, said Kelly. Zhang Xingxing looked at Tass and Wessex. The two gave it some thought before agreeing. Captain Wessex, please remain on Starpath. I'll go with the envoys, said Tass. With Kelly leading the way, we boarded the shuttle. Under the escort of 4 unmanned fighters, the shuttle headed toward Echo. As we approached, I was able to observe the planet better. I could see that just outside the atmosphere, some sort of odd flying animals were actually flying around. This life form can actually fly in outer space. Amazing, said Zhang Bauer. This is an interstellar beast, a life form unique to Canis Major. Due to the amount of carbon dioxide in Echo's atmosphere, the planet has a high temperature. This life form can freely fly through the atmosphere to reduce its body heat, introduced Master Crystal. Flying out of the atmosphere just to reduce heat? The power of evolution is incredible, remarked Dodo. The shuttle moved quickly and did not take long to enter Echo's atmosphere. The friction created large sparks all around the shuttle. So you're Canyue, Kelly, who was seated opposite me, suddenly said. Yes. How may I help you, madam? I replied respectfully. So you're the one our Zhang Xingxing had decided to follow into the life of a fugitive. You must be quite a charming one, said Kelly. Hey, watch what you say. Canyue was the one who had contributed the most all this time, said Zhang Bauer. Soldier, please keep our ranks in mind before you speak, said Kelly. Zhang Bauer was at a loss for words. Although we were officially no longer part of the League's military, the habits instilled in him to obey superiors caused him to shut his mouth. Kelly, I was the one who caused the team to become fugitives. Don't blame them. They are true warriors, said Zhang Xingxing. This little girl is quite an unfriendly one. She started blaming us without even bothering to find out the truth, Zhang Bauer whispered to me. Rank is everything. Let her be. The truth will always be in our hearts, I said. As the atmosphere turned uncomfortable, the shuttle suddenly slowed down. A palace appeared in our vision. We have arrived, Kelly said. Everyone looked out and saw a beautiful palace. The palace was actually painted in multiple colors. The palace complex was slightly circular in design with square roofs, looking like something out of a fairy tale. Wow, what a beautiful palace, praised Zhang Xingxing. The palace here can't compare with the Imperial Palace, but it is still unique in style, said Old Du. The shuttle slowly landed on an ash-gray grassland. When the door opened, we saw Prince Taurus waiting for us outside. Haha, Prince, how are you? Greeted Zhang Bauer cheerfully. I heard you were coming. I've been waiting here for quite a while, replied the prince cheerfully. Everyone stepped forth and gave the prince a hug while laughing heartily. I did not expect the emperor to send you as envoys. What a surprise, said the prince. We had no choice. Prince, why did I hear that you intend to start a war with the empire? What's going on? I asked, becoming somewhat impatient. The prince blanked out slightly before answering. It's a long story. Let's enter the palace first. King Xido is waiting inside. Everyone followed the prince into the palace. The palace was beautiful with many small animals, making the surrounding environment comfortable. One could hardly relate this scene to the fact that a war was imminent. The palace wasn't too large, so we soon reached the audience hall. The hall is filled with high-ranking officials. Canyue, are you ready to face them? Asked Zhang Xingxing. We had fought together for so long, and we had not committed any wrongdoings. If we don't even fear the emperor, what's there to fear from these people? I said firmly. Zhang Xingxing nodded at us before we walked into the hall with our heads held high. The audience hall was over 10 meters tall and gave off a solemn atmosphere when one stepped inside. An old man with a crown on his head was sitting upright on a throne. His deep blue hair and eyes emanated the solemn dignity of a monarch. Without a doubt, this individual was King Xido. Prince Taurus stepped forth and stood beside the king. To the left of the hall was a row of the kingdom's advisors, while to the right were the Interstellar League's representatives. Seated at the head position among the League representatives was a tall Gliesens. He was most certainly Duke Uden, the leader of the operation. In the row of League officials, I also saw Captain Angela. She was glaring at us furiously. Welcome, envoys, especially the warriors who had once helped Prince Taurus, said the king. Most respected majesty, hello. We come bearing Emperor Fi's aspiration for peace, said Zhang Xingxing. Fi's words can't be trusted. He is extremely ambitious and never keeps his word. An eternal from the left row suddenly stood up and exclaimed in agitation. Principal Saucy, please calm down. Allow the envoy to finish talking, said the king. Emperor Fi has but a simple request. The Interstellar League's action of stationing a fleet at the Empire's border can be easily construed as a provocation for war. If the League is willing to retreat from Echo, the Empire is willing to come to an agreement with the League to preserve peace, said Zhang Xingxing. Who are you to tell the League what to do? You're a traitor. I propose that we arrest them immediately, shouted Captain Angela as she stood up as well. Brigadier General Angela, please watch your attitude and be mindful of your identity, berated an old man with a genial expression. From his stripes, he was a lieutenant general in the army. Yes, General. My apologies, said Angela. She still appeared unhappy, but there was nothing she could do but sit down since someone ranked higher than her had berated her. Thank you, Uncle Edward, said Zhang Xingxing. So that's General Edward? He looks much more reasonable than his daughter, I thought. Children, I understand your circumstances and mission. It is still up to discussion whether what the League did to you was reasonable. Even now, you're doing all this in hopes of earning enough merit to return to the League. I am aware of all you have done, said Duke Uden. Thank you, Duke Uden. We're here for peace. Compared to peace, our personal affairs are nothing, said Zhang Xingxing. Good. You are a responsible young woman just like your father. Although I have only met him once, his strong sense of responsibility has given me a deep impression, said Duke Uden. Thank you. However, my father is still missing to this day. He certainly isn't going to play any role in this peace we seek, said Zhang Xingxing. She seemed somewhat resentful toward her father as well. You can't say that. I understand your father. He has a reason for anything he does, said the Duke. Let's stop talking about him. Emperor Fi has given us only 7 days for this mission. We need to make haste and hammer out a peace deal. Otherwise, war might really break out, said Zhang Xingxing. Xingxing, you don't understand. It's not that we're unwilling to withdraw, but the Divine Empire is the side that has broken peace, aiming to conquer the Milky Way galaxy, said Prince Taurus. The entire Milky Way galaxy? Presently, most of the Empire's territory remains within the Orion constellation. Why do you make up such an atrocious lie? Retorted Tess. Youngsters, let me tell you the truth, said Principal Saucy as he stood up. I'm listening, said Zhang Xingxing. After Emperor Fi IV inherited the throne, the empire has grown 3 times larger. A total of 78 nations have been annexed and 13 races have been eliminated. That is not all, said Principal Saucy. Eliminating 13 races? Just conquer them. Why eliminate them? Zhang Bauer muttered. Everyone focused as the principal continued speaking. On the night of the New Age festival, the emperor showed me an ambitious plan. He had decided to unify the entire Milky Way galaxy within 10 years. His first target is the Interstellar League, said Principal Saucy. Conquering the entire Milky Way within 10 years? Is his army even strong enough to do that? Asked Zhang Xing. Yeah, that's a one-sided story from you. Do you have any proof? What if you're making things up? Asked Tass. Excluding the Divine Empire's hidden military force, just what they have on paper is powerful enough. The Emperor has 3,000 Milky Way-class battleships under his command, 3 times what the Interstellar League has, said Principal Saucy. 3,000 battleships? Good heavens. That is too scary. I didn't expect the Emperor to have such a powerful military, exclaimed Zhang Bauer, who was standing behind me. You're an Eternal. Why did you betray your nation? Old Du suddenly asked. Emperor Fi's clan had used unscrupulous methods to snatch power among Eternals. Not satisfied with that, he even intended to launch such a massive war. How many lives will be lost? I couldn't accept it. For life and for peace, I could only flee. This is not a betrayal. This is justice, said the principal. That fellow fills his mouth with so many facts, but we can't know if he's speaking the truth, I thought. After my previous interaction with the Emperor, I found myself increasingly skeptical of these politicians. Fools, let me show you something, said Captain Angela as she placed a projector on the ground. A hologram appeared above the device. 88th Order of the Divine Empire. Deploy the army to Echo immediately. Annihilate all intruders from the Interstellar League, as decreed by His Majesty. What is the meaning of this? The League was the one to first intrude upon the Empire's territory, said Zhang Xing. We had merely sent a small fleet of scouts led by Captain Jingan to follow the monster that Jupiter 2 had turned into, said Angela. An intrusion is an intrusion, yet you're still shamelessly lying about it? One could only imagine how shameless the Interstellar League is, said Tass. What do you mean by intrusion? Echo was originally a free nation. Are you pretending that your emperor didn't conquer the planet with his military years ago? Countered Angela. Hehe, you? Talking about freedom? It's merely the Empire's internal affair. If we follow your argument, don't forget that Blue was also conquered by Gliesens through force. In that case, you should be pointing your gun at that so-called Duke, not His Majesty, sneered Tass. Angela found herself speechless, unable to muster up a retort. For some reason, I greatly approved of Tass's words. Dear envoys, Angela is speaking the truth. Back then, my order was to wipe out the Interstellar League's fleet, which would only result in war. I was greatly troubled when I received the order, said King Xido. I also learned of the order at that time. If it is implemented, carnage will ensue. I could no longer watch on and decided to flee from the Imperial College. Instead of carrying out the order, I came here to advise the king, said Principal Saucy. Ridiculous. Respected King Xido, even if I don't question you about the authenticity of the so-called order, if you disagreed with it, why didn't you talk to the Emperor about it? Why had you opted to outright betray the Empire instead? That doesn't make sense, retorted Tass. What a surprise. This fellow is quite an eloquent one, I thought in admiration. Team leader Xing, when I returned, I told my royal father to expel the Interstellar League for peace. But royal father said that according to the Empire's laws, any act of betrayal will result in the termination of the royal dynasty. That leaves us with no choice but to take the extreme option, added Prince Taurus. You had indeed performed traitorous acts, but if you are willing to change your ways, I am willing to plead for leniency from His Majesty. We will write off your crimes with your contribution toward peace, said Tass. Humph. And how can you guarantee you're telling the truth? I reckon you will start your slaughter the moment we leave. King Xido is only doing this for peace and justice. There is no betrayal, said Angela. Hehe. Miss, your double standards are quite strong. What King Xido did is not betrayal since he did it for justice. Our envoy, Lord Zhang Xing, also did what she did to save lives. Why does the Interstellar League consider her a traitor? Don't forget, the fugitive order was signed by none other than you, said Tass. Oh my god. This fellow's eloquence is reaching the level of perfection. How can anyone argue against that? I praised inwardly. I could see that Zhang Xing and Zhang Bauer were similarly pleased to see Angela humiliating herself. 7 days. You said the Emperor gave you 7 days, asked General Edward. Yes, Uncle Edward. The Emperor himself promised us that before we came, said Zhang Xing. Duke, can this be their ruse to confuse us? Edward asked Duke Yuden. General, your suspicion is reasonable. We need to muster the army and be ready for battle, said the Duke. Why are you making things so complicated? If you insist on thinking like this, there won't be any hope for peace, said Old Du. Duddle Humla, both you and your father are loyal supporters of the League. I can immediately remove your wanted order. You may return and serve the fleet immediately, offered Duke Yuden. Here we go again. The wanted order for a Gliesen can be cancelled so easily. What about us bluelings? I cursed inwardly. Thank you for the kind offer, Duke, but our team is a single entity. We will advance and retreat together. If you want to withdraw the wanted order for any of us, you will need to do it for all of us. Regardless, we are here today for a mission, said Old Du. We all looked at Old Du in admiration. This was truly a unique Gliesen. Abruptly, a loud explosion sounded from the sky. The unending sounds of explosions grew louder and louder. Kelly, check what's happening, commanded General Edward. Kelly rushed out of the palace and returned shortly after. This is bad. The Divine Empire launched a sudden offensive? An intense battle has started outside the planet, she reported anxiously. See, the Sly Fee has clearly made use of these foolish kids, said Principal Saucy. Everyone was at a loss for words. The change had come so suddenly, and this wasn't a twist inexperienced youngsters like us could easily wrap our heads around. Everyone, return to your positions. Prince Taurus, you'll be in charge of protecting the king, the duke, and the other officials. As for these envoys, place them under temporary arrest, commanded Edward. Kelly shot Zhang Xing a sullen glance before rushing off. Edward and Angela left next. Team leader, Canyue, come to my palace. I'll have to inconvenience you guys for a bit, said Taurus apologetically. I understand. This change is too sudden. We also need some time to think, said Zhang Xing. About 20 soldiers stepped forth to escort us. Taurus would lead us all to his palace. Before leaving, Zhang Xing and Old Du gave King Yudo and Duke Yuden a bow to show their respects. Everyone followed Prince Taurus to his personal palace. Canyue, I'll look for a chance to release all of you. I won't hand you guys to the Interstellar League no matter what, whispered the prince to me. Thanks, brother. I'm not worried about that at all. I am, however, disgusted and sick of these politicians and their schemes, I said gloomily. You need to get used to it. These people have way too complicated thoughts. I am also having a hard time adapting to them. But for the kingdom, I can only force myself to learn, said the prince. Soon, we arrived at the prince's palace. The palace was actually located beside the audience hall. Canyue, team leader, I'll have to trouble you to stay here for a bit. I need to head to the command and learn more about what's happening, said the prince, clearly in a hurry. Go. We'll be fine, said Zhang Xing. The prince then rushed off. Canyue, I checked. There are only 6 guards outside. We are still fully armed. He is obviously creating an opportunity for us to run, said Zhang Bauer the moment the prince left. How should we escape? Which side are we on after escaping? We don't even know the status of the battle, said Old Du. I walked to the window and looked out at the sky. Vague silhouettes of massive battleships could be seen moving around while the bright explosions outside the planet were visible all the way to the surface of the planet. The battle is probably very intense, said Master Crystal, standing beside me. Without a ship, we can't do anything, said Dodo. If possible, I would rather join the League and fight the Eternals with them, said Titan. It's not like those from the League are good guys. All of them are unscrupulous people who only care for benefits, said Domo. We can't lump everyone together. General Edward and Kelly are both good people, said Zhang Xing. Tas, what exactly is the Emperor planning? He tricked us to set off as envoys while planning an assault at the same time. Is he trying to get us killed? Demanded Zhang Bauer as he grabbed Tas' collars. I don't know, but I believe there is something we don't know at work here, said Tas. Bauer, don't trouble him. I feel like he is also clueless, I said. Canyue, what should we do now? The battle out there is becoming very intense, yet they have warriors like us locked here? What is the meaning of this? Zhang Bauer was becoming agitated again. Team leader, based on our current circumstances, I propose that we think of a way to escape before thinking of what to do next, said Old Du. How do we escape? We don't even have a ship, said Zhang Xing. I don't believe a big kingdom like this won't have a single battleship. Just knock one of the guards out and question him, said Zhang Bauer. No, that isn't proper. There is no need to create needless conflict. I have an idea, I said. What do you have in mind? Out with it already, said Zhang Bauer, growing visibly excited. Domo, I need to borrow your cloak of invisibility yet again. I'll use my thrusters and your cloak to leave with you and Dondon and scout around. Everyone else, wait for me here, I said. No, I want to go too. Why are you always the one getting to play hero? I'll report you if you don't take me as well. Zhang Bauer threw a tantrum. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was actually throwing a tantrum like a child during a moment like this. All right. Canyue, take him with you. You can look out for each other. We'll cover your departure here, said Zhang Xing. Roger, I answered. The 4 of us immediately approached the window. Domo took out 2 cloaks and handed them to me and Bauer. Go invisible. Prepare to move out, I said after lifting Dondon up. Wait, I'm not working with this fatty. He's not capable enough to be my partner, protested Domo. Great. Who can I complain to for having these 2 on a mission with me? I thought to myself. Not wanting to keep arguing, I lifted Domo. He draped the cloak over us, and the cloak immediately projected our surroundings to make us invisible. Meanwhile, I slowly dropped to the ground from the window with my thrusters working at minimum capacity. Bauer, are you here? I asked through the communicator. I'm on the ground, said Bauer. The battle outside the planet was exceptionally bitter. I could even see the broken piece of a destroyed battleship entering the atmosphere before burning brightly. There seems to be an exit at the wall ahead. Let's take a look, I said. We ran toward the exit. While running, I noticed something odd. Despite the intense battle, it was extremely calm and quiet in the palace. In fact, not a single person was spotted around us. Canyue, why is this palace so empty? I can't see anyone, asked Zhang Bauer. I'm wondering the same, but ignore that for now. Focus on looking for a flying vehicle, I said. Before long, we reached the exit. Since no guards were in sight, we took off our cloaks. Surprisingly, we found that the exit was locked by a dual-layered electromagnetic system upon approaching it. When we looked up, we saw countless electromagnetic muzzles at the upper section of the wall. These muzzles were constantly releasing invisible electromagnetic waves, forming a powerful defensive system that served to prevent any intrusions. My god, this is a top-tier defensive system. It feels almost as good as what the Imperial Palace has, exclaimed Zhang Bauer. No wonder they don't need guards here, I said. That's no trouble at all. Don't you have your morph-capable shields? Just walk through it, said Domo. Stupid dwarf. Our shields are morph-capable, but look at the electromagnetic waves. They cover every single angle and leave no openings. How are we supposed to morph through something like that? Why don't you volunteer to walk through, said Zhang Bauer. Domo, who didn't understand how our morph-capable shields worked, had practically opened himself up for this abuse. He decided to shut his mouth in fury. Domo, I remember you said that your time door relies on the electromagnetic system of planet Lido. Can you make use of the system here? It's so powerful, after all, I asked. What bullshit electromagnetic waves are these? My transportation system is very energy intensive. The energy here will be far from enough. Unless. Domo trailed off. During that pause, an even louder explosion came from the sky. The constant explosions were causing all of us to slowly turn impatient. Unless what? I asked with impatience. For this, well, 10 gold coins, Domo slowly said. A loud bang rang out, startling Dondon, who was sneakily snacking on some crackers, and causing him to drop the pack of crackers. You damn dwarf! Gold coins are completely unrelated to energy. Why are you thinking about money all the time? Zhang Bauer raged. Gold coins are greatly related to motivation. Motivation is a type of power as well, argued Domo. Deal. I'll pay you 10 gold coins, I replied. Excellent. I'll get to it immediately, replied Domo in excitement. You're letting him scam you all the time. From now on, I'll start charging for work as well, grumbled Zhang Bauer. Because the explosions in the sky were intensifying, I wasn't in the mood to be bothered with Zhang Bauer's antics. With his device, Domo attempted to produce a time door. He did not lie. Unlike Lido, this planet was not fully covered by an electromagnetic system. Just the little bit of electromagnetic energy on the wall was rather insufficient to create a time door. However, Domo was still rather capable despite how greedy he was. It did not take him long to activate his device. A time door appeared before us. Go through quickly? My energy won't last long, said Domo. I was the first to rush through. The rest followed behind me. After leaving the palace, we were faced with an expansive grassland of ash-gray grasses. At the end of the grassland, I could actually see an airport housing all the fighter crafts. There, the Echo Army's bird-shaped fighters could be seen taking off and landing continuously. Good thing we managed to get out. There really is an airport nearby, said Zhang Bauer in excitement. We have limited time. Move immediately. Our goal is to snatch 2 fighters from the airport. I added, Dondon, send the coordinates of the airport to team leader Zhang Xingxing immediately. Roger, Dondon answered before contacting Zhang Xingxing with the communicator. We prepared for the operation. After donning the cloaks of invisibility, we rushed toward the airport. Canyue, I can't contact the team leader and the others. Only static sound is coming from the communicator, said Dondon. What's going on? We're not even 100 meters away from them. Why is the communicator not working? I asked doubtfully. It must be the electromagnetic system around the wall. It is stopping signal transmissions, said Domo. That's likely. We can't do anything for now. Get moving. We'll get the fighters before coming back for them, I decided. And thus, the mission began. The airport was roughly 3 kilometers away. With the help of our thrusters, we were able to move rapidly. Right as we were about to reach the airport, a massive sound came from the sky. We raised our heads and saw countless Milky Way-class battleships from the Divine Empire entering the atmosphere. This is bad. The League has been defeated. The Imperial fleet has probably broken through their defensive line, Zhang Bauer exclaimed with worry. There will probably be a chaotic battle once they reach the surface. We need to get the fighters promptly and ensure the team is safe, I said. The 4 of us started making a plan to snatch the fighters we needed. Because the Imperial fleet had broken through Echo's outer defenses, the fighters at the airport were frantically taking off to meet the invaders. Canyue, look, shouted Zhang Bauer as he pointed at the corner of the airport. I looked over and saw that near the foot of a mountain, brand new bird-shaped fighters were parked in a row. Those fighters seem to be backups. Let's go take 2 of them for ourselves before going back for Zhang Bauer and the others, I said to Zhang Bauer through the communicator. Good idea. In our current situation, it is better to hide in the sky than to take a beating on the ground, said Domo. With the cloaks of invisibility, we approached the parked fighters. The entire airport was in chaos, and I had a feeling we wouldn't be noticed even if we weren't invisible. Up in the sky, the bird-shaped fighters and the Imperial fighter drones were fighting each other intensely. The pilots of the bird-shaped fighters were incredibly skilled at piloting. One Imperial fighter after another was struck down. However, the sky was still filled with countless Imperial fighters. In terms of quantity, they held the absolute upper hand. In fact, the Echo fighters were outnumbered 10 to 1, and they were practically flooded with enemies. As the 2 parties battled, we arrived before the row of fighters. Looks like we're getting lucky. These seem to be all new fighters. Canyue, let's pick 1 each, said Zhang Bauer. Can you even fly a plane? Asked Domo. When I was flying around, you were still riding wooden horses, countered Zhang Bauer. Dondon, assist Bauer as his co-pilot. We'll take 1 each. Go, I said. I ran toward a bright-colored fighter ahead of me. Suddenly, a row of bright fireballs appeared, and a series of explosions appeared ahead of us. The shockwaves pushed us down and blew our cloaks away. Above us, 2 fighter drones could be seen flying by. The Echo fighters suffered complete defeat. The Imperial fighter drones had taken full control of the sky. Bauer, are you fine? I asked Bauer, who was sprawled on the ground beside me. I'm fine. My back hurts, though. What a pity. We were so close to success, sighed Zhang Bauer. Domo had fallen with his face to the ground. He slowly got back on his feet and complained, "You're moving like a snail. Because of you, I broke my nose." Our plan to steal 2 of the bird-shaped fighters had failed spectacularly. The sky was filled with Imperial fighter drones. The combined army of Echo and the Interstellar League had been defeated. I could see that some of the fighter drones were already attacking the surface of the planet. Explosions were erupting everywhere, and the sky was filled with thick smoke. I did not expect the Interstellar League's fleet to be so weak. They were defeated so quickly, said Zhang Bauer with a sigh. We must think of something. Otherwise, everyone will be in danger, I said anxiously. Canyue, look. I think there's a warehouse there. Why don't we hide there for a bit, suggested Dondon as he pointed at a building with a flat roof. The building was covered with ash-gray camouflage, giving it a nice concealment from the sky. It seems to be an abandoned hangar. Let's go, I said. Pick up the cloaks. We need to return to being invisible if we don't want to be attacked, said Domo. Under the cover of our cloaks of invisibility, we stealthily approached the ash-gray building. The building looked like an abandoned warehouse. When we reached it, we saw that the door seemed to be locked by some electronic code system. How do we open this without the password? Asked Domo. Bang! Zhang Bauer punched the electronic lock. Some electrical currents sparked out of the lock before it shut off with a hum. The door then opened by itself. Nice, Bauer. Looks like your brute strength can even bring about a miracle, I praised. We entered the warehouse and found with surprise that there were 2 bird-shaped fighters parked inside. This was our first time observing these fighters from such a close distance. At the front of one of them, the motif of a blue cloud could be seen. Under the cloud was a delicate painting of over a dozen blue raindrops. These raindrops are probably the count of the enemies this plane had shot down in the past, I thought. Canyue, from the arrangements here, these 2 units seem more like display units, said Zhang Bauer. We'll take these 2 planes and pick up Zhang Xingxing and the rest before heading over to help King Zaido and Duke Yuden. Perhaps we can earn some merit that way, I said. This is too exciting. I can't hold myself back anymore. Let's name this operation, said Zhang Bauer. I looked at the blue clouds on the fighters and said, Operation Blue Storm. Blue Storm? Not bad at all. Let's get to it, said Zhang Bauer in excitement. Canyue, we have never flown these planes before. Are you confident you can fly them? Asked Dondon. We can't afford to think too much. Try starting them first. Go, I said. The cockpit door wasn't shut, so Zhang Bauer and I climbed into our respective fighters. I was faced directly with a complicated dashboard resembling what one could find in Blue's early fighter models. Brother, do you know how to fly? Asked Domo, sitting behind me. Not really. This is my first time trying to fly a plane like this, I replied. At this time, explosions sounded from around the warehouse. The Imperial fighter drones were starting to bombard the airport. Find the power switch immediately and take off. We're basically practice targets parked here, I shouted at Zhang Bauer. Dondon is already studying the plane. This plane might be an antique and something you normally find in museums, said Zhang Bauer. I finally noticed that there seemed to be a switch below the dashboard, but there were actually 2 buttons to it. One was blue, and one was red. Blue or red to start the plane? I asked Dondon. I'm trying to figure this out as well. I checked the corresponding circuit. According to my analysis, both buttons need to be pressed. One will start the engine while the other will start the communication system, said Dondon. Suddenly, a bomb blasted through the warehouse roof, collapsing a corner of the building. Things were getting urgent, so we did not have time to think. I immediately pressed the 2 buttons at the same time. The screen on the dashboard lit up as the engine roared alive. Canyue, these planes are maintained very well. The control stick right in front of the dashboard is probably used for controlling vertical movements. I believe the plane can take off without needing to pick up speed, said Dondon. The plane's engine roared as the plane started shaking lightly. As the engine grew louder, the plane started hovering from the ground. Dondon, I'm already hovering. We need to leave immediately. Prepare to rush out, I said. Let's go, said Dondon. With a push of the control stick, the front of the fighter rose up and shot through the ceiling into the sky. Outside, numerous fighter drones were roaming around. When they saw the fighters piloted by me and Dondon, dozens of them immediately flew toward us. Dondon, where's the shield switch? I asked through the communicator. I don't know. I'm still looking, answered Dondon. A red beam shot toward me. I reacted instinctively and slanted the fighter to the side, avoiding the attack. Immediately after, 3 more beams came for me. The angles they came from seemed to leave no opening for us to escape. Careful, Canyue, we're going to die, Domo exclaimed in fear. In a moment of desperation, I turned off the engine. At that moment, the design of the bird-shaped fighter displayed its superiority. Even with the engine off, the fighter was still gliding smoothly due to the fighter's streamlined design. Without the engine, the fighter glided toward the ground, moving just enough to avoid all 3 beams. That was too close. I nearly lost my life there, said Domo as he heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Dondon wasn't having a good time either. He was frantically evading the numerous attacks. Dondon, have you found the shield system? If this continues, we won't be able to last long, I said anxiously. It's over, Domo exclaimed in despair. I looked up and saw dozens of red beams coming from all directions above us. At that moment, we were less than 20 meters above the ground. We could no longer afford to keep dropping. Out of choices, I turned my morph-capable shield to maximum capacity and included the fighter before charging toward the red beams. All the beams were diverted by the shield. I saw that my energy supply had dropped by 20% from that one collision. Fortunately, my fighter was able to emerge unscratched and escape the encirclement. I looked back at Dondon's fighter and saw that he was being attacked by dozens of fighter drones. The red beams struck his fighter, but they were absorbed by a green shield around the fighter before rippling into nothingness. Dondon, how did you turn on the shield? I asked. I didn't find it, but this fighter comes with its own automatic shield. This shield is very strong. It can take on one beam with only 1% of the fighter's energy, said Dondon. Upon hearing Dondon's words, I immediately turned off my personal shield. Odd. With these shields, why are the other bird-shaped fighters defeated so quickly? I wondered. I don't think that the fighters we stole are antiques, with all things considered. Perhaps they are actually new models, said Dondon. While we spoke, the fighter drones continued shooting laser beams at us. Our green shields were practically turned red by the intensity of the attacks. Canyue, there is a green button on the back control stick. It's probably a firing button. We can't keep defending. Time to counterattack, said Bauer. I was still hesitating when a guided missile struck my fighter. A blinding red explosion erupted, and 5% of the fighter's energy was drained from the attack. Dondon, watch out for the guided missiles. They are very powerful. Hit back with all you have. I roared. Our fighters charged forth and unleashed two different attacks. The front of our fighters unleashed green laser beams while the back unleashed a series of yellow tracer projectiles. The attacks impacted the fighter drones ferociously, but shields shimmered into existence to protect them. Next, an astonishing scene appeared. As the Imperial shield met the green beam, a red opening appeared. The red opening continued to spread and devour the energy shield. Before long, the shield completely collapsed. A second attack then arrived and struck down the shieldless fighter drone. At the same time, Bauer was also furiously attacking. Before long, over a dozen fighter drones dropped from the sky while billowing with black smoke. Canyue, these fighters are amazing. Let's beat them back. Bauer shouted. Don't get too hot-headed. There are over 10,000 fighter drones here. Fight while retreating to the prince's palace. We need to help Zhang Xing and the others, I said. Roger. Maintaining trajectory to the palace, said Dondon. We thus began retreating while occasionally striking back. The Imperial fighter drones attacked relentlessly, bombarding our shields with laser beams and guided missiles. In the process, the incredible firepower of our fighters managed to strike down dozens of the Imperial fighter drones. The large casualties finally attracted the attention of a Milky Way-class battleship. It turned around and flew toward you. Canyue, this is bad. The big guy is coming, Bauer exclaimed. We can't face it head-on. Speed up, I said. There are too many fighter drones in front of us. We won't be able to charge through. Do we use our nuclear warheads? Asked Bauer. Are you crazy? Team leader and the others are in the palace. The warheads will also kill them, I said. We tried our best to break through the encirclement and head to the palace while the Milky Way-class battleship continued approaching us. Suddenly, a massive green beam shot out of the battleship toward us. Canyue, be sure to avoid it. This beam is too strong. We can't tank it, said Dondon. We each moved to a different side and evaded the massive beam. Then, I controlled my fighter to do a 360-degree turn, resulting in the front of my fighter coming face-to-face with the battleship. Next, green laser beams and yellow tracer projectiles shot out of my fighter, heading straight for the battleship. A thick green shield blocked all my attacks. Even the powerful red energy was unable to do anything before it was nullified. Shit, not even that is working, said Bauer. Over 1,000 cannons on the battleship were aimed at the two of us, and an intense barrage was unleashed. I tried to escape from the barrage, but I found that all my paths were blocked by the fighter drones. This is troublesome. The enemies have us surrounded, said Domo. Canyue, what do we do now? Asked Bauer. We have no choice. Use our personal shields. Dondon, produce a fission area with your suit. We will force our way through, I said. All right. Whatever we face, us brothers will fight together until the end, said Bauer. Just as we were about to mount a desperate attack, an odd scene appeared. The Milky Way-class battleship suddenly stopped attacking. Instead, it started blinking its lights at us, sending some sort of signal. The rhythm of the signal looked familiar. I felt like I had seen it somewhere before. Morse code? It's Morse code? It is the same message Zhang Xing sent previously. I realized. Canyue, did you see the Morse code? Bauer asked. Yes. This is Starpath. It's Captain Wessex, I said. Do we reply with our lights? Bauer asked. I'll reply. Dondon, try to access their communication network, I said. I immediately replied in Morse code with the lights of my fighter, informing Starpath of our identity. Afterward, I saw them stop all their attacks, and soon, Dondon managed to connect to their communication channel. Is this Envoy Canyue? We saw your face through our scans. We nearly harmed you accidentally, said Captain Wessex through the communicator. It's me. We managed to steal 2 fighters from the League, I replied. I already included both your fighters into the Imperial war system to avoid anyone from damaging you accidentally. Where are the other envoys? Asked Wessex. They're still in the palace. I'll go help them. Why did the Empire suddenly launch an attack? How is the battle? I asked. The Empire launched an attack? That is a shameless lie. The Interstellar League's fleet took advantage of your visit to launch a surprise attack on Lido, triggering a war, said Wessex. What? The League was the one who attacked first. I was stunned. So who was telling the truth? For new and low-ranked soldiers like us, the situation was too complicated. The League launched an operation they named Operation Hades, aiming to destroy planet Lido's outer defense. His Majesty was furious, and since we were within the League's defensive line at the time, we were ordered to attack. A part of our main fleet was also deployed immediately to attack the League's command center, said Wessex. This is not possible. When we arrived, we saw a third of the League's fleet around Echo. The rest of the fleet should be too occupied with protecting the League's various territories. Zhang Bauer asked, where would they even find the extra manpower to launch this attack? A third of the fleet? Lord Envoys, you must have gotten your numbers wrong. There are over 1,000 battleships involved in the attack on Lido. At the moment, 1,500 Imperial Milky Way-class battleships are fighting the League outside Lido. We have also deployed 1,000 Milky Way-class battleships here, said Wessex. What? The League actually kept such a large force hidden without us being aware of it. I exclaimed in astonishment. I finally understand why they needed so much iron. Sure, they need iron for energy, but their main goal is to build a secret fleet and increase the League's military strength, said Zhang Bauer. We don't have any definite proof yet. Do not come to a conclusion so easily, I cautioned. Sure. It was merely a hypothesis, said Zhang Bauer. Captain, how is the situation on the battlefield here? I asked Wessex. The Imperial fleet has numerical superiority. We were able to easily defeat the Interstellar League's fleet. About 50 of their battleships were struck down. The rest had fled in disorder. Our main battleships are giving chase. Some had stayed behind to suppress any remaining resistance on the planet, replied Wessex. Captain, I have a request. Please do not slaughter the innocent, I said. Noted, Lord Envoy. I will handle it appropriately. You may come with us, said Wessex. I need to get the others first. I'll meet up with you again later, I said. Immediately, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the horizon. Although it was very far away, we could still see the blinding radiance from the cloud high enough to reach the clouds. Canyue, did you see that? That seems to be, Zhang Bauer said. Nuclear attack. The League is actually using nuclear attacks on Echo. I was filled with disbelief. Lord Envoy, our suppression army has encountered the League's nuclear attack. I need to reinforce them. Try to join me as soon as possible after picking up the other envoys, said the captain anxiously. All right, go. I'll try to meet up with you quickly, I agreed. Next, Starpath turned around and started heading toward the source of the nuclear explosion. All the fighter drones also followed the battleship. The sky above the site of the explosion was still burning. I could feel how powerful the explosion was, and I could imagine how much of the planet's surface had been ravaged by the shockwaves of the explosion. Canyue, do you really plan to meet up with them? Asked Zhang Bauer. Ignore them for now. Get the team leader first, I said. We then turned around and headed toward the palace. Before long, we stopped at the wall protected by electromagnetic waves. Surprisingly, the Imperial fighters had not destroyed the wall when they were attacking the place. Canyue, the wall is still completely fine, remarked Zhang Bauer. Yeah, that only means that the Imperial army had not attacked the palace. I don't know why. It is really odd. I thought the League command they wanted to destroy was in there. I wondered. I suddenly have a thought, but I don't know if I'm right, said Zhang Bauer. Spit it out. I urged. Perhaps the Empire was afraid that they would accidentally harm their own. That's why they left the palace alone, said Zhang Bauer. Their own? You mean there are Imperial spies inside? I asked. Truly worthy of being my brother. You got it so quickly, said Zhang Bauer. That makes sense. What a surprise, Bauer. You have improved greatly in terms of logical thinking. Well, let's ignore all that for now. We need to get through this electromagnetic wall, I said. While I was still thinking, Zhang Bauer suddenly opened fire with his fighter. The green laser beams and the yellow tracer projectiles struck the wall. It did not take long for him to punch a hole through the wall made of steel and some other hard materials. Something even more peculiar happened when Zhang Bauer suddenly opened the door of his fighter. Dondon utilized his air fission technology to fly toward the hole with 4 high-energy cluster bombs. After installing the bombs, he hurriedly retreated. Canyue, let's pull back a bit, said Zhang Bauer after all that was done. Even an idiot would understand what Zhang Bauer was intending to do. I quickly set my fighter to soar high into the sky. A blinding explosion erupted from the ground. A part of the wall was blasted away, resulting in the deactivation of the electromagnetic wave network. We took the chance to rush into the palace. Sing, do you hear me? I immediately called out to them after the electromagnetic system went down. Canyue, I hear you. Where are you? Old Du's voice came. Old Du, we have obtained 2 fighters. We're on our way to pick you up. How are the team leader and the others? I asked. The team leader and the others were brought to the underground palace by the guards to hide from the attack. I was away on a different mission, so I was able to stay in the palace. I have been trying to contact you, but I've kept failing, said Old Do. There is an electromagnetic defensive system here scrambling our communication system. Where are you? We'll come get you, I said. I think I'm at the Queen's personal palace. It's right behind the Prince's palace, said Old Do. Old Do, what mission do you have in the Queen's bedroom? Teased Zhongbauer. Don't joke around. I have completed the mission. Come pick me up quickly. There is a type of fierce patrol dog here. They are diligently patrolling the area. Be careful, said Old Do. Can't you leave with your thrusters? Asked Zhongbauer. No. After I completed the first mission with the team leader, I gave her my suit and only kept my gun and communicator with me. That way, someone else can use the suit in the underground palace. There is an even more important mission down there, said Old Do. Where did you get all these missions? Asked Zhongbauer. Where did you get all these questions? Pick me up first. I'm on the 3rd floor, said Old Do. Old Do, we have arrived above your location. I'll go down to get you. Remember, hide yourself well. The Queen's palace was located in a secluded area behind the main palace building that housed the audience hall. Right in front of the Queen's palace was a small patch of eye-grabbing grass. This field was entirely different from the ash-gray grassland I had seen all over Akko. I controlled my fighter and descended slowly. I stopped and hovered before a window on the 3rd floor of the palace. The fighter was so well designed that its engine was completely silent when I descended. Old Do, I'm outside the window on the 3rd floor. I'm going in to get you. Where are you? I asked. I'm in a room in the middle part of the 3rd floor. The door of the room is covered by a curtain of knitted vine. There is also a pharaoh canine outside the door. Be careful, said Old Do. Wait there. I'll be there immediately, I said before opening the door and preparing to enter through the window. Canyue, take the cloak of invisibility with you. It will help you hide. I won't charge you this time, said Domo. The pharaoh canine probably has a strong sense of smell. The cloak won't help. I'm going to use force. Don't worry, I said. I turned on my shield and tightened my grip on my gun before jumping through the window. The palace was decorated delicately in a style suited for a woman. I wasn't in the mood to appreciate the decorations, so I ignored my surroundings and went straight for Old Do. Suddenly, 2 red dogs, which were shining brightly as if they were burning, came out from the 2 side rooms. The 2 dogs had sharp and long ears, and their tongues drooped from their mouths, constantly dripping drops of burning saliva. Good lord. Why did the Queen keep such pets? This is a fire hazard, I said. The moment we met, the 2 pharaoh canines charged toward me without making any other sound. I raised my gun and downed the pharaoh canine right in front of my face. However, the second canine managed to bite my thigh. Its bite force was so strong that I could feel it even through my powerful morph-capable shield. This pharaoh canine's bite strength is too scary, I exclaimed. Be very careful. I actually saw these pharaoh canines feast on steel earlier, said Old Do. What animal is it? It eats metal as food? Canyue, be careful. Do you need my help? Asked Zhongbauer with concern. A few native dogs won't be able to harm me. Stay where you are. I'll come get you, Old Do, I said confidently. I flicked my leg strongly in my attempt to fling the canine away. However, the canine's bite strength was beyond my expectations. It kept its jaws clamped around my shield and was stuck to me. Since I was running out of time, I did not bother wasting more time on it. I aimed my gun at its head and pulled the trigger. The canine immediately dropped to the ground. No matter how strong you are, you won't be the match of a gun, I thought. After taking a corner along the corridor, I saw a room with a curtain of knitted vines. 3 pharaoh canines were seated in front of the door. Old Do, I saw your room. Wait. I'll be there in 30 seconds, I said to the communicator. The 3 pharaoh canines saw me at the same time. They did not hesitate to charge toward me together. With my previous experience dealing with these canines, I turned on the tracking bullet mode immediately. My tracking bullets accurately traced and shot all 3 canines down. Then, I rushed to the door and pushed the curtain open. With one gaze, I saw Old Do hiding behind a table. Get up. The way out is cleared, I said smugly. I have been waiting for quite a while. These canines had appeared suddenly. I don't know who released them, said Old Do. I was about to extend my shield over to Old Do before retreating when I saw a massive silhouette come behind me out of the corner of my eye. I turned around and saw a massive pharaoh canine that was 10 times larger than the canines I had encountered. It suddenly jumped out of a side room and pounced at me. Canyue, careful. Old Do exclaimed in alarm. The massive pharaoh canine pounced on me and pushed me to the ground. Fortunately, my morph-capable shield protected me from its fangs and claws. Both my hands were pressed down by the canine's 2 paws, so I couldn't even shoot at it. Old Do raised his gun upon seeing my predicament. Old Do, don't use the fatal mode. Use the tranquilizer, I shouted. I saw Old Do change the mode of his gun before firing at the massive pharaoh canine. Surprisingly, the pharaoh canine's skin was impressively tough and blocked the shot. The massive beast had my arms and legs pressed on the ground with its 4 paws while drops of liquid flame constantly dripped out of its mouth. Although the liquid flame couldn't break through my shield, it was still a disgusting experience. Old Do fired his gun continuously when 3 smaller pharaoh canines suddenly rushed out of the corridor. They ran over and pounced on Old Do. Shit, Old Do doesn't have a shield, I recalled anxiously. With all four of my limbs pressed against the ground, I couldn't extend my shield to also cover old Do. I could only watch helplessly as danger arrived for him. I was on the verge of activating my emergency thrusters when I heard the sound of cluster bombs exploding. I raised my head and saw that a big hole had appeared on the stomachs of each of the three canines jumping toward old Do at the same time. The giant beast on top of me also suddenly collapsed with a big hole in its stomach. Its tongue remained hanging outside of its mouth even until the moment of its death. When I looked up, I saw Zhang Bauer and his smoking muzzle. If I hadn't appeared in time, both of us would be in deep shit. What did you claim earlier? You can handle this alone, said Zhang Bauer smugly. You're crazy? You killed all of them, I said reproachfully. You're too conservative. They were threatening old Do's life. I wouldn't have been able to save you in time if I didn't use cluster bombs, said Zhang Bauer. It's fine, Canyue. It might not be a good thing to leave a beast like this alive. Also, the other canines outside are still alive. I don't know where these beasts had come from. Who reared them? And what's that person's goal? Said old Do. Of course, old Do's well-being was much more important than some beasts. After I extended my shield to cover old Do, the three of us ran toward the window. During our retreat, the Pharaoh canines didn't stop us, and we were able to smoothly jump through the window and board our fighters. Both old Do and Domo were squeezed into the back seat behind me. Old Do, do we go to the underground palace for Zhang Xing and the others now? I asked. They're at the underground palace, which is safe, so there is no rush. We still have one more mission to complete before we can pick them up, said old Do. What missions are you guys doing exactly? I asked. Not long after you left, Prince Taurus returned. He was able to see that you guys had escaped with one glance, old Do started. Did he make things hard for you? I asked. No. Instead, he asked for our help, said old Do. Help? What help does he need? I asked. Prince Taurus wants us to retrieve 2 items for him. First, he wanted us to go to his royal father's room and get the scepter symbolizing royal power before handing it to King Xido. Secondly, he wants us to go to the queen's room to retrieve the Edict of Throne Inheritance, said old Do. Royal scepter and Edict of Throne Inheritance. I muttered. Yes. War had erupted suddenly. The prince and the king need to command the war efforts, and the prince does not trust anyone else to carry out the mission. Thus, he hopes that we will help, said old Do. Something did not feel right to me, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Zhang Xing and I agreed to help the prince. We first went to King Xido's room to get the scepter before returning to the war command room to hand the scepter to the prince, said old Do. You retrieved the royal scepter from the king's room. You make it sound so easy. Did you not encounter the Pharaoh canine there? I asked. No, I feel doubtful as well. The room was completely unguarded, said old Do. That doesn't make any sense, I said. Yes, that was what I thought as well. When I asked the prince, he said that the palace walls are covered by an electromagnetic system. They believe the walls can't be penetrated. Thus, they rarely need guards inside the palace itself. That makes sense, somewhat, said old Do. Why did you separate with Zhang Xing after handing the royal scepter over? Asked Zhang Bauer. At the time, the League's fleet had been defeated by the Empire. Fighter drones might come at any time, so the prince had us and those in the command center enter the underground palace. The entrance to the underground palace is at the corner of the main palace. I was worried that we would make for a conspicuous target if we retreated together due to our large numbers. Since it is much easier for me to move around alone, I decided to go after the edict before meeting up with them. Since there are no guards in the palace, I even gave her my shield, said old Do. So did you get the edict? I asked. Yes. I notified Prince Taurus and Zhang Xing the moment I got the edict. The prince immediately asked me about the contents of the edict, said old Do. Who did the king design as the successor? I asked. Old Do took a delicate scroll from his suit and handed it to me as he said, see for yourself. I carefully unfurled the scroll and saw the contents clearly. After the 21st king of the kingdom of Akko retires, the first in line to the throne will be Prince Arid. The second in line to the throne will be Prince Taurus. Prince Arid is first in line to the throne, I said. Yes. I was also surprised. I thought Arid was imprisoned by the king, said old Do. Did you tell Prince Taurus about the contents? I asked. Yes, I told the prince and the team leader immediately. At the time, they were in the process of entering the underground palace. After entering, all communications will be cut off. The prince had me head to the underground palace with the edict, said old Do. How did you end up trapped here by the Pharaoh canines? I asked. When I was about to head to the underground palace, a large number of Pharaoh canines appeared out of nowhere, trapping me here, said old Do. This is so weird. Who's trying to kill old Do? Who released these beasts? Asked Zhang Bauer. While I was trapped, I had a new idea, so I assigned a new mission to myself, said old Do. What mission? I asked. I intend to go meet Prince Arid first instead of going straight to the underground palace, said old Do. Prince Arid? Do you know where he is? Asked Zhang Bauer. No, I only know that he was imprisoned by the king, said old Do. Where should we look for him, then? This is not a small planet, said Domo. I think old Do makes sense. Things are getting too odd, especially things concerning King Xido. He wrote the edict himself, and if he is aware that Prince Taurus isn't the first in line to the throne, why did he have Prince Taurus get the edict? There are so many people he can order around in the palace. It is impossible for the king to not have a single person he can trust, I said. I think so as well. I even suspect that getting the edict was Prince Taurus's personal idea, said Old Do. In other words, Prince Taurus wants to be the king, said Zhang Bauer. Duh, fatty, I reckon that if you were the prince, you would have rebelled for the throne long ago, said Domo. You bastard. If Canyue isn't here, I would have put a bullet in your head already, said Zhang Bauer. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from far away. When we looked up, we saw some Imperial shuttles rushing through the atmosphere. This is bad. The Imperial foot soldiers are coming. They'll probably be the Imperial police force. They are going to take control over the ground level as well, said Domo. Those damn drones are probably coming as well, complained Zhang Bauer. All right. Our top priority is to look for Prince Arid and learn more from him. This is a mysterious prince we have yet to meet. Perhaps we can figure out the truth after meeting him, which will certainly make it easier for us to decide the position we should take for this conflict, said Old Do. Canyue, Old Do, I have a few questions, Zhang Bauer suddenly said. Just say what you have in mind. Now isn't the time to be beating around the bush, I said. Old Do, you said that Zhang Xing and the others also have an important mission in the underground palace. What is it? Asked Zhang Bauer. According to Prince Taurus, the situation is urgent. According to Planet Akko's traditions, a successor to the throne must be appointed during wartime to prevent internal chaos in case a mishap happens to the king. That is why we were sent to retrieve the royal scepter and the royal edict, said Old Do. Was Prince Taurus the one who requested for Zhang Xing and the others to go to the underground palace? I asked. Yes. The prince was afraid of mutiny, so he had us help him stabilize the situation, said Old Do. That's reasonable from the prince's point of view. My second question is, do you think Prince Taurus was the one who released the Pharaoh canines? Asked Zhang Bauer. Damn, Zhang Bauer. He finally voiced the same question everyone had but was unwilling to say, I thought inwardly. After hearing the question, Old Do sank into several seconds of silence before saying, initially, I suspected the same. Prince Taurus is the most suspicious since he stands to gain the most. However, he is also our brother in arms and had once battled alongside us. Deep inside, I don't believe that's the case. Thus, I still believe Prince Taurus isn't the culprit, said Old Do. Old Do, you shouldn't let emotions cloud your judgment, said Zhang Bauer. The sounds of shuttles outside became louder as they approached the ground. However, we didn't even have a new destination in mind. Emotional nerds, if you keep talking, it will be too late for you to do anything. Let me bestow upon you some of my wisdom, Domo suddenly said. What do you know, dwarf, said Zhang Bauer. Think about it. Who would the inheritance affect most? Without a doubt, it would be Taurus and Arid, said Domo, ignoring Zhang Bauer's provocation. Duh, isn't that obvious, said Zhang Bauer. Stop, Bauer. Let Domo finish, I said. It's clear. Prince Taurus would definitely need to stay beside the king at this time to show his loyalty. If he goes after the edict himself and the king learns about it, what would the king think about him? You're still too young. You don't understand the deeper implications behind things, said Domo. What Domo said was reasonable, so Zhang Bauer did not say anything. If Prince Taurus has the ability to stick with the king and release those pharaoh canines before entering the underground palace, he can always retrieve the edict behind the king's back as well. Thus, your suspicion is ill-founded, Domo continued. Domo makes sense, Old Do said. Who else would care so much about the edict? Domo asked. Prince Arid, replied Zhang Bauer, even if he hated to agree with Domo. Fatty, you finally learned to use your brain. Yes, it's Prince Arid. He did not know who we were, but he must have been observing us from the dark and protecting the edict. Thus, I believe the pharaoh canines were released by Prince Arid. It is very likely that he is hiding in the palace under us, said Domo smugly. Zhang Bauer decided to shut his mouth because Domo's analysis seemed very logical. That's reasonable. Domo, what a surprise, I praised. Yes, what Domo said is reasonable. In that case, is Prince Arid actually hiding in the Queen's palace under us? I can go in with Canyue to search the place. Bauer, stay in the fighter and cover us, said Old Do. The Imperial shuttles had reached the outer fringe of the palace complex. They were near enough that we could see countless foot soldiers and tanks pouring out of them. We're running out of time. Go and return as fast as possible. Make sure you find Prince Arid, said Zhang Bauer. Bauer, give your morph-capable shield to Old Do, I said. Dondon opened the door and flew over with Zhang Bauer's shield device. Old Do immediately installed the device on his wrist. I then controlled the fighter to land on the lawn of the Queen's palace. With Domo staying to guard the fighter, Old Do and I hopped out. Old Do, be careful of your surroundings. Watch out for the pharaoh canines. We'll enter together, I said. We walked right through the unguarded front door. It was completely quiet inside the palace. There were no signs anywhere of any guards or pharaoh canines. Old Do and I covered each other as he carefully searched every nook and cranny. We were trying to look for hidden passages or basements that would serve as hiding spots. Canyue, this is weird. All the pharaoh canines are missing, said Old Do. Yes. Let's go upstairs and look at the canines we hid earlier, I said. We had searched the first and second floors and found nothing. Thus, we decided to go to the third floor. The giant canine and the 3 smaller canines were still lying on the ground. Oddly, the ones that were struck unconscious and not killed were gone. Weird. Where are the pharaoh canines? The tranquilizer should last 24 hours. It has only been a few minutes, yet they're already gone. I wondered doubtfully. This makes it obvious that someone was here. There is someone else, the same person who had taken all the canines away, said Old Do. Be on guard. There must be someone else here. Looks like Bauer was right, I said. I could feel adrenaline being pumped all throughout my body. I did not enjoy this feeling of being spied upon from the dark. Canyue, Old Do, faster. The Imperial foot soldiers are starting to bombard the palace walls, Zhang Bauer's urgent voice rang out. Canyue, look, said Old Do as he pointed at a window after scanning the room. I ran over and saw that on the frame of the window were signs of some red liquid that had dripped onto it. That's the fiery red saliva of the pharaoh canine, I said. Yes, it looks like someone had climbed through this window with the canines, said Old Do. I immediately looked out, but there was nothing when I looked down from the window. When I looked up, I saw a crystal ladder hanging from the roof. There is a transparent crystal ladder leading to the roof here. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't paying close attention. Let's go up, I said. We leaped out of the window and grabbed the ladder before climbing up toward the roof. Before long, we were on the roof. The roof was basically a square platform with a thick chimney. Once we came up, rumbling sounds rang out from afar. From the roof, we could clearly see the Imperial army bombarding the palace wall with their cannons. Canyue, faster. The Imperial army will probably break through in 10 minutes, came Zhang Bauer's voice. Old Do and I quickly searched the platform on the roof. The platform wasn't too big, and everything was visible at a glance. There was no place to hide on the roof. Then, our gazes landed on the massive chimney. Canyue, I believe this chimney is an entrance leading somewhere. Someone must have taken the ladder off the chimney, said Old Do. Yeah, look, there is a faint footprint on the outside of the chimney, I said. We knew what to do as we activated our thrusters at the same time and flew right above the chimney. It was pitch black inside it. I nodded at Old Do as we entered the chimney in a straight line. The inner wall of the chimney was not filled with ashes. Rather, the wall was so clean that not even a speck of dust could be seen. Obviously, the wall had been painted with some unique paint. We descended slowly. Before long, we reached the bottom. There, I saw a switch and a transparent ladder that had been withdrawn to the ground. This must be it. Be careful, said Old Do. I turned on my searchlight and scanned my surroundings. The space was small, so it did not take me long to discover a well-concealed black door on the black wall. This must be the room, said Old Do. I pointed at the door with my chin. Old Do immediately understood my meaning. He took 2 steps back and prepared to charge forth with his sturdy body to knock the door off. Just as he was about to make his move, the door opened with a creak. A bright light shone through the opened door. Standing in the bright room was a frail silhouette. Old Do and I quickly stepped forth. A young and immature face appeared before our eyes. The youngster before us resembled Prince Taurus, but he was much thinner. His hair was blue while his eyes were light blue instead of the dark blue like Prince Taurus' size. You're Prince Arid? Old Do asked. Come in. I know why you're here, said the youngster. Old Do and I stepped through the door and were immediately stunned. Beyond the door was a spacious and cozy room. We could clearly see that there were several luxurious suites there as well. These rooms were all hidden behind the walls of the 3rd floor. At the corner of the room was a pharaoh canine lying on its belly. It was observing us cautiously. Please take a seat. I am Prince Arid. I have been waiting quite a while for you. I considered giving you some hints, but I ultimately decided to see if you could find this place without help, said Arid. Respected Prince, why are you hiding here? Asked Old Do. You should tell me why you're here instead, especially you, big guy. Why did you steal the royal edict? You're probably with Prince Taurus, said Prince Arid. Prince, do not misunderstand. There is no question that we will uphold justice and not be biased toward anyone, said Old Do. The royal edict has been kept in my royal mother's precious chest. None of us have the right to open it. Have you seen the contents of the edict? So who did royal father name his successor? Asked Prince Arid. Respected Prince, you're the first in line to the throne, said Old Do. Prince Arid seemed rather emotional when he learned that he was the first in line. I did not expect royal father to still support me. I never expected that, muttered the prince. Were you the one who released the pharaoh canines? I asked. Yes. I must protect the royal edict, said Prince Arid as my question brought him back from his thoughts. Why are you hiding here? What happened? Asked Old Do. Prince Arid was about to answer when loud explosions suddenly rang out. Canyue, the Imperial foot soldiers have broken into the palace. Their drones have also gone through the defenses of the broken electromagnetic wall, Old Do's urgent voice rang out. Old Do, since the Imperial army is here, we'll talk later. Let's leave with the prince first, I said. Old Do then helped the prince out. While leaving, the prince did not forget to grab a backpack on the table. The pharaoh canine also stood up and jumped into the prince's arms. We ran outside, and before long, we were on the roof. The 2 fighters were already waiting for us. I signaled Old Do with my eyes, and he immediately headed toward Zhang Bauer's fighter. Meanwhile, I brought the prince into my fighter. Brother, watch your dog. Don't let it bite me, said Domo nervously when he saw the pharaoh canine. Then, our fighters rose to the sky. The Imperial soldiers and drones immediately noticed us. About a dozen of the drones instantly flew toward us. Bauer, prepare for combat, I said. Oddly, the drones retreated quickly after scanning us. Looks like Captain Wessex has entered our description into the Imperial combat system. The system sees us as allies, said Old Do. Great. I'm stressed out just looking at these drones. Every single time we fought them, they were unrelenting, said Zhang Baoer gleefully. We then looked down at the ground and saw that the entire palace complex had been occupied by Imperial forces. Flames could be seen burning the distant airport and the town. The Imperial army was slowly sweeping through the surface strongholds all over the planet. The powerful offensive had smashed through the Akko army. As for the location where a nuclear warhead was set off earlier, we could see the gathered battleships and fighter drones slowly dispersing. They were moving away to provide support to the ground forces that had landed on the planet. I did not expect the king's army to be so weak. The Interstellar League abandoned us so easily, said Prince Urid sorrowfully. Zhang Baoer and I slowly flew our fighters through the sky. Intense sounds of explosions could be heard from the distant town. Flames were raging all over the town while thick black smoke covered the sky above the town. I told Captain Wessex to not harm innocents, but I did not expect that there would still be so many casualties. I sighed. Casualties can't be avoided in war. It is impossible to protect everyone. The best option has always been to avoid war, said Old Du. Canyue, we need to go underground to help the team leader and the others, said Zhang Baoer. We headed toward a corner of the palace complex. A few seconds later, we arrived above the entrance to the underground palace. The place was filled with over 1,000 Imperial soldiers and dozens of tanks. There were also about 100 drones hovering in the air, completely surrounding the area. Even more worrying was the Milky Way-class battleship that could be seen slowly approaching from afar. This is bad. Looks like the Empire is going to attack the underground palace, I said. Canyue, look. There are two familiar figures down there, said Old Du. I looked down and saw the black and white gondos. What a shitty day. Why are these two bastards here? I thought. Canyue, what now? If we go down, the black and white gondos will definitely kill us. If we attack them, the Imperial system will label us as hostile, said Zhang Baoer anxiously. We can't let them attack the underground palace and put the team leader and the others in danger. Prepare to attack. We will scatter the soldiers and get them out, I said. You don't need to throw your lives away. The enemies won't be able to breach the underground palace, Prince Urid suddenly said. Why do you say that? I asked in astonishment. The underground palace is defended by the core itself. Nothing standing on planet Echo itself will be able to pierce through the core's gravitational zone. This is a situation unique to Echo, said Prince Urid. What principle is that? Are you telling me that a part of the planet's core works like a black hole, capable of absorbing everything? Asked Old Du. Exactly. Records of that phenomenon are clearly preserved in the Royal Library. The unique core is the reason this planet has been able to survive against the intense ultraviolet rays from the two Epsilon Canis Majoris stars. After the ultraviolet rays penetrate the ground, they are absorbed by the powerful core, said Urid. In that case, how had your people gone through the defensive layer to the underground palace? Asked Old Du. We did not go through the defensive layer. We had accidentally found an open space inside the core itself. We then made use of the open space to construct an underground palace, said Urid. If that is true, wouldn't the team leader and the others be fine? In that case, we should let these Imperial soldiers continue working for nothing, I said. Where should we go now? Asked Zhang Baoer. Why don't we go to my uncle's, Prince Ged's, place? He has a private army at the state of Henda, said Urid. Might as well. How do we reach Henda? I asked. The fighter's database should have the coordinates. You can perform a search, said Urid. Dondon, perform the search, I said. I had gotten a habit of having Dondon handle tedious tasks like this. A few minutes later, Dondon found Henda's coordinates. He shared the coordinates with me, and we started flying toward Henda. Looking down from high above, we could see that a majority of the ground had been occupied by the Imperial army. Wreckage of many destroyed weapons could be seen all over the ground. We also saw that a large number of Echo soldiers had been taken captive. The defensive system of an entire kingdom has actually been destroyed in such a short period of time. The dynasty is on the verge of collapse, the prince sighed. Henda seemed to be rather far away from the capital. The Imperial army's ground forces and shuttles had moved rapidly. They had taken a short time to occupy a large part of the planet. Our fighters continued flying inland. The farther we went, the fewer signs of battle we saw. A few hours later, we arrived at the area the Imperial army had yet to reach. The citizens of Echo were in chaos as numerous vehicles were moving deeper inland. All roads were flooded with refugees, and the occasional bird-shaped fighters could be seen patrolling the sky. We had obviously come to an area still under the control of the Kingdom of Echo. This is probably the last stand of the kingdom, said the prince with yet another sigh. Henda is quite remote. Will this place be able to even put up a fight? Asked Zhang Baoer. Sigh. Prince Ged is the younger brother of Royal Mother. Royal Father had intentionally conferred him land near the equator to prevent the members of external clans from gaining too much power. This place is generally extremely hot during the day, to the point standing on the ground is extremely difficult. Most of the people here reside in caves and live underground, said Prince Urid. Looks like the struggle for authority is something consistent across all planets, regardless of size, I said with a sigh. However, my uncle has a powerful and loyal private army. I hope he can lead them and arrange an effective counterattack against the invaders, said Prince Urid hopefully. We continued flying inland. Shortly after, we reached the planet's equator. The surface temperature was as high as 60 degrees Celsius. Thanks to the powerful ultraviolet rays, the ash-gray flora was the only sign of life on the ground. The environment here is too harsh. This is truly a place you would exile someone to, said Domo. Prince, do you know where your uncle's army is? I asked. As soon as I asked, 4 bird-shaped fighters emerged from the clouds and surrounded us. On these fighters, I could clearly see the same blue cloud marks that our fighters also had. The 2 fleeing fighters. Please give us your designation number, came a voice from the communicator. We don't have a designation number. What now? Asked Dondan. We're special forces in charge of escorting Prince Arid. We don't have a designation number. Prince Arid is with us. Please lead us to Prince Ged, I said. Prince Arid? Please wait. We will perform the identity verification, came the reply. Special forces? You're quite a story maker, Canyue, said Zhongbauer with a laugh. Please follow me. I'll show you the landing site ahead of us. Everyone else, split up and escort the prince. An answer came a minute later. The 4 fighters around us immediately dispersed. One led the way in front of us while the other 3 surrounded and escorted us as we advanced. The 6 fighters flew over the ash-gray shrubs and hills. About 10 minutes later, the front fighter spun and then descended into the ground. I followed the descending fighter and saw a pitch-black tunnel between 2 hills. Utilizing the guided flight mode, I entered the tunnel leading into the ground. It was slanted downward. I could clearly see several thick steel doors in the tunnel that, according to my laser scans, would close after we flew through them. After flying through the final door, a massive underground airport appeared before my eyes. I hovered at the designated position and had my fighter slowly descend to the ground. After the fighter landed, its door opened. Prince Arid immediately jumped off the fighter and ran toward a middle-aged military official standing not far away. The Red Pharaoh K9 was also running behind the prince. Zhongbauer jumped out of his fighter and said, looks like that's his uncle. It doesn't matter. We only need to know if this is a friend or an enemy, I replied. We then walked forth and stopped before Prince Ged. Prince Ged had long, deep blue hair and the gruff face of someone who had experienced much in life. I'm Prince Ged. Thank you for rescuing Prince Arid. I am aware of your heroic feats, warriors. Unfortunately, I can't give you your deserved welcome due to our current circumstances. I need to go to the battle command and make my next plans, said Prince Ged as he extended his hand toward us. I shook the prince's hand and voiced my request. No problem. We don't need to rest. We hope to participate in the strategy meeting. You are more than welcome to join us. The League is the ally of Akko, after all. Everyone, please come with me, said Prince Ged. While we spoke, a shuttle flew over. Numerous Akko refugees and injured soldiers streamed out of the shuttle when it stopped. The airport personnel were quick to step forth and help the newcomers. Sigh. The refugees and injured soldiers are constantly coming to Milk City. If this continues, I'm afraid that we will reach the limits of the city very soon, said Prince Ged. Milk City? I asked. That's the name of this underground city. We have 5 wells here that produce a type of milky white liquid. The wells serve as the water source for the whole city, hence the name, said Prince Ged. After the conversation, we followed the prince out of the underground airport toward the battle command room. This prince is much friendlier than those arrogant bastards we met previously, said Zhongbauer. I hope he can help us save the team leader and the others. They are all stuck in the underground palace right now. This can't go on forever, I said. After leaving the airport, we arrived at a massive underground city. The city was built underground, avoiding the high temperature of the surface while also making use of the light energy from the 2 stars of Epsilon Canis Majoris to provide the power needed by those living in this city. In the city, we saw several massive wells. Massive hauler vehicles were constantly pumping water out of the well to provide for the city. At the same time, some refugees and wounded soldiers were being led by the city residents to some temporary refugee camps in the city. Shortly after, we arrived at the battle command center. 2 sturdy Akko warriors were standing guard outside the command center's door. Each warrior was equipped with a ray gun. The 2 guards looked much more spirited than the ones I had seen in the Imperial Palace. Several individuals clad in military uniforms were already in the command center. They were busy with their own job, and when they saw Prince Ged arrive, they all stood at attention and saluted him. Prince Ged waved at them and asked, Aiden, where has the Imperial offensive reached? Reporting to the prince, the Imperial vanguard has reached a town at the border of Henda, Fudo. Our fighters were forced to retreat after an intense battle with their fighter drones. Our ground troops couldn't resist the attack from their battleships, so they were forced to go underground. The enemy foot soldiers are already starting to attack the underground city of Fudo, replied the military official called Aiden. Sigh. We are disadvantaged by our lack of battleships. Have the Fudo residents retreated? Asked Prince Ged. About 90% of them have retreated. The rest are slow-moving wounded individuals. Our army is fighting with their lives to cover the retreat, said Aiden. What is the estimated time to complete the retreat? Asked Prince Ged. We estimate that the wounded individuals will need 2 to 3 hours, said Aiden. I can only give them 2 more hours. The moment that period is up, the Fudo army must retreat to prevent encirclement and elimination. Of course, they have to make sure that the wounded individuals have all retreated before their own retreat. Otherwise, the commander of the Fudo army will be punished in accordance with military law, said Prince Ged. Roger. I'll pass on the order, said Aiden. Kelly, are there any new updates on our intelligence? Asked Prince Ged after he was done with Aiden. We captured an Imperial police officer. We learned that the Divine Empire has named this mission Operation Typhoon. They aim to conquer the entire planet Echo within 48 hours, said Kelly. Emperor Fee is truly becoming ambitious. He thinks he can eliminate the kingdom of Echo in only 48 hours, said Prince Ged with a snort. The situation is urgent. Apart from our Henda, Pulin of Prince Ajulo, and Hanlin of Count Fekax, 80% of the planet has fallen to the enemy, replied Kelly, the intelligence official. The main reason for the rapid defeat is the lame performance of the Interstellar League. The old king had been badly manipulated by the League politicians, said Prince Ged with a sigh. Uncle, we can't surrender. No matter what, we need to reorganize our army, rescue Royal Father, and launch a counterattack, said Prince Arid. Only then did the other military officials in the room realize that Prince Arid was with them. They quickly stood up and gave him a salute. Prince, we won't surrender so easily. Don't worry. The kingdom of Echo has stood tall for hundreds of years. Not a single king and prince has ever surrendered to an enemy, said Prince Ged firmly. Respected prince, can I ask if the army has a new plan to deal with the invasion? I asked. Baron Sissa is my war advisor. He will present our next plan, said Prince Ged. Roger, answered a young military official beside Prince Ged. Baron Sissa then turned on a hologram projector, projecting a clear map into the room. According to the map, right behind Fudo was the final city between Milk City and Fudo, Goldsteel City. Goldsteel City has a high terrain because it is nestled amid a series of steep mountain peaks. It is the final gate to Milk City. The city is filled with bunkers, and its sole entrance is at a steep elevation halfway up a mountain. The enemies will have to go through countless bunkers and pay a high price regardless of whether they are attacking from land or air, said Baron Sissa. What if they decide to use their battleship and just level the mountains? What if they just skip the city altogether? Asked Zhang Bauer. We're not afraid of the mountains being leveled. We're more afraid of them getting into the city. There are several important tunnels connecting Goldsteel City and Milk City. If the enemies skip Goldsteel City to attack Milk City directly, the people here can quickly retreat to Goldsteel City. Furthermore, Milk City is also an easily guarded and hard to attack city. The two cities form a perfect duo because they can support each other, said Baron Sissa. I understand. To take both cities, one has to use force and take at least one down first and lock all means of escape for the other city. Rather than taking a detour, the Imperial Army would rather borrow their current momentum and launch an assault against Goldsteel City, said Old Du. Yes, this warrior is right. The Imperial Army must have learned of the two cities. To take Milk City, they must take Goldsteel City first, said Prince Ged. Thus, we must defend the sturdy fort known as Goldsteel City and perform well in the upcoming battle, said Baron Sissa. We will follow the advisor's suggestions. Make the arrangements as quickly as possible. How many soldiers do we still have in Goldsteel? Asked Prince Ged as he turned to look at Aiden. We have about 2,000 elite assault soldiers and about 50 tanks. We also have about 200 rail cannons and laser towers scattered over the various bunkers. How can a military so small stop the Imperial Army? Just their tens of thousands of drones are enough to outnumber you, said Zhang Bauer. Aiden, transfer the 500 special assault soldiers under me and 30 fighters from Milk City to help Goldsteel City with the defense, commanded Prince Ged. Your Highness, these fighters are the last we have. If we transfer them over, our remaining forces won't be enough to guarantee your safety, said Baron Sissa with worry. Ignore my safety. Our kingdom is on the verge of destruction. Can anyone really be safe when the kingdom is destroyed? I only hope that the soldiers can defend the city with everything they have for 3 days. 3 days later, retreat to Milk City immediately, commanded Prince Ged. Prince, will we receive reinforcements after the 3 days pass? Asked Baron Sissa. Order the soldiers. Defend for 3 days. After 3 days, the result of the battle will become apparent, said Prince Ged firmly. Roger. I'll make the arrangements, replied Baron Sissa. Also, Aiden, transfer all civilians of Goldsteel City to Milk City through the tunnels within 12 hours. If you overlook any civilian and cause any civilian casualty, you will be punished in accordance with military law, said Prince Ged. Roger. The mission will be accomplished, replied Aiden. Everyone, get to your tasks. Dismissed, said Prince Ged. Loves his people like his children, strict and impartial with the military. This Prince Ged is quite an impressive individual, I praised inwardly. Done with his arrangements, Prince Ged turned to face us and said, Warriors, do you wish to join the battle or do you wish to wait at the command center? I looked at Zhang Bauer and Old Du both looked at me with resolute expressions. To lower the casualties among the civilians, we are willing to participate in the battle and buy more time for everyone, I said firmly. Well said. Li Canyue is truly as the rumors say, a responsible person and a stout defender of justice. Go. I'll be right behind you. Remember, try to last at least 3 days. Even if you die, make sure to have your corpse stand in the way of your enemies, said Prince Ged. We were all youngsters, so the talk of war caused our blood to boil. We promised loudly and prepared for battle in a high-spirited man to avoid exposure. All fighters must be moved through the underground tunnels. All combatants will be taking the underground trains to reach Goldsteel City, said Baron Sissa. We took our leaves from the two princes and were led by Baron Sissa to Milk City's train station. The train station was located underneath the city. The massive tunnels connected to the station were built deeper under the mountainous terrain, making these tunnels even harder to discover than the underground city. Before long, all combatants were gathered at the train station. The station was filled with soldiers slated to reinforce Goldsteel City. The platforms were filled with soldiers waiting for their respective trains. There were 2 floors to the platforms. A large group was standing on the upper platform while only a small group was on the lower platform. Why don't we wait at the lower platform? It's so messy to have everyone squeezed here, said Zhang Bauer. The lower platform is for arrivals, not departures, explained Baron Sissa. But shouldn't things change during wartime? You guys are too rigid, said Zhang Bauer, acting like he was some sort of veteran. Baron Sissa merely smiled and refrained from saying anything. Sounds of train wheels grinding against the railway suddenly rang out from afar. Before long, we saw a train with 6 coaches coming out of the dark tunnel. It seemed to have rushed straight up from the ground at a 180-degree angle before slowing down and stopping at the train station. Numerous civilians streamed out of the train. It was obvious these were the refugees from Goldsteel City. After all the refugees left, 2 massive mechanical arms descended from above, grabbed the front of the train, and dragged it toward the railway in front of us. Warriors, our train has arrived, said Baron Sissa. We immediately entered the train and sat down. Each seat was equipped with 3 belts. Is this going to be a shaky ride? You need 3 seat belts, asked Zhang Bauer. The train is probably very fast. Just keep the belt on, I said when I saw the soldiers around us strapping the belts on. Then, the green signal in the train lit up. Dear passengers, please remain in your seats. The train will be moving at a high speed shortly, said Baron Sissa. How fast can it be? Asked Zhang Bauer. He had merely finished his words when I felt the 3 belts tighten around my body, firmly strapping me to the seat. Then, the train shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Before I could even adapt to the high speed, the train shot down at a 90-degree angle, shooting straight into the earth. An immense sense of weightlessness assaulted me as I felt like I was floating. The train did not show any signs of stopping. Rather, it shot down faster and faster. The train wheels shrieked loudly from the friction with the railway, making our experience even more intense. I could see that beside me, Zhang Bauer was vomiting his guts out. To the other side, Domo and Dondon were also vomiting like living fountains. The train descended for about 20 minutes, pushing everyone to their limits. Abruptly, the train made a U-turn before going up at a 180-degree angle, shooting straight up. The switch made me feel like my heart was going to pop out of my body. However, it certainly felt much better to be going up than to drop down. After a while, I felt the train slowing down, allowing gravity to take care of the massive inertia from the crazy acceleration earlier. Suddenly, something clicked in my mind, and I understood how this train worked. It made use of gravity to massively accelerate and then borrowed the power of inertia to help the train finish its journey. What shitty technology is this? Sure, it saves energy, but the passenger experience is horrible, I complained inwardly. As I complained inwardly, the train slowly came to a stop. The soldiers left one after another, acting completely fine. Old Du and I were doing decent as well, but after the belts were removed, Zhang Bauer, Domo, and Dondon immediately dropped onto the ground and resumed their session of vomiting. Perhaps you're unused to our transportation system. My apologies, said Baron Sissa. The passenger experience has a lot of room for improvement, I said tersely. We helped the ones who were still feeling sick and walked to the platform. Which squad will we join for the battle? I asked. Warrior Canyue, I gave this a long thought while on the train. I have a suggestion, said Baron Sissa. What suggestion do you have? Feel free to say it. We will follow the plan, I said. That's good to hear. I wish to have you join me in commanding the battle from inside Goldsteel City, said Baron Sissa. Me? Joining the battle command? But I have no experience, I said in astonishment. I believe you have potential in this aspect. Everyone needs to do their best and be in positions best suited for them, said Baron Sissa. Canyue, I agree with Baron Sissa. Soldiers are duty-bound to follow commands. With you part of command, our hearts will also be at ease, said Old Du. Canyue, just go. Old Du and I will go to the battlefield, said Zhang Bauer. Suddenly, an oppressive sound rang out, and the world around us shook. Dust and pebbles dropped from the ceiling above us. This is bad. The enemies are attacking. We need to get to the command center immediately, said Baron Sissa. Domo, Dondon, come to the command center with me. I need your data and experience, I said. So which squad will the 2 of us join? Zhang Bauer asked. Report to the tank division at the eastern gate, said Baron Sissa. Both Zhang Bauer and Old Du were about to move out after receiving their order. Bauer, I called out before they could leave. I took off my shield device and gave it to him. Remember to stay alive. I might come looking for you guys at any time. Zhang Bauer nodded and rushed off with Old Du. The sounds of explosions grew louder and louder as I followed Sissa toward the command center. The city had been transformed into a massive military base. All the civilians had been evacuated and only an endless stream of soldiers could be seen traveling the streets with ammunition and other necessities of war. A few minutes later, we reached the command center. The room was in chaos. Mayor Andy, I am War Advisor Sissa from the General Headquarters. This is Advisor Lee Canyue from the Interstellar League. We're here to help with the battle, said Baron Sissa as he saluted an old military official. Advisor from the Interstellar League? Someone so young? Has he fought in any war at all? Asked the busy Mayor Andy as he looked up from his desk. Reporting to the mayor, I have experience in battles, I said. Is Prince Ged still in Milk City? Asked Mayor Andy, completely ignoring me. the prince still needs to finish up some preparations. He commanded that the defenders must defend Gold Steel City for 3 days regardless of cost. The prince will come and back us up the moment he is done with his preparations, said Baron Sissa. All right. You're here just in time to join us in the battle planning, said Mayor Andy. As the mayor spoke, a young military official projected the hologram of the city from the control desk. The holographic map showed that the Imperial soldiers were pushing in from both the mountain peak and the foot of the mountain. Countless Imperial shuttles could be seen moving around, shipping an unending stream of soldiers into the battlefield. At present, our anti-air artillery has turned the air above our front gate into a no-fly zone. The enemy shuttles can only land at either the mountain peak or the foot of the mountain before releasing their soldiers, said the young official. How many soldiers do we have running interference against the push? Asked the mayor. About a third of our force is running interference, trying to deal as much damage as possible to the enemies, replied the young official. Where are the remaining soldiers? Asked Baron Sissa. Most of them are gathered at the main gate in preparation to face the enemy assault, said the young official. What is the status of their main force? Asked Baron Sissa. They are using medium tanks to weaken our anti-air defense from afar. From the map, we can see that a large number of drones and fighters are being assembled. They are likely preparing for their first push, said the young official. Is this why you have the majority of your army at the main gate? I asked. Yes. That was my train of thought, answered the young official. I suggest that we first have the soldiers gathered at the main gate help the soldiers running interference. The enemy will still need to get through a series of defensive fortifications before actually reaching the main gate. We can take this opportunity to gather our forces and eliminate as many of their combat-capable units as possible, I suggested. Continue, said Mayor Andy. As for the main gate, we should concentrate our weaponry to deal with the enemy drones and fighters. So long as we can obtain an advantage over their ground forces, their fighters and drones won't be able to truly take over the city, I said. I agree with Canyue. We don't need that many soldiers at the main gate for now. We should make full use of them and deal even more damage to the enemy's ground forces, said Baron Sissa. Mayor Andy gave it some thought before saying, we'll adjust our plan according to the advisor's suggestion. Order the squads running interference to focus on the opposing ground forces. The young official immediately implemented the order. At this time, the sounds of explosions had also stopped. Intelligence officer, I need the latest update on the main gate, said Mayor Andy anxiously. Lord Andy, the enemies are mustering their forces. They are preparing to launch an attack on our main gate, said the intelligence officer as he pointed at the concentrated red dots on the map. What is the status of our deployment at the main gate? Asked Mayor Andy. 50 heavy tanks and the 30 bird-shaped fighters from headquarters have all been deployed to the main gate. All the firing ports have been opened. We also have about 100 automatic rail cannons and laser towers near the main gate, said the intelligence officer. Good. Since everything is in place, we'll see what the invaders can do, said Mayor Andy. Reporting to the mayor, the interference units are all in position. They are currently engaging the opposing ground forces in an intense firefight. According to our data, they have successfully slowed down the enemy's advance, said the young official. Tell everyone to slow the enemies down as much as possible and to try to kill as many of them as possible. Do not let them join the battle at the main gate so easily, said Mayor Andy. Intelligence officer, turn the map into a real-time video. I want to take a look at the situation inside and outside the main gate, said Baron Sissa. The intelligence officer did as told and activated the surveillance system. The scenes inside and outside the main gate were then clearly displayed on 2 screens in the room. A battle will break out at any moment, I told myself. Be on full alert, everyone. The enemy fighters are attacking soon. Prepare all our weapons, commanded Mayor Andy. Having received the command, all the personnel in charge of the weapons and fortifications behind the main gate finished their preparations, loaded their weapons, and waited silently for the invasion to begin. From the screen, we could see that 3 Imperial Milky Way-class battleships were hovering far away. Suddenly, the fighter drones launched the first attack without any signal. Over 100 fighter drones shot forth, with a few of them unleashing about a dozen guided missiles toward the main gate. The guided missile struck the steel gate, resulting in a massive explosion. However, the gate stood firm, with a few marks on its surface the sole sign that it had just been attacked. While the fighter drones were attacking, all the rail cannons, laser towers, heavy tanks, and fighters in the city opened fire at the same time. I even saw some foot soldiers madly shooting their ray guns and tracer machine guns from within their bunkers. The fighter drones were submerged in a deluge of bullets, red laser beams, green artillery shells, and yellow guided missiles. In less than 10 minutes, the fighter drones in charge of attacking the gate lost their shields and were completely eliminated. Cheers erupted within the command center. As someone who had witnessed the Empire's true military might, I sighed when I saw their joy. Mayor, the Imperial Army will launch an even stronger offensive soon. Get everyone to calm down and not let a small victory get to their heads, I reminded the mayor anxiously. Order everyone to get to their positions. The enemies will launch an even bigger attack soon, said Baron Sissa. Canyue, can you hear me? Zhang Baoer's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Yes, I can hear you clearly. How are things there, Baoer? I asked. Old Du and I are in charge of a heavy tank. This iron hunk is amazing. Its firepower is incredible, said Zhang Baoer in excitement. The enemies might launch a counterattack immediately. Be careful. Stay in touch with me, I said. Several massive missiles were suddenly unleashed from a Milky Way-class battleship. The missiles streaked through the sky and landed in front of the main gate. Intense explosions erupted, creating a thick purple smoke that reduced visibility to zero. Activate the infrared scanners immediately, commanded Baron Sissa. Reporting, the infrared scanners can't detect anything, said the intelligence officer. Laser scanners and ray scanners. Try everything, said Baron Sissa, who was getting agitated. Even after trying all the scanners, we weren't able to pinpoint the enemy fighters. The purple smoke was clearly produced by some unique materials for the purpose of rendering detection tools ineffective. Reporting to the mayor, a red laser beam is being used to cut the main gate, reported the young official anxiously. Have everyone fire at will, roared Mayor Andy. All the weapons in the city started shooting madly, but they did not seem effective. Reporting to the mayor, the red laser has managed to pierce through the gate. They are currently trying to cut a circular hole into the gate, reported the intelligence officer urgently. This won't do. We're wasting time, I said. What idea do you have? Asked the mayor. This is an emergency. The drones are probably gathered together to create the concentrated laser beam that they are using to cut the gate. I have seen the Empire do this exact thing before. If the purple smoke can block our scanners, it can probably block their own scanners as well, I said. Canyue is right. After so many years of working together, our combat system is rather similar to the Empire's, said Baron Sissa. I suggest we open the side gate and send out a special assault unit to attack their drones from a close range before they notice anything, I said. How do we locate the drones after going out? They are all hiding in the smoke, asked the intelligence officer. The purple smoke is covering a huge zone. Just form a square formation beneath it with our heavy tanks and shoot into the air, I suggested. Can the tanks shoot through the firing ports from within the city? Asked Mayor Andy. Yes. Our firing ports were designed in accordance with all our weaponry. However, some angles will be hard to reach. Also, some of our firing ports have already been damaged by enemy fire. They just haven't noticed it. We can no longer cover all angles if we shoot from within the city, said the intelligence officer. Don't hesitate. Have all the heavy tanks attack. Intelligence officer, highlight all the angles covered by our remaining firing ports. Send the data to those operating the rail cannons and laser towers. Have the fighters be on standby, said Mayor Andy. 1/4 of a circle has been cut into the gate, reported the intelligence officer. Attack immediately. Hold nothing back, commanded Mayor Andy with a roar. The order was carried out immediately. All the heavy tanks used the cover of the smoke to sally out from a side gate. The fighters were also turned to face the side gate to prevent any enemy surprise attack. All the rail cannons had also been updated with new attack coordinates. No attack came to the side gate, proving that our analysis of the smoke blocking the detection of both sides was correct. All heavy tanks are in position. We may attack at any time, a voice came from the communicator. Follow the predetermined coordinates and fire into the sky, roared Baron Sissa. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Amid the endless sounds of the artillery barrage were the sounds of objects exploding into pieces. Reporting to the mayor, the red laser has stopped cutting through the gate, reported the intelligence officer in excitement. Looks like the mission is a success. Have all the attacking units retreat, commanded Mayor Andy. The tanks withdrew speedily upon receiving the command. During the operation, not a single tank was lost. This was yet another full victory for our side. Due to the previous lesson, nobody in the command center celebrated this time. Rather, everyone focused even more on the battlefield. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. Then, red smoke started rising and mixing with the purple smoke. Red and purple mixed, and before long, the smoke was cleared. The wreckage of fighter drones and air defense drones could be seen all over the ground. Thanks to the advantage of the terrain, we had successfully defeated 2 waves of attacks from the Empire. Intelligence officer, what is the status of the ground forces? Asked Mayor Andy. The situation is intense. The enemies have more people and stronger firepower. They are even equipped with heavy tanks. We can only rely on a small number of rail cannons to provide cover to our foot soldiers. Most of our heavy weaponry is concentrated near the main gate, said the intelligence officer. I asked for an update, not the problems faced by the soldiers, said the mayor. Reporting to the mayor, the battle is desperate. The opposing ground forces have covered 1/3 of the distance to the main gate, said the intelligence officer. Tell Dasil that all ground forces will be under his command. I don't care what he does, but before we lose the main gate, I do not want to see a single enemy infantry approach. Otherwise, tell him to remove his own head from his shoulders, said Mayor Andy. Roger, replied the intelligence officer. While the mayor was giving out his command, the Empire's third offensive began. A massive warhead shot out of a Milky Way-class battleship and slowly flew toward the main gate. The warhead looked extremely familiar to me. Suddenly, I recalled seeing a similar warhead on Lido, with the difference being that this warhead was much bigger. This is bad. That is a contained explosion-guided missile. It is extremely powerful. Can you release the shield to protect the gate? I roared in alarm. All fighters, concentrate your energy shields and protect the main gate, commanded Baron Sissa. Bauer, old Du, the Empire is attacking with a contained explosion warhead. Watch out, I said anxiously to the two. Don't worry. We will erect our defenses, replied Zhang Bauer, alleviating some of my worries. The warhead slowly approached. Before long, it reached us. By itself, it opened up, aimed at the gate, and produced a pink enclosure around the gate. This is bad. The explosion will be very intense. Have everyone near the main gate pull back. I roared. The order was transmitted quickly, and apart from the fighters, all other weaponry and their personnel started retreating in an orderly fashion. After the enclosed space was produced, the warhead exploded. The explosion bloomed like the rose of the death god. The explosion churned and roiled within a radius of less than 30 square meters within the pink enclosed space, magnifying the force of the explosion by at least 50 times. Soon, a pink radiance flooded the immediate vicinity of the explosion. The pink radiance was mesmerizing and beautiful, yet it was also capable of turning anything it touched into ashes. No matter how strong the steel gate was, there was no resisting an explosion of such power. 30 fighters released their shields to protect the gate, but the massive explosion kept chipping at their shields. The gate started caving in at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is bad. The gate is going to be blown apart. The fighters need to retreat, or we will lose both the fighters and the pilots, I reminded the mayor anxiously. Order the fighters to retreat in an orderly fashion. Watch out for the explosion, commanded the mayor. Even after receiving the order to retreat, the fighters still demonstrated a high level of discipline as they took turns retreating. The fighters retreated one after another, eventually leaving only 4 fighters behind that were still staunchly resisting the explosion. At this point, a massive protrusion had appeared from the side of the gate facing the city. It would be blown apart at any time, but the heavy tanks were still in the process of withdrawing. Meanwhile, the 4 remaining fighters stayed behind resolutely. It was clear that the moment they retreated, the gate would crumble apart. The roughly 12 heavy tanks remaining would all be pulverized by the explosion. However, if the 4 fighters did not retreat soon, they would lose the opportunity to do so because the coming explosion would be powerful enough to drown them into it. Nobody in the command center issued a command to the 4 fighters. It wasn't easy to issue a command to tell someone to sacrifice themselves. Every single weapon and soldier was very important for this war. Nevertheless, the soldiers still had the right to make the call whether they wanted to sacrifice themselves or not. The 4 fighters did not show any signs that they were going to retreat. They continued protecting the gate with their shields. About 3 minutes later, all the heavy tanks finally finished their withdrawal. The pilots of the 4 fighters had clearly made their choice. The protrusion on the gate kept growing as the might of the explosion continued to increase within the enclosed space. At this point, they can no longer retreat in time, said Baron Sissa sorrowfully. Mayor Andy stood straight and gave the 4 pilots a silent salute. Everyone in the command center also stopped what they were doing to offer a salute to the 4 brave heroes. Then, a blinding pink erupted and a thick light beam pushed through, destroying everything in its path. A massive hole had been created in the main gate, and the thick energy beam had reduced the 4 fighters into nothingness. About 10 minutes later, the explosion finally faded. The shockwaves from the explosion had wreaked havoc beyond the gate, destroying numerous buildings and objects in the underground city. Then, with a loud boom, the badly ravaged gate collapsed onto the ground. As the gate collapsed loudly, the command center sank into complete silence. Suddenly, we saw on the screen that a tank had rushed out and taken a defensive position behind the gate. Bauer, is that your tank? I quickly asked. Of course. The courage of Bluelings is known throughout the universe, said Zhang Bauer gleefully. From the screen, we could see the enemy fighters gathering. The fighters participating in this assault appeared to be several times higher in number than in the previous assault. Get all our weaponry in position. We must defend the gate. Hold it as long as possible, I suggested to Mayor Andy. Deploy all the heavy tanks and fighters pulled back previously and send them to the main gate. Hold against this wave of attack at all costs, commanded Mayor Andy. All the weaponry and vehicles pulled back previously started moving toward the main gate. Intelligence officer, give me a status update on the damage to our cannons, said Baron Sissa loudly. The rail cannons and laser towers are protected by the city fortifications. Only 20% of them were damaged. We have retained almost all our offensive capability, said the intelligence officer. Shoot like your lives depended on it later. Also, I suggest deploying every combat-capable individual to reinforce the front gate. The intelligence officer and Mayor Andy can stay here, while everyone else should pick up their guns and come with me. We will fight until the very last one of us, suggested Baron Sissa to Mayor Andy. The prince commanded me to defend this city for 3 days. It has only been half a day and the main gate has collapsed. I will give you a mission to hold for 2 hours, giving the remaining forces enough time to retreat behind the second gate, said Mayor Andy. All things considered, it looks like the mayor is not stupid. By recalling the ground forces to the second gate and concentrating our military strength to defend it, we can reduce our losses and buy more time, I thought. Mayor, with our forces being withdrawn, are we also going to stop interfering with their ground forces? Asked Baron Sissa. The main gate has been broken. There is no longer any strategic value to the interference. Command Dasil to pull all the soldiers back to the second gate and rest the soldiers. Our machines must hold the main gate for 2 hours. Those not involved in running interference, back up the main gate, commanded Mayor Andy. Roger, replied Baron Sissa loudly. I followed the order and took the laser gun off my back as I followed the Baron and the other staff members of the command center to the main gate. A vehicle was waiting outside for us. We entered the vehicle and headed toward the main gate. Along the way, we saw countless people streaming toward the main gate. Shortly after, we arrived at the assigned defensive position. The place was already filled with reinforcements. There were about 300 of them, and they mostly came from various logistical units. The Imperial fighters had yet to attack. They seemed to be preparing themselves for a massive assault to defeat us in one fell swoop. Nobles and soldiers, I won't say anything pointless. We had all followed the prince to this harsh environment for one reason: freedom. Now, the Divine Empire has come to conquer us. They want to take our freedom in exchange for our lives. However, we, the followers of the prince, do not care for a comfort that comes at the cost of freedom. Among the vast starry sky, we only want a land of freedom, roared Baron Sissa. All the soldiers were fired up by his speech, and they started roaring at the top of their lungs. Mayor Andy ordered the 300 of us to hold this position for at least 2 hours. We need to buy more time for over 2,000 of our comrades in arms. If I can't hold the enemy back before the period is up, I plan to die here. You may use my body as a shield in that case. Buy 2 hours for the retreating soldiers at all cost, roared Baron Sissa. The soldiers became even more fired up. Their eyes turned red as everyone roared for battle. After the speech, everyone took their defensive positions. Canyue, can you hear me? Zhang Bao's voice came from my communicator. Yes, clearly. What is it? I asked. Are you among the 300 Spartans? Asked Zhang Bao. Yes. I joined the defensive unit at the main gate. I'm with Baron Sissa, I replied in a low voice. Immediately after, the communication channel was flooded with static noise. I didn't know what Zhang Bao was doing. Baron, how many gates does Goldsteel City have? I asked the Baron. There are 3 main gates. The first 2 gates cover a large part of the city. The armory and supply are stored behind the second gate. If the second gate falls, we will only have the inner city left. The inner city is also the area housing the city's power supply and the tunnels leading to Milk City, said Baron Sissa. While we spoke, someone suddenly tapped my shoulder from behind. When I turned back, I saw Zhang Bao crouched behind me. You? Why did you leave your post to come here? The enemies are attacking soon, I said. I'm going back soon. Take this, said Zhang Bao as he gave me my shield device back. A warm current wrapped around my heart. Why don't you use it for yourself? I asked. Are you stupid? I'm going to be hiding in a tank. I'll be fine. You need it more, said Zhang Bao with a smile. I nodded at Zhang Bao and said, I'll buy you a drink after the battle. Be sure to complete the mission. Definitely, said Zhang Bao with a grin before turning and leaving. Time passed, but the Imperial army was still not attacking. Instead, more and more fighter drones were gathered in front of the main gate, to the point the sky was blotted out. Our ground forces used this precious opportunity to withdraw into the city. Without our ground forces running interference, the first wave of the opposing ground forces arrived before the main gate roughly 30 minutes later. And the moment they arrived, the gathered fighter drones launched an intense attack. Tens of thousands of them rushed toward the broken gate like a swarm of bees. A hail of red beams was then unleashed. The beams struck the shields of our heavy tanks and bird-shaped fighters, creating intense collisions. Everyone, open fire. With a command from Baron Sissa, everyone behind the gate started shooting their weapons at the attackers. Without the protection of the steel gate, the intense firefight resulted in casualties on both sides. Several heavy tanks around me had their shields pierced through before being blasted by the missiles shot by the fighter drones. Looking at the burning tanks rolling across the ground, I started worrying about Zhang Bao and Old Du. However, the enemy had suffered an even higher number of losses among their fighter drones. Over 100 of them had been struck down from the sky. Unfortunately, the Empire had too many fighter drones. Losing hundreds from the tens of thousands they had was akin to a drop of water in the ocean. As the fighter drones got increasingly close to breaking through, the Imperial ground forces also started their push, not giving us any respite. As far as my eyes could see, Imperial soldiers were charging us alongside their heavy tanks. The tanks unleashed one artillery shell after another. The shells landed among the defenders, their shockwaves sending many soldiers around me flying away. I madly shot my laser gun at the Imperial foot soldiers. My morph-capable shield granted me great protection, but more and more enemies were joining the fight. At this rate, they might be able to charge through the main gate in a few minutes. The fighter drones in front of the offensive had already rushed through the gate. The roughly 20 fighters we had left immediately took off from the bunkers to face the invaders. With the help of our fighters, we were about to strike down the vanguard of the enemy, creating intense explosions. Baron Sissa adjusted the rail cannons and the laser towers and had them send a concentrated rain of artillery shells and beams toward the main gate, creating a literal wall of bullets. After taking down the fighter drones that had entered the city, the bird-shaped fighters turned around and helped with the defense. The concentrated barrage temporarily stopped the fighter drones' advance, but at that time, their ground forces launched a push. Without the help of our defensive fortifications, there was no way the 300 of us would be able to stop so many enemies. Thousands of soldiers mustered in front of the gate before charging forward under the cover of heavy tanks. Our defensive fortifications were focused on dealing with the fighter drones, so the 300 of us would have to pick up the mantle of dealing with the opposing ground forces. By the time we downed several dozen attackers, hundreds of them had managed to reach us, and thus, a chaotic melee erupted between the ground forces in the many bunkers. Unfortunately, the Imperial army held the absolute numerical advantage. Each of us was essentially facing several of them at the same time. An Eternal with ferocious fangs took the chance to jump on me from my side while I was shooting at someone else. Before I could even turn around, my gun was knocked out of my hand by the brute force. The Eternal soldier grabbed my left hand with his right hand and stabbed the dagger in his left hand toward my eye. During the moment of crisis, my morph-capable shield displayed its worth, and the red dagger's descent was stopped several millimeters away from my eye. With some struggle, I reached for the laser pistol strapped to my thigh, drew it, and shot at the Eternal's stomach. Surprisingly, the Eternal soldier's shield was strong enough to block my shots. Seeing that I had a laser pistol in hand, the Eternal slammed his knee into my hand and then exerted more force with his dagger, attempting to stab through my shield and into my eye. The intense struggle pushed me to my limits as I reached my assault rifle with my left hand finger and unleashed thousands of tracking bullets at the helmet of the Eternal on top of me. The quick and violent shooting caused the Eternal to instinctively cover his eyes with his hands. I took the chance to stick a timed cluster bomb on his body before pushing him off me. I scrambled up and dove into a nearby bunker. An oppressive explosion erupted behind me. When I looked back, I saw that the ferocious Eternal soldier had been blasted high into the sky by the cluster bomb. I heaved a breath of relief, but before I could do anything else, hundreds of fighter drones came pouring in through the main gate. Clearly, our air perimeter had been broken. It had only been an hour since we were ordered to hold the gate. 3 sturdy Eternal soldiers who had seen me blast away their comrade charged toward me, roaring all the way. Suddenly, an artillery shell dropped down in front of me and exploded, blasting the 3 Eternals away. I looked back and saw a heavy tank with a smoking turret behind me. "Bauer, nice timing," I said in excitement. Suddenly, a bright explosion erupted in front of me. The shockwaves tore the turret off the tank. At the same time, I was also sent flying away. After falling heavily onto the ground, I hurriedly looked over and saw that 2 Imperial heavy tanks had fired at the tank behind me, blowing the tank up completely. "Bauer," I roared as I furiously shot at the tanks with the assault rifle that had been attached to my back, doing little to no damage to them. Canyue, where are you? How is the situation over there? We won't be able to last much longer." Zhang Bao's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Only then did I realize that the tank that had helped me wasn't actually the one piloted by Zhang Bao. "Canyue, from how things are unfolding, I doubt we can last for 2 hours. We must retreat immediately, or all our forces will be decimated," said Old Du anxiously. I struggled back onto my feet, picked up my gun from the ground, and ran toward Baron Sissa. At the moment, the Baron was wrestling 2 Eternals, their shields colliding violently. I came up behind the Eternals, aimed my gun at the thigh of one of them, turned on the acute pain mode, and pulled the trigger. The energy of the gun gathered at a single point, unleashing an impressive amount of destruction powerful enough to pierce through the soldier's shield. An expression of pain was immediately visible on the soldier's face. He gripped his thigh in pain and fell onto the ground. I used the same method and helped the Baron deal with the other enemy. "Baron, we must retreat. Otherwise, our entire army will be decimated," I said. "It's not 2 hours yet. We can't leave so easily," said the Baron. "We need to give Mayor Andy a status update on the battlefield. We also need to know about the progress of the retreat," I suggested to the Baron. After listening to my suggestion, Baron Sissa immediately contacted Mayor Andy for a quick status update. The bird-shaped fighters were basically almost fully decimated. There were still 5 of them remaining, trying their very best against the attackers. There were fewer than 15 of our heavy tanks left. As for the rail cannons in the outer part of our defensive perimeter, we had basically lost control over them. The entrance to the underground city was filled with countless Imperial soldiers and weapons. "The retreat has been completed. Mayor Andy ordered us to pull back to the second gate while fighting," said Baron Sissa. Having received a new order, the defensive force started pulling back quickly. However, the so-called pulling back while fighting was basically impossible. The suppression from the Imperial army turned the orderly withdrawal into a rout. The surviving defensive forces rushed toward the second gate. Baron Sissa and I were running behind several heavy tanks at the rear of our army, trying to cover the retreat as best as we could. With the retreat of the defensive force, the fighter drones were able to instantly fill the space around the main gate. "That's it. Let's retreat as well," said Baron Sissa after striking one more Imperial soldier down. I started running toward the second gate with the few soldiers that had stayed behind to cover the retreat. Unfortunately, we were nowhere as fast as the fighter drones on our heels. Some of them were already ahead of us, constantly shooting into us. All around me, soldiers were dropping and tanks were exploding. Soon, the second gate entered our vision. The gate was slowly being closed. Some of the fighter drones above us flew toward the second gate, but they rammed straight into a thick shield that prevented their entry. "Canyue, faster. We'll be safe after going through the shield," said Baron Sissa as he dragged me along. Behind us, the Imperial tanks were hot in pursuit, unleashing an unending stream of artillery shells in our direction. One crater after another was left around me as the shells fell. I shared my morph-capable shield with the Baron as we struggled to cross the final 200 meters to our destination. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind me. I looked back instinctively and saw that one of the tanks chasing us was burning. "Canyue, faster, Old Du and I are covering you," Zhang Bao said. Only then did I notice that a heavy tank that had entered the safe zone was bombarding the tanks chasing us. Soon, the other tanks and soldiers that had entered the safe zone joined in and provided us with cover fire. With everyone's help, Baron Sissa and I were finally able to reach the safe zone, the second gate closing behind us. Once inside the safe zone, I collapsed onto the ground weakly. That was the longest 200 meters I had ever traveled in my entire life. Canyue, are you fine? Zhang Bauer asked. Don't worry. I'm fine. We need to gather up our forces, I said. Do a head count and count the remaining pieces of equipment before drawing up a new defense plan. The second gate's shield won't stay up for long, commanded Baron Sissa through the communication channel. Having received a new order, the soldiers that had escaped behind the second gate started gathering. Meanwhile, I followed Baron Sissa to the command center. The soldiers in charge of defense have mostly been recalled, but we have suffered disastrous casualties. About a third of our people were lost, reported a military official caked in dirt to the mayor. Mayor Andy was silently thinking when he noticed that Baron Sissa and I had entered the command center. Baron, we lost all our rail cannons and other defensive equipment. We still have roughly 1,800 foot soldiers, 5 bird-shaped fighters, and 13 heavy tanks. That's all, said Mayor Andy as he looked up from his contemplation. We have only completed 1/3 of the task given to us by the prince. We still have 2 days left. After losing the first gate and 90% of our equipment, the mission will become even harder, said the military official caked in dirt. Team leader Dasil, I understand how difficult the task is. We can't afford to think too much right now. Every single one of our plans had failed. We need to immediately erect a new defensive perimeter instead of thinking too much, said Baron Sissa. Team leader, do what the Baron said, commanded Mayor Andy. The team leader did not say anything else and left to carry out the order. Mayor Andy, Baron Sissa, you need to see this, the intelligence officer suddenly shouted. We ran toward the screen and saw that the attackers were reassembling their army, preparing for another round of assault. Will they repeat the same trick and use the contained explosion warhead again? I asked and reminded them at the same time. That seems unlikely. Our second gate is protected by an energy shield. It can repel the formation of an enclosed space. They also won't take such a risk attacking from a cramped space in front of the second gate, said the intelligence officer. I have an idea. There are 2 contained explosion warheads in Gold Steel City's armory, said Mayor Andy. You plan to use it? Using it in such a cramped space will result in massive casualties, said Baron Sissa. We have lost the majority of our equipment. We won't be able to complete our task if we rely only on our soldiers, said Mayor Andy with a sigh. Mayor, I would advise against it. The contained explosion warhead will work fine against city fortifications, but there is an official pact forbidding the usage of this weapon to massacre regular soldiers, said Baron Sissa. Yes, so many lives will be lost. It will be a great crime, I said. If we launch them, the Divine Empire's other vassal kingdoms will have an excuse to move against us. We will no longer be viewed as victims, said Baron Sissa. Why do I care about other kingdoms? The kingdom of Akko is being invaded right now. Where are the other kingdoms? Who among them has lent us a hand? Complained Mayor Andy. I believe the prince is already handling the other kingdoms. However, we can never be the one to turn against the pact and use such a weapon of mass destruction against regular soldiers, Baron Sissa insisted. Mayor Andy sank into silence. Meanwhile, the enemy army was gathering rapidly. Numerous weapons were lined in front of the soldiers as they entered their combat formation. I wonder which siege weapon the Imperial Army will use this time, muttered the intelligence officer. Get 300 people and have them start transporting our ammunition from the armory to the inner city, said Baron Sissa. At this time, we saw on the screen that something new was happening. The Imperial Army suddenly parted as a massive machine slowly advanced. The machine had a peculiar design. It had a massive base, and it was kept hovering in the air thanks to the thrusters installed on it. At the front of the machine was some sort of drill made of pure metal. The drill was massive, almost as wide as our second gate. It was obvious what the machine was here for. It was the designated siege machine for the second gate. Great. The same scene of a city gate being rammed down during a siege from Medieval Blue is being repeated on an alien planet. Looks like a siege will be the same regardless of where you go in the universe, I remarked inwardly. This is bad. If that thing is allowed to strike the gate, the shield won't be able to last long, exclaimed Baron Sissa. We must seize the initiative and blast the big fellow apart, said Mayor Andy. The Empire named this weapon the Shellbreaker. When I was studying in the Empire, I learned of it. Its control room is below the middle of its body. If we can get there and destroy the controls, we will be able to disable the machine, said the intelligence officer. Do you know how to get into the Shellbreaker? Asked Baron Sissa. Yes, all of them use the same password encryption system. I can hack through it, but the entrance will only be big enough for individuals to enter with their weapons, said the intelligence officer. What is your name, intelligence officer? Asked Baron Sissa. Reporting, my name is Kiji, replied the intelligence officer. Very good. Kiji, you'll lead the way. We will assemble a suicide squad to disable this Shellbreaker, commanded Baron Sissa. Will our explosives be strong enough? I asked. Yes. We only need to toss the explosives into the Shellbreaker's nuclear reactor to destroy its internal system, said Kiji. Let's end our discussion here. We need to get moving. I will form a suicide squad with Kiji, Canyue, and 2 more individuals. Mayor, assign 2 more soldiers to me, said the Baron decisively. Baron, the enemies are starting to erect their defenses around the Shellbreaker, Kiji shouted. We could clearly see from the screen that dozens of drones, my most hated creation, were hovering around the machine. They were utilizing their own shields to form a massive shield around the machine. From what we saw, it will be extremely difficult to actually enter the shellbreaker. The drones have formed a perfect defensive perimeter around it, said Kiji in a disheartened manner. Don't lose your heart. Think. There must be a way, encouraged Baron Sissa. The drones are all around the shellbreaker, but they seem to have left the top wide open. How should we enter from the top? We can't fly, said Kiji. I request to join the squad, a familiar voice rang out. It was Dondon. No, this little fellow is a pet. How can he fight a war? Kiji refused. He can fly. He meets your requirements, said Domo. He can fly. Kiji was astonished. Yes. This fellow's suit is equipped with air fission hover technology. Unlike propulsion-based systems where energy is burned to maintain flight, he can fly over soundlessly. None of the drones will notice his approach, said Domo. While we spoke, a loud rumble rang out as the shellbreaker started working on the gate. It collided against the shield, and the force behind the impact was intense. The shield managed to block the drill's advance, but we could clearly see that the shield was being rapidly drained of energy. We're running out of time. We need to move immediately. This little fellow will fly to the top, insert the password, and remove the shellbreaker's personal shield. Have all soldiers open fire at the drones to distract them. The mayor had deployed 2 soldiers to me. The 5 of us will take advantage of the chaos to rush to the belly of the shellbreaker, said Baron Sissa. I'll be waiting for your good news, said Mayor Andy encouragingly. Shorty, take this. Cover yourself before flying over. Try to keep yourself hidden, said Domo as he tossed the cloak of invisibility to Dondon. At the same time, Kiji also handed Dondon the code to access the shellbreaker's system. Dondon nodded with gratitude before accepting the cloak and leaving. The suicide squad followed Dondon and arrived at the defensive perimeter behind the second gate. Team leader Dasil was truly worthy of being a professional serviceman. In a short time period, he had established a new defensive line. The remaining equipment and soldiers had all been assigned to their respective bunkers and defensive positions as they awaited the arrival of the battle. Sounds of the shellbreaker colliding against the gate rang out again and again. Fear could be clearly seen on the faces of the defenders. We need to leave for a suicide mission. How should we leave? Baron Sissa asked Dasil. There is a tunnel under the gate. You can go through it, and the exit leads to the outside. I will collapse the tunnel after you pass through, said Dasil. Move, Baron Sissa commanded resolutely. The suicide squad and Dondon entered the tunnel and prepared to go out and carry out the mission. Canyue, are you and Dondon joining the mission to blow up the shellbreaker? Asked Zhang Bauer from my communicator. Yes. If we don't deal with that big fellow, we won't be able to last 3 days, I replied. Be careful and come back alive, said Zhang Bauer. Of course. I replied firmly. The suicide squad rapidly moved through the tunnel. At the other end, Kiji pushed the lid open. Immediately after, we shot out several explosive shells. Dondon, move immediately. Everyone else, get out of the tunnel and charge. Team leader Dasil, have everyone open fire and cover us, commanded Baron Sissa. Dondon immediately put on the cloak and turned on his fission system before flying out. We all rushed out behind him. It was absolute chaos outside the tunnel. The defenders and the attackers were fiercely exchanging fire, creating numerous multicolored sparks as the shields of both sides were struck continuously. Oddly, we discovered that the distant foot soldiers and fighter drones were merely observing the exchange silently. They showed no intention of participating in the battle and were acting as though victory was within their grasp. Right after we rushed out, team leader Dasil blasted the tunnel and caused it to collapse, severing our road of return. There were about 50 drones protecting the shellbreaker while the shellbreaker was ramming into the second gate with its sharp and thick drill. Rush the shellbreaker's belly to attract firepower and provide cover for Dondon, ordered Baron Sissa. The exit of the tunnel was less than 50 meters away from the shellbreaker. Dondon, please be successful, I prayed inwardly. With a red flash, the body of one of the suicide squad members was pierced. This is bad. The echo shield is not strong enough to withstand the attack from the drones. An ominous feeling rose in my heart. The attacks from those behind the second gate had occupied the attention of around 80% of the drones, but there were still about 10 of them that had noticed us. Charge with everything you have. Don't even bother hitting back. I roared. Everyone ran frantically, but surprisingly, the 10 drones actually flew toward us and blocked our advance. To prevent more casualties, I shared my shield with the other 3 surviving members in the suicide squad. The 10 drones opened fire on us right in front of our faces. Only then did I notice that I had less than 10 hours remaining on my energy supply. Dondon, are you done? We're almost there, I asked through the communicator. No reply came from the communicator. However, we weren't in a situation where we could stop and think. We could only continue rushing forward. With great difficulty, we pushed ahead. When we were only 10 meters away from our target, a drone actually charged toward me. I fired a cluster bomb at the drone, resulting in a blinding explosion. Surprisingly, the drone wasn't protected by a shield and was struck down. I instantly realized something. Shoot these drones down. They are without protection after extending their shields to cover the shellbreaker. I yelled. Kiji and Baron Sissa immediately aimed and shot at the drones with their ray guns. Due to how close the drones were, the ray guns that were notorious for their poor accuracy were able to deal massive damage to the drones. We were able to destroy all 10 drones that had come to stop us. With the destruction of these drones, I saw an opening appear on the red outer shield around the drones protecting the shellbreaker. Take this chance? Go, 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 I roared. We lowered our guns and made the final sprint to our target. Dondon, please be successful, I prayed. A few seconds later, we charged through the defensive line formed by the drones and arrived below the shellbreaker. That little fellow succeeded, Baron Sissa exclaimed in excitement. Where is the entrance? Take us in, I said urgently to Kiji. I glanced at the distant enemies. Oddly, they continued watching on, not intending to assist the shellbreaker. The entrance is here, pointed Kiji excitedly. There was a small opening at the belly of the shellbreaker. Kiji pried out a small keyboard from behind the opening and entered a password. A ladder then dropped down. As it came down, Dondon's voice sounded, Canyue, I'm in the control room. There is no one in here and a bunch of equipment. Come quickly. The team rushed through the entrance. After we entered, the ladder withdrew and the opening closed behind us. Meanwhile, the drones were still busy exchanging fire with the city defense. They had not noticed our arrival. We followed Kiji through the body of the shellbreaker and soon reached the control room. Dondon was already there taking records of the machine. There was a massive window in the control room providing a panoramic view around the shellbreaker. We could see that the massive drill had already pierced through the shield and was now ramming the second gate itself. Baron, our communication seems to be cut in here. I can't contact team leader Dasil to stop firing, reported Kiji. Nothing we can do about it. Look for the nuclear reactor first. We'll think of our next plan after destroying this big guy, said Baron Sissa. With yet another rumble, a small corner of the gate collapsed. We're running out of time. Kiji, have you found the reactor? Asked Baron Sissa. Found it? Here. Kiji replied. I ran over and saw him opening a shut door. Beneath the door was a room filled with heavy water. This must be it, I said and threw 2 high-energy cluster bombs into the room. Kiji immediately shut the door, and we all took cover in a corner of the control room. With another loud rumble, 1/3 of the second gap collapsed. Shit, we don't have enough time. The gate will fall with one more ram, said Baron Sissa. Once again, the shellbreaker's drill pulled back before it began to swing toward the gate. Immediately, the control room shook violently. The cluster bombs had exploded, creating chaos in the reactor. The shellbreaker suddenly lost its energy supply. In fact, the explosion shook the massive drill out of its path. The shellbreaker went still with its energy supply, stopping just before the opening it had created in the gate. We did it. Kiji roared in excitement. I collapsed weakly onto the ground. Our series of actions had been too intense and was extremely draining mentally. Baron Sissa also lay on the ground beside me. He was gasping for breath and was probably as nervous as I was. Baron, the enemy ground forces are making a move, said a different member of the suicide squad. I struggled back up and looked out the window. Sure enough, the Imperial foot soldiers and tanks were starting to approach the broken shellbreaker. Retreat now, or we'll be surrounded, I said. Everyone ran back along the same path we had entered. We followed Kiji through the winding tunnels in the shellbreaker, but for some reason, we did not reach the exit even after a long while. What's going on? We only took a minute when we came in, I asked. Seems like the internal structure has changed due to the explosion at the reactor. The exit has disappeared. We're trapped here, said Kiji. Shit. We're trapped without any means to send a message out. We have basically locked ourselves in a metal cage, said Baron Sissa anxiously. I finally understand why the other Imperial soldiers had not done anything earlier. This entire thing is bait waiting for us, I said. Are you saying that they had deliberately let us enter the shellbreaker? Asked Baron Sissa. Yes. We won't be able to leave after entering, I said. I did not expect the Eternals to be so treacherous, cursed Kiji. But what I don't understand is what they hope to accomplish with this. Trapping the few of us here won't help them at all. We're not worth the siege machine they sacrificed to catch us, I muttered. Little fellow, where did you enter from earlier? Asked Kiji. I used your code and found an entrance at the top. However, that exit had also vanished, said Dondon. While we spoke, we suddenly felt our surroundings shake. It was as though the shellbreaker was suddenly moving backward. What's going on? I thought this big guy was disabled? Why is it moving again? Asked Baron Sissa. Looks like there's no way out for us. Let's return to the control room and take a better look around us, I suggested. The group followed my suggestion and returned to the control room. The horrifying scene we had expected to see appeared before us. 2 thick steel chains were attached to the 2 sides of the shellbreaker. The 2 chains were connected to 2 Milky Way battleships. The 2 battleships were slowly dragging us toward an odd-looking place farther away from the city gate. Beyond the damaged gate, right beside the precipitous mountain cliff, the Imperial Army had created an unusual zone. A constantly rotating sphere that looked like a black hole hovered in the air. Within the sphere, dark green lava roiled and churned, looking like the nuclear fusion that would generally happen in stars. Good heavens! What is that? Dondon exclaimed in alarm. No idea. I've never seen or read about it in history books before, said Baron Sissa. Gate of hell, I muttered in stupefaction. Advisor Canyue, you saw this before? What weapon is this? Asked Kiji. No, I merely feel like this is a gate to hell. They are clearly trying to bring us to a different space to burn us alive, I replied. Everyone's eyes widened in alarm. Canyue, that looks rather similar to a time door. At the other end is the core of a star, said Dondon. No matter where this gate leads to, it is definitely a terrifying place, I said helplessly. Looks like all of us are going to die here. I did not expect the enemy to actually trap and destroy us like this. Such cruelty in war goes against the Imperial Pact, said Baron Sissa with a sigh. The Shellbreaker was slowly dragged toward the gate of hell, our approach akin to a countdown to our departure from the world of the living. Without access to our communication channel, we weren't even able to know what was happening outside. However, I did notice that the two parties had stopped attacking each other. What I couldn't understand was why the Empire needed to come up with such a complicated plan to kill nobodies like us. The rotating gate of hell was becoming closer and closer. Even through the steel, I could feel the scorching heat coming from the space beyond the gate. Eventually, the Shellbreaker was less than 10 meters from the gate of hell. I am honored to have gotten the chance to fight alongside everyone. If there is a next life, I hope I'll get the chance to fight beside everyone again, said Baron Sissa emotionally. I hugged Dondon and waited silently for the end to come. Suddenly, the Shellbreaker stopped moving. We were all in disbelief, but the big guy had truly stopped right in front of the time door. What's happening now? Asked Baron Sissa. Baron, look. The city gate is opening, said Kiji in excitement. Everyone stood up and looked outside the window. We could see the second gate slowly opening up. An inconceivable scene appeared next, one that I could not comprehend. A group of Echo soldiers marched out with Zhang Bauer, Domo, and Old Du as prisoners. The soldiers continued walking forth, and from their behavior, some sort of exchange seemed to be taking place. In a few minutes, Zhang Bauer and Old Du were handed over by the Echo soldiers. What are those three doing? I wondered. How can they be handed to the Eternals like bargaining chips, said Dondon, who was as confused as me. And a few minutes later, I heard the sound of the Shellbreaker's door being opened. Immediately after, Zhang Bauer, Domo, Old Du, and several Imperial soldiers appeared before us. What's happening? Why did you guys? I asked, unable to believe what I was seeing. Zhang Bauer got anxious when he saw you on the verge of being incinerated, said Old Du. What world-shaking feat have you done this time? I asked Zhang Bauer. Lord Envoys, the Emperor decreed that we need to ensure your safety. As an exchange, we will agree to a ceasefire of 12 hours, said an Imperial official. I was utterly confused. Just as I was about to ask more, I saw Zhang Bauer frantically signal me with his eyes. I immediately shut my mouth and followed them out of the Shellbreaker. Dacil and a few Echo soldiers were waiting outside. They visibly grew excited when they saw Baron Sissa. I did not know the real reason for the ceasefire, but it was still a good chance to bring some calm and peace to the soldiers who had been fighting for so long. The Imperial soldier did not even attempt to stop Baron Sissa and the other two members of the suicide squad from leaving, allowing them to leave with Dacil. Suddenly, Baron Sissa turned back and called my name. I stepped forth to meet him as he walked toward me as well. He whispered in my ears, "Do not help the Empire plot against us, or I will have to retaliate regardless of how unwilling I am. Don't worry. I, Canyue, am not a person who will do anything unjust," I replied firmly. Then, I followed Zhang Bauer, Domo, and Old Du toward the Imperial Army's square formation with Dondon in tow. Everything had changed too quickly. Just earlier, we were still fighting bitterly against the Imperial soldiers. Suddenly, we had become Lord Envoys again. I was having a hard time wrapping my mind around the sudden change. We followed the Eternal soldiers out of the first gate. There, a shuttle was waiting for us. After we entered the shuttle, it took off and flew toward outer space. Before the shuttle had taken off, I had taken a final glance at the gate of hell that was still slowly rotating in the air. The fear I had felt earlier still lingered in my heart. Bauer, what exactly did you do? I finally asked, no longer able to hold my curiosity. The Empire threatened the mayor, asking for their surrender in exchange for not burning you to death, said Old Du. There is a rule among Prince Ged's army. They are not allowed to watch and do nothing as one of their own is being killed. They must try to help. I had learned this from a conversation I had eavesdropped on, said Domo. No wonder the Eternals tried to capture several soldiers alive. They are making use of that rule to force a surrender, I thought. Because of that rule, historically, the prince's soldiers are very rarely kept as captives. But this time, Mayor Andy refused to trade for your lives. He wished to continue fighting, said Old Du. The mayor did nothing wrong. We are merely normal soldiers on a suicide mission. Why should our lives take precedence over an entire city? If that happens, how should we face the soldiers that have sacrificed bravely for the city? I was starting to get furious. Yes, Mayor Andy was right, but Bauer grew anxious when he saw that you were going to die. In fact, even I became anxious, said Old Du. Same here, Domo quickly added. Bauer and I rushed into the command center. Bauer then confessed his identity as the Imperial Envoy. He also hoped to let the Empire know that you were also on the Shellbreaker. He asked for an audience with the Emperor using our identities as envoys, said Old Du. I calmed down upon hearing that. It did not seem like Bauer had done anything he shouldn't have, after all. Mayor Andy agreed with Bauer's suggestion and communicated with the Imperial soldiers. The Eternals immediately contacted the Emperor and were given permission to agree to the request. Thus, we were able to save you, the Baron, and the others in time, said Old Du. At the time, Dondon and I were trapped in the Shellbreaker with no way to receive any update from outside. That was why we were completely confused. So we're now on our way to meet the Emperor? I asked. Yes. We have a ceasefire of 12 hours. During that period, we can have a good talk with the Emperor, said Zhang Bauer smugly. Have you decided on what you will tell him? I asked. Nope. How the hell am I supposed to know what to tell the Emperor, said Zhang Bauer. Why did you demand an audience with the Emperor, then? I asked helplessly. I did it to save you guys. In any case, with your eloquence, we can just let you talk to the Emperor, said Zhang Bauer, directly assigning me a new task. In truth, I was rather gratified at Bauer's ability to make a quick decision to save us and buy 12 hours of ceasefire without crossing any lines. With a thud, the shuttle docked somewhere. Unknowingly, the shuttle had left the planet while we were talking. The door opened, and we saw the familiar face of Captain Wessex waiting for us. Lord Envoys, welcome back. His Majesty awaits, said Captain Wessex with a smile. The Emperor had personally come to Echo. I asked in astonishment. No, the Emperor had ordered us to send your group to the Imperial Palace on the Star Path, said Captain Wessex. I thought battleships weren't allowed to enter the capital planet, asked Zhang Bauer. It's wartime. All laws can be changed during war. Lord Envoys, please be seated. We will be initiating wormhole travel immediately, said Captain Wessex. Everything unfolded as usual, and a few minutes later, we had been brought far away from the battlefield, and Beetlejuice entered our vision. About 20 minutes later, I arrived at a small courtyard in front of the Emperor's room. Master Wind was waiting for me. The mood of the place had turned much more solemn compared to my previous visit. 4 sturdy gondos could be seen in the courtyard, and numerous high-ranked Imperial police officers were standing guard all over the courtyard. As usual, we took off our equipment and followed Master Wind into the room. Master, how is the Emperor feeling? Who is the actual aggressor in this war? I whispered to Master Wind. Master Wind stopped walking. The Emperor's thoughts have always been mysterious and unfathomable. It is completely unexpected that he would agree to a ceasefire of 12 hours just to meet you. This is also the source of my worry. During your audience, do not speak lightly. Focus more on listening, said Master Wind. I nodded before continuing onward. I felt my eyes being dazzled the moment I stepped inside the room. In front of us, the Emperor was seated on a throne with shining, delicately designed purple armor, looking incomparably heroic. Welcome back to Eternal, Envoys, greeted the Emperor cordially. Thank you for giving them a ceasefire of 12 hours, Your Majesty. Too many innocent lives have been lost from this war, I said. Master Wind quickly gave me a series of eye signals, reminding me that I had spoken too much. Envoys, I only have one question. Do you have any blood in your hands? The Emperor suddenly questioned. Everyone sank into silence, except Domo, who meekly said, the fighter drones do not bleed. I am aware of everything you have done. Half of your companions are still staying with the rebels even now, harming the lives of Imperial soldiers. That alone qualifies them for capital punishment, said the Emperor sternly. I broke out in a cold sweat. It did not seem like this audience would end favorably for us. As the Emperor grew furious, 4 Gondo warriors entered and stood guard at the 2 sides of the room. Each Gondo warrior held a different weapon as they stood, filling the room with an oppressive atmosphere. Emperor, I have a question. Was the League the one to attack first, or was the Empire the one to attack Echo first? Zhang Bauer decided to ask a straightforward question when he saw that I wasn't saying anything. The Emperor looked at Zhang Bauer coldly and replied, does that matter? Why don't you tell me who the fleet of 1,500 battleships hovering outside Lidu belongs to? The Emperor's eloquence left us speechless. There must be a reason for you to agree to a ceasefire of 12 hours to meet us. What can we do for you? Please tell us, Old Du finally said after staying silent for quite a while. The Emperor seemed to much appreciate what Old Du said. It's still the Gliesens who are more pragmatic about war. Since I am willing to agree to a ceasefire, I am naturally the one wishing for peace, said the Emperor with a straight face. Of course, nobody believed a word. Please enlighten us, Your Majesty, said Old Du. 3 legions of my North Star army are trapped on Lidu. I am willing to trade the Echo captives I have with the 3 legions. As for Lidu itself, I don't care. However, the League will not be allowed to plant a military base right at our doorsteps, said the Emperor. So you mean that you want to trade the Echo captives for the League's withdrawal? Asked Old Du. Yes, I believe it is a fair trade, said the Emperor. How about the Echo army? Do they need to retreat as well? Asked Zhang Bauer. I can end the battle on Echo and even let King Zaido stay on the throne. However, Echo must remain a part of the Empire. That is non-negotiable, said the Emperor. See, I knew this fellow wouldn't meet us without a reason, I thought to myself. Emperor, I understand what you want. However, you seem to have overestimated our abilities. We are nobodies in the League. None of them care about us, said Old Du. Gliesens are truly a pragmatic race, praised the Emperor. He then nodded at one of the gondos before fishing out a scroll and handing it to Master Wind. Master Wind accepted the scroll and started reading from it. As decreed by the Emperor, Canyue is hereby appointed as the representative of the Divine Empire for the peace talks with the Interstellar League. He shall be representing the Empire in all matters related to the ceasefire between the Divine Empire and the Interstellar League. After Master Wind finished reading the edict, a Gondo warrior walked in with 2 familiar faces. General Edward, why are you here? Old Du exclaimed in astonishment. The people brought in by the Gondo were none other than General Edward of the Interstellar League and his daughter, Kelly. I never expected us to meet again in such a circumstance. This is truly a peculiar meeting, said General Edward with a smile. Looking at the general and his daughter, who were both tied up in thin transparent strings, I couldn't help but feel rather sad. All right. This is not a place to catch up with old friends. General Edward was supposed to be the best candidate to represent us in the peace talk, but the general refused. I respect his courage. He would rather sacrifice his daughter than work toward peace for even more people, said the emperor. You did not make the offer for peace. You only wanted to free your 3 legions trapped there, said General Edward. You can't say that, General. The Akko army is rather strong as well. In fact, they had just created a miraculous result of defeating 5 imperial units for every one of their own units. I am merely trying to achieve peace and protect more lives, said the emperor, maintaining the grace of a monarch. The Interstellar League will not engage in exchanging prisoners with terrorists. We will rely on our strength to save them. Justice can never mingle with evil, said General Edward resolutely. Hihi, you actually claim to be on the side of justice? What if King Xido is the one requesting to have this prisoner exchanged to get his soldiers back, said the emperor coldly with his voice lowered. We won't agree no matter who's asking. I know the League well. We will never negotiate with invaders, replied General Edward unyieldingly. Good. Very good. Only an opponent like this will make things interesting. Canyue, as our representative in this peace talk, I will let the general's daughter go with you. If the talk fails, you may return. I will execute the general and destroy planet Akko, erasing both of them from existence, said the emperor ruthlessly. He then turned to leave before any of us could say anything. Just as the emperor was about to leave the room, I yelled loudly, I will never help an ambitious warmonger like you. The moment I said those words, the entire room sank into silence. Nobody dared to make a noise, and I could see Master Wind's hands tremble. The emperor stopped walking. He turned around and leveled a sharp gaze at me. His gaze felt like a sharp blade slicing through my body. After a while, the emperor coldly said, early morning tomorrow, execute all these people and melt their ship. I do not want to see any signs of their prior existence in the universe. After giving the cruel order, the emperor turned and left. The 4 gondos stepped forth. Without our equipment, we were completely helpless. We were all captured. Master Wind sighed as he shook his head in silence. We were all escorted out of the room. Outside, a steel prisoner shuttle was waiting. Guardian Wind, where do we send these people? Asked an imperial official. Master Wind gave it some thought and said, where is their ship? The ship has been disarmed. It's currently parked at the smelting center outside the palace, said the official. Send them to their ship. His Majesty decreed that they are to be destroyed together with their ship early tomorrow morning, said Master Wind before moving forth to board the shuttle. Guardian Wind, please wait. His Majesty decreed that we will be enough to escort them. You don't need to trouble yourself with this task, said a Gondo warrior as his arm reached out to block Master Wind's advance. Master Wind could only stop helplessly and watch as the 4 Gondo warriors and a group of Imperial policemen escorted us onto the shuttle. When I met Master Wind's gaze, I gave him a firm nod. I did not regret my choice. I also believed that Zhang Bauer and Old Du would understand my choice. I could not facilitate this trade and save the lives of the invaders. That would only result in more loss of life in the future. Perhaps Master Wind understood my thoughts. He also gave me a firm nod. The shuttle started traveling toward the smelting center outside the palace. In a few minutes, we reached our destination. When the door opened, a black world of fire appeared before our eyes. This place seemed like a place the Empire used to dispatch their trash. In the middle of the field, Fearless was parked silently. Fearless. Dondon was unable to stop himself from calling out at the ship. The ship before us had been completely stripped of its weapons. Imperial police surrounded the ship, and several tanks were also present. In the air, 4 drones could be seen constantly patrolling around. Looks like that bastard emperor is still afraid of us even when we're completely unarmed if he has such tight security for just the few of us, sneered Zhang Bauer. An imperial policeman stepped forth and asked the Gondo warriors, where do we lock these people? His Majesty decreed that early morning tomorrow, these prisoners and their ship will be smelted. Is this ship still capable of launching any attacks? Asked the Gondo warrior. All the weapons and energy sources for its engine system have been stripped. This spaceship is completely harmless now, replied the Imperial Police. Looks like General Edward was right. The Emperor has always been harboring bad intentions. He had our way out blocked long ago, I thought. In that case, lock them all in their own cargo bay. Have 20 Imperial guards keep watch on the ship. The other Gondos and I will patrol outside the ship. No mistake can be made, said the Gondo warrior. Roger, replied the Imperial Police. 20 Imperial guards immediately stepped forth and escorted us into the cargo bay. The interior of Fearless had been thoroughly ruined by the Imperial Police. Many of the machines were torn down and destroyed. Seeing the destruction on a ship that had been our home for a long time, everyone was furious. After going through numerous checkpoints, we finally reached Fearless' cargo bay. Everything of value had been removed from it, leaving only some worthless food that not even the Imperial Police was bothered with moving. After pushing us inside, they locked the door and left 4 armed guards to keep watch outside. Looks like there won't be any miracle this time, said Old Du with a smile, something he would rarely do. This transaction is a complete loss. Not only am I losing money, but I'm also losing my life, complained Domo. I smiled at everyone and said, this is our final night. Let's talk about something happy. Those bastards didn't even bother undoing the strings for us. This is too uncomfortable, complained Zhang Bauer. I suddenly noticed General Edward and Kelly sitting silently on the ground. A thought rose in me that I should perhaps try to console them. My apologies, General. Like you, I can't agree to help the Emperor with the negotiations, I said. Child, you made the right choice. Even if the League agrees to release the 3 legions, there will still be a war. In fact, with the 3 legions around, more lives will be lost, said General Edward. Father, it's my fault. I was the one who got you into this trouble, said Kelly, who had been silent. Foolish child, what are you talking about? If I go back in time, I will still make the same choice, said General Edward. What happened to the 2 of you? Asked Zhang Bauer. At the defensive line outside Planet Echo, thousands of Imperial battleships suddenly appeared to attack our fleet. Due to their numerical advantage, we weren't able to resist and were forced to retreat. Duke Uden ordered someone to cover the retreat, and I volunteered, said Kelly. Shouldn't General Edward be responsible for the command of multiple ships? How can he personally remain to cover the rear? Asked Old Du doubtfully. The League deployed 5 Zeus-class battleships and 20 Poseidon-class battleships to cover the rear. However, the enemy instantly surrounded us with overwhelming firepower. We were able to hold them back for an hour, completing our mission after losing 60% of our ships, said Kelly. At the time, the League had ordered those covering the rear to withdraw. However, the Imperial fleet made use of the encirclement to lock them out of their wormholes. As a response, the League organized a rescue operation for them, said General Edward. My father volunteered to lead the rescue operation. However, he was ambushed by 30 Imperial battleships and was captured. As for the group in charge of covering the rear, we were also captured after exhausting all our ammunition, said Kelly. If you had not volunteered to lead the rescue operation, you wouldn't be in such a hopeless situation, I said with a sigh. Yes. Brigadier General Angela was the initial candidate to lead the rescue operation, said Kelly. I heard that the command center in the Royal Palace had retreated into the underground palace after we left, asked General Edward. Yes. Prince Taurus provided cover when King Zaido, Duke Uden, Zhang Xing, and the rest retreated into the underground palace, I said. General Edward looked consoled after hearing that. We talked late into the night. Due to the lack of windows in the cargo bay, we could only rely on the small opening on the door to observe the 4 Imperial soldiers standing guard on full alert. The people tied up in the cargo bay had calmed down by now. However, none had fallen asleep. Everyone was seated silently while their minds wandered off. Dondon was the sole exception, as even with his hands tied up, he could still tear open a pack of crackers and chew on them silently. Canyue, do you think Master Wind will help us? Whispered Old Du. I believe Master Wind is under monitoring. It will be very difficult for him to help us, especially with 4 gondos who are even bigger than the black and white gondos outside, I said. Are we going to just sit here and wait to die? Said Zhang Bauer. With no weapons, how do we retaliate? Can you fire shockwaves out of your palm? I asked him. No, I can't. Neither can our mascot nor the dwarf. Looks like we can only wait for our deaths, said Zhang Bauer gloomily. No matter what, us brothers are still together until the end, I said. We might be trying to console each other, but there was no changing the downcast mood everyone was in. Divine Empire's nights had a length of 24 hours, so it felt endless. Gradually, I could no longer resist the call of sleep as I sat blankly on the ground. I lay down and shut my eyes. In my sleep, I dreamed of returning to my homeland, the beautiful blue. I dreamed of having dinner with my father and my mother. After dinner, I lay on my cozy bed and enjoyed the shower of the silvery white moon in blissful peace. Mother had made a new comfortable pillow for me. It felt good to lean against the soft pillow. As I lay on my bed, I wondered why war existed in the universe. Why wouldn't all lives coexist peacefully? In the dream, the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I was unable to restrain myself from brandishing my arms in fury. While venting my anger, I saw my new pillow move suddenly. The odd scene immediately roused me from my sleep. I could see that everyone else had also fallen asleep. Kelly was leaning against General Edward's shoulder as she slept. Zhang Bauer was snoring loudly. Dondon still had a piece of a cracker in his mouth when he fell asleep. This group of kind individuals would soon face the cruel execution ordered by the Emperor, losing their lives. I leaned against the pillow my mother made. It was warm and snug. I hoped to never wake up from this dream. Suddenly, I realized that I should already be awake while the pillow should be an item in my dream. But now, I could clearly feel a soft and warm pillow at the back of my head. I sat up in shock. I turned my head and saw that at the spot where my head had been resting, a dark green transparent fellow could be seen. The fellow still had the familiar-looking adhesive bandage stuck on its belly, with a red light shining from below the bandage. Bulow. I had to stop myself from screaming. Bulow suddenly jumped onto my shoulder before rubbing against my face with its body. You? I knew you wouldn't listen. Why did you escape from Amoeba? I grumbled inwardly. I knew Bulow could actually hear my thoughts. This little fellow was extremely capable in telepathy. Upon hearing my words, the substance within Bulow started flowing rapidly. I suddenly had a bright idea. I described our current situation with Bulow through my thoughts. I could see the red substance within Bulow's body suddenly shining brightly. I felt someone prodding my back. When I turned around, I saw that Old Du had awakened. Canyue, look at this, said Old Du in a low voice. We silently went toward the observation window on the door. The 4 Imperial guards were still standing guard on full alert. I shook my head at old Du. Canyue, look properly. Look at their eyes, said old Du in the same low voice. I immediately looked at their eyes, and sure enough, something seemed off about them. The 4 guards were staring at the door without even blinking. However, the expression in their eyes looked empty, and their bodies were also completely still. They're not blinking at all. It almost looks like they're under control, I said joyfully. Yes, it must be Bulot controlling them with his telepathy, said old Du. Bulot, well done, little fellow, I praised. The red light in Bulot's body bloomed in praise. Then, something astonishing happened. One of the guards stood up, walked over, and started opening the door. The sound of the door opening woke everyone up. Old Du immediately signaled everyone to stay silent. Zhang Bauer instantly noticed Bulot on my shoulder and understood what was happening. Excitement covered his face. I thought we left this little fellow on amoeba? Did it fly off the planet? Whispered Zhang Bauer. No, this little fellow had been following me, I replied. Well done. I have always known that you have remarkable luck, Canyue. With your luck, you won't die here. See, the heavens never fully bar one's way, said Zhang Bauer as he grew more and more excited thinking about our imminent escape. An even more bizarre scene appeared. The Imperial Guard walked inside after opening the door and removed the string around my hands, shocking the general and his daughter. When did you bribe these guards? Asked Kelly doubtfully. I planted a spy here 18 years ago, bluffed Zhang Bauer while helping untie old Du. I walked over and helped the father and daughter out of their bindings as I said, let's leave first. I'll explain later. When I was undoing the bindings, Kelly noticed Bulot on my shoulder. Canyue, what monster do you have on your shoulder? Exclaimed Kelly in shock. This is not a monster. This is our friend. Its name is Bulot, and it is helping us, I replied. Kelly had an incredulous look as she reached out to touch Bulot. Bulot seemed frightened as it immediately jumped to my other shoulder. Soon, everyone was untied. Canyue, we should take off their shields and ray guns, said old Du. Old Du, Bauer, Kelly, and I put on the guards' uniforms. Dondon promptly jumped into Zhang Bauer's backpack. General, we'll start our escape, I said to the general and handed a ray pistol to him. Good. Children, you guys probably know this place very well. I noticed 4 security points with patrols when we were brought in. In addition to 20 guards, there are 16 guards spread over the security points. We need to clear the security points quietly, said General Edward. When I listened to the general's words, I couldn't help but feel respect for his ability to study his surroundings even when he was in such a plight. It seemed like the general had never given up on escaping. I know this place well. The bend 20 meters ahead of us is the staircase leading to the middle level. There is probably a security point there, said Dondon from Zhang Bauer's backpack. Both his front limbs were resting atop Zhang Bauer's shoulders. I nodded at Dondon before saying to Bulot, Bulot, we'll be relying on you. Zhang Bauer and Dondon took the lead ahead of the group. Together, we approached the security point. When we reached the bend, Zhang Bauer leaned over to take a look at the security point. He then stood up and started walking straight forward without bothering to hide. What is this fellow doing? I wondered as I quickly followed him. Only then did I notice that the 4 guards stationed at the security point were all lying on the ground, blissfully snoring away. I couldn't help but praise, well done, Bulot. I finally understood why the Emperor had tried so hard to obtain the ability of Bulot's species. A single small Bulot was already so powerful in telepathy. What if this ability could be given to the beasts we saw in Prophet Nomo's recordings? Would there still be anywhere safe in the universe? The General and Domo were finally also equipped with shields and heavy weapons. The exit is up there. There are 2 sections on the middle level. Both paths are interconnected, and each path is visible from the other. The 2 security points there will be able to reinforce each other, said Dondon. Bulot, can your telepathy control the 2 groups at once? I asked. The red light in Bulot's body dimmed. I could understand that Bulot wouldn't be able to control 2 teams at once. We need to think of a way to deal with the 2 security points at the same time, said old Du. We can pretend to be guards and distract one of the teams while Bulot controls the other team, said Zhang Bauer. That's a good idea. I'll go with Bulot and deal with one team. Old Du and Bauer, you'll deal with the other team, I said. We started moving according to our plan. Zhang Bauer and old Du first tied up the unconscious guards and covered their mouths. I placed Bulot into my backpack. When everyone was ready, we went up the staircase. At the middle level, I walked straight to the team stationed midway to the cockpit. There were 4 guards in the team. 3 of them were dozing off, leaving only one of them to keep watch. Soldier, why are you here? Are you not afraid that your superior will punish you? The soldier asked in astonishment when he saw me. Immediately after, the guard stood frozen. He had fallen under Bulot's control. The 3 sleeping guards were also easily placed under Bulot's control. After dealing with the 4 guards, I quickly looked at the other side. Things seemed even more straightforward for Zhang Bauer and the others. They simply knocked the 4 guards unconscious before tying them up. So far, everything was progressing smoothly for us. After dealing with the 2 security points, our next target was the cockpit. Everyone gathered up. Just as we were about to draw a plan to take the cockpit, the sound of a door opening rang out followed by heavy footsteps. Gondo, old Du exclaimed. We did not expect the Gondo to suddenly patrol inside the ship at this moment. The mood turned nervous. We could no longer think too much. The general, Dondon, and Domo quickly worked on pushing our captured guards into a side room. Meanwhile, Zhang Bauer, Old Du, Kelly, and I immediately pretended to be the guards stationed at this security point. In less than a minute, a sturdy Gondo warrior appeared from the passageway, dragging a massive club behind him. The friction between the club and the floor was incredibly loud, causing us to shiver involuntarily. The warrior's gaze landed on the four of us who were standing at attention. He rolled his eyes and said, "What a surprise. There are actually Eternals stupid enough to keep watch instead of dozing off." We did not know what to say, so we remained silent because we were afraid that we would expose ourselves the moment we spoke. Perhaps noticing that we were acting slightly off, the Gondo warrior suddenly said, "Darkness persists on the far planet Divine." "Shit, that must be some sort of code," I exclaimed inwardly. "There is no water on planet Eternal," Zhang Bauer replied after an awkward silence. We helplessly laughed at the reply, while an odd expression appeared on the Gondo's face as he stared at Zhang Bauer with his wide eyes. After several seconds, the Gondo slowly lifted his club in preparation to bash Zhang Bauer's head down. I immediately aimed my ray gun at the Gondo. In an odd turn of events, the Gondo suddenly froze while lifting his club. "Bulo!" I exclaimed. I immediately took my backpack off and looked inside. I found Bulo shining brightly like a sun while the substance within its body moved rapidly in a straight line. The Gondo's body was slightly trembling, as though the Gondo was trying to shake off Bulo's control. On the ground, Bulo shone brighter and brighter, looking like it was trying its best to deal with the Gondo. Everyone was stunned by the exchange. We watched silently as the exchange continued for about 10 minutes. At that point, the Gondo's body was trembling harder and harder. "Shit. The Gondo is too strong. Bulo won't be able to last much longer. I need to help it," I thought anxiously. The Gondo's thick white armor gave the Gondo excellent protection, leaving no opening I could take advantage of. Suddenly, my gaze landed on the Gondo's white eyes. "Dondon, come here," I said. Dondon ran over from the side room. "See the eyes of that Gondo? Climb up his body and cover his eyes," I said. "I doubt we can get close enough to him. His armor is probably equipped with a shield," said Dondon. "I believe he hadn't even gotten the chance to turn on his shield before he was frozen," I said as I tried sending a kick at the Gondo. My kick connected, proving that the Gondo's shield wasn't on. Dondon immediately took out some adhesive bandages from his bag and climbed up the Gondo's body before covering the Gondo's eyes. The moment the Gondo's eyes were covered, I saw the red light in Beulah's body dim considerably. Any living being would instinctively feel fear after losing vision, resulting in a drop in willpower. That was the same for the Gondo. Slowly, the blinded Gondo became incapable of resisting. He slowly lowered his raised club and gradually sat down on the ground. Old Du and Zhang Bauer rushed forth to grab the massive club before slowly placing it onto the ground. "How did you know that the freak can be controlled after covering his eyes?" asked Kelly. "I didn't, but from the few encounters I have had with Gondos, I have gained a feeling that their eyes must be their sole weakness," I said. "Haha. Canyue is essentially saying that the Gondos have turned their entire bodies into forts, leaving their eyes as gates," said Zhang Bauer as he laughed. "Canyue, this Gondo is too strong. I don't know if he will remain tied up after he wakes up," said Old Du after he finished tying up the Gondo. I shot a glance at Bulo, who was resting on the ground, and said, "The mind control won't last long on a Gondo. Also, things will be troublesome if his companions come looking after noticing his disappearance. Move. Seize the control room," said Old Du. With our previous experience, we were able to easily take down the security point in the control room still waiting for the Gondo warrior. In the control room, Dondon immediately stepped forth to check the ship's engine system. Fearless has been stripped clean of weapons. The energy supply has been removed as well. Most of the control system and nuclear power system has been damaged. Although the reserve control system is still in relatively good shape, we can't take off without energy. It did not take Dondon long to return with an update on the ship. "What? This ship actually doesn't have any hidden reserve energy? So what's the point of wasting so much effort taking the control room down?" complained Kelly. "Dondon, apart from nuclear power, what other energy is compatible with Fearless?" I asked. "Fearless is a rather ancient model. Apart from nuclear power, it can also run off electricity generated from solar power," said Dondon. "Electrical system. Where are we supposed to get electrical energy now?" grumbled Zhang Bauer. "We have the energy, but we lack electricity," I said. "Energy? Where?" asked Kelly in astonishment. I slowly took off the so-called amulet Old Du had given me before our Jupiter 2 expedition. The Imperial Guards had thought that the amulet was merely a regular necklace, so they had left it on me. Emergency energy supply. I almost forgot about it. "I used mine on Sirius," said Zhang Bauer, pleasantly surprised to see the necklace. "Yes. The nuclear power system of the ship has been damaged, but this necklace can provide the energy we need. However, how do we turn the energy into electricity?" "Sure, the ship can still generate electricity through solar power, but it's currently night. We won't be able to generate anything," said Dondon. "We have the proper system in place. We also have the energy source we need. We only lack the ability to harness the energy into something usable." This feeling of failing to raise a fire even with firewood and flint present was rather disheartening. Time passed, and with every passing moment, things grew more and more dangerous for us. "I have an idea, but I don't know how well it will work," Zhang Bauer suddenly said hesitatingly. "Now is not the time to keep everyone in suspense. Say it already, I said. I once watched a science fiction movie that was produced 100 years ago on Blue. The movie is about a machine empire and its control over human bodies. In that movie, the machines had lost the sun as a light source. However, the machines ingeniously made use of the electrical impulses in biological life forms to generate electricity, turning that into their energy source, said Zhang Bauer. Fatty, you're wasting our time with your bullshit, cursed Domo impatiently. No, Bauer makes sense. We can try using the electrical impulses in our bodies. But who is going to volunteer as the source? Excessive energy flow might even detonate our weak bodies, said Dondon. Everyone instinctively looked at Old Do. He was the sturdiest among us. An awkward look covered Old Do's face, but he still braced himself and rolled up his sleeves. Right at that moment, a series of heavy footsteps rang out. A Gondo warrior was walking up from the middle level. This is bad. The Gondo has awakened. Be careful, everyone, I warned in a low voice. We all raised our guns nervously and aimed at the control room's entrance. The footsteps came nearer and nearer, but the person jumping into the room was actually Bulow, whose entire body was shining with a red light. Close behind Bulow was the Gondo warrior with his eyes still covered. This time, he did not come with his club. Rather, he slowly walked into the control room before lying on the steel floor. Everyone stood confused. I came to a sudden realization. The Gondos are sturdy enough to be the perfect electrical generator for us, I said in excitement. Yes? With his sturdy body, I doubt we will be able to hurt him much. We'll borrow some electricity from his body and start the ship, said Dondon, who was similarly excited. Old Do was visibly relieved hearing that he no longer needed to be the generator. Dondon immediately took out 2 power cables, one positive and one negative, from the reserve stockpile and attached the cables to 2 of the Gondo's fingers. At the same time, Dondon ran over and locked the door of the control room. Please be seated, everyone. Operation Generator is commencing, announced Dondon. We could see Dondon rapidly working on the reserve energy system. Soon, he finished all his preparations and connected all relevant cables. Then, he started the ship's electrical power generator. A blue current could be seen slowly taking form. It became thicker and thicker as it traveled along the Gondo's body, circulating from his head to his legs. There's electricity? This fellow's body can actually produce so much electricity, Zhang Bauer exclaimed. Canyue, I need to start the spaceship immediately. And the moment the ship moves, it needs to fly away, or the enemy might shoot us down, said Dondon. Do it, I said with a nod. Dondon then inserted my amulet into the control desk. A powerful volume of energy surged through the ship's engine, and the same energy made use of the electrical charges generated from the Gondo's body to convert into a powerful source of electricity. Then, the entire ship lit up as the various functions of the ship recovered. The Gondo on the ground was violently convulsing. The electrical current was obviously subjecting his body to great pressure. If this was an ordinary person, the body would have exploded by now. The Imperial guards and the Gondos around the ship immediately noticed the movement. They were all completely stupefied by what they saw. Dondon swiftly shut all the doors of the ship when the ship took off shakily with the help of the reserve electrical power system. At that time, the Imperial police finally recovered from their shock. All sorts of weapons were aimed at us before the police pulled the triggers. A Gondo warrior used the massive hatchet in his hand to hook onto the edge of the ship. He slowly climbed up. Dondon, why don't you turn on the shield? Asked Zhang Bauer anxiously when he saw the numerous explosions all around the ship. The shielding system has been removed. Remain in your seats, everyone. I'm going to start evading, said Dondon. The shaky Fearless rose to the sky while avoiding the attacks coming from the ground. In a short time period, the ship reached an altitude of thousands of meters in the air. At that point, the ground weapons could no longer damage the ship, leaving the 4 drones and the Gondo hanging outside as the ship's remaining threats. The Gondo used his hatchet as a hook as he slowly climbed to the cockpit window. We can't let him approach the window. Things will be troublesome if he gets in here, said Old Do. Brace yourself. I'm speeding up, said Dondon. As everyone braced themselves, the ship suddenly made a 720-degree turn, attempting to throw the Gondo off. The resilience and strength of a Gondo was displayed to all of us. No matter how the ship moved, the Gondo stubbornly hung onto the ship. Meanwhile, the 4 drones continued shooting relentlessly at Fearless. They were able to land a lot of shots, but the energy supply of these tiny drones could not power an attack capable of actually threatening our ship. The enemies also realized this, so the 4 drones came together to form a thick red beam and launched it at the ship. Dondon hurriedly moved the ship aside to evade the shot. Everything was happening too quickly, and we were all feeling lightheaded from all the evasive maneuvers. The Gondo on the ground was even more miserable. He was constantly flung up and down as the ship moved, to the point I started to worry that he would suddenly wake up. Finally, a thick red beam struck the ship's wing, destroying a part of the ship that served to maintain balance. If this continues, we will be shot down. We must think of a way to hit back, said Zhang Bauer. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of the hanging Gondo still steadily climbing toward the cockpit. An idea came to me. Dondon, try to use the drones to kick the Gondo off our ship, I said. Dondon's smart brain immediately understood what I meant. He maneuvered the ship in a manner that would use the Gondo's body as a shield against the drones. An opportunity finally appeared, and Dondon pulled on the control stick, causing Fearless to drop down straight toward the incoming massive red beam. At that moment, Fearless moved slightly following a predetermined setting, placing the Gondo directly in the way of the shot. The red beam struck the Gondo. No body or armor would be powerful enough to tank a beam that powerful. I saw the beam pierce right through the Gondo's shield to his back. Even inside the ship, I heard a painful wail. The pain caused the Gondo to release his grip and drop down from the ship. The drones also seemed stunned by the sudden change, stopping momentarily. However, they recovered quickly and immediately flew toward the falling Gondo. They were probably trying to rescue the Gondo. We finally got rid of those fellows. Looks like not even the heavens want to see us die so early, said Bauer. Shit, the enemy fighters are coming, said Dondon anxiously. Everyone ran toward the control desk and saw that numerous red dots had appeared on the screen. They were coming toward us from far away. These people are too persistent. Just speed up and leave, said Bauer. No, we can't. The reserve electrical power system is good enough to support flight but not high-speed flight. There is a limit to how much electrical power can do, said Dondon. What should we do, then? After doing all this, we still can't escape, said Domo. Dondon, can the reserve engine system produce a wormhole? Asked Old Do. Yes, but we will be completely out of energy afterward. We need to decide on a destination, said Dondon after looking through the system. Go to Echo. We need to help Zhang Xing and the others. We're still within the ceasefire period, I said. Do you have shit for brains? You're sending all of us to death with that command. With the few guns we have and this shitty ship, who do you think you can help? You'll only bring trouble to the one you're trying to help, criticized Kelly without holding anything back. I couldn't really think of a counter, so I could only shut my mouth gloomily. What do you know, little girl? The number of battles we had fought in is higher than even the number of movies you have watched, said Bauer. Goddamn fatty, fighting in battles does not automatically make you smart. Have you gotten a good body from all the food you have eaten? Kelly retorted unyieldingly. Domo looked happy to see Bauer being scolded. We don't have time. Stop arguing. Kelly, what do you have in mind? Just say it, said General Edward. I have the coordinates of the withdrawn League fleet, including the exact location of Carter's Zeus-class battleship. I suggest we look for Kate first, Kelly suggested. Who's Carter? Can we trust him? Questioned Bauer doubtfully. Carter is my brother. He is definitely more trustworthy than a fatty like you, replied Kelly with her sharp tongue. Finally, Bauer shut his mouth like me after failing to think of a proper retort. That's settled, then. The enemies are catching up soon, decided Old Do on my behalf. Kelly then gave Dondon the coordinates. He immediately produced a wormhole leading to their destination. The wormhole produced using electrical power seemed extremely unstable, its edge flickered in and out of existence. Producing the wormhole had almost fully exhausted the reserve energy, and the lights in the ship dimmed significantly. Go, go, go. The enemy is here, Domo exclaimed. Everyone looked out the window and saw about a dozen unmanned fighters flying rapidly toward us while unleashing red laser beams in our direction. Dondon unhesitatingly navigated the ship into the wormhole. That final movement finally drained the last bit of energy from Fearless. The powerful energy that had formed the wormhole was damaging the body of the ship. The entire ship shook violently, looking like it was going to fall apart at any moment. May Prophet Namo's ship be durable enough to take us out of this wormhole, I prayed inwardly with Bulow in my arms. As the shaking intensified, some parts of the ship actually detached and flew off. Shit, the ship won't last much longer, exclaimed Domo anxiously. Pray, everyone. Pray to Namo and hope that he can hear us, I said. Everyone sank into silence. I could see that some were already praying with their heads lowered. After a few minutes of intense shaking, Fearless, badly damaged, finally shot out of the wormhole, appearing once again in the boundless darkness that was the universe. Success? We're finally safe. Kelly cheered. Dondon, nobody can use the wormhole we produced, right? Asked Old Do. Yes, I'm sure of that. This wormhole barely supported our travel. It won't be able to support any other ships through it. Also, I regret to inform everyone that due to our lack of energy, we seem to have failed to reach our actual destination, said Dondon helplessly. Little cat, what did you just say? Screamed Kelly as she rushed toward the control desk. My apologies. Due to the lack of energy, we are still 1 light year away from the coordinates, said Dondon. 1 light year. Fuck me. Won't drifting aimlessly here be the same as waiting for our deaths, said Bauer. Due to the lack of energy, the temperature regulator will also stop working in an hour. Dondon dropped another piece of bad news. Can we send a distress signal to the fleet? Asked Kelly. Yes, but the signal will only reach them after a year. There is a massive cosmic void between us, said Dondon. Cosmic void, Domo muttered. Basically vast spaces that are essentially empty, said Dondon. One trouble after another showed itself, demonstrating the difficulty of survival in outer space. What now? We will all turn into popsicles in an hour. Domo grumbled nonstop. Don't worry, everyone. Just also use the final emergency reserve, said Old Do as he took out the energy stick hanging from his neck. Everyone immediately calmed down. We had been too anxious earlier, to the point we had forgotten about the amulet. Old Do, can you tell me about the origin of this equipment? Asked General Edward. Yes, sir, Old Do replied. He then told the general the origin of his amulet. I did not expect the Gliesens to have such technology. To cram the core energy of a star into something so small in such a stable manner. This is a technology that needs more study. It will provide much good to society, said the general. Everyone, the temperature regulator is nearly down. I'll be inserting the energy stick, said Dondon. Although we were reluctant to waste the final energy stick here, we had no choice. Do it, I said. Right as Dondon was about to use the stick, a loud sound came from outside the window. Dondon immediately stopped moving upon hearing the sound outside the window. Everyone looked outside and saw that a spaceship with an unusual design had appeared above us. The spaceship had an odd appearance, looking like a giant rock instead of a ship. However, there were clearly some propulsion installations on the rear end of it. Additionally, there seemed to be many entrances on various parts of the rock. What freak is this? Is this some sort of space creature like Jupiter too? Asked Zhang Bauer in astonishment. Doesn't look like one. The propulsion installations do not look natural. They are most likely installed manually, said Old Du calmly. They don't seem friendly, especially if they're appearing at a place like this. Get ready for combat, everyone, commanded Kelly. Nobody reacted to her words. Little girl, since when did you become our leader? Said Zhang Bauer. Soldier, apart from my father, I am the highest ranked here, said Kelly, once again arguing with Zhang Bauer. Stop arguing. To prevent any mishaps, get ready for combat, commanded General Edward. The general had a presence that made his words unquestionable. Everyone immediately entered combat-ready mode, awaiting enemy attack. At this point, the ship's temperature regulator was at its final 3 minutes. The massive rock ship slowly approached us. Suddenly, its bottom parted into a big opening. 3 strange, tadpole-like life forms flew out of the opening. Good heavens, what freak is this? Said Domo in astonishment. We held our breath and tightened our grip on our guns. The atmosphere turned nervous. The 3 monsters flew onto our ship, allowing me to see clearly that they did not seem to have any eyes. They were also constantly dripping some viscous liquid out of their bodies. Suddenly, 4 tentacles stretched out below them. Each tentacle was filled with circular suction pads, looking like an octopus's tentacle. A total of 12 tentacles wrapped around Fearless' hull, bounding the ship firmly with the help of their suction pads. Then, the 3 tadpoles descended again, dragging us into the dark opening below the rock ship. They're not about to eat us, right? Muttered Zhang Bauer anxiously. Well, it should be at least warmer inside its belly than outside, I joked. Before long, we were dragged into the rock ship. The door closed below us the moment we entered. In the darkness, Old Du turned on his searchlight. Where is this? It's not the digestive system of some giant monster, right? Asked Zhang Bauer nervously. The tadpoles continued dragging Fearless forward. A few minutes later, I felt the ship being placed down somewhere flat, and I heard a thud. A radiant light shone over. Through the light, I saw a heavy-looking stone door slowly sliding open. Behind the stone door was a brightly lit cockpit. Standing right between the 2 parts of the stone door was a rather short life form. Monkey King Sun Wukong, Zhang Bauer exclaimed involuntarily. That was understandable as the life form before us simply looked too much like a monkey. He was roughly 1.4 meters tall and basically looked the same as a regular monkey from Blue. However, he had a pair of eyes that made him seem to be in deep thought. The monkey also looked alert, holding an object that looked like a firearm in his hand while carrying a blade on his back. A gun-wielding Monkey King, added Kelly. General, do we open the door and attack? Asked Old Du. My intuition tells me that this little fellow does not harbor any malice. I suggest we open the door and attempt communication, said General Edward. Roger. Canyue, let's go, said Old Du. No, those 2 have similar builds as that fellow, so they will look less threatening. I suggest that they be the ones to initiate first contact, said General Edward as he pointed at Domo and Dondon. Sounds good. Domo, Dondon, open the door and initiate first contact, said Old Du. Why should I go? Domo was about to continue complaining when he recalled that the order had been given by the general himself. He immediately shut his mouth. Meanwhile, I passed the calm Beulah to Dondon. Take Beulah with you. As a precaution, you know, I said to Dondon. Dondon hugged Beulah with one of his tiny limbs. He nodded at me and opened the door with his other limb. A gust of a cold breeze entered the ship as Dondon exited the ship with the trembling Domo in tow. This dwarf is very loud usually, but he is actually such a coward when it matters. A single monkey is enough to scare him so much, sneered Zhang Bauer. The 2 quickly came before the alien. The general was right. The Monkey King put his gun away after seeing life forms that were even smaller than him. What happened next made it clear that the eternal translation system we had obtained previously was not working on this alien. They were unable to understand each other. The 3 little fellows started talking and gesturing at each other. Their movements became more and more exaggerated, and after more than 10 minutes, Domo and Dondon returned. What stupid language is that? Who would understand it? Also, that fellow is so slow. The fatty would be the perfect person to communicate with someone like that. Domo's voice came before he reached the group. This is most likely a place where food can be found, said Dondon. After more than 10 minutes, the only gesture you understood was one related to food, said Domo in exasperation. Everyone was left speechless. At that time, I noticed that the alien had disappeared. We should look around. What do you think, Canyue? Asked Zhang Bauer. I have the same thought. Everyone, let's look around. Bauer and I will take the lead. And thus, Zhang Bauer and I left for the rock ship's cockpit with everyone else in tow. The cockpit wasn't big. On the control desk, we could see several idiot-proof operating systems. To the side of the cockpit were 2 different rooms. Old Do and I lowered our heads and entered one of the rooms. The terrifying scene I saw in the room caused me to break out in cold sweat. I had entered an immense room filled with countless monkey corpses. It seemed like some had been here for a very long time with the dust on them, while some seemed relatively new. The 2 corpses nearest to the door were clad in similar outfits to the alien we had seen. From their outer appearances, these 2 had clearly not been dead for long. Some offerings could even be seen around their bodies. Looks like this is their cemetery. Successive generations of their dead are all here. Weirdly, the corpses did not rot at all, I said. These 2 are likely the parents of the monkey we met. Look at these offerings. They look new, said Old Do. In that case, that monkey shouldn't be the only life form here. We need to be careful, I said. While we were talking, General Edward and the others entered the room as well. Everyone sank into silence upon seeing the shocking cemetery. After standing around for a bit, we retreated from the room. There was a second room connected to the cockpit, and Old Do was about to enter when he saw the Monkey King coming out with a big pot of food. He placed the pot down before us. Within the pot was some sort of steamy hot gruel. The alien then ran back into the room and came out shortly after with a bunch of semicircular fruit shells. Looks like he is really preparing food for us. This seems like a friendly monkey, said Zhang Bauer. The alien then gestured at us to eat. The thick gruel reminded us of the tadpoles that had dragged our ship into the rock ship. I shivered at that thought. Perhaps everyone else thought the same as nobody started eating. An awkward silence descended. At that moment, a thought suddenly came to me. This was probably a meal the alien had painstakingly prepared with precious food ingredients. After all, food was most definitely a valuable resource for a wandering spaceship. At that thought, I stopped hesitating and filled a fruit shell with the gruel before partaking in it with big mouthfuls. In truth, despite the appearance, the gruel actually tasted wonderful. After entering my belly, I could feel my entire body being energized. After finishing the first bowl, I unhesitatingly filled a second bowl and continued gorging myself. Seemingly infected by my actions, the others also tried the gruel with some hesitation. The ones who tasted the gruel immediately imitated my actions and started gorging themselves, ignoring whether the food would be poisoned or not. It did not take me long to finish the second bowl. As I was about to take the third bowl, a pair of hands descended to stop me. I looked back and was met with Kelly's pretty face. Even this young lady hasn't eaten anything. What are the others supposed to eat if you have 3 bowls all for yourself? Complained Kelly. I magnanimously emptied my spot after hearing her words. Everyone started wolfing down the food. We finished the warm gruel in a short period of time. Everyone had a satisfied expression, especially Dondon, who had done something embarrassing. He had lain down on his belly in front of the pot to lick it clean of any gruel. The alien seemed glad to see us enjoying the food. Let's name this monkey, Kelly suddenly suggested. That's easy. Call him Wukong from now on, said Zhang Bauer. That's someone else's name. Not him. I want to give him his very own name, said Kelly. He brought us a meal of gruel, Let's name him Wuyo, I said after some thought. That's a terrible name. It sounds like the name of a beggar or something. Why don't we call him Wuzhu, said Kelly. Sure, you're the boss, everyone agreed, seemingly tired of her forceful attitude. And thus, an alien was randomly named Wuzhu after giving us a meal out of kindness. I noticed that Wuzhu had wrapped his arms around Bulow before sinking into deep thought. Bulow had remained relatively calm after the battle, but after it was hugged by Wuzhu, the light in its body brightened again. Meanwhile, Wuzhu turned completely still. That's what he gets from running around randomly. He will have a taste of mind control, said Domo. A few minutes later, Bulow's red light dimmed, and Wuzhu woke up. Perhaps Bulow is able to communicate with Wuzhu through thoughts and learn more about him, said Zhang Bauer. So we only need to communicate with Bulow to learn about this place. Canyue, you should do it, said Domo. No. Back then, Old Do had gotten better results when communicating with Bulow. I recommend Old Do for the task. I refused the task because I was feeling lazy and tired after the meal. Old Do scratched his head, but he did not refuse. He directly hugged Bulow. Bulow started shining with its red light again. More than 10 minutes later, Old Do placed Bulow down. So, did you learn anything? Zhang Bauer hurriedly asked. This is a very peculiar species. They might not have originated from a single planet. They are a bunch of planetless people, said Old Do. Planetless people? What do you mean? Asked Domo. A group of true life forms with no origin or foundations. They are forever living in drifting rock ships, relying on the substance secreted by the rocks to survive. Perhaps that was what we had just eaten, said Old Do. What? Are you telling me that we had just eaten rock excrement? That is too disgusting, exclaimed Zhang Bauer loudly. If it was disgusting, why did you eat 4 whole bowls of it? Why don't you vomit everything you swallowed? Said Domo. That's not the issue. The main issue here is Old Do suddenly paused. Everyone sank into silence, waiting for Old Do to reveal more of Wuzhu's secrets. Wuzhu might be their final living member, and the line of the planetless will end with him, said Old Do with a heavy tone. Drifting all alone in the boundless cosmos, not knowing where he comes from and where to go? This is too pitiful, said Kelly with sorrow. Everyone couldn't help but feel sympathy for Wuzhu's lonely life as a wanderer. The universe is boundless. How did he find us? Zhang Bauer asked. Pure coincidence. I can only say that fate brought us together, said Old Do. Right this moment, some sounds came from within Fearless. Shit. We were busy eating and resting, completely forgetting our prisoner, said Bauer. Don't tell me the Gondo is awake, I said worriedly. It would be troublesome if the Gondo was truly awake. Everyone ran toward Fearless. Fortunately, the Gondo had merely turned around on the floor. It seemed like being used as a generator had greatly exhausted the Gondo warrior, to the point he wouldn't be able to recover in a short while. This fellow will be a hidden danger so long as he remains here. Let's just toss him out of the ship, suggested Domo. No, he was merely carrying out the orders of the Emperor. We can't willfully slaughter the innocent, I refused stoutly. At the very least, we need to find a place to keep him. We can't take him everywhere, said Domo. Let's think of a way to leave first. We'll just hand him and the other prisoners to the League, said General Edward. Dondon, Bauer, go to the bottom level and bring the bound Eternal soldiers over. We'll keep watch over them in this drifting ship. Also, feed them some food in the cargo bay. I'll think of what to do with this Gondo, I said. Zhang Bauer and Dondon headed out to carry out the task. At that time, I noticed Wuzhu studying our spaceship. After the previous damage, the perfect Fearless had turned into a beaten ship on the brink of destruction. The various internal equipment had been damaged beyond recognition. Wuzhu looked over the damaged equipment again and again. He even carefully rubbed the damaged parts with his hands while in deep contemplation. What is this fellow doing? He's not trying anything against us, right? Said Domo suspiciously. After a short thought, Wuzhu turned and ran back into the drifting ship. At that time, Zhang Bauer returned from his task. How can you let Dondon keep watch over those soldiers alone? Are you not embarrassed about having a cat watching over a bunch of beasts? I said. No big deal. They are all tied up nicely. Dondon is feeding them now, argued Zhang Bauer. A lazy person will always be full of excuses, Domo remarked. Triggered, Zhang Bauer said, Dwarf, repeat your words again if you dare. As usual, Old Du appeared to stop Bauer. If Old Du leaves us one day, these two will fight at least once, I thought helplessly. Shortly after, Wuzhu returned, dragging a handcart behind him. Numerous containers and bottles were stored in the handcart. Then, he left the handcart behind and returned to the drifting spaceship. A few minutes later, he came out with a massive tube. Does this fellow think he's Doraemon or something? What's with all these random things? Mumbled Zhang Bauer. Everyone ignored Zhang Bauer and concentrated on Wuzhu. And then, Wuzhu started repairing Fearless with the tools in the handcart. Canyue, I'll replace Dondon. It's not safe to have him alone in there. It's better to have him work with Wuzhu and see if they can repair Fearless together, said Old Du. I nodded, and Old Du left. Shortly after, Dondon came out. He immediately observed Wuzhu and the repair process. My god, this fellow is a genius, exclaimed Dondon after a while. What is it? What genius? Be clear, said Kelly. I don't know what materials Wuzhu is using, but he was able to repair the damaged components. More importantly, he was able to use some sort of malleable substance to replace the missing components, solidify them, and install them in the appropriate positions, said Dodo in excitement. A malleable substance that can be solidified at will and is suitable as a replacement for numerous components? That is crazy. Is such a thing real? I exclaimed. I wonder if a certain person will start harboring ill will after seeing such a high-tier material, sneered Domo. You dumb dwarf. Who are you talking about? Zhang Bauer shouted for no reason. I did not mention you by name. Why are you in such a rush to out yourself? I had merely remembered someone who had tried to steal my cloak of invisibility, the same someone who had also stolen a chunk of solidified time and placed it in his bag, said Domo. Surprisingly, Zhang Bauer did not counter. Instead, he sat down silently, as though he was admitting his guilt. What? Bauer, you really took some of the solidified time from the Dark Hall? I asked. And no, don't listen to that dwarf. He knew that my bag was taken by the Emperor and that I can't defend myself, so he's framing me, Zhang Bauer argued. I merely gave him a glare, not even bothering to say anything. Meanwhile, Wuzhu continued repairing the various damaged parts of Fearless at an astonishing speed. Before we knew it, 3 hours had passed, and a majority of the damaged parts had been repaired. Even more surprisingly, apart from the flight system, Wuzhu had even installed the weapons of the drifting ship onto Fearless together with the ammunition required, causing Fearless to regain its offensive capabilities. All of Fearless's parts were repaired, making it look like a brand new ship. Finally, Wuzhu inserted the massive tube he brought into Fearless's energy system and recharged the ship with a seemingly endless stream of energy. Fearless's energy indicator started blinking non-stop. After roughly half an hour, the ship had recovered 80% of its functions. At that point, Wuzhu, who had been laboring silently, sat down in a tired manner. Dondon immediately performed a full check on the spaceship before looking at me with disbelief. Fearless has been fully repaired, Dondon announced. Great. We can contact Captain Carter now, said Kelly in excitement. Yes. Am I permitted to contact Captain Carter with the coordinates? Asked Dondon. Do we fly over, or do we have Carter come to us? Kelly asked General Edward. Since we need to make a report, we need him to come for us immediately, said General Edward. Dondon then started contacting Captain Carter. Shortly after, a concerned voice came from the communicator. Kelly, I heard what happened. Are you and Father well? Upon hearing Carter's voice, Kelly immediately snatched the microphone and yelled, Carter, Father and I are fine. You need to come get us immediately. Sure. I have the coordinates. The battleship will be there shortly, replied Carter. To prevent the League's fleet from seeing the drifting ship as a threat, Dondon, General Edward, Kelly, and I stayed on Fearless and left the drifting ship. We waited for Carter's spaceship, Star. After 5 minutes, a massive wormhole appeared in front of Fearless. Then, a Zeus-class battleship came out of the wormhole. A shuttle flew out of the battleship and stopped beside Fearless to commence the docking procedure. After 3 minutes, Captain Carter and 4 of his subordinates appeared before us. Thanks to the power of technology, a distance of 1 light-year was covered in only 8 minutes. As a Blueling, I enjoyed marveling at the advancement of technology. Carter's actual military rank was colonel, and he was around 30 years old. He had long, yellow hair and carried himself with a mature and dependable temperament. Father, after we lost contact with you and Kelly, I searched the space around Echo several times with Star. I attempted to pick up your emergency gamma signals, but I wasn't able to find anything, said Carter. Kelly said, the goddamn Emperor brought me and Father to Eternal. He even forced Father to defect and become their envoy for peace talks, intending to use Father as an excuse to hide the fact that he was the aggressor. However, Father rejected him. Carter looked at his father with a look of respect in his eyes. When he saw the Gondo warrior lying on the ground, Captain Carter asked, Gondo warrior, how did you subdue an enemy so powerful? How did you escape? Kelly looked at me and said, all thanks to him and his team. We escaped the Emperor together and were able to catch some captives while escaping. At least this lass isn't heartless. She still remembers our help, I thought. Thank you, brother. I had heard of you. The League was grossly mistaken to turn all of you into fugitives. I will make a plea for all of you, said Captain Carter as he stepped forth and gripped my hand tightly. You're too polite, sir. We were merely doing what was right, I said, somewhat embarrassed at Captain Carter's immense gratitude. How did you escape the Emperor? Can you tell me? I also want to learn more about Eternal, said Captain Carter. I was stunned to hear the repeated question. It would be too tiring to tell him the same story all over again, but then I suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhang Baoer's longing gaze. That fellow must be waiting for a chance to show off. Great, I'll grant his wish, I thought in joy. I then signaled Zhang Baoer. Sir, Private Zhang Baoer knows the whole situation better than me. I'll allow him to give you a full report, I said. I had barely finished when a stream of words poured out of Zhang Baoer's mouth like a machine gun. He doesn't look like he's great with his words normally, but in front of a senior official, he carries himself rather well, I thought with a sigh. Zhang Baoer was very excited in his narration. Of course, he frequently attributed himself with a lot of our successes and frequently belittled Domo's contributions, to the point Domo's expression turned ashen. Captain Carter frowned when he heard that the Emperor intended to execute all of us. Zhang Baoer took an entire hour to finish his story, and Carter patiently listened until the end. In other words, King Xido, Duke Yuden, and the others are all trapped in Echo's underground palace. Should we try to rescue them? Captain Carter asked General Edward. Duke Yuden needs us, but we can't risk a Zeus-class battleship for this rescue operation, said General Edward. But Duke Yuden is trapped on Echo. We must get him out, said Captain Carter. I need to return to the fleet and organize a proper rescue team. I also need to deploy some scouts to Echo and gather more information before doing anything. Only then will there be a chance at succeeding in this mission, said General Edward. I'm willing to take part in the scouting operation, offered Captain Carter. No, as the captain of a battleship, you have more important tasks, refused General Edward. General, I volunteer to take on the scouting mission with Fearless, I offered after seeing the result of their argument. I also had that in mind. Since your status as fugitives has yet to be removed, it won't be too convenient for you to return to the League immediately. I wish to assign your team to this scouting mission. I'll also have Kelly go with you, said General Edward, showing his support and confidence in us. Kelly's face turned excited when she heard that she was going to go on the mission with us. The authority of a general was unquestionable, so we all accepted the mission. Although this ship is repaired, it still needs further reinforcement. Carter, order the engineers in Star to further repair and reinforce Fearless. Additionally, prepare morph-capable gear for everyone participating in the mission, said General Edward. Roger. I'll get it done immediately, said Carter. A mechanical maintenance drone flew toward Fearless. Meanwhile, Kelly, Dondon, and I took a shuttle back to the drifting ship. The shuttle then returned with the Gondo warrior and the Eternal soldiers we had captured, leaving only the few of us on the drifting ship. I immediately told everyone about the new mission. They were all happy to know that we could go back and rescue Zhang Baoer. Only Zhang Baoer appeared unhappy when he heard that Kelly was joining. Everyone seemed to be in a state of excitement upon learning that we were going to throw ourselves into danger once again. Sounds of discussion broke out as everyone started talking. After roughly 20 minutes, the shuttle returned to pick us up. Everyone rushed toward the shuttle, but I suddenly noticed Wuzhu crouching silently in the corner with a lonely look in his eyes. Shit. I forgot about Wuzhu, exclaimed Zhang Baoer, also noticing my gaze. We can't leave him here alone. He is the final surviving member of his people. It is too sad to have him drifting about all alone in the universe, said Dondon. This is his home, and we still need to go on a difficult mission that might kill us. I don't know if Wuzhu will be willing to leave with us, I said with worry. At the very least, we should have him stay with the fleet, said Kelly. I'll ask what he thinks about it, said Old Du decisively. Old Du then lifted below and approached Wuzhu. He gestured at Wuzhu to place a hand on Beulah. Beulah's body started shining, and a few minutes later, the light dimmed. He agreed to come with us and emphasized that he wished to come with me, said Old Du. Old Du was an honest and sincere person. Nobody objected to the fact that Wuzhu wanted to follow him. Wuzhu seemed somewhat reluctant to leave the place his people had lived in for generations. He started packing, eventually accumulating dozens of bags to take with him. Yes, he is definitely moving. Look at how he's bringing anything of even the slightest value, sneered Domo to the side, showing no intention to help. The rest of us helped Wuzhu carry his luggage into the shuttle. Both Old Du and I accompanied Wuzhu as he paid a final visit to his parents' and ancestors' cemetery. Wuzhu kowtowed to his parents and ancestors a dozen times before standing up. Even when walking away, he kept looking back reluctantly. Slowly, the door of the drifting ship closed behind us. The drifting ship would continue drifting about with the bodies of Wuzhu's elders. Perhaps this was the last time anyone would step foot into the ship. Even if someone else encountered the ship in the future, they would probably assume they had encountered a random asteroid. As for Wuzhu, he finally moved on from the life of a lonely wanderer. He might have been reluctant to part with his home, but he immediately returned to his cheerful self after entering the shuttle. He looked left and right curiously. The shuttle brought us back to Fearless. Thanks to Blue engineers, Fearless had undergone yet another transformation, looking completely new. The weaponry system and engine system had all been overhauled and upgraded, bringing Fearless' offensive prowess to a level equivalent to a Poseidon-class battleship. Captain Carter supplied all of us, including Wuzhu and Beulah, with morph-capable gear, causing the overall combat prowess of the team to take a qualitative leap forward. I placed the morph-capable device on Beulah's head. From afar, Beulah looked like it was wearing a pair of goggles, looking exceptionally adorable. Lastly, Captain Carter also gave Wuzhu a translation device. Wuzhu immediately installed the device onto his suit. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Wuzhu's first word. Lilalalakikigaga, Wuzhu meekly spoke his first words to us, but none of us understood him. Without any data on Wuzhu's language, the device is unable to translate quickly. We need to have him carry the device around for a while, allowing the device to gather more data before it can slowly start translating, said Zhongbauer. We might not be able to communicate, but the three little fellows of the team, Dondon, Beulah, and Wuzhu seemed to get along fine. It did not take them long to happily start play fighting. Childish, remarked Domo, the other small fellow in the team, with his arms crossed coldly. When all preparations were done, Captain Carter called us all to the command center. Planet Echo is completely surrounded by the Imperial Army. We only have 1 hour left before the ceasefire ends, said Captain Carter, initiating the military meeting. Will that Emperor bastard even stick with his words and wait out the 12 hours? I thought he should have continued attacking long ago, said Zhongbauer. That might not be the case. Nothing is a joke when it comes to the words of a monarch. I believe the Emperor will keep to the agreement, said Old Du. We still have a precious hour remaining. Nobody will expect that the League would try to break through the blockade during the ceasefire to enter the encirclement around Echo, said Carter. In that case, we will do something unexpected and pass through the blockade. Half of us will try to enter the underground palace, while the other half will maintain the communication signal and guide the League ship that is taking part in the rescue operation, I suggested. Sounds good. By my estimates, the Empire would not have imagined that we would use a battleship for the rescue operation, said Kelly. Exactly. Gather our force like a clenched fist and punch through the blockade, said Captain Carter. We don't have much time. Let's move out immediately. We need to be quick. The team leader and the others are still waiting for us, said Zhongbauer in excitement. You make it sound so simple. How are we supposed to even break through the blockade, said Domo, pouring a bucket of cold water over our excitement. Good question. I have already deployed some high-altitude mechanical scouts farther away from Echo. Using their laser probe technology, we found an opening in the blockade's blind spot, said Captain Carter. While the captain spoke, Dondon controlled the hologram projector and displayed a map showing the Imperial fleet around Echo. Amid the defensive perimeter, a green line was drawn. The winding line cut right through the blockade's blind spot. This is amazing. A tiny opening like this was actually discovered, and it has a proper path drawn through it, exclaimed Zhongbauer. Yes, and we can move according to the coordinates provided by the system to avoid the patrols. It will only take us 30 minutes to get through the green corridor, said Captain Carter. We still have 55 minutes left in the ceasefire. Move. I commanded decisively. Canyue, the black and white gondos are right at the entrance of the underground palace. How do we deal with them? Asked Zhongbauer, reminding me of two troublesome opponents. We can't afford to keep thinking. Let's focus on reaching Echo first, I said resolutely. In truth, I was betting on Beulah. All right. I wish you good luck. Remember, since the Emperor had ordered your execution, do not pretend to be Imperial envoys anymore. Otherwise, you might walk right into a trap, reminded Carter. Understood, I replied. We'll get going. Have the support crew ready as soon as possible, said Kelly to Carter. Don't worry. I'll be there on time. Be careful and return alive, said Captain Carter. The captain then left with Star's other crew members. Dondon immediately activated the wormhole production system. Mere minutes later, we found ourselves outside Planet Echo. From inside Fearless, we could see countless Imperial ships of all sizes hovering all around Planet Echo, forming a complete encirclement. Only 50 minutes left on the ceasefire, and we need 30 minutes to get through the blockade. Permission to begin immediately, Dondon asked. Granted. Let's move, I commanded decisively. Fearless entered stealth and moved in accordance with the indicated route, approaching Echo at a rapid speed. Everyone gathered in the ship's command room and focused on the map of our route. Fearless was moving speedily under the cover of stealth when suddenly, the map indicated that a red object was approaching us rapidly. Shit! Were we discovered? Asked Dondon nervously. To die before even starting the mission properly. What a good plan. We were discovered the moment we came here, complained Domo. Don't make any rash judgments. If we were discovered, there would be more than one ship heading our way. Let's observe first. I stopped everyone from speculating. In less than 5 minutes, the map indicated that the red dot had neared our ship. Everyone looked outside the window and saw that a fighter drone had appeared before us. A fighter drone. Do we shoot it down immediately? We can't expose ourselves, asked Dondon. It is impossible that the enemy is attacking with only one fighter drone. Don't take any rash actions yet. Continue observing, I said. This might be a scout. After verifying our identities, a bigger group might come next, reminded Kelly. From its flight trajectory, it has a clear goal. Continue observing. Dondon, prepare for a wormhole retreat, I commanded. After flying around Fearless once, the fighter drone sent a green beam toward us. Reporting to Canyue, the fighter drone seems to be trying to establish a communication channel with us, reported Dondon. Allow it, I said. We connected our communication channel with the fighter drone. Shortly after, a brand new map appeared before us. From the map, our green corridor could be clearly seen. All around the green corridor were countless red dots. My god, the Empire is waiting for us at the opening. How did they learn about our operation? Exclaimed Bauer. Which Imperial armies are in charge of attacking Echo? I asked Kelly. The attackers are from the South Star Army, roughly 5 legions in total, said Kelly. How many soldiers do they have per legion? Asked Bauer. Kelly started providing a detailed description of the Empire's military composition. Each legion is composed of 200 Milky Way-class battleships and 500 Star System-class destroyers. Each battleship carries 800 fighter drones. There are 100,000 soldiers in each legion. In short, there are around 500,000 soldiers ahead of us, said Bauer in stupefaction. There is something I don't understand. I thought you were all supposed to be geniuses? Just open a wormhole with Fearless, and we can easily get through the blockade, right? Suggested Domo after listening silently for a long time. Dwarf, stop pretending to be smart when you know nothing. The energy signal from producing a wormhole is big enough to be immediately detected by the Imperial Army. We might as well just announce our arrival, sneered Bauer. This time, it was Domo's turn to shut up indignantly. Canyue, the fighter drone is sending something else over, said Dondon. Accept it immediately, I commanded. A green arrow appeared on the screen. What does this mean? Arrow, asked Domo. It must be telling us to go with it, said Old Do. Is this a trick? This is an enemy fighter drone. Are we supposed to trust it for no reason? Asked Kelly. I believe this fighter drone is here with a purpose. Its sole reason here is to help us, I said. You mean? Old Do muttered. Master Wind. He must be helping us, I said. 45 minutes left until the ceasefire ends, reported Dondon. No time to hesitate. Follow the fighter drone. We'll take a gamble, I decided. As we were running out of time, nobody objected. Dondon controlled Fearless and followed the fighter drone toward the South Star Army. The fighter drone led the way, and when we reached the Imperial perimeter, it released a thin shield around us. Under the cover of the shield, we miraculously entered a completely different corridor leading into the planet. All around us were various massive cannons, fighter drones, and other military equipment. My god, this is only the South Star Army. How big a military force do we need if we want to actually defeat the Empire? Lamented Kelly as she looked out the window. Fearless followed the fighter drone through the corridor for a while before suddenly stopping. From the map, we could see that we had arrived at a fork in the corridor. Everyone looked outside the window and saw that all around the fork were air defense drones and fighter drones lying in wait. Good lord. Can these air defense drones also operate in outer space? Originally, they were only used by the Empire at low altitudes, exclaimed Domo when he saw the drones. The fighter drones are good for offense but bad for defense. These air defense drones were clearly transferred here just to deal with us. There is now no doubt that this fighter drone is our friend, said Kelly. The fighter drone stopped, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to get through the fork. Everyone's heart thumped as we waited in silence. When everyone was waiting, a massive shuttle appeared in the distance and slowly flew toward us. Soon, the shuttle arrived beside us. The fighter drone immediately descended and stopped beneath the shuttle. Dondon reacted and followed the fighter drone, hiding beneath the shuttle before advancing under the cover of the shuttle. Thanks to the cover of the shuttle, Fearless safely went through the fork. Everything went smoothly after that. With the fighter drone's guidance, we quickly left the blockade and reached Echo's atmosphere. Team leader, we're back to save you, roared Bauer in excitement. At the edge of the atmosphere, the fighter drone turned and flew away. It had completed its mission. Thank you, Master Wind. We would have died without your help. How was he aware of our mission, though? I wondered aloud to myself. I have the same question. This is a top-secret operation. How did Master Wind learn about it? Said Old Do beside me. Let's focus on saving Sing Sing for now. We can think about it afterward, I said. We checked the time and saw that there were 15 minutes left before the ceasefire ended. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion came behind us. We quickly looked back and saw that the fighter drone that had acted as our guide had exploded in the distance. Shit. The enemies have discovered us, said Zhang Bauer. I stopped him from shouting with a wave of my hand. I paid close attention to the distant explosion. I did not see any ships from the Empire. It must have self-detonated to prevent any leakage of information, said Old Du. Exactly. We are still undetected for now, I said. Send a packet of encrypted information to Carter before entering the atmosphere. With the ceasefire agreement, we will be safe after going through the atmosphere, said Kelly. Dondon immediately did as told and sent an update to Carter's battleship, Star, indicating that we had arrived safely. A group of flying interstellar creatures flew past our ship, diving down toward Echo. Dondon, follow these flying creatures and enter the atmosphere, I commanded. Dondon quickly had the ship join the flock and enter the atmosphere. The intense friction caused Fearless' hull to turn fiery red. I noticed that the flying creatures were actually shrouded in furious flames, making them look like beautiful phoenixes. Fearless followed them through the atmosphere before descending past them. 5 minutes later, we arrived beside a yellow lake. How far are we from the palace? I asked. We are less than 5 minutes away by flight. There is a small number of air defense drones patrolling at a low altitude, but since the ceasefire is still active, I doubt they will attack us, said Dondon. Head for the palace immediately, I said. Following my command, Fearless sped in the direction of the entrance to the underground palace. A battle is coming. The past 12 hours felt like a dream where I danced between life and death. However, I'm back, team leader Sing Sing, I said to myself. Everyone, prepare for combat. Man every one of our cannons. Kelly, who had experienced a cruel battle before, immediately made the arrangements for combat. Fearless traveled swiftly. Not one of the Imperial air defense drones we encountered on the way attacked. It would seem like the Emperor was really sticking to the agreement. In less than 5 minutes, we arrived above the entrance to the underground palace. The entrance was surrounded by countless soldiers from different branches of the Imperial military. We could clearly see an abundance of siege equipment outside the gate. But since there was a ceasefire, none of them were attacking for now. Nevertheless, I could also see that they were preparing for a new round of attack. The ones leading the siege preparations were none other than our old friends, the black and white gondos. It was normal for the flames of rage to be rekindled when enemies met. I immediately decided to launch a surprise attack upon seeing that the Gondo warriors were the ones leading the siege. Dondon promptly sent another encrypted update to Captain Carter. With that done, I was ready to snatch the initiative and destroy their siege equipment. Aim all weapons at the enemy's siege equipment and attack. When the battle commences, Kelly will be in command of Fearless. Old Du and Bauer, get ready to drop down with me. We will charge into the underground palace, I commanded. No, we need to wait 3 minutes before attacking. The ceasefire is still not over, Kelly reminded. No, attack now and seize the momentum, I said. My blood was churning for a battle. Absolutely not. There is no need to sully our reputation for a few minutes, Kelly protested anxiously. At that point, several air defense drones were already slowly approaching us, looking ready to attack. Several heavy tanks on the ground had also aimed their turrets at us. Canyue, Kelly is right. Just wait a bit. The moment the ceasefire ends, we will focus fire on the entrance and destroy the siege equipment, persuaded Old Du. I finally relented. Time passed, and finally, the countdown began. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, fire. Mess them up. I roared as an artillery barrage descended upon the entrance. At the same time, over a dozen beams also shot toward Fearless. Fearless was able to launch a lightning-fast strike, creating massive explosions in front of the underground entrance. Chunks of siege equipment were sent flying everywhere, and the soldiers present vanished in a sea of flames as their shields fell apart. At the same time, the laser beams shooting toward Fearless were perfectly blocked by the ship's shield. These weapons are surprisingly powerful. They cover a super wide range as well, resulting in too many deaths, I thought with guilt. Carter must have improved our weaponry system, and with the addition of the drifting ship's weapons, which are probably stronger than expected, our firepower has risen to an unexpected level, said Zhang Bauer as he looked at the sea of flames beneath us. Canyue, an opening has been created. You should get going now, said Kelly. Superior, it's still burning down there. Why are you telling us to plunge into the fire? Questioned Zhang Bauer unhappily. We don't have much time. According to the system, the enemy fighter drones are going to completely surround us soon. Fearless needs to retreat immediately, said Kelly. Open the exit at the bottom level. We'll continue the mission, I said, feeling the urgency of the situation. While I was issuing the order to Dondon, I saw Bulu jump into my backpack. Looks like this little fellow intends to go with me. So be it. Bulu might be helpful against the Gondo warriors, I thought. Dondon did as told and opened the bottom door, allowing me, Bauer, and Old Du to jump off the ship. Our thrusters immediately activated, bringing us toward the sea of flames beneath us. The continuous explosions had caused the fire to constantly churn. Its flames danced around us like blooming roses in the depths of hell. I couldn't help but swallow at the sight. Prepare to defend against being burned. Charge in with me. I took the lead and charged into the raging flames. The friction between the fiery waves and my shield created a blue halo around me. The thrusters continued to bring us forward rapidly. In a few seconds, we charged through the raging fire and arrived at the underground entrance. There, our thrusters shifted slightly, allowing us to smoothly land. Ahead of us were two burning truck-like devices. They were continuously exploding, sending a series of red fiery waves into their surroundings. I was wondering why there were so many explosions. Looks like these two were what the Empire had prepared to burn the gate down, said Zhang Bauer. Kelly, we have reached the underground entrance. We'll be going in, I said to the communicator. Noted. Make haste. I have retreated from the battle. Captain Carter has also responded. Backup will arrive in roughly 45 minutes. Be sure to get the Duke and the others out within that time, Kelly reminded. Next, I stepped through the fiery world toward the gate. The gate was massive and made of steel. On it were two lion-shaped knockers, displaying an imposing presence befitting nobility. The middle of the gate had caved in, probably the doing of a siege machine, revealing an opening big enough for one person to pass through at a time. However, the gate still maintained its integrity, preventing the Empire from entering with larger weaponry. Canyue, the Empire created an entrance for us. Looks like we can save on effort, said Zhang Bauer in excitement. Everyone, let's go in. This place is too hot. It's draining too much of our energy, I said. Just as we were about to go through the opening, a massive silhouette rushed out and rammed toward us. The silhouette was moving so fast the air whistled in its path. Shit, take cover, I roared. All three of us jumped aside, trying our best to avoid the thing heading toward us. A loud thud sounded as a big hole appeared on the ground. Amid the billowing black smoke, I saw a familiar face. The White Gondo. The White Gondo had actually rushed out of the opening to attack us with his hammer. I could see that the damage we had previously done to the hammer had already been patched over with steel. Before we could regain our bearings, a massive object whistled through the air. The White Gondo was sweeping his hammer toward us. In a split second, the hammer reached me. I quickly lowered my head and avoided the sweep. A loud boom sounded behind me. When I looked back, I saw Zhang Bauer fly into the wall. He hadn't been able to avoid the strike in time. Bauer, I roared as I desperately ran toward him. After creating a massive depression on the palace wall, Zhang Bauer slid onto the ground. Bauer, are you fine? I helped his chubby body up and asked. It hurts? This fellow is too strong. I wonder if I broke any bones. Good thing I have a good amount of flesh to cushion the impact, replied Zhang Bauer. I was slightly relieved to hear him talk. It would seem like the morph-capable shield had resisted a majority of the impact. Otherwise, Zhang Bauer's body would have been smashed into mincemeat. Suddenly, gunshots rang out nearby. I looked over. Old Du was furiously shooting at the Gondo with the assault rifle that had been on his back. He was constantly avoiding the Gondo's attacks. Suddenly, I noticed a massive shadow cover both me and Zhang Bauer. I looked back and hissed in shock. How unlucky. The Black Gondo had appeared behind us with his gigantic sword. Before I could even think of a solution, the sharp sword slashed toward us. Shit, the attack is too fast. I wailed inwardly. I tried my very best to drag Zhang Bauer out of the way, but he was too heavy. Even with the help of my thrusters, I wasn't able to move both of us away in time. In less than a second, the massive sword reached my forehead. It's over, I thought as I quickly let go of Zhang Bauer and spread my arms. I stood between Zhang Bauer and the sword. The only thought in my mind was to keep my brother safe. I wonder how much damage the shield can block. This fellow's sword is too big, I wondered. But even after a few seconds, the awaited hit did not arrive. I opened my eyes in confusion. The sword had actually deformed the shield when it had descended, only to be stopped centimeters away from my head. Below. I understood what happened. I quickly placed my backpack down and lifted up below. At the moment, Beulah was like a miniature sun, shining with a blinding light. The substance within its body was flowing madly as it used all its strength to restrain the Gondo. I need to quickly do something to avoid Beulah from overdrafting itself, I thought. I then signaled Zhang Bauer with my hands, indicating that we should work together. Both of us jumped, each aiming for one of the Gondo's legs. Our goal was to attach cluster bombs to his legs. The Black Gondo seemed to have realized what we were doing. It tried breaking free from Beulah's control with his impressive strength. Slowly, his two hands, which were gripping his massive sword, started moving. Beulah was shining as brightly as ever, looking like a star that was about to explode. Shit, Beulah might have reached its limits. Bauer, install the bomb quickly, I shouted anxiously. We accelerated and attached the bombs before Beulah collapsed. After planting the bombs, I immediately jumped back, lifted Beulah, and ran away. The moment I left the explosion radius, the light on Beulah's body dimmed. The substance in its body also went still. The Black Gondo immediately regained his ability to move. He took a wide stride forward as he brandished his threatening sword. When he was 2 steps away from us, the 2 bombs detonated, creating a dazzling eruption at the Gondo's ankles. The Gondo felt acute pain, which accompanied the loud sound, in his legs. After swaying about for a bit, he collapsed onto the ground. Huh? What does it matter how ferocious you are? Can you be as ferocious as my bomb? Said Zhang Bauer smugly as he fired several plasma bullets at the Gondo's head. Meanwhile, Old Du was in a melee with the White Gondo. The White Gondo kept trying to hit Old Du with his hammer, but the hammer was too slow to actually fatally wound Old Du. Old Du kept dodging while shooting at the Gondo with his laser gun, but the Gondo protected his vitals well. In fact, things did not look good for old Do. I did not hesitate to launch several cluster bombs at the Gondo. I also switched my gun to tracking mode, aimed at the Gondo's head, and pulled the trigger. Thousands of tracking bullets tore through the air and flew toward the Gondo's head. Layers of light flickered as a reinforced shield snapped into place around the Gondo's head. He seemed to have learned a lesson from our previous encounter, putting more emphasis on protecting his head. He managed to block all my bullets. At that point, the white Gondo finally saw his fallen companion. The sight caused him to rage as he ignored old Do and rushed at me and Zhang Bauer with his giant hammer. Bauer, his shield is focused on his head. I'll continue attacking his head while you aim at the other parts of his body and look for an opening, I said. Countless bullets whizzed forth, assaulting the Gondo from all directions. A series of clanks rang out as Zhang Bauer's bullets penetrated the shield covering the Gondo's stomach, allowing the bullets to land on his armor. The shield on his stomach can be penetrated. Focus there, Zhang Bauer quickly reported. I changed my aim and shot at the Gondo's stomach, and we successfully caused the Gondo to slow down with our hail of attacks. Old Do also unleashed a ferocious attack from behind the Gondo. Things looked unfavorable for the Gondo. He was stuck 30 meters away from all three of us, not knowing which direction he should prioritize. When things were looking more and more favorable for us, I suddenly heard a loud sound to the left of us. I quickly looked over and saw that the black Gondo was scrambling back onto his feet. It didn't even look like he was too badly harmed. Inferior beings, do you really think we will commit the same mistake twice? Today, all of you will fall here, announced the black Gondo coldly. Who do you think you are? Speaking conceited nonsense all the time. I hate you the most, said Zhang Bauer, unleashing countless tracking bullets to go along with his scolding. The black Gondo heaved his giant sword up. His sword blocked a majority of the bullets, while his shield blocked the rest. This is troublesome. He's protected by a shield. He wasn't able to turn it on in time when he had ambushed us earlier. We had missed the best opportunity to finish him off, I said to Bauer, annoyed. The black Gondo swept his sword at us murderously. We were prepared and greeted his eyes with countless bullets. To protect his eyes, the Gondo was forced to stop swinging and cover his eyes. Perhaps only stronger weapons will work against him, said Zhang Bauer. But the only stronger weapon we have is the nuclear warhead, I said. Can we use it? Asked Zhang Bauer. Absolutely not. It is too destructive. The entire palace will be flattened, I refused. Suddenly, the black Gondo stopped his furious assault and slowly approached the white Gondo. After all, it looked like he was rather fearful of Beulah's mind control and our tracking bullets. Old Do, come gather up with us. Looks like the two Gondos intend to join up to attack us, I called out to Old Do. Old Do retreated while he fought, slowly approaching us. We can't let them join up. Their offensive will only become stronger than we can deal with if they work together, said Zhang Bauer. I suddenly had an idea. I reached out and stopped Zhang Bauer, who was about to shoot his gun, and said, you and Old Do try to hold them up. Let them join up. Give me a couple of minutes. What are you doing? Zhang Bauer asked. I have a plan. We have to take a gamble. There is no time to explain. I need to leave for a few minutes. You guys take care and keep them busy, I said urgently. Damn you, Canyue. You're leaving us at a time like this? Are you trying to get us killed? Said Zhang Bauer. I ignored him, lifted below, and rushed out of the fiery field with my thrusters. Dondon, can you hear me? I called out the moment I exited the fiery field and hovered higher in the air. Yes, I hear you, Canyue, Dondon replied promptly. Scan the palace and its vicinity. See if there are any Juxai beasts here. The Imperial soldiers will usually bring them whenever there is a battle, I said. Roger. On it, Dondon replied. I hovered in the air and observed Akko's surface. After the ceasefire had ended, the flames of war had started raging again. The crackling of fire and the sound of firearms could be heard all over the planet. Canyue, 10 o'clock ahead of you, there is a Juxai beast. It is busy scanning the rooms in the palace. Be careful. There are roughly 30 Imperial soldiers around it, reported Dondon. I flew toward the indicated location. Before long, I was hovering above my target. In a massive building to the side of the palace, the Juxai beast was busily scanning the building. The Imperial soldiers around it were constantly attacking in accordance with the scan results. I did not have much time to think as I immediately rushed toward the Juxai beast. Beulah, control that big guy. I'm relying on you, I said to Beulah. In less than a minute, I landed on the massive weapon platform on the back of the Juxai beast. I used my gun and knocked down the Imperial soldier in charge of the weaponry on the platform. The Juxai beast stopped moving. Beulah's mind control had succeeded. The soldiers around the Juxai beast finally noticed me, and countless laser beams were instantly sent my way. I was long prepared. I pushed my morph-capable shield to maximum capacity and extended its radius. Naturally, being such a big target resulted in my energy draining away at 5 times the regular speed. Dondon, can you give me the accurate coordinates of the black and white Gondos? I can't defend like this for long, I said to Dondon. Okay, I'll perform a scan. I'll give you some cover fire as well, said Dondon. I looked up at the sky. Fearless, which was being chased by several spaceships, appeared above me and opened fire at the surrounding soldiers, relieving me of some pressure. Don't harm the Juxai beast, I reminded. Roger. I did not use any large radius attacks. The coordinates of the Gondos have been sent to your communicator. However, they are not staying at the same place, said Dondon. I quickly navigated the Juxi Beast's weaponry system to look for the activation button of the contained explosion warhead. Dondon, can you see this interface through my lens? Help me verify the activation button of the contained explosion warhead and set the Gondo's coordinates as the target, I said. Okay, but the warhead might not necessarily be able to destroy the Gondos, said Dondon. I'll fly over and install a nuclear warhead on the guided missile, I said as I looked at the guided missile turret on the back of the Juxi Beast. I then activated my thrusters and flew toward the turret before attaching a zero-radiation nuclear warhead to the missile. The air defense drones that were busy attacking Fearless noticed what I was doing and immediately flew toward me because they designated me as an even more dangerous target. I was clear on the might of their red laser beams. I had no intention of taking on their attacks. Faster, Dondon. Bulu and I won't be able to last long, I said. Coordinates inserted. Permission to fire, said Dondon. Fire, I ordered. A contained explosion warhead shot into the sky before flying toward the underground entrance. At the same time, 5 red beams descended from the sky and accurately hit the control panel on the Juxi Beast's back. The powerful beams shot right through the Juxi Beast itself. Just like that, a precious creature that required 1,000 years to mature was slaughtered by air defense drones. The moment the beams penetrated the Juxi Beast's body, a powerful self-detonation was generated within the beast's body. Standing directly on its back, I was blasted high into the sky, and I crashed heavily onto the ground. From my new position, I saw a transparent light tube soar into the sky far away from me. Within the transparent tube, the power of a nuclear explosion churned, destroying everything contained within the tube. Bauer, are the black and white Gondos dead? I asked through the communicator. Only static sounds came for some reason. Perhaps the nuclear explosion was powerful enough to jam our signals despite having its explosion contained. I was still lying on the ground. Bulu hopped toward me before urging me to stand back up. I struggled to my feet. My entire body ached after the fall, but I forced myself to rush toward the underground entrance. Canyue, Carter's reinforcements will arrive in 30 minutes, Dondon reported. There was no time to waste, so I endured all the pain in my body and ran through the wall of fire to reach the underground gate. The scene of the contained explosion appeared before me. Both Old Du and Zhang Bauer were staring blankly at the destruction in front of them. I was relieved to see them safe. The warhead had landed accurately following Dondon's coordinates. Everything enveloped in the explosion radius had been destroyed by an overwhelming force. Bauer, are the Gondos dead? I asked loudly. When Bauer heard my voice, he ran over. The black Gondo is in there. He was swallowed by the explosion, said Zhang Bauer. It's a success. After all, Dondon's calculations are very accurate, I said in excitement. But at the final moment, the black Gondo managed to push the white Gondo out of the containment, said Zhang Bauer. What? The white Gondo is still alive? I asked in surprise. Yes, he is on the other side of the containment circle. Old Du and I are watching him to prevent him from attacking us suddenly, said Zhang Bauer. I slowly walked around the containment circle. Finally, I saw the white Gondo staring blankly at the circle of destruction. The black Gondo had already been thoroughly pulverized inside it. We finally got rid of one of them, said Zhang Bauer behind me. Get ready. This fellow will probably go crazy. Old Du's voice came behind us. I looked back and saw that Old Du had also arrived behind me. Captain Carter will launch his surprise attack in 30 minutes. We need to enter the underground palace as quickly as possible, I said urgently. But the white Gondo is still standing guard over the entrance. We need to take him down if we want to go underground, said Old Du. The white Gondo suddenly shifted his gaze. His white eyes slowly swept toward us. We could clearly feel the immense hatred in his eyes. He then lifted his massive hammer and walked toward us. Prepare for combat, I said in a low voice. The white Gondo walked slowly and stopped roughly 10 meters away. I noticed with surprise that the Gondo's pale face had flushed red. What is this fellow doing this time? Asked Zhang Bauer nervously. Push your shield to the maximum power. I have a bad feeling, I said. The face and arms of the Gondo turned more and more red, eventually turning bright scarlet while his body slowly enlarged. After a minute, the Gondo started growing even faster. Like a balloon, he swelled as his skin further reddened. Soon, he had grown to the size of an elephant. His entire body had turned red, leaving his eyeballs the only white part of his body. He looked exceptionally odd. Is he growing bigger to increase his strength? Should we shoot? Asked Zhang Bauer. In truth, I had no idea what the Gondo was doing either. The Gondo continued growing, and I could even see his blood coursing rapidly through his taut skin. An ominous feeling rose within me. Shit! Retreat! This fellow is probably self-detonating. I yelled anxiously. I had barely finished my words when a loud explosion erupted right in front of us. A world of red fog swallowed us. The white Gondo had fiercely detonated his own body, filling the world with a red fog. At that point, the contained explosion had ended as well, leaving a massive black crater on the ground. What is this? The Gondo was so angry he killed himself, asked Zhang Bauer gleefully. We don't know what's happening. Keep your shields on. Be very careful, Old Du reminded. The red fog spread as far as our eyes could see, layering any solid object with a thick red film. Even our shields were covered. A portion of the red stuff even managed to pass through our shields and stick onto our suits. Bulu stayed completely still in my backpack. It seemed to have been totally exhausted from the struggle against the Gondos. I moved the backpack to my front to protect it better from the red substance in the air. Canyue, I have arrived above you. We saw red fog cover the underground entrance. Are you fine? Kelly's voice came from the communicator. We're fine. Both gondos have been terminated. We will proceed to enter the underground palace, I replied. You need to be fast. Carter's reinforcements will arrive in 20 minutes. Also, the Imperial soldiers and personnel are mustering rapidly. They are preparing to launch another wave of attacks at your group, said Kelly. Bauer, old do, we have to ignore the red fog. Let's enter the underground palace, I said. Canyue, old do, wait. There is a complication, Kelly's anxious voice suddenly came. Kelly, what is it? I hurriedly asked. Something odd happened. All the Imperial soldiers that touched the red fog dropped onto the ground, said Kelly. All dropped? What's going on? Zhang Bauer asked doubtfully. Shit. Is this red fog poisonous? Bauer, old do, keep your shield on at all times, I reminded. Yes, all the Imperial soldiers touched by the red fog are dead. The red fog is still spreading even now. The entire area in front of the underground entrance is covered in it, said Kelly. What a scoundrel. That Gondo intended to have us bring his poison underground and kill everyone inside, said Zhang Bauer. Well, this is troublesome. We won't be able to enter the underground palace this way, said Old Do. Even if we can enter, they won't be able to leave. The entrance is completely covered in poison. Kelly, you need to contact Captain Carter and have him postpone the attack, I said. I will notify Carter. Try to withdraw as fast as you can, said Kelly. I ended the communication before saying to Old Do and Bauer, cover me as I go underground. I don't know how the team leader is down there. I will take off my suit later. Cover me with your shields. No, I'm going as well. Zhang Bauer objected. Follow your order. I ordered Zhang Bauer in an unquestionable tone for the very first time. Zhang Bauer stopped arguing when he saw how firm I was. We rushed through the crack in the gate. After going through the opening, a slightly inclined tunnel appeared before us. The red fog had flooded the area as well. We traveled along the tunnel. The deeper we went, the smaller the tunnel became. Eventually, the tunnel was only large enough for one person to pass at a time. This underground palace was designed very oddly. It feels suffocating to travel to it, complained Zhang Bauer. After walking for about 50 meters, we found with joy that we had finally left the radius of the red fog. Let's split here. Don't keep going, or we might accidentally carry the poison with us. Old Do, help me get my suit off. I'll go alone, I said. Old Do did as told and wrapped his shield tightly around my skin and below before carefully helping me remove my suit. The moment my suit was detached from my body, I took a step forth, leaving the poison behind me. Try to deal with the poison and meet up with Kelly. I'll go to the underground palace, I said. You can't contact us from down here. Be careful, said Zhang Bauer with concern. Don't worry. I'll be fine with below here, I said before turning to continue through the tunnel. After traveling for a while, the narrow tunnel gradually became wide again. Eventually, I arrived in front of a delicate building. The front hall of the building was decorated luxuriously with numerous fine sculptures and grand paintings that showcased the history of the Kingdom of Echo. However, I was too focused on my excitement to meet Zhang Xing again to be able to appreciate the works of art around me. A massive bubble was blocking my path. Its surface constantly rippled randomly with 7 different colors. This must be the entrance. I didn't expect them to use some sort of gaseous gate to protect the underground palace, I thought. I tried touching the bubble. Despite the bubble's seemingly malleable state, its surface was exceptionally durable. Even when I tried pushing with more force, no change occurred. No matter how much strength I used, I couldn't part the bubble. I only had a dagger on me, so I drew it and stabbed at the bubble. However, the bubble remained firm and undamaged. No wonder they use this thing as the gate. It is quite a formidable defensive object, I muttered. Without any other weapons, I was stuck. How should I get through this gate? I wondered. While I hesitated, the bubble suddenly moved. The durable surface parted, and a silhouette walked out from behind it. Alert, I took a step back and gripped my dagger more tightly. Soon, I saw a familiar face. It was Prince Taurus. Canyue, you're finally here. We have been waiting a few days for you, said the prince. Prince, it truly isn't easy to reach this place. How is everyone doing? I asked in excitement when I saw the prince. Everyone is fine. However, the king and the duke have been trying to find out what is happening outside. Unfortunately, the gondos are keeping us trapped, said the prince. Are you talking about the black and white gondos from Lido? I asked. Yes. Those two have been keeping watch outside the tunnel. We have no heavy weapons, so none of us can leave. How did you even get in here? Asked the prince. We got in after killing the black and white gondos. It's a long story. Take me to Zhang Xing first, I said, slightly anxious. Okay, where are the others? Asked the prince. They're keeping watch outside. Let me enter first, I urged. The prince did not say anything else and stepped aside before gesturing at me to enter. I quickly walked through the bubble to enter the underground palace, which also served as a bunker. The moment I passed through the bubble, a row of guns appeared before my eyes. Dozens of Echo soldiers were standing in a strict formation. They all saluted the prince when he returned. I followed the prince as we walked through the army camp. Immediately, a familiar face entered my eyes. Canyue, you're finally back. Zhang Xing ran over in excitement. She jumped on me, catching me by complete surprise and almost knocking me off my feet. Team leader, Private Canyue reporting for duty, I said as I straightened my body. Zhang Xingxing seemed to realize that she was too excited, so she looked rather awkward. She quickly calmed down and looked at me, joy filling her big eyes. Canyue, the king, and the duke are waiting for me. Let's not delay, urged Prince Taurus. We followed the prince through the row upon row of soldiers. Before long, we arrived at a temporary command room. Both King Xido and Duke Yuden were sitting at a big table. Even Principal Saucy was present. They were impatiently waiting for me. How are things outside? Was the Echo army able to hold the line? Was the League's attack on Ledu successful? Asked Duke Yuden before I could even get settled. I told them everything I knew. Everyone frowned when they heard about the cruel battle at Goldsteel City, whereas Prince Taurus had a smile on his face. How is Goldsteel City doing now? Asked King Xido. I don't know. I came straight here the moment I entered the planet's stratosphere, I said. Why didn't the League attack Ledu faster and eliminate the Empire's North Star army? What were they thinking? We need to leave as quickly as possible. I must return to the main headquarters to take charge of the war efforts, said Duke Yuden with a frown. Captain Carter is on standby and is ready to launch a surprise attack to cover our retreat. However, the exit is covered by a toxic fog right now, I said. Toxic fog? What do you mean? Asked Master Crystal. I then told Master Crystal about the nuclear attack on the Gondos and the subsequent self-detonation. You mean the Gondo can create a red toxic fog after self-detonation? I did not expect them to have that ability, muttered Master Crystal. You know of this ability? I asked. Sarge, tell them the lost tribe you told me about before, said Master Crystal. We Gondos all originated from planet Gondo of the Orion constellation. Since ancient times, we Gondos have been martial in nature. Historically, our race specialized in providing protection services for the kings, nobilities, and high officials of the various kingdoms on planet Gondo. In fact, the Gondo actually consists of several races. One of them is known as the Migong race, said Sarge. Migong? The name itself sounds mysterious enough, I said. Yes. The Migong race lives in a poisonous swamp. The swamp's toxic air is extremely powerful, capable of killing with a single touch. The tribe stayed there for generations. Very few of them had ever left the swamp. That lasted until an Imperial spaceship appeared on planet Gondo, revealing a part of the Migong Gondos before public eyes, said Sarge. In other words, after living for generations in a poisonous environment, their bodies had become the vessel of poison, I said. No, the Migongs I had met before can't self-detonate at all. According to the legends, only the direct descendants of their line of priests possess such an ability. However, as the highest rulers of the Migongs, their priests have never shown themselves to any outsiders. Because of that, the self-detonation ability has remained a legend, said Sarge. You mean the White Gondo might have the lineage of the Migong priests? How long can that toxic fog last? I asked. It won't dissipate quickly. Furthermore, it will enter any solid objects in the area. Any life form will immediately die upon exposure, said Sarge. How long exactly will the fog last? I asked. I don't know. According to the legends, it might take a year, said Sarge. Everyone sank into silence. I had not expected the red poison to be so powerful, keeping everyone firmly imprisoned here. The morph-capable shield is able to block the poison. If I leave and bring over more shields, we will be able to get everyone out, I suggested. We still have 4 morph-capable suits here. Titan and I each have 1. Duke Yuden and his assistant have 1 each as well, said Zhang Xingxing. With 4 suits, we can help out King Xido and Duke Yuden first. After establishing contact with Captain Carter, we can think of a plan to rescue everyone else, I said. This is an emergency. Let's follow Canyue's plan, Duke Yuden decided. Canyue, take my suit and leave with the king and the duke, said Zhang Xingxing. I was reluctant to part with her so soon after our reunion, but for the sake of the mission, I had no choice. Wait for me. I promised to return quickly this time, I said. She winked and indicated her trust in me. The 4 people slated to leave finished their preparations, and we set off immediately. After going through the bubble gate, I walked in front alongside the duke's assistant. It did not take us long to reach the area covered by the red fog. Everyone advanced carefully, and after roughly 20 minutes, we came to the opening in the gate. I took a look outside and broke out in cold sweat. Countless Imperial drones were visible outside the gate. Shit. The drones have surrounded the gate, I said. Where are our reinforcements? Get them to provide cover immediately, said Duke Yuden. Kelly, I have reached the gate with Duke Yuden. Where are you? I called out to my communicator. Canyue, we're above the underground entrance, waiting outside the red fog. The Imperial drones have surrounded the entrance. With Fearless alone, we won't be able to break through, said Kelly. Major Kelly, this is Duke Yuden speaking. Immediately notify Captain Carter to commence the rescue operation. Start the operation within 10 minutes, said Duke Yuden as he snatched my communicator. Yes, Duke. I'll notify him immediately. Kelly immediately got to work after receiving her order. Zinc, work with Canyue and establish a defensive perimeter around the king and me. Do not allow any enemy to get in here, said Duke Yuden to his assistant. Yes, Duke. The assistant immediately extended his shield to cover the entire opening. Reporting to the Duke, I am Captain Carter. The fleet has arrived outside Echo. In 5 minutes, the rescue operation will begin, Captain Carter's voice came from the communicator. Very good. Try to start as soon as possible, replied the Duke. Carter, the underground entrance is covered by a red toxic fog. You need to enter with your ship. Also, we need 200 morph-capable suits to protect everyone during our retreat. The enemy ground forces are roughly 3 kilometers away from the fog, said Kelly. 5 minutes later, the operation was about to start. At that time, I suddenly noticed that Zhang Bauer and Old Du were both still outside the gate. Bauer, can you hear me? I called out anxiously. Yes. We're also aware of the rescue operation. Old Du and I are hiding in a tank outside the gate. We are ready to retreat at any time, said Zhang Bauer. Were you able to find a way to deal with the poison? I asked. No, I tried cleaning it with water, but it didn't work. That Gondo's blood is too sticky, said Zhang Bauer. As we spoke, intense explosions rang out in the sky. I used my scanner probe to see through the red fog and saw that above the palace and outside the planet's atmosphere were bright explosions. Shortly after, several Zeus-class battleships were inside the atmosphere. Duke, Kelly, I have broken through the South Star Army's defensive line. Prepare for retreat, Carter's voice came. A few minutes later, one of the Zeus-class battleships managed to break free from the battle and flew toward us. The ground artillery started shooting the battleship. Countless laser beams and artillery shells struck the ship's shield, creating numerous dazzling explosions. A few other battleships entered the atmosphere behind the first battleship, but they were quickly entangled with the Imperial forces. Duke, Star has managed to break through the blockade. We are heading your way. The rest of the battleships will bring up the rear. We will arrive at the appointed location in roughly 5 minutes, said Captain Carter. Carter, the underground entrance is surrounded by drones, Kelly reminded. Canyue, retreat with the Duke to a safe position. We'll be launching the electromagnetic missile soon, said Carter. Roger, I carried out the command and brought the Duke to a corner in the tunnel. Then, the sounds of a missile whizzing through the air rang out followed by a deafening rumble. The intense electromagnetic waves caused our shields to shake, and the sounds of dropping machines came from outside the gate. I stepped forth to take a look and saw that the electromagnetic missile had scrambled the system of the air defense drones, causing them to drop one after another. Canyue, the electromagnetic scrambler will only last for 10 minutes. An unmanned shuttle will be coming for you shortly, said Captain Carter. Roger. We're ready, I said. Shortly after, the sounds of an approaching unmanned shuttle could be heard from the opening in the gate. Duke, Your Majesty, our rescue has arrived. Please board the shuttle, I said. Canyue, we saw the shuttle, Zhang Bauer's voice came from the communicator. Board the shuttle and retreat, I ordered. Assistant Zink and I covered the King and the Duke as they boarded the shuttle. The surrounding drones had been temporarily disabled by the electromagnetic missile, whereas the red fog had stopped the enemy ground forces from attacking. This was the best chance for us to escape. 2 figures ran over from the midst of the red fog. They were Zhang Bauer and Old Du. The moment they arrived, they also boarded the shuttle. After everyone boarded, the shuttle took off toward the battleship Star. The moment it took off, countless artillery shells were fired from the distant tanks and bombarded the area in front of the gate. That was a close call. We were only a tiny bit ahead of them, said Zhang Bauer. The poison-laden shuttle flew toward Star quickly. At that time, I noticed 2 Imperial Milky Way-class battleships flying toward Star at a rapid speed. Behind them were hundreds of fighter drones. The situation was getting urgent. The shuttle quickly completed the docking procedure with Star. The moment the procedure was completed, the battleship soared into outer space. Carter, what's going on? There are still hundreds of people awaiting our rescue, I roared into my communicator. Private, my priority is the Duke and the King. We will only rescue the others if the situation permits. With the Imperial ships surrounding us quickly, we must retreat, or everyone will be put in danger, said Captain Carter. You bastard! You tricked us! Go back there and help the others! I roared. Zhang Bauer also roared, stop, or I'll blast your ship apart. Private, are you disobeying? Captain Carter roared back. Carter, if you don't pull back, don't blame me for going overboard. So what if I'm disobeying? It's not like this is my first time. I threatened ferociously. What do you intend to do? Asked Zink as he aimed his gun at me. Instantly, 3 other guns were aimed at Duke Uden. Young man, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Asked Duke Uden. You are the dishonest ones. Stop, or we'll simply die together, I said. At that moment, the door opened, revealing the docking bridge between the shuttle and the battleship. Carter and about a dozen armed soldiers rushed through the door. Private, you are openly revolting. Put down your gun, demanded Carter loudly. Captain, I am well aware that everyone here is protected by morph-capable shields. But if you don't return and help the trapped people, I'll activate the nuclear warhead, I said. Canyue, what happened? I suddenly heard Kelly's voice from the communicator. Your brother went back on his word and decided to abandon Zhang Xing and the others. He is escaping without them, I replied. No reply came from the communicator. Captain, the 2 Milky Way-class battleships are getting close. We won't be able to retreat in time if we don't do it now, reported an official beside Carter. The atmosphere turned tense. Only a little spark was needed for the situation to escalate further. Private, I can't risk all the lives on an entire battleship to rescue them. We must retreat first before coming up with a different plan. I promise that I won't abandon them. After all, King Zaido's son, Prince Taurus is also down there, said Duke Yuden. Perhaps the talk about all the lives on the ship had moved me, causing me to glance at Zhang Bauer and old Du. They both indicated their support for any decision I made. Dondon, come pick us up on Fearless. Carter, help us take off our poisoned suits and detoxify them first. I also need 200 sets of suits and weapons, I made my demand. All right. I agree, said Carter after looking at the Duke and receiving a nod. Order all the participating ships to pull out of the planet with Star. Have Fearless follow us as we retreat, said Carter. A few soldiers made use of mechanical arms and morph-capable shields to carefully remove our poisoned suits before taking us to a decontamination chamber. After we were decontaminated, we entered the main body of the battleship Star. About a dozen armed soldiers were waiting. The three of us and Bulow were immediately arrested. Carter, what is the meaning of this? Are you going back on your word? Asked Zhang Bauer. Captain Carter did not even give us a reply. He merely had the soldiers lock us in the holding cell. From the window, we saw that dozens of Imperial battleships were surrounding us. Why are they not escaping with a wormhole? What bullshit leadership is this? Said Zhang Bauer. Maybe the Imperial battleships are sticking too closely, not giving them enough space to produce a wormhole, said Old Du. We were locked in a room at the end of the corridor. We looked out the window and saw that the Imperial battleships and drones were fiercely encircling and attacking the League battleships. Under their ferocious assault, a Zeus-class battleship's shield was finally broken. Immediately, countless drones swarmed the battleship like predators upon prey. Without the shield, the Zeus-class battleship was no match for their concentrated attacks. A violent explosion finally erupted in the ship, and countless escape pods shot out. However, even more soldiers were left behind in the burning battleship. I reckon there were no less than 200 deaths in that one ship, said Old Du with a sigh. The exploding battleship created enough space for the other battleships to produce an escape wormhole. After the wormhole was created, all the ships quickly entered it. Star was the last battleship to enter the wormhole. Dozens of Imperial fighter drones also managed to enter the wormhole, but they were easily destroyed. Duke Yuden was finally safe. I sat blankly in the room, thinking about Zhang Xingxing, who was still trapped. To help Duke Yuden, she had even given me her suit. I was filled with regret for agreeing with the plan. Suddenly, a fierce voice came from the corridor. Where are the three idiots? I'm going to kill them. Captain Carter's furious voice rang out. That guy must have gone mad. We must be careful, said Zhang Bauer. He's so angry because of the loss of a Zeus-class battleship. As the commander of the operation, he will be subjected to a hearing for the loss, said Old Du. The three of us stood against the wall and assumed defensive positions. The door opened, and Carter rushed in, furious. Several soldiers were still trying to stop him from doing anything extreme. You idiots! If it wasn't for you guys wasting my time, we wouldn't have lost a battleship and over 1,000 soldiers, roared Carter. There are always casualties in war, especially when working against certain strategic goals. There are many such cases in history, argued Zhang Bauer unyieldingly. You still dare to twist your words and keep quibbling? I'll kill you, said Captain Carter as he tried to snatch the gun from a soldier's hands. The guard was already on guard against something like that, so he kept an iron grip on his gun. When Carter saw that he had failed to snatch the gun, he suddenly reached for the dagger on the soldier's waist and then stabbed it toward Zhang Bauer's chest. Everyone exclaimed in alarm. Everything had happened suddenly, so nobody could react in time. In a flash, the blade stabbed into Zhang Bauer's chest. It hurts? You imbecile! You dare stab me? Roared Zhang Bauer as he pulled the dagger out. We suddenly saw that Carter was standing completely still. The dagger had not gone in too deeply. In fact, only a tiny bit of the blade's tip had stabbed through Zhang Bauer's skin. It was barely enough to draw blood. I knew that Bulow had acted during the critical moment and saved Zhang Bauer. You animal? You're actually so ruthless? We are prisoners. Before subjecting us to a trial, you tried to take our lives in private. This is highly illegal. Soldiers, why aren't you arresting him? I roared at the soldiers who were staring blankly. My roar seemed to have awakened them. One of them, who seemed to be an official, signaled the others with his eyes. They understood tacitly what he meant and stepped forth to arrest the captain. Right at that moment, a military messenger appeared outside the room with a new order. Duke Yuden ordered that the three prisoners are to be immediately brought to the temporary command center, said the messenger. The three soldiers escorted us and Carter, who was restrained, to the temporary command center. At that point, Bulow had stopped the control. Along the way, Carter kept threatening the three of us. Surprisingly, all three of us reached a unanimous decision to ignore him regardless of what he said. Shortly after, we arrived at the temporary command center. Through the window, I saw that we were currently within one of the fleet's outer space military bases. The command center was filled with soldiers and military officials in ceremonial attire. Duke Yuden and King Xido were seated on the two big chairs in the center of the room. Standing beside them were Kelly with a concerned expression and our companions, Dondon, Domo, and Wazhu. Weird. Why are all these people in ceremonial attire? What weird thing are they trying to do now? I wondered inwardly. After we entered the room, Duke Yuden walked up to us. He wordlessly stared at us, to the point our hair stood on end. Going back on your word and tricking us to help you before taking us prisoner. Just kill us and get it over with. Why waste time here, said Zhang Bauer unyieldingly. The Duke smiled and ignored Zhang Bauer. After he was done staring at us, he walked up to Carter and started staring at Carter wordlessly as well. After a while, Duke Uden shook his head, turned around, and waved his hand. Several soldiers immediately stepped forth and removed the bindings on the three of us and Carter. The moment our bindings were removed, Duke Uden's assistant stepped forth with a letter of commendation in his hand. He started reading from it. In view of Zhang Xingxing, Li Canyue, Zhang Bauer, and Dudal Humla's contribution in the war, Duke Uden hereby exercises his prerogative to promote Major Zhang Xingxing to Lieutenant Colonel. Private Li Canyue, Zhang Bauer, and Dudal Humla are all promoted to second lieutenants. Zhang Xingxing is hereby appointed captain of the Poseidon-class battleship Spacetime. In Zhang Xingxing's absence, Li Canyue will be Spacetime's acting captain. Their fugitive status is officially removed, announced the assistant. The change and surprise had arrived so suddenly. Even people who had faced countless dangers and hardships like us were completely stunned. We had always dreamed of returning to the League after making enough contributions, and our dream had been achieved. We had even been promoted. It felt like all our hardships had been worth it. After Assistant Zink finished, Duke Uden turned and walked up to me. Young man, although you have offended me, I understand the principles of justice and fairness that you and your team pursue. You have returned to the League, and from now onward, you have your own ship to captain and have the right to recruit the crew for your ship. I hope you can prove your worth to the League in this war, said Duke Uden. Thank you, sir. My first mission will be rescuing our captain. We will reconvene with the League fleet after, I said. The battleship Spacetime is equipped with formidable firepower. It also has extremely flexible maneuverability and comes with 200 experienced crew members. Additionally, your spaceship Fearless will stay with you, serving as the deputy under the battleship Spacetime. Your requested 200 sets of morph-capable gears have been prepared. This is as much as I can help for your rescue mission, said Duke Uden. But the South Star Army has created a defensive perimeter of 500,000 people. How do I save the captain with so little manpower? I asked. In the history of war, including the history of your planet Blue, there are many examples of defeating the many with the few. My apologies, but I won't be able to spare more manpower to help you, said Duke Uden. I stopped insisting. I knew that facing a major war, a small number of losses would always be taken as a matter of fact. After speaking to me, Duke Uden turned to face Captain Carter. Captain Carter, for your exemplary performance in the rescue operation to free the King of Echo and me, you qualified for a medal. But today, you had broken military law and attempted to harm your prisoners without trial. Fortunately, no big damage was done. Thus, your contribution and your fault will cancel each other out. But if you repeat the same offense, you will receive double the punishment, said Duke Uden coldly. Kelly finally smiled when she saw that Captain Carter wouldn't receive punishment. She had been worried that her brother would receive severe punishment for his actions. Thank you for the forgiveness, sir. I will work hard to make up for my offense and fight for the League until my very last breath, said Captain Carter, who was similarly relieved. Don't embarrass your father, said Duke Uden. So in the end, it is still General Edward's reputation that has shielded him, I thought inwardly. Canyue, your unit still needs a designation. What do you have in mind? Duke Uden suddenly asked. I looked at Old Du and Zhang Bauer before sinking into thought. I suddenly blurted, 7th Armored Division. Soldier, you only have 2 ships. How can you call yourself a division? Reminded Assistant Zink. A single spark can start a prairie fire. We will grow in battle, I replied. No problem. Their unit will be incorporated into the 11th Corps of the B Army, decided Duke Uden. I did not expect to have our very own unit and soldiers so soon. At the thought of that, I couldn't help but grow excited. Lord Duke, we're running out of time. Permission to lead my unit to Echo and commence the rescue operation, I applied. Granted. I hope you can complete the mission and return speedily. I will be awaiting your good news, encouraged Duke Uden. Duke, I have a request, a voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Kelly. What request? Asked Duke Uden. Sir, permission to join Captain Zhang Xingxing's unit, said Kelly. Oh, Second Lieutenant Canyue, what do you think? Asked Duke Uden instead of giving his answer. Canyue, she is a major. She might disobey direct orders with her higher military rank. Don't forget what she did previously, reminded Zhang Bauer. I promise to follow all the captain's orders, said Kelly. Canyue, Kelly has a rich experience in leading Poseidon-class battleships in battles. She will be a good helper if she joins you, said Duke Uden. I agree to have Kelly join the 7th Armored Division. She will assist the captain in all our battle assignments, I replied. Good. Zink, make the arrangements and have the crew members assemble as soon as possible. They will assist Captain Canyue with the rescue mission, said Duke Uden. Yes, Lord Duke. The corresponding personnel have been assembled. I will take Captain Canyue to them soon, said Zink. Both Zhang Bauer and Old Du appeared excited. They were impatient to get the show on the road now that we had our own unit to lead. Kelly approached her brother to give him a proper farewell. In interstellar wars, nobody knew when one would perish. Each farewell could very well be the final farewell. Suddenly, when we were about to leave, King Zaido said, Young man, I need to ask for a favor from you. Your Majesty, what request do you have? Just say it. I'll try my best, I said politely. Thank you, young man. You have helped Echo many times with your courage. I hope you can save both Prince Taurus and Prince Arid during your rescue mission. Those two are intricately linked to the war with the Divine Empire, King Zaido earnestly requested. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will do my best to rescue both of them, I promised. Both princes are in danger, especially Prince Arid, who was last seen in Goldsteel City. From our latest reports, the city has fallen and Prince Arid has gone missing. It will be very difficult to find him. I can only rely on you, Captain. The Kingdom of Akko and her citizens will remember this, said King Xido gratefully. I repeated my promise to help before leaving with Assistant Zinc at the docking bay where the battleship Spacetime was parked. Canyue, why did you call us the 7th Armored Division? Why not the 1st? Won't that sound much cooler? Asked Zhongbauer. I honestly came up with the name randomly. I chose the 7th Armored Division because it would sound like we are a much bigger unit than we are, I said. I heard Domo grumble, this is the consequence of being uneducated. Someone uneducated is naturally terrible at naming. When we arrived at the docking bay, a group of fully armed soldiers was waiting for us, standing in 2 neat rows. Captain, all the crew members of Spacetime welcome you. I am the combat advisor assigned to the ship, Lin Figsu. I will be in charge of assisting you with commanding the battleship and the battles we find ourselves in, reported a young second lieutenant. This was the first time I was addressed as captain, and this was also the first time I had my own crew. Thus, I was incredibly excited. Second lieutenant, where is our command center? Asked Zhongbauer, who couldn't hold back his excitement. The command center has been prepared. We can take off at any moment, said Lin Figsu. We bid farewell to Zinc, and I had Dondon and Domo pilot Fearless for now before the rest of us boarded Spacetime. Spacetime was one of the League's Poseidon-class battleships. The League's battleships were generally separated into 3 classes: Zeus warships, Poseidon cruisers, and Achilles destroyers. Generally, a Poseidon cruiser came with 200 to 250 crew members. It had formidable firepower capable of destroying an entire moon, and it was also far more dexterous than a Zeus warship. We arrived at Spacetime's command center shortly after. The captain's seat was located at the very front of the room, giving the entire ship a 360-degree view. When one sat in the seat, one would have a feeling that one was floating amid the boundless cosmos. The 2 deputy captain seats were located slightly behind the captain's seat. There, the deputy captains could assist in commanding, observing, and transmitting the captain's orders. As the acting captain, I gained a slight understanding of what power meant when I sat in the captain's seat for the very first time. For some reason, when sitting in that seat, one would inevitably feel a powerful sense of honor and responsibility. Done with immersing myself in the new sensation, I handed out orders to the crew. In accordance with our order, I would be the acting captain in Zhang Xingxing's absence, taking command of all operations in Spacetime. Both Kelly and Old Du acted as my deputies, helping me command the ship. Lin Figsu, the combat advisor, was in charge of supervising the crew members and watching over the combat arrangements. Zhongbauer was assigned 10 crew members and was put in charge of Fearless. Dondon and Domo officially joined the Interstellar League's fleet as junior sergeants. Who was also recruited as a junior sergeant and would temporarily stay in Spacetime and take charge of repair and maintenance. Most of them were happy with the arrangements, especially Zhongbauer, who was given his own ship to captain for the very first time. He looked incredibly excited. Domo was the only one who was rather resentful at being only a junior sergeant. He grumbled non-stop, claiming that nothing short of a general would be worthy of his talent and status. After everyone received their tasks, the 2 ships of the 7th Armored Division took off and left the League's outer space military base. After taking off, I notified all the officials to gather in the command center to formulate an action plan. Our top priority is to rescue Captain Zhang Xingxing. I wish to draw a detailed plan for the mission, I said to the combat advisor. Our unit is 0.5 light-years away from Sirius. I suggest we first head to the space region near Akko, suggested Old Du. When I heard the word Sirius, I couldn't help but think about Blue Flash, Toric, and Plum. A deep memory of them had been left in me from the battle we had fought together, and I suddenly felt melancholic. Captain, Spacetime is equipped with the invisibility function that Imperial ships have. Duke Yuden himself had approved the installation of the stealth materials, said Second Lieutenant Lin Figsu. What? This ship possesses the Empire's invisibility function? That is incredible. Zhongbauer exclaimed in excitement. Yes, and our ship is one of the few League ships capable of invisibility, said Lin Figsu. Kelly said, I suggest we go straight to Akko's space region before looking for an opportunity to sneak into Akko. Perhaps the League's attack on Lido had caused the Empire to send part of the South Star Army to reinforce Lido, which would give us an opportunity. You all make sense. In that case, let's not dally. Initiate wormhole travel immediately, I ordered. Everyone moved to their posts while Zhongbauer remained for the wormhole travel. I sat on the captain's seat and watched as a rotating transparent wormhole appeared ahead of the ship. This was the very first time I looked at a wormhole from such a close distance. The constantly spinning transparent wormhole looked like a miniature Milky Way, mystical and beautiful. Spacetime entered the wormhole. Seated in the captain's seat, I felt like the world around me was spinning as the wormhole folded time and space and mixed the two together, giving me the impression of a mixture of 2 dyes. After roughly 10 minutes, the 7th Armored Division reached Akko's space region. After our previous experience, we had arrived even farther from Akko this time. That way, we could avoid being detected by the South Star Army. Canyue, there is no fighter drone leading us at this time. I reckon we need to send out our mechanical probes if we want to go through the defensive perimeter to draw a feasible route, said Old Do. I looked at Planet Echo, which looked like a table tennis ball from this distance, and agreed with Old Do's suggestion. 5 space probes were immediately launched before I commanded the ship to turn invisible. At the same time, I ordered Dondon to retreat 1 million kilometers away on Fearless and wait for further orders. Zhang Xing, no matter what, I'll rescue you this time. I pledged to myself. Canyue, permission to lead Fearless to rescue Prince Arid at Goldsteel City? It will be more efficient for us to work separately, said Old Do. I disagree. I propose that we move together. Otherwise, the mission difficulty will only increase if some mishaps happen, said Kelly. Lin Feixue, who had rich combat experience, also voiced his support for Kelly. Meanwhile, Zhang Bauer stepped forth and supported Old Do. Both parties sank into a series of arguments. Captain, one of the probes has returned, reported Lin Feixue after 30 minutes. Display the results, I ordered. Lin Feixue then played the recording on the screen. What we saw stunned all of us. At least 90% of the South Star Army in charge of encircling Echo had withdrawn, leaving only roughly 10% of their battleships. By expanding the area each ship watched, they were only able to maintain the encirclement with great difficulty. What's going on? Where are their battleships? Did they enter Echo, or did they go to reinforce Lido? Asked Zhang Bauer doubtfully. This probe has only returned with these. We can decide on what to do after the other probes return, suggested Lin Feixue. How long will the other probes take? I asked. The probes in charge of scanning the planet will need another 60 minutes, said Lin Feixue. Canyue, their perimeter is very weak. We won't get another chance like this. I suggest we stop waiting and go through the perimeter with our invisibility. If they have actually landed, then things are probably very dangerous for Zhang Xing right now, said Zhang Bauer. I grew anxious as well, and I was ready to order for us to go immediately. Kelly said, absolutely not. Emperor Fi is exceptionally crafty. The enemy army won't disappear for no reason, and they won't have 90% of their army land on a small planet like Echo. If the League decides to destroy the entire planet with their army, they won't be able to evacuate in time. Having so many battleships land is basically taboo for any commander. Nobody will commit such a mistake. We had just arrived from Sirius. If there were enemy reinforcements on Lido, we would have received the news. Since we have not received any updates, the rest of their army must have landed on Echo. If we waste 1 hour waiting here, the captain might be gone, said Zhang Bauer anxiously. Zhang Bauer's words caused me to feel more and more worried. If we waited an hour just for something to happen to the captain during that time, we would regret it forever. Zhang Bauer, unable to keep himself calm, volunteered and said, Canyue, how about this? You guys wait here. I'll take Fearless and scout ahead while trying to carry out the rescue mission. We will stay in contact through the communication channel. You can be on standby to help us at any time. At that point, I had already made a decision. I looked at Old Do and saw encouragement in his eyes. Spacetime will activate its invisibility and approach Echo at the fastest speed possible. Fearless will stay behind and be on standby, I ordered. With the military command given, everyone stopped arguing. Lin Feixue commanded the pilots to activate the invisibility system and approach Echo at high speed. Spacetime took the risk and moved rapidly. In less than 30 minutes, we arrived right before the South Star Army's defensive perimeter. The defensive perimeter was exactly the same as what our probe had captured. There weren't many ships left, making it impossible for them to effectively seal the whole planet. We all stood up and looked out the window at Echo. An even more terrifying and shocking scene appeared before our eyes. The Echo before our eyes seemed to have doubled in size, with a thick storm layer forming the bulk of the expansion. 6 massive ships of unique designs were surrounding the planet from 6 different angles. Each ship was equipped with a massive hose that constantly released an unknown white substance onto the planet. The substance rapidly fused with the storm around the planet. Even as we watched, the storm continued growing while terrifying lightning bolts flickered amid the thick white storm. A small number of fighter drones were constantly patrolling around the 6 ships. What is this? What is the Emperor trying to do? Exclaimed Zhang Bauer in shock. Domo, have you seen this weapon before? I asked. Domo was the one with the highest level of understanding of the various Imperial weapons here. I'm a lowly second lieutenant. What do I know? Said Domo grumpily. Domo, stop throwing a tantrum. This is important. Since you have joined the army, a certain level of discipline is expected, I said solemnly. This seems to be a storm generator. Lido has always been lacking in water. I have seen them using these things to generate rain before. But generally, only one ship would be used, and it would be much smaller than these ships, said Domo. Storm generator. Can it be? Zhang Bauer muttered. Old Du said, there are a lot of underground bunkers in Echo. Most of the resistance is hidden in these bunkers, making it hard for the Empire to suppress them. Looks like the Empire plans to create a superstorm to flood everyone to death. It's clear the superstorm is already wreaking havoc on the planet. I believe this is why most of the South Star Army had retreated. They have already achieved their strategic goal here, said Kelly. In other words, Zhang Xing and the others are in extreme danger? We need to attack the storm generators immediately, I said. Captain, we only have 2 ships. Although a majority of them have retreated, they still have at least 100 Milky Way-class battleships, reminded Lin Feixue. I suggest we go through the perimeter undetected and ambush one of the generators first. The defenses around these generators are rather weak. We can try to sow chaos among them, said Old Do. I agree. Valuable materials are needed to make these storm generators. Each time one is used on Lidu, the Empire will tax us harshly. If we can destroy even one generator, they might be forced to retreat. That way, the pressure on the planet will be reduced, said Domo. Figzu, have our probes returned? I asked. Reporting to the captain, all probes have returned. A suitable route for infiltration has also been drawn, said Lin Figzu. Good. Have Dondon approach the perimeter with Fearless. Upon detection, focus on retreating. Keep them distracted while Spacetime sneaks in, I said. Roger, everyone replied. Spacetime immediately moved along the infiltration route. As our enemies were already stretched thin, we were able to advance smoothly. When we were halfway through, I noticed that a group of fighter drones was rushing toward a position behind us. Dondon and the others have started as well. The enemies are distracted. Let's pick up the speed, I said. With Fearless cover, Spacetime accelerated through the perimeter and arrived before a storm generator. The massive generator worked untiringly, constantly releasing the white substance to manufacture more storms. Canyue, this big guy probably has a powerful shield. I suggest we attack from below and aim for the hose, proposed Old Do. I immediately adopted his idea and ordered to have Spacetime sneak below the generator while maintaining invisibility. The massive hose constantly poured out the white substance from its hose, and an ear-splitting rumbling constantly came from the generator. The hose looked more like an entrance to hell than a storm generator. Captain, the high-energy cluster missiles are ready. We can open fire at any time, reported Lin Figzu. Open fire and make preparations to enter the storm at a moment's notice, I ordered. 2 high-energy cluster missiles shot toward the hose before vanishing into the storm generator. Our judgment proved correct. The hose was not protected by a shield. Shortly after, a massive explosion erupted, followed by a series of additional explosions all over the gigantic generator. The numerous small explosions ultimately added up into a massive explosion that created a mushroom cloud in the air. The generator was reduced into a bunch of drifting debris. Success! Zhang Bauer cried out in excitement. Our judgment proved correct yet again. After the first generator was destroyed, the other 5 generators hurriedly pulled their hoses back in preparation to retreat, seemingly afraid of further destruction. Looks like we have solved this threat, at least, said Zhang Bauer. It's not that simple. These generators might have retreated, but the storm is still around. From how it looks, the storm can probably last a few more days. At that point, the entire planet will already be flooded, said Kelly. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded while the entirety of Spacetime shook. Captain, the Imperial Army has discovered us. They are attacking, reported Lin Figzu loudly. I turned around and saw that 3 Milky Way-class battleships were shooting at us from behind. At the same time, over 100 fighter drones were flying toward us under the command of the battleships. Ready all our weapons. Do not allow the fighters to approach us, Lin Figzu barked out a series of orders calmly. Canyue, from how the battlefield looks, we're surrounded. There is no need to fight 3 battleships to the death. We should rush into the storm and commence our rescue mission, suggested Kelly. Through the window, I saw that the fighter drones were nearing us. Countless red laser beams assaulted us while our cannons speedily struck down more than 10 fighters under Lin Figzu's command. Captain, the 3 battleships are firing neutron bombs at us. Our shield will only last for roughly 30 minutes, reported Lin Figzu calmly. Immediately dive down into the storm. Notify Fearless to withdraw and wait further away from the planet, I ordered quickly. At my command, Spacetime accelerated and entered the artificial storm. The moment we entered, we moved farther away from the previous battleground. As for the Imperial battleships, they didn't even bother giving chase after we entered the storm. We entered a world of whistling wind, flashing lightning, and rumbling thunder. Although this was nowhere as powerful as the storm on Jupiter 2, I was still assaulted by a massive visual shock because it was my first time witnessing something like this from the captain's seat. After going through the thick storm layer, we arrived at a white world. A torrential rain covered the entire planet. The raindrops were so concentrated that my visibility had been shortened to a distance of 10 meters. Lin Figzu, activate the laser probe and scan the planet's surface, I ordered. Soon, the scan results returned. According to the computer simulation, the entire planet had turned into a world of water. Apart from some high mountain peaks that still existed above water, the entire planet had transformed into an ocean. That Emperor Feed talks about justice all the time, but look at the amount of life lost here because of him, said Kelly furiously. I was greatly distressed to see the sight before me. The underground bunkers were central to Echo's military strategy. However, the Empire had utilized such a cruel method to deal with them. This was an action that should be condemned by everyone. Captain, the entire planet has been submerged in water. According to our scans, with the continuous rain, level 18 super typhoons might appear at any time. It is unlikely that much of the land-based life forms on this planet have survived, said Lin Figzu. I don't care how difficult it is. Send all our probes and activate our infrared scanner. Search for any survivor we can find, I ordered. The order was carried out promptly. All the probes were deployed as we performed the search and rescue operation. Canyue, this is not your fault. It's the Emperor who is too vicious for sinking so low, Old Do consoled me. This is war. The truth is always cruel. How many inhabitants can this little planet have? I reckon there are no more than 100 million. When the Gliesens invaded Blue, we lost 2 billion lives. Do not be sad. As long as there is conflict, there will be death, said Kelly. I understood what she was saying, but the scene of Zhang Xing giving me her suit in the underground palace kept replaying in my mind. I could have offered to let her leave first. Alas, that one mistake had given me boundless regrets. I have a feeling that Zhang Xing won't die so easily. I believe she is still alive. Don't start weeping before the search is even over, said Zhang Bauer furiously. His scolding pulled me out of my sorrow. Yes, nothing was confirmed yet. How could I lose hope so easily? I nodded gratefully at Bauer as I recovered my mental state. Captain, our infrared scanner has discovered signs of life, said Lin Fixu in excitement. What kind of life forms did you find? How many of them are there? Asked Zhang Bauer. Some sort of warm-blooded life form floating on the sea. It seems to be rather big, and there seems to be only one. It is not humanoid, said Lin Fixu. Through the screen showing the images taken by our probes, I saw a similar figure. It seems to be an interstellar flying creature, I said. Yes, seems like it. It seems to have lost the ability to fly due to the torrential rain, said Old Du. Captain, we're right above the underground palace. I already reduced our altitude to a height low enough to observe the surface with our naked eyes, Lin Fixu reported. Seated in the captain's seat, I was able to get a clear look of the situation outside despite the heavy downpour. The so-called surface was basically a sea now. The palace's towering roof had turned into a tiny dot sticking out of the sea. I also saw an interstellar flying creature drifting about with the waves. There was a risk that it would be completely swallowed by a massive wave at any moment. Lin Fixu, start scanning for the underground palace. See if we can get any life signals down there, I ordered anxiously. Reporting to the captain, I have already performed multiple scans. No life signals have been discovered yet, said Lin Fixu. I remember that the prince once said that the underground palace is protected by Echo's unique gravitational power. That same gravitational power might also block out some signals. Additionally, they have a bubble gate that not even the gondos can destroy. I believe the underground palace is strong enough to resist the sea currents, said Zhang Bauer. Suddenly, a mournful wail sounded from outside. When we looked out, we saw that the interstellar flying creature had come below space-time. It was continuously calling out at us, seemingly pleading for our help. Lin Fixu, drop our rescue equipment and help this creature, I ordered without any hesitation. Lin Fixu did as told and carried out the rescue operation. Canyue, I plan to use Space-Time's life pod to investigate the seabed. If possible, I'll bring the captain back with the life pod, said Old Du. I plan to do the same. I intend to send 2 life pods down. That way, the 2 pods can watch out for each other, I said. Canyue, you're the captain. You shouldn't leave your post without permission, reminded Kelly. I'm only the acting captain. The real captain is down there. We must get her out, I explained. I then ordered, Old Du, Zhang Bauer, Wuzhu, Bulow, and I will be the members of the rescue operation. Kelly will temporarily take charge over space-time. Kelly did not insist after I gave out orders. Captain, the interstellar flying creature has been saved. It is currently locked in the cargo bay, said Lin Fixu. I nodded at him before telling him to assist Kelly, the acting captain. After everything was ready, I brought everyone to the life pods and prepared to set off immediately. Canyue, keep the image feed active. Spacetime will be on standby to provide assistance. Make sure to bring Xing back safely and return safely as well, said Kelly, displaying a level of concern we had never seen from her. The 2 life pods set off immediately. Zhang Bauer, Bulow, and I were in one while Old Du and Wuzhu were in the other. The life pods were designed to be used in outer space, but our level of technology was high enough that the pods could also be used underwater or on land. The 2 pods started heading toward the underground entrance. The super rain had long transformed Echo into a massive sea, and under the sea, the irregular seabed caused by terrain and buildings had created powerful undercurrents. The moment the pods reached the depths, the undercurrents started pulling at them, nearly causing a collision. Additionally, the powerful currents had destroyed many buildings. Thus, the palace had been ruined beyond recognition. 5 meters beneath the sea's level, our surroundings had turned pitch black. The 2 pods were forced to turn on their bright searchlights. We carefully moved along the rugged seabed tunnel. Constant communication was maintained with space-time. After dozens of minutes, we finally arrived at the familiar underground entrance. Due to the massive flood caused by the superstorm, the red fog left behind by the Gondo had long vanished completely. In fact, the entire place had been completely cleaned by the water, erasing all signs that there had previously been a cruel battle here. We also discovered a pleasant surprise. The powerful undercurrents had pushed through the tiny crack in the gate, eventually pushing the gate open completely. That allowed us to enter the tunnel on our life pods. We entered all the way until we reached the narrower part of the tunnel. This passage, which was only large enough for one person to pass at a time, had stopped our life pods. Furthermore, the moment we had gone through the underground entrance, our communication with spacetime had been severed. Since the life pods couldn't go through the narrow tunnel, we had to swim through it. The undercurrents around us were very dangerous. The seawater was constantly and quickly flowing down the tunnel, as though there was a bottomless chasm for the water to fill down below. Underwater, the powerful pressure, the rapid undercurrents, and the low temperature could also threaten our lives. However, no difficulty could erase my determination to go deeper. I'm leaving the pod with Beulah. I'll try to dive down there, I said to Zhang Bauer and Old Du. I know what you're going to do. Old Du and I will go with you. We'll have was who stay with the pods, said Zhang Bauer unhesitatingly. I had to work in an extremely harsh environment, so I truly needed some help. Thus, I agreed with their request. Carrying Beulah in the bag in front of my chest, we quickly left the life pods. The moment we exited, a powerful current exerted force to drag us deeper into the tunnel. To avoid being dragged to some unknown dark corner, we pressed our palms against the walls and activated our gecko gloves, allowing us to hang tightly onto the walls. According to our suits, we had a pressure of 350 atmospheres around us, about 1/3 of the pressure in the Mariana Trench on Blue. Our morph-capable shields were able to easily withstand a pressure of this level. As for the temperature around us, it was roughly 3 degrees Celsius. Canyue, it looks like the only threats here are the undercurrents. We need to use the thrusters to resist the currents and slowly enter. I suggest we maintain a rope connection between the three of us, suggested Old Du. Joining team members with ropes was a usual practice for underwater explorations, especially for underwater cave explorations. Zhang Bauer tied one end of the rope to the life pod before tying the rope around all of us. When everything was ready, we moved out. The undercurrents were strong enough that we could feel it even through our powerful shields. Of course, their power wasn't enough to overwhelm the power of technology. We slowly advanced, borrowing the force of the undercurrents. In less than 10 minutes, we reached the gate we had visited before. I noted with astonishment that only half the space before me was filled with water, giving me the impression that I was in a pool. This place is actually not fully filled with water, said Zhang Bauer in astonishment. This means that the entry point for the water here is too small while there is a larger exit point for the water down inside. Because of this, the place is not fully filled with water, said Old Du. Of course, we didn't have too much time to think about all that. With my searchlight, I found the bubble gate. It was half submerged in water. Found it? Zhang Xing is right inside. Let's go save them. I grew excited and nervous at the same time. Zhang Bauer and Old Du were similarly excited. They had long heard about the bubble gate from me, and with the gate right ahead of us, we impatiently rushed toward it. Canyue, you said that this gate can't be opened with force, right? Asked Zhang Bauer. Yes. I believe this bubble gate can be entered through the means of a genetic lock. When I came previously, Prince Taurus was the one to come out and show me in. It is very likely that the genetic lock is based on the echoes, I said. A lock like this is definitely better than any other lock you can find, said Old Du. We started shining our searchlights at the bubble, trying to attract some attention inside. But after more than 10 minutes, there was still no response. Weird. The last time I came, Prince Taurus noticed me immediately. Why are they taking so long this time? I muttered in confusion. Is it possible that they had evacuated? Asked Zhang Bauer. Or maybe it's already flooded inside, said Old Du. Old Du, don't say such ominous things, said Zhang Bauer. If Zhang Xing is still inside, it doesn't make sense for them to take this long, I said. If we really have no choice, we can try bombing the gate. We can't keep waiting forever. It's better to try using explosives while the room still isn't fully submerged in water, suggested Zhang Bauer. It really did not seem like we would have a better way of opening the bubble gate. After a short discussion, we decided to use a limited cluster bomb to blast apart the bubble gate. Zhang Bauer and I retreated, allowing Old Du to install the bomb. Suddenly, I discovered that Beulah, who was hidden in the bag in front of me, suddenly lit up with a red light. Canyue, look, Beulah is shining red again, exclaimed Zhang Bauer. Old Du immediately stopped installing the bomb. I lifted Beulah and found that the nearer Beulah was to the red bubble, the brighter its red light. Zhang Bauer nodded at me as I placed Beulah near the bubble gate. Shortly after, the bubble gate moved, the bubble shook, and the shaking intensified by the minute. Soon, the face of an echo soldier came out of the bubble. Following behind the face was his body. An opening had opened in the bubble. The water in the room madly poured through the opening. Enter quickly, I shouted. The three of us rushed through the bubble gate, entering the underground palace proper. The moment we entered, Old Du and Zhang Bauer dragged the echo soldier from the bubble, allowing the opening to instantly close and stopping the flow of water. Only after the echo soldier was dragged back did he get a clear look at our faces. He seemed surprised to see us. I noted with astonishment that the gate's armed guards were nowhere to be seen. What happened here? Tell us. We tried very hard to return. Tell us everything, roared Zhang Bauer. You're soldiers of the League. We're beneath the sea. How did you get here? Asked the soldier as he looked at Zhang Bauer fearfully. That doesn't matter. Tell me, what happened here? I asked. You're Li Canyue. I know you. The prince ordered me to come check the situation. When I arrived, I saw some light shining outside the gate. I was about to investigate when I lost consciousness, said the soldier. I knew that Beulah was the reason the soldier had gone unconscious. For some reason, my mind went blank, said the soldier. Enough about that. We only want to know where the people here have gone to, Zhang Bauer interrupted impatiently. They're all in the inner city's command center, said the trembling soldier. Is everyone safe? I asked. Yes. The water can't reach us, said the soldier. I was relieved to hear that. Take us to the command center. We need to see Prince Taurus and the others, said Zhang Bauer fiercely. Fear was plastered all over the soldier's face at the demand. Don't force him, Bauer. Let me talk to him, said Old Du, stopping Zhang Bauer's boorish actions. Zhang Bauer continued to grumble, but he stopped pushing the soldier. Soldier, I'm Old Du, may I know your name? Asked Old Du politely as he crouched down. I'm Bao Bao, replied the soldier, who calmed slightly. What happened here? Why have the guards retreated? What are the prince and the others doing in the command center? Asked Old Du with his previous amiable tone. A mutiny happened. Prince Taurus took Principal Saucy, Zhang Xing and the others hostage, replied Bao Bao. What? Mutiny? Aren't we allies? Why did he turn against us? I asked impatiently. I don't know the exact reason, but I heard that it is related to the prince and the throne. I'm only a normal soldier among the royal guards. We are only following our orders, said Bao Bao. All the soldiers are in the command center, asked Old Du. Yes. The prince shortened our defensive perimeter and retreated to the inner city. Everyone else is locked there as well, said Bao Bao. Why didn't they escape instead of staying here? They should have been able to escape when the rain first started falling, I muttered to myself. Canyue, the prince has Zhang Xing under arrest. We can't go in rashly, or it will only bring them more danger, said Old Du. I gave it some thought and asked Bao Bao, is there any other path connected to the command center? I know a smaller path leading to the back door. There is only a group of 5 guarding there, said Bao Bao. I nodded at the other 2 before rubbing Buleu's feeler. I said in my mind, Buleu, we'll rely on you. Show us the way. Remember, don't try anything stupid, or we will be forced to do something you don't like, I said to Bao Bao. Our prisoner nodded frantically as he stood up and led the way. Soon, we arrived at a street near the inner city. Hiding behind a building, I saw the echo soldiers around the command center. Instead of having their guns pointed outward, all their guns were pointed inward to prevent the prisoners from escaping. Looks like Prince Taurus has taken control over the entire underground army, I thought. Bao Bao brought us along the small path. After going around 3 groups of armed guards, he pointed at a building ahead of us and said, there is a group of 5 armed guards in that building. They're keeping watch over the back door leading to the command center's restrooms. Since I had visited the command center before, I was able to recognize the building with one glance. When I recalled that Zhang Xing was inside, my blood started churning. Brother, you'll have to suffer a bit, said Zhang Bauer from behind me. I turned back and saw Zhang Bauer preparing to tie Bao Bao up with a rope. Wait, listen to me. I can help you, Bao Bao hurriedly said with his hands raised. Bauer, let him finish his words, I said. Sirs, for bringing you here, I should be executed according to the law of the kingdom. I want to help you with your rescue operation, but I also want to leave with you afterward, said Bao Bao. I gave it some thought before agreeing. The moment I agreed, Bao Bao got to work. He took the lead and entered a small building behind the command center. The 3 of us entered as well and saw him crouched behind a window, waving at us. Old Du and I immediately bent down and approached the window, leaving Zhang Bauer in charge of watching the door. Through the window, we could see that the command center's back door was roughly 20 meters away. The door was protected by a small defensive fortification. Canyue, we're 20 meters away. Will this be too far for Buleu? Asked Old Du in a low voice. I looked at Buleu, who was completely still, then nodded to Old Du. The moment a shot is fired, everyone will hear it. We must take them down without a sound, said Old Du. I can help lure them over, offered Bao Bao. I hesitated at his offer, but soon after, I made a decision. We don't have much time. This is the best option. I intend to let Bao Bao try, I said to Old Du. Canyue, have you gone mad? How long have you known this fellow? What should we do if he betrays us? Asked Zhang Bauer, who became worried when he heard my plan. My intuition tells me that we can trust Bao Bao. Let's do it. We don't have much time, I said firmly. Zhang Bauer did not insist when he saw how determined I was. Bao Bao, don't bother luring them over. That's too troublesome. Just walk up to them with this backpack, I said. Bao Bao had a look of hesitation as he looked at the backpack, to the point even I felt slightly uncomfortable. Brother, don't worry. This is merely a mind controller. It's not a bomb, explained Old Du. Bao Bao was visibly relieved upon hearing his explanation. Why did he think of us as such evil people? I thought helplessly. And thus, Bao Bao carried the backpack with Buleu and walked up to the guards according to our plan. Soon, one of them noticed him and immediately pointed a gun at him. I saw Bao Bao frantically gesture and talk to the guard. Before long, Bao Bao was invited into the bunker. He entered, vanishing from view. Time passed, and even after 3 minutes, Bao Bao was still nowhere to be seen. Canyue, can we trust that guy? I feel like your intuition is wrong this time, said Zhang Bauer. Our hearts were beating madly, especially mine. Despite the rich combat experience I had, I still couldn't help but feel nervous. Another 3 minutes passed, and there was still no response from the bunker and Bao Bao. That fellow must have escaped. We need to move away. This spot is already exposed. All 3 of us are in danger, said Zhang Bauer urgently. Calm down. I think something odd is going on. I'll go take a look, I said. How can you go alone? I'll go with you, said Zhang Bauer. No, you 2 wait here as a precaution. In case something bad happens, not all of us will be captured, I said. The 2 agreed to keep watch for me. I opened the door, turned my shield to maximum capacity, and rushed through the street toward the bunker. In front of the bunker, I crouched down and listened. I heard nothing. That was odd, so I stealthily raised my head to take a look inside. A comical scene entered my vision. The 5 Echo soldiers and Baobao were all sitting on the ground, hugging each other. The backpack with Bulu in it was left on the ground. I jumped into the bunker and opened the backpack. I could see that some indistinct red stripes had appeared on Bulu's body. Bulu must have taken control over all 6 of them. Release Baobao. He's one of us, I said as I rubbed Bulu's feeler. I then stood up and signaled Zhang Bauer and Old Du to come to me. When I crouched down again, Baobao was already awake. Was I controlled again just now? My mind was completely blank. I only remember about lunch, said Baobao awkwardly. My apologies. It was a misunderstanding. Let's make haste and enter, I said. Old Du and Zhang Bauer worked together to tie up the guards and cover their mouths. After everything was done, I rushed forth and tried to open the back door. However, the door was locked. Just as I was thinking of a way to break in, Baobao stepped forth and opened it after the lock identified his palm print. I nodded at Baobao with gratitude as we walked through the door. We were led into the command center's storeroom. The 4 of us walked up the staircase and soon arrived at a massive lobby. I immediately saw Zhang Xingxing's and the others' backpacks and luggage placed on the ground. I also saw their weapons with their belongings. We lowered our bodies and sneaked over before opening the lobby door. The command room appeared before us. Zhang Xingxing, Master Crystal, and the others were in a corner and surrounded by 20 armed soldiers. In the middle of the room, Prince Taurus was seriously studying a map with his advisor. Looks like the prince has really arrested our people. What happened to him? Wondered Zhang Bauer. The captain and the others do not have morph-capable gear, and those soldiers are watching them. If we attack rashly, we might cause them harm, said Old Du calmly. Canyue, any good ideas? Zhang Bauer asked. The command room is too small. It's not a good place to fight. But we still need to save the captain as quickly as possible. I have a plan, I said. What is it? Spit it out, urged Zhang Bauer. To capture the bandits, first capture their leader, I said resolutely. So we'll take control of Prince Taurus with Bulu. Good idea. But how do we get near him? Asked Zhang Bauer. I whispered into Old Du's ear, and a look of understanding dawned on his face. Baobao, escort us out as prisoners, I ordered Baobao. Baobao was very enthusiastic about following my orders. He immediately pointed a gun at me. I laid down all my weapons, turned on my shield, and walked out with my hands behind my head. A sentinel immediately spotted us and demanded loudly, "Stop! What are you doing?" Everyone's gaze focused on me. "Prince, how have you been?" I was arrested the moment I returned, I asked loudly. Zhang Xingxing and the others saw me as well. She yelled, "Canyue, the prince betrayed us. Be careful." I nodded at her, signaling for her to not worry. Prince Taurus was in no rush. He looked at me leisurely and said to a soldier by his side, "Canyue will normally go everywhere with his 2 brothers, Zhang Bauer and Old Du. Take 30 soldiers with you and search for them." The soldier left to carry out the order. He brought half the soldiers in the room with him. I made a quick head count and noted that there were roughly 13 soldiers left in the room. "Prince, what's going on? We're comrades in arms. Why did you have my team leader and Master Crystal restrained?" I questioned. The prince did not answer. He merely stared at Baobao coldly. "Soldier, you're Baobao, right? With the gear you have, how is it possible that you can restrain Li Canyue? If you were forced to do something, I am willing to pardon you and your family from execution if you repent and return to my side," said Prince Taurus. To kill someone, first kill one's heart. I did not expect the prince to threaten Baobao with his family. This is not something a noble king should do, I thought. Perhaps Baobao was provoked by the threat toward his family. I immediately heard the sound of the ray gun's safety pin being removed behind me. "Thank you, Prince, for your leniency. I will fight till the end for the kingdom," vowed Baobao, indirectly admitting that the prince was right. "I did not expect you to really be a traitor." "Soldiers, kill them," ordered Prince Taurus ruthlessly. "Hold on, Prince. I'm here to help you leave. Also, I come bearing a big present," I hurriedly said. The prince stopped the soldiers with a gesture and asked, "Old friend, what present do you have for me?" "Prince, you must have appointed yourself to the throne, right?" I asked. According to the laws of Echo, any member of the royalty who stays behind to fight for Echo is entitled to inherit the throne. The king that turns his back on his people shall lose the throne automatically. Therefore, I am the legitimate successor to the throne, said the prince. "But you are only second in place for the throne," I reminded him. "Is this the present you have for me?" "After you left with the king, the soldiers spread the news that Prince Urid died. My taking of the throne is acceptable in the eyes of the law," said Prince Taurus, his voice rising to a roar. "Prince, we had fought alongside each other so many times before. Do you not have even the tiniest bit of patience? According to your laws, proof of Prince Urid's death is required to fully legitimize your ascension." "I can help you with that," I said, trying to calm the agitated prince. "And how are you supposed to help with that?" asked Prince Taurus. "I fought alongside Prince Urid during the battle at Goldsteel City. I know the events there clearly." I started describing the battle in detail. The enemy troops laid siege with a shellbreaker, resulting in heavy casualties for us. Listening to my detailed description, the prince slowly believed me. As he listened, he started walking toward me. "Is Urid dead? Did you not obtain more updates after escorting the king out?" asked the prince as he walked. Suddenly, the prince stopped in his tracks. I took a glance at the backpack I was wearing in front of me. A slight red light could be seen within. "Good. The prince had only heard about Bulu, but he had never experienced how powerful Bulu is, I thought smugly and immediately whistled loudly. Zhang Bauer and Old Du rushed out of 2 different directions and roared at the soldiers in the room, "Lay down your arms. Surrender and your life will be spared." Bao, who was in charge of watching me, hurriedly drew one of his guns and gave it to me. I accepted it and rushed toward Prince Taurus. Everything had progressed so smoothly that it almost seemed like we had rehearsed everything. Nobody in the room could react in time. I placed my hand on the prince's shoulder and yelled at the soldiers, who were still dazed, "In the name of the prince, lay down your arms and release the prisoners." The soldiers looked at the prince doubtfully, only to see him nodding silently at them. Since the leader had spoken, the soldiers naturally wouldn't waste any time analyzing their situation. They immediately placed their weapons on the floor before removing the bindings on their prisoners. Titan, Sarge, and the young students of the Imperial College hurriedly picked up the weapons on the floor and took control of the command room. Zhang Xingxing ran toward me the moment she picked up a gun. "Team leader," the 3 of us greeted at the same time. "Canyue, I have always believed that you would return for us even if the planet was submerged in lava, to say nothing of water," said Zhang Xingxing, carrying deep emotions in her words. My eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. The bond we had forged through our numerous encounters was something few would understand. "Team leader, what happened to Prince Taurus exactly? Why did he detain all of you?" asked Old Du. Sigh. After Canyue left with the king and Duke Yuden, the Empire started preparing to flood all the planet's underground bunkers and settlements. But before that, they sent an envoy to us, said Zhang Xingxing. "Envoy? Did the envoy enter the underground palace?" I asked. Prince Taurus let him in. He came bringing news of Gold Steel City's fall and Prince Ured's disappearance. The city had been destroyed by flaming bombs. Nobody had been able to escape the city, but the Empire hadn't been able to locate Prince Ured's corpse after the event, said Zhang Xingxing. "In other words, Prince Ured is officially missing, not dead," I said. "Yes." Prince Taurus was impatient to take the throne after hearing of Prince Ured's disappearance, but we had all seen the royal will. By right, Prince Taurus must ascertain that Prince Ured had really perished before he could legitimately take the throne, said Zhang Xingxing. "Thus, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and detained all of you," said Old Du. Yes. The Imperial envoy had been playing a great role in instigating the prince. Initially, the prince hesitated, but the envoy's constant persuasion convinced him to take the throne, said Zhang Xingxing. "In that case, Prince Taurus has clearly reached an understanding with the envoy. Why didn't he retreat before the storm came?" I asked doubtfully. Yes, they had reached an understanding. The envoy had returned to bring the news back to the Empire. In order to prevent the prince from illegally seizing the throne, we damaged the bubble gate, delaying his escape. However, we couldn't resist their superior numbers and were detained by his soldiers. Nevertheless, we were successful in trapping everyone here and were awaiting your arrival, said Zhang Xingxing, indicating her full trust in me. "Young man, how did you get in here?" asked Master Crystal, who had also regained his freedom. "It's a long story, Master. This planet has been submerged by a flood caused by a superstorm. Our top priority is to leave this place before rescuing Prince Ured," I said. "Is Prince Ured really still alive?" asked Master Crystal. "No idea. I only know that he has disappeared. King Xido requested me to bring both his sons back," I replied. "Looks like we were right in trying to prevent Prince Taurus from ascending to the throne. He can't take the throne by force without any legitimacy," muttered Master Crystal. We were racing for time, so I had Zhang Bauer lead the people to the lobby to retrieve their gear. Then, I brought Prince Taurus, who was still under Bula's control, to the underground palace's public square. There, I had all his soldiers gather. Zhang Xingxing had a gratified look in her eyes when she saw how I was able to deal with everything in an orderly fashion. While waiting for the soldiers to gather, Zhang Bauer, acting like someone who had been forced to shut his mouth for a long time, started narrating everything we had experienced in a greatly exaggerated fashion, including our battles and rescue operation. Naturally, he did not forget to insert his numerous heroic exploits during the storytelling while underselling what Domo, Dondon, and the others had done. In fact, Zhang Bauer even claimed Wuzhu's repair of Fearless as his contribution, to the point both Old Du and I couldn't bring ourselves to keep listening. Seeing that roughly 100 soldiers had gathered before us, I stopped his storytelling session. "Team leader, I plan to tell these soldiers the truth," I said to Zhang Xingxing. She nodded and approved my plan. "Brave warriors of Echo, I am your friend. I was entrusted by King Xido to rescue both Prince Ured and Prince Taurus. Naturally, you are all my rescue targets as well. Please get ready. We are going to withdraw from this flooded planet," I said to the gathered soldiers. At that moment, Bula had Prince Taurus nod his head. The soldiers started whispering to each other. According to what they had heard, Prince Ured was supposed to be dead. That was why they had all sworn their loyalty to Prince Taurus. Only upon hearing my words did they realize that everything they had done for Prince Taurus was illegal. Thus, they grew restless. I saw through their worries and said, "Warriors, you have fought tenaciously and gallantly against the Empire until the very last moment. Your dedication to holding this fort had resulted in your lack of understanding of what had happened outside. You should not be faulted for the actions you carried out in ignorance. So long as you work with us during our retreat, I promise that your mistake will be forgotten. You might even get the chance to earn more merits." My speech seemed to allay their fears. Everyone started to prepare to withdraw. Seeing that I had completed my task, I turned around to face Zhang Xingxing. She nodded encouragingly as we also started preparing. We had to retreat in batches with the help of our life pods. Thus, everyone was requested to pack lightly. Before long, we gathered before the bubble gate. With the help of the Akko soldiers, it did not take us long to leave the bubble gate and reach the semi-submerged cavern. Old Du went ahead to swim through the narrow tunnel where only one person could pass at a time to contact Wuzhu and prepare for our withdrawal. When everything was ready, we all put on our breathing gear and swam through the tunnel according to our agreed order. As an android, Dodo did not need breathing gear and was thus assigned to move around underwater and help the others. Every time the life pods were filled, they would deliver their passengers to space-time. This was a long and tedious process. Zhang Xingxing, Zhang Bauer, the prince, and I were the last to set off. We would only leave after everyone else had been evacuated. It had been a long time since I had spent any time with the team leader. I couldn't help but think that the heavens had blessed us for allowing us to stand together again. As we chatted, a sense of bliss enveloped my heart. Naturally, Zhang Bauer took the chance to start bragging again. This time, both Zhang Xingxing and I ignored him. Instead, I told her about our pardon, about her promotion to lieutenant colonel, and about our 7th Armored Division. She was greatly pleased by what she heard. That was understandable, as anyone would be happy to be bombarded with a bunch of good news after being trapped underground for so long. Captain. That's how we should address you from now on. As the acting captain, I'm relinquishing command to you, I said. Without your help in surviving so many disasters, the League would never have pardoned us, said Zhang Xingxing gratefully. Everything is back on the right track. We need to end this war as quickly as possible. Next, we'll continue to search for your father, I encouraged her. After several hours of waiting, all the soldiers had been evacuated. Old Du returned and informed us that it was our turn to retreat. Zhang Xingxing, Zhang Bauer, and I brought Prince Taurus into the flooded tunnel and returned to our life pod. Soon, we departed the stifling underground palace. I swore to myself that I would never return to this place. When the life pod emerged from the water, spacetime was waiting above us. 2 massive mechanical arms descended and lifted us into the cargo bay. I could see that the rain on Akko had reduced in intensity. Without the storm generators, the rain would stop altogether with time. With the storm acting as our cover, the skies of Akko were surprisingly the safest place for us to take a temporary rest. In the cargo bay, the pod's door opened, revealing 2 rows of fully armed soldiers. They stood straight in front of the door, welcoming the captain to the ship. I spoke a few words to Lin Feixu and had 4 soldiers lead Prince Taurus to a holding cell. The prince would be temporarily kept there. After helping the Akko soldiers settle, everyone gathered in Spacetime's command center. It had been a while since we had last gathered like this, so the voices of joyful conversation filled the room. I found with astonishment that Dondon and Domo, who were supposed to stay in Fearless outside the planet, had taken the opportunity of the chaos to break through the blockade and enter the planet. When Dondon and Dodo were reunited, they couldn't stop talking to each other. Meanwhile, Domo was his usual taciturn self. I was able to persuade Bao Bao to join our crew. After all, I needed a reliable Akko to help us in this war. Principal Saucy seemed incredibly excited. He spoke with Kelly with great fervor. He must have concluded that we had thoroughly turned against the Emperor, so we were now on the same side as him. After half an hour, Zhang Xingxing had advisor Lin Feixu notify everyone to stop talking. Brave warriors, I am happy that we can all meet again. I am grateful to God that all of us are still here. It is most certainly a miracle for all of us to still be alive. However, we cannot stop moving forward. There are more missions we need to complete, said Zhang Xingxing. I was entrusted with a mission by King Xido prior to my return to Akko. We need to rescue Prince Taurus and Prince Arid. We are one target away from completing the mission. After rescuing the prince, we, the 7th Armored Division, will need to return to the League's B army and participate in even larger battles, I said. Everyone appeared excited to hear about larger battles. I intend to appoint Li Canyue Deputy Commander of the 7th Armored Division and the Deputy Captain of Spacetime. He will become my assistant in all matters relating to war, said Zhang Xingxing. Zhang Bauer clapped passionately when he heard of my promotion. I was very excited as well. After all, I was initially only an acting captain. Now, I was officially appointed Deputy Captain. Everyone congratulated me. Finally, Old Du stood up. Our main issue is the destruction of Goldsteel City. The underground city has been subsequently flooded by the rain. How should we search for Prince Arid? Asked Old Du, bringing us back to the topic at hand. I heard from Prince Taurus that the Empire has yet to discover Prince Arid's corpse. It means that Prince Arid wasn't in Goldsteel City when the city fell, I said. I remember that Prince Ged and Prince Arid once told us to defend Goldsteel City for 72 hours. Prince Ged claimed that he would return with reinforcements after that. Perhaps Prince Ged and Prince Arid are still in Milk City even now and have not headed to Goldsteel City, said Old Du. Milk City, that name sent me into deep thought. Lin Feixu, do you have any new updates on Milk City? Asked Zhang Xingxing. According to my latest intelligence report, the Imperial Army had not launched a direct assault on Milk City before they had flooded the planet, said Lin Feixu. In that case, so long as Prince Arid survived the flood, he has a very high chance of surviving, I said. Sigh. I wonder if Milk City has an underground bunker similar to the underground palace and can hide Prince Arid from the flood, muttered Zhang Bauer. Bao suddenly stood up. Bao, do you have anything to tell us? I said. Reporting, Superior. I've heard about Milky City in the past. It is a base of operations that Prince Ged had painstakingly developed for many years. I heard that the city proper was actually built within a big cavern, said Bao. I'm aware of the cavern. I was there before. To avoid the harsh temperature of the surface, the prince built the city underground, I said. No. What I heard is that Milk City was actually built on a giant mountain named Mount Maiden. Mount Maiden is incredibly tall. The cavern Milk City was built in not only contains an underground portion, but it might even extend above sea level, said Bao. Understanding dawned on me. If that was true, Prince Ged and Prince Arid would not have much difficulty surviving the flood. Everyone grew excited at that realization, and hopeful smiles bloomed around the room. What is there to be happy about? Fools. Milk City is flooded under the sea. How are we supposed to even go inside the so-called Mount Maiden? Who among you knows of an alternative entrance on its peak? Said Domo, extinguishing the excitement everyone was feeling. In a way, his words were reasonable. If we couldn't find the entrance to the cavern, it would be very troublesome to carry out our rescue operation. It was too inefficient and risky to go underwater for this mission. Furthermore, we would not be able to rescue too many people at once going that route. This senior makes sense. Mount Maiden is a steep peak that is very rarely visited. Because of that, nobody knows if there is an entrance on its peak. Due to dangerous terrain, the peak is a place no life form can easily approach. And because of that, a certain species had turned that place into their lair, said Bao. What sort of creature can climb a peak so steep? Asked Zhang Bauer in astonishment. Not climb. They flew up there. Only Echo's interstellar creatures can establish a foothold there, said Bao. Interstellar creature. My eyes lit up. Canyue, why are you getting all excited? Asked Zhang Xing when she noticed my expression. Bao, if we have one of Echo's interstellar creatures, would it be able to show us the way? I asked Bao instead of answering Zhang Xing. An Echo interstellar creature? That's a life form that can never be captured involuntarily. The king had once sent a group of professional hunters to catch one, but the creature had killed itself instead of allowing them to capture it, said Bao. Those creatures are surprisingly resolute, said Zhang Xing with shock. Bao, you only need to answer me. If we have an Echo interstellar creature, would it be able to show us the way to the cave on the peak? I asked. The Echo interstellar creatures have a unique characteristic. They will return to their lair every night, and their lair is on the peak itself. If you have one, it will naturally try to fly back, said Bao confidently. The entire Echo is covered in darkness, so it's basically night all the time. Does this mean that all the creatures have returned to their lair? I asked. Yes, I am sure of that. So long as you have one, it will definitely fly back. They have a very long sleep cycle, and they sleep at night. Thus, they don't like to move around at night, said Bao. Haha, you're wrong? I know of an Echo interstellar creature that hasn't returned to its lair, said Zhang Bauer smugly. How is that possible? Where did you see it? Asked Bao. It's on spacetime itself. I captured it with my strength alone. Zhang Bauer couldn't resist bragging. I stopped Zhang Bauer from continuing to brag and had Lin Fixu tell everyone about our rescue of the interstellar creature. However, the kind Lin Fixu decided to leave out the name of the one who had decided to rescue the creature to not embarrass Zhang Bauer after all his bragging. The crowd clicked their tongues in wonder upon hearing the story. We had not expected a simple act of kindness to bring such a big return to us. Bauer, it is magical how helpful all the choices you have made are, praised the simple Dondan. Meanwhile, the others merely smirked silently. Of course, that did not affect Zhang Bauer from basking in Dondan's praise. Xing, we don't have much time. War is looming. Let's release the interstellar creature immediately and have it return to Mount Maiden, suggested Kelly. Absolutely not. The storm outside is too violent. The creature won't be able to fly back. We need to fly near the mountain itself before releasing it, reminded Old Du, who was as rational as ever. His suggestion was immediately accepted. Our two ships headed toward Mount Maiden. Domo and Zhang Bauer did not feel like returning to Fearless, so the simple Dondan and Dodo were sent over with 10 soldiers to pilot the ship. The two ships braved the torrential rain. After about 15 minutes, Lin Fixu notified us of our arrival. From our laser scans, a hologram of a massive mountain peak appeared before us. To be precise, we were looking at dozens of precipitous peaks, with the peak of Mount Maiden standing aloof at a height hundreds of meters taller than the other peaks. Thus, it looked rather conspicuous. Captain, we have arrived at our destination. What is our next step? Asked Lin Fixu. Perform an infrared scan on the mountain first. See if we can detect any life signals, said Zhang Xing. Shortly after, the scan results were out. Zhang Xing immediately had Lin Fixu show the results on the screen. Lin Fixu hesitated slightly, but he still carried out the order and uploaded the results. Disappointingly, our scan indicated that no life signals were detected on the peak. According to the data, there is no life here. Looks like Prince Arid and Echo's interstellar creatures might have failed to survive the storm, said Lin Fixu with a sigh, knowing that he had doomed everyone's hope. The room that was still rife with discussion sank into silence. Childish, a haughty voice rang out after a short while. Everyone looked back and saw Domo sitting in a chair with both his hands crossed in front of his chest and his legs resting atop the table, looking like some sort of super expert. Little fellow, what genius idea do you have in your mind? Asked Zhang Bauer. It seemed like the two were going to start bickering yet again. Fatty, since ancient times, heroes have always risen from the young. During our time at Milk City, I heard from Prince Ged's soldiers that they are not afraid of the Empire's scans. That is because Mount Maiden has been thinly covered by a unique substance after being exposed to the harsh heat of the surface for so long. The substance can hide them well from all detection. That was why Prince Ged had selected this place to build his underground city, said Domo smugly. What a weird person. If you had known this, why didn't you tell anyone? Cursed Zhang Bauer. About that I had remembered it suddenly. I told you guys the moment I recalled it, explained Domo, who was made to eat blame before he could even bask in the glory of his contribution. Nevertheless, this information had injected everyone with a fresh boost of confidence. Captain, in other words, we have to get inside the mountain before we can find our answers, I said. Zhang Xing looked at the dark sky outside. The ferocious storm occasionally flashed with lightning and clapped with thunder. She sighed, such extreme weather. Can this interstellar creature survive the trip back to its lair? Definitely not. No life form can resist such a vile environment. Unless, I was about to say something. Unless what? Don't keep us in suspense, said Zhang Bauer, who visibly grew impatient. I paused, not saying anything. What are you doing? Are you trying to build more suspense? Even old Du was urging me. Bauer said previously that he enjoyed such moments. I thought I should experience it as well, I teased as I stuck out my tongue. Sigh. You are all League officials but are still as childish as ever, said Master Crystal. Li Canyue, this is important. Please take this seriously. Zhang Xing was starting to get angry. I hurriedly sat straight and said, Captain, I think one person needs to go with the interstellar creature and protect it with a morph-capable shield. You mean we follow the creature into the cave with a life pod? Asked Old Du. That's impossible. With a ship trailing behind it, the interstellar creature won't feel safe to return to its lair, said Bao. What if we can obtain its trust? I asked. How can a ship earn the trust of an animal? Asked Bao. I don't need a ship. I only need to win its trust myself, I said. What? You mean you can fly? Asked Bao in astonishment. No, but I plan to ride the interstellar creature, I said. That is impossible. Since the dawn of Echo's written history, nobody has ever conquered these creatures. This is basically fantasy, said Bao confidently. Soldier, since nobody has ever done it since the dawn of written history, do you mean that it had happened prior to the existence of written history? Asked Zhang Bauer. This Zhang Bauer can be really perceptive at times, I thought in admiration. It's a myth. How can a myth be believed? Retorted Bao, becoming visibly agitated. What myth? Tell us, said Domo. Surprisingly, he was actually standing on the same side as Zhang Bauer this time. Bao glared at Domo before saying, according to the legends, in ancient times, there was a god of stars who roamed the universe called Shajansen. With his trusty mount, Clearski, Shajansen roamed the universe to witness the beauty of the myriad star systems. One day, he arrived at Canis Major. Here, he encountered another ancient god, Tolinjin. Due to drastically different viewpoints, the two waged battle. The battle was so intense it lasted 500 years. The entire Canis Major was thrown into chaos by the fight. But even after 500 years, a victor still wasn't decided. However, Shajansen's mount, Clearski, had actually fallen in love with Tolinjin's mount, Hemi, during the 500 years their owners fought. The product of their love was a group of weird-looking creatures, each with a pair of big round eyes, a long mouth, a pair of massive wings, and an armored tail. A pair of limbs was connected to the creature's wings, and another pair of limbs was connected to the lower body. These creatures were capable of flying in the air and walking on the ground. Are you trying to say that the offspring of these two mounts are these interstellar creatures? Asked Zhang Bauer. Yes. The interstellar creatures are the offspring of the two gods' mounts. A miracle appeared. When the two gods saw the children of their mounts, they seemed to realize something. It was pointless to keep fighting endlessly. Continuation and legacy are what truly matters. Those were the tasks they should undertake instead. The flash of inspiration transformed the two gods. Shajansen transformed into Epsilon Canis Majoris while Tolinjin transformed into Sirius A, becoming the brightest stars in Canis Major, watching over all lives here. The offspring of their mounts had stayed on a small planet and multiplied until the present day. That is the myth behind the origin of Echo's interstellar creatures, said Bao. If that's the story, then this is really just a myth, said Kelly. Yeah. That's what I said. You guys forced me to tell it. Would you even believe something like that? And even if the myth is real, the ancient gods had only ridden on their ancestors, not the present interstellar creatures, said Bao, who went on an offensive against Zhang Bauer. Since their ancestors had once been tamed, I refuse to believe the same genetics had not been passed on to their offspring, Zhang Bauer insisted. Superior, their ancestors were not tamed by mortals. They were tamed by gods. That is a myth, a legend. Also, is any of us a god? Countered Bao. Enough. Lin Figsu, where is the interstellar creature? Take me to it. I stopped everyone and ordered Lin Figsu, going straight to the crux of the matter. With Lin Figsu leading the way, everyone followed behind us silently. The interstellar creature was kept in a massive storeroom. Two soldiers were standing guard outside the room. Before we even reached the room, we heard massive thuds coming from the room. When we arrived in front of the room, Lin Figsu asked, "What is going on here?" Reporting to Superior, the creature was calm initially, but after some feeding, it recovered its energy and became agitated. "It has been knocking against the wall constantly. It seems to be trying to escape," reported the soldier. "Is it safe to approach it now?" asked Lin Figsu. "Absolutely not. This creature is ferocious. Since it woke up, we have only been able to feed it through the small hole above the room. It would roar fiercely and ram into the wall the moment anyone approaches the door," said the soldier. "Where is the observation window?" I asked. The soldier pointed at a rectangular board beside the door. The board was the size of a regular window. "Who designed this thing? Why is it so big?" I asked helplessly. Reporting to Superior, this room was meant for storage. Due to the large size of the room, the observation window was also designed with a larger size, answered the soldier. I had no choice but to calm my beating heart and walked toward the window. "Canyue, careful," a concerned voice came behind me. I looked back and saw that the entire group was standing behind me. The first thing I noticed was Zhang Xingxing's worried gaze. "Don't worry. I'll have my shield on," I promised, mainly for the purpose of putting Zhang Xingxing at ease. I took a big step forward. When the interstellar creature inside sensed someone approaching, it unleashed a shrill shriek and started ramming into the wall. I could see that the steel wall itself was on the verge of caving in from the impact. I breathed slowly, trying to calm myself. As the loud knocking continued, I slowly opened the window. A fishy smell assaulted my face while a sharp mouth shot in my direction. "Canyue, careful." Zhang Baoer's shout rang out. I jumped in fright when I noticed the mouth stopping before my shield. I quickly stopped everyone who was trying to help me with a gesture. The tip of its sharp mouth, which had stopped before me, suddenly opened, revealing a bunch of small feelers that started scanning my face. When the mouth had opened, the interstellar creature had stopped ramming the wall. Silence descended as everyone attentively observed everything the interstellar creature did. The interstellar creature took 3 minutes to scan my face before it pulled back its feelers and mouth. Then, it leaped into the air and smashed a lamp on the ceiling with its back. It repeated the process, smashing the second and third lamps. Understanding what the interstellar creature wanted, I ordered, "Shut off all sources of light in the room. Keep the room dark." Lin Figsu immediately ordered the relevant personnel to shut off the lights. Before the final lamp turned off, I clearly saw the interstellar creature go to the corner of the room, turn its head to look at me, and then lie down on the ground. The room was completely dark, so we could only hear the sounds of the interstellar creature breathing but could not see it. "Captain, I have a feeling it's asking me to enter. I must enter and build a bond with it," I said. "Sigh. Permission granted. Be careful. Retreat at the first sign of danger," said Zhang Xingxing. She had to agree as she knew I would never back down. "Canyue, keep your laser probe on in case it decides to ambush you," suggested Zhang Baoer. "No, I believe it can only communicate in the dark. It knows that I was the one who had saved it. I don't think it will attack me," I said firmly. "Superior, be careful. These creatures are extremely fierce. Nobody can ever conquer them. Do not believe in some myth," advised Baobao untiringly. I merely nodded at Baobao to thank him for his good intentions. "Canyue, remember to keep your shield on as a precaution," said Zhang Xingxing. "It's been on. Don't worry. Just wait for me to conquer it. Shut the door and the window the moment I enter. Keep the room dark," I said with a comforting smile. In truth, I was extremely nervous. But for some reason, a mysterious force seemed to be urging me to establish communication with the creature in the room. I slowly opened the door, revealing a dark room. As a cold breeze brushed against me, I switched off all the lighting on my suit and stepped inside. The door closed behind me with a thud, telling me that only the interstellar creature and I were left in the room. I stood still for several minutes, but I did not feel the creature's approach. At that moment, Zhang Xingxing and Zhang Baoer called out to me anxiously through the communicator, and an idea appeared in my mind. "Captain, I also need to turn off the communicator. If it remains off for more than 15 minutes, you may enter the room," I said before turning off my communicator. At the same time, I also turned off my shield device. With all my defenses shut, I was basically exposing myself bare to the interstellar creature. I could sense a force urging my heart to believe that the interstellar creature would be able to feel my sincerity. Suddenly, I felt a massive paw on my helmet. It was exceptionally heavy. The creature had actually come before me without making a sound. Success. This fellow is finally moving. I grew excited. In the darkness, I could hear it extending the sharp part of its mouth toward me. It seemed to be performing a detailed scan of me. My nervous heart slowly calmed down. In the darkness, I stood straight and allowed the creature to study me for over a minute. Suddenly, 2 shining purple balls appeared in front of me. I allowed my eyes to adapt to the level of lighting and looked over. The 2 purple orbs were actually the creature's eyes. In the darkness, they appeared rather dazzling. The eyes looked like they were shining nets, somewhat similar to the compound eyes possessed by blue's insects. I could clearly see that within the creature's eye sockets were massive eyeballs that constantly swirled around as if continuously observing me. Suddenly, the creature stood up on its forelimbs. With a shrill shriek, it lifted its paws with its sharp claws and extended its sharp mouth, assuming a posture that looked like it was about to pounce on me. For some reason, I felt no fear from its display. I shut my eyes and stayed still, waiting for the attack to drop. I firmly believed that I could conquer the creature. The whistling sound of wind swept down beside my ear, followed by the sound of a paw striking the floor. I opened my eyes and saw the sharp mouth hovering right above my forehead. Come. Stab me. Bring it on. I'm waiting. I roared for no apparent reason. Upon hearing my voice, the creature's eyes turned even brighter, to the point its entire body was illuminated by the light. Come. Stab here if you can. I provoked while pointing at my forehead. I believed that when facing an animal, I needed to display a dominating presence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to recognize who its master was. The aggressive show of force seemed to have worked, and the creature's eyes suddenly dimmed. The shrieks it was letting out were no longer as ear-piercing. Abruptly, it lay down on its belly while cooing. I gathered my courage and tried to rub its head to placate it, but the creature instinctively pulled back. I stepped forth and lightly placed my hand on its head. Perhaps sensing that I posed no threat, the creature did not resist this time. Instead, its cooing grew louder. I lightly stroked its head and hummed a song. I could feel its heartbeat gradually turn smooth while its cooing grew soft as though the creature was getting used to this treatment. I gathered even more courage and gently stroked its body starting from its head. My palm slowly moved away from its head, moving somewhere out of its vision. The creature turned its head to shoot me a glance before turning away and continuing to relax on the floor. When an animal allowed one to stand outside its vision and touch its body, it meant that one was trusted by the animal. I rubbed its wings and explored the structure of its back. I braced myself and slowly climbed onto its back. Right between the wings on its back was a spot where it caved in, providing me with a comfortable seat. Perhaps this was something it had inherited from its ancestors. The creature merely snorted when it felt me climb onto its back. It did not have any other reaction. After hundreds of millions of years, an offspring of the ancient gods' mounts was finally mounted. Pride swelled in my heart at the thought of that. While I was basking in self-satisfaction, the door opened quickly, and someone with a gun ran into the room. Shocked, the creature bolted up and threw me off its body. Without my shield, the fall dazed me and made my head ache. I even blacked out for a moment. While dazed, I could hear the whine of the interstellar creature and the shouts of numerous people in the room. Only after a while did I recognize Zhang Bao's voice calling my name. I moved my body and slowly got back on my feet. He's alive? Good. He's alive. Zhang Bao cried out in joy. Canyue, how are you? Retreat quickly? It's dangerous there. Zhang Xing said with concern. Why don't we push in and grab him with force? Zhang Bao gave another one of his rotten ideas. I shook my head, finally regaining clarity. Bao, what are you doing? I was on the verge of success. Your sudden entry almost caused me to be knocked unconscious, I said angrily. Canyue, you can't blame me. You were the one who set the limit to 15 minutes. When the time was up, the captain immediately had us come for you, said Zhang Bao. I was out of words. Indeed, I was the one who had set a limit of 15 minutes. It would seem that I had no one to blame but myself. It's my fault for forgetting the time, I muttered. Superior, are you really able to control it? Asked Bao in stupefaction. I did not answer. Rather, I approached the roaring interstellar creature and patted its back. Slowly, it calmed down and lay back down on the floor. Give me its food, I said to Lin Fixu. Lin Fixu was quite the gutsy one. When he heard my request, he walked over with the food. Surprisingly, the interstellar creature let him approach as well. I took the food and fed it to the creature. I stroked its big head and muttered into its ear, be good and take a rest. I'll look for you later. The interstellar creature made a cooing sound, expressing its agreement. I then followed Lin Fixu out of the room. A series of stunned looks welcomed me. Canyue, how did you conquer it? Tell me, said Zhang Bao impatiently. I did nothing special. I merely had a feeling that it had selected me. In fact, it had selected me the moment it had first cried for our help, I explained. What a lucky bastard. Now you have another flying mount on top of Blue Flash. So what name are you giving it? Asked Zhang Bao enviously. What's to think about it? Since it's a small animal, just call it Duck. Domo was being as unhelpful as ever. Duck is a bad name. How about Ziuanzuan? Asked Old Du. No, that's not auspicious. Zhang Bao rejected Old Du's attempt to name the interstellar creature after his dead flying fish. I think it should have a bold name, said Old Du. Let me give it a name. NYX, said Zhang Xing. NYX? Why that name? I asked. An ancient species like this originated from the darkness and lived in the darkness yet also brought hope to us. On Blue, NYX is the goddess of the night and is one of the 5 greatest deities of creation. This name is fitting for the history behind Akko's interstellar creatures, said Zhang Xing. But how do you know it's female? Questioned Domo, being all nitpicky as usual. If the captain says it's female, then it's female. Would it even select Canyue if it weren't? A male would have asked for my help instead, said Kelly in support of Zhang Xing. Naturally, Domo wasn't a match for the eloquent Kelly, so he hurriedly shut his mouth. All right, then. We'll call it NYX, I agreed. Superior, we now have both an interstellar creature and a rider. Do we start the mission immediately? Asked Lin Fixu, reminding everyone of the task at hand. Zhang Xing took a glance at the hellish world outside before looking at me for my opinion. We don't have much time. Permission to immediately leave with NYX. I asked loudly. Canyue, the weather is too nasty. With how high we are, the storm will only be more intense. Why don't you wait a few days for the storm to calm a bit? Asked Kelly. Any minute we wait will add more danger for Prince Arid. We must seize any second we can and move out immediately, I said firmly. Prepare to leave. The mission will start in 30 minutes. Canyue and NYX will leave and search for survivors. Everyone else, be on standby, commanded Zhang Xingxing. Everyone got to work. Take it with you. With Bulo by your side, I will worry less, said Zhang Xingxing as she handed me the backpack Bulo was staying in. I looked at Bulo sleeping before putting the backpack on my back. Return safely? This is an order, said Zhang Xingxing sternly. I nodded with a smile on my face. While everyone was busy making last-minute preparations, I decided to take the chance to visit Prince Taurus. The prince was kept in a small holding cell. He had remained silent ever since he was imprisoned. I had the soldier who was keeping watch open the door, and I entered and sat down facing the prince. The prince lifted his head to look at me, but he was still completely silent. Prince, why did you do something so foolish? Detaining and harming your comrades in arms? I asked in my attempt to break the silence. The prince continued to silently stare at me. I'm leaving on a difficult mission soon. I don't even know if I'll return alive. With the little time I have left, I had decided to meet you, hoping that you could return from the wrong path you had taken, I said. Finally, a complicated look flickered across the prince's face. After a while, he said, Canyue, you won't understand how it feels when you're a legitimate prince born to the king's main wife yet are forced to lie low and suffer for many years, only to become second in line to the throne behind your younger brother. I know how things are always excessively complicated in a royal family. I also know the concept of loneliness at the top. However, there is no lack of sage kings in history. No matter what the sage kings had done in the past, they had ultimately returned to the proper path. Dishonest practices would never be accepted as the right thing to do. You should convince King Zaido with incredible feats and accomplishments, not letting something like a line of succession consume you, I said. But the royal will can't be altered, said the prince indignantly. Even if you're not the king, can't you still make a contribution to the people and kingdom that is big enough for you to leave your mark in the annals of history? Is it that bad? I continued, is the throne really so comfortable? Has it ever crossed your mind to perhaps pioneer a new frontier in the universe and create a kingdom of your own? My words seemed to move the prince. True, the universe was massive, and there were countless planets out there. What was the point of being stubbornly attached to Echo? I could see that hope was finally returning to the prince's eyes. He opened his mouth in preparation to say something to me. Canyue, it's time, Lin Feixue reminded from outside the cell. I couldn't delay the mission, so I stood up and said to the prince, think over what I told you. If I manage to return alive, I'll come visit you again. Be safe, said Prince Taurus, finally showing some concern for me. I was gratified to hear his concern. I nodded at him before I turned and left. I followed Lin Feixue to Space-Time's exit. There, Captain Zhang Xingxing and the others were already waiting. Canyue was who made a custom morph-capable shield device for NYX. The shield will protect NYX from the rain and help it reach its lair. Do you think you still need to go personally? Asked Zhang Xingxing, trying to offer a safer option. I think I still need to take a trip. What if we lose track of NYX? We will lose our only shot at finding Prince Arid, I said firmly. Fine. We will install laser trackers and gamma transmitters on you and NYX. Spacetime will track your movement the entire time. Please maintain communication with us and report the moment you discover something new. If the communication signals are blocked, turn the gamma transmitter on and off 3 times. We will take that as a sign to go to your coordinates, said Zhang Xingxing solemnly. And when everything was ready, it was time for me to go get NYX from the storeroom it was kept in. I arrived before the room with Lin Feixue. Ever since I tamed it, NYX had remained relatively calm. It had stopped ramming the wall, but when I was away, it still wouldn't allow anyone to approach it. The soldier opened the door, and I walked in. NYX stood up the moment it saw me. I patted NYX's neck and said, partner, give me a lift later. I'll take you home. NYX flapped its wings in reply, indicating that it understood me. A soldier came with a pair of custom-made reins with the special morph-capable shield device installed on it. I attached the reins to NYX's neck. The moment the reins were put on, NYX displayed clear signs of uneasiness. After all, having the reins on signified the loss of freedom. Any animal would instinctively resist it, but as I comforted it softly, it slowly calmed down. And with all preparations done, I led NYX toward the exit. Soon, I arrived before the exit. Lin Feixue ordered the soldier to open the door to the airlock. Canyue, the environment outside is extremely vile. If you can't find the entrance, return as fast as you can, reminded Zhang Bauer. I nodded at everyone, raised my right fist, looked at Zhang Xingxing, and said, wait for my good news. I then led NYX into the airlock with Bulo in my backpack. The door closed behind me, and the exit opened in front of me. A blinding streak of lightning flickered across the sky the moment the exit opened. At such altitude, the torrential rain was even more concentrated. The violent gale carried the raindrops and assaulted the airlock, instantly drenching us and the room. The wind was powerful enough that NYX and I couldn't maintain stable footing. I hurriedly turned on NYX's shield while doing so for myself. Thanks to the power of technology, we no longer lost our balance to the raging storm. I then climbed onto NYX's back and rubbed its head as I said, partner, time to look for your home. Looking at the torrential rain outside and the lightning flashes, NYX appeared slightly timid and refused to go forward. I pulled the reins back and squeezed my legs together. I repeated the action several times and finally, the mount deep within NYX's genes woke up. It raised its head, shrieked, spread its wings, and leaped into the dark world of rain. Outside the spaceship, we could feel the prowess of the storm even better. The wind was fast enough to reach the level of a level 18 typhoon. No lights worked in such terrible weather, and I could only use my laser probe for navigation. A massive streak of lightning flashed across the sky. This artificial storm's lightning was unlike anything we had seen before. The lightning here almost felt like a screen each time a bolt appeared, covering the entire sky with its radiance. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck our shield, creating green sparks. Without the shield, we would have been burned to a crisp by that lightning bolt, I thought. Canyue, is everything fine there? Asked Old Do through the communicator. Everything is normal, but the environment is even harsher than we had expected, especially the lightning. I need to find the entrance as quickly as possible and get away from this storm, I said. Carrying me, NYX painstakingly flew amid the storm. The dark silhouette of the massive Mount Maiden seemed to have become one with the dark environment. However, NYX was able to see through the darkness with its bright purple eyes, allowing it to accurately fly toward Mount Maiden. This was a good planet, but the Emperor ruined it with his weapons. War and imperial ambitions are truly disgusting things. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. NYX flew around the peak of Mount Maiden in a well-practiced manner and headed toward a series of mountain peaks that looked like a bucket. In between the steep peaks was a massive dark space. The storm was even more fierce in the middle of the peaks. The rain was barely falling as droplets and seemed like a waterfall from the sky. Even with its shield, NYX was still having great difficulty staying in the air with the heavy rainwater falling on its body. Our progress slowed to a crawl as NYX flew as if it were carrying a whale on its back. After roughly 30 minutes, I could feel that NYX was breathing heavily, and NYX looked like it was on the verge of being fully out of stamina. Old Do, we have entered an area amid the mountains, but the storm here is even more intense. It doesn't look like NYX can continue flying any farther, I said to the communicator. Roger. We have been following your progress. You have entered a circular space surrounded by the mountain peaks near Mount Maiden. If our predictions are right, you will start gliding down soon. That will be much easier on NYX's stamina, said Old Do, updating me on the surrounding terrain. About 1 minute after the conversation, NYX suddenly dove down at a rapid speed, gliding toward the middle part of the mountains. The pressure of the rain caused the speed of our drop to be even faster. In a short while, we arrived near the middle of a mountain. Through my laser probe, I could see numerous stone spikes that made the mountain look like a hedgehog. One could hardly find a suitable spot to land. What weird terrain is this? This is the first time I've seen something like this, I muttered to myself. But even when flying toward the spikes, NYX showed no sign that it was going to slow down. It continued flying straight toward the spiky mountain. I hurriedly pulled the reins back and shouted, NYX, there's a wall ahead. We're going to hit it. My voice was certainly lost to the howling wind around us. Even when I pulled the reins back, NYX did not show any indication that it was going to slow down. Everything happened in a flash, but I actually phased through the mountain and entered a cave. I rubbed my head and my body to make sure that I was still in a good condition. After entering the cave, NYX landed on the ground and gasped for breath. That was understandable as flying through the hellish storm outside was most certainly a demanding feat. I turned on my searchlight, revealing the massive cavern I had entered. As I shone my searchlight around, I spotted over 100 pairs of shining eyes. I have arrived at the interstellar creature's lair. Old Do, can you guys hear me? I spoke to the communicator. Only static came from the communicator. Our signals had been jammed. I leaped off NYX's back and rubbed the wall behind me. I confirmed that the wall was formed of hard rock, and I couldn't understand how NYX had brought me through it. Perhaps this rock is composed of some unique materials that can be phased through when moving at a certain speed, I convinced myself. Since I had managed to enter the cavern, I prepared to find a path down as quickly as possible. It would be for the best if I could locate the upper levels of Milk City. Suddenly, numerous shrieks came from the depths of the cave. The shrieks became more and more concentrated as time passed. It would seem like my intrusion had disturbed the rest of these interstellar creatures. I can't worry too much. After spending so much effort to reach this place, nothing can stop my path forward, I told myself. I switched my gun to tranquilizing mode just in case I needed it against these creatures. The massive cavern was rather empty. Drops of water could be seen on the rocky walls. The rain was heavy enough that the entire mountain was slowly becoming drenched. I headed deeper into the cave. As I walked, NYX also stood up and followed. The shining eyes of the creatures in the cave started moving the moment I started walking. They looked ready to attack me. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes charged toward me. Then, a gigantic interstellar creature appeared before me. It was obviously an adult interstellar creature. It was about 3 times bigger than NYX. It furiously roared at me. Its sharp mouth was akin to a sharp sword pointing my way. I looked at NYX behind me. The little fellow did not seem to care about the big fellow in front of us. Looks like they don't know each other, I thought to myself. I stopped hesitating and fired several bullets at the creature. The creature was further infuriated after being struck. It raised its claws and pounced at me. I retreated while shooting. No matter how powerful its body was, it couldn't resist my intense firing. Eventually, it dropped and fell unconscious in front of me. Humph, you think your claws are better than my gun? I said smugly. The other interstellar creatures roared loudly when they saw that I had struck down their companion. It was as though they were shouting at me in protest. I did not have the time to be bothered by them. I had an even more important mission. NYX followed me as I walked deeper into the cave. The shining eyes of different colors in the darkness started retreating as I advanced. Not one of them decided to attack me. I could see that the tunnel I followed was inclined downward, proving that I was heading in the correct direction. A few minutes later, I seemed to have entered an even larger cavern. Even more shining eyes appeared all around me. It was obvious I had appeared in the midst of interstellar creatures. Their roars filled the cavern, the noise building up and reaching a level that made it uncomfortable to be in the cave. I could no longer stand it and was about to activate my sound blocker to block the noise. Suddenly, the roars gradually stopped, and the shining eyes pulled away from me. NYX, who was behind me, had lowered its body to the ground, not daring to make any movement. I had seen enough to realize that a super beast was about to appear. I gripped my gun tighter and waited nervously for the big guy to arrive. The shrieks around me grew softer and softer before complete silence descended, forming a big contrast against the previously noisy atmosphere. I waited silently for the big guy. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in my line of sight. The silhouette slowly approached me, allowing me to get a clear look at the newcomer. The newcomer was a young man clad in a white windbreaker with long purple hair floating behind him. He had a handsome and confident face, with a physical appearance that was basically the same as Blueling's. I was shocked to encounter a Blueling here. I asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? Why do you look like a Blueling? Did you come from Blue?" The handsome young man smiled when he heard my series of questions. "I will look like whatever you think I look like. Who are you? Why are you here? There are so many interstellar creatures here. How are you controlling them?" I asked. "That isn't important. What's truly important is the purpose of existence. These creatures can't be controlled. This is a maze with no exit. I am curious how you got in here." The young man talked in riddles instead of answering my questions. "It is impossible that there is no exit. As long as there is an entrance, there will be an exit. It merely depends on whether one can find it," I said. The young man gestured at a spot far away. A white interstellar creature the size of an elephant suddenly appeared beside him. "This species will never be conquered. That is as absolute as the fact that there is no exit here. If you had entered without being absolutely clear of your goal, you will be trapped forever," said the young man while gently caressing the white creature. "Senior, your words are too profound. This one is slow-wit. Can Senior give this one clear guidance?" I inquired, not understanding what the man in white was talking about. "The interstellar creatures are the offspring of Clearsky. They are an ancient species that can't be harmed wantonly. If you want to leave, you need to gather all their power," said the man in white. "Offspring of Clearsky? Are you referring to that myth?" I asked in puzzlement. "In fact, you have conquered a tiny member of their species. That has greatly surprised me. However, that is far from enough. The young one is not sensible, so it had brought you here directly. If you want to leave, you must have full faith in the power of your heart," said the man in white. "Who exactly are you? How do you know that so well? Do you know Prince Arid?" I was getting more and more confused. Am I not clear enough? The gentleman in white suddenly turned boorish, giving me a scare. Darkness suddenly returned, and I found myself lying on the ground. Beside me, NYX was also lying on the ground while breathing heavily. I rubbed my head and found with astonishment that I had returned to my initial position in the cave, looking like I had fainted the moment I had entered the cave. I raised my head and looked around me. The man in white was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the shining eyes amid the darkness. "What is happening here?" I muttered as I turned on my searchlight. Suddenly, I saw my backpack lying to the side. A realization hit me. I hurriedly opened the backpack and saw that Beulah was still blissfully sleeping. "You must be the one messing around with my head. Stop pretending to be asleep," I questioned as I lifted Beulah from the backpack. However, Beulah merely buried its feeler into my arms and continued sleeping, ignoring my question. Immediately, I heard a loud roar from the depths of the cave. A pair of red eyes appeared and rushed toward me at a rapid speed. The large interstellar creature, 3 times larger than NYX, appeared before me again. It repeated the same action, standing upright with its sharp mouth and claws lifted above it. I lifted my gun instinctively, but the words of the man in white suddenly surfaced in my mind. "The interstellar creatures are the offspring of Clearsky. They are an ancient species that can't be harmed wantonly. If you want to leave, you need to gather all their power." As I savored these words, my brain spun furiously. Scenes of me giving up on defending myself to conquer NYX replayed in my mind. The sharp mouth of the gigantic creature stabbed into my shield. With the power of technology, I blocked the ferocious attack. The creature was enraged when it saw that its attack didn't work. It flapped its wings and hovered in the air before diving down toward me with its sharp mouth. "Screw it," I roared inwardly. I then tossed my gun away, turned off my shield, and shut my eyes, silently waiting for the attack. Bang! I was blasted away by a powerful shockwave. I opened my eyes and saw that the sharp mouth of the creature had stabbed into the ground like a sharp sword, creating a massive hole right beside where I had been standing. The shockwave from the impact had sent me flying. One of the flying rocks struck my forehead, instantly causing me to bleed. This fellow must have shifted its attack at the last moment, I thought as I looked fearfully at the hole in the ground. A fierce shriek rang out behind me. When I looked back, I saw small NYX complaining to the giant creature, its two purple eyes shining brightly. Perhaps they had detected my wound, but both NYX and Bulow were reacting in their own way. I could see that Bulow was starting to shine in a blinding red yet again. The aggression displayed by NYX and Bulow seemed to have scared the giant creature. The giant creature appeared fearful for a moment. It hesitated for a few seconds before retreating into the darkness of the cave. I finally understood what the man in white had told me. One had to give up on one's fear of harm and conquer the interstellar creatures with the power of conviction. That was the only way I could leave. At that thought, I slung my gun behind me, lifted Bulow, and started walking deeper into the cave. Behind me, NYX followed. Unsurprisingly, the communication channel was jammed. I had obviously gotten myself trapped in the cave. According to the man in white, I could only leave after conquering the interstellar creatures. I followed the route in my memory and arrived at the second cave with countless shining eyes. The interstellar creatures were roaring at me incessantly. Without my shield, I was extremely nervous despite having prepared myself. I wrapped my arms tightly around Bulow, struggling to get any comfort I could get. NYX loyally stood guard behind me, roaring back at the owners of the shining eyes. Shortly after, the roars suddenly stopped, and the various eyes withdrew. Don't tell me the same scene is going to repeat itself. I wondered. Suddenly, I felt a cold breeze blow through the cave while complete silence descended. Handsome guy, just show yourself. I understood what you meant, I shouted at the darkness. An intense gale blew over as I saw a black silhouette rushing out from the depths of the cave. Suddenly, NYX stopped making noises. As for Bulow, it became as bright as a blinding, red sun. Shit, something is wrong. My heart thumped. A massive black creature appeared before me and rammed me into the air. Even as I felt my body soar into the air, I still kept my arms tightly wrapped around Bulow. It felt like an entire century passed as I flew through the air, my perception of time slowing down. I dropped loudly onto the ground. I felt like my bones were going to fall apart. My chest, in particular, was in intense pain. My vision swam as I took a long while to recover from the pain. I took another look at the creature. A completely black creature was standing before me. Its body was the size of a mountain, completely dominating my sight. Unlike a regular interstellar creature, its head resembled the mythical beast Kirin with a pair of massive horns. However, the rest of its body was exactly the same as a regular interstellar creature. Damn it! What mutated freak have I encountered this time? I cursed inwardly. Due to the intense pain, I couldn't stand up and could only lie on the ground. The black beast slowly approached, studying me with its big red eyes. What do you want, you brutish buffalo? I demanded. The black beast hesitated slightly when I scolded it. It opened its mouth and roared at me, nearly deafening my ears. Looks like this fellow thought I was trying to talk to it. What a boorish method of communication, I thought inwardly. For the sake of my ears, I shut my mouth in case it tried talking back to me again. The black beast circled me repeatedly. Perhaps it had sensed that I had not prepared an attack for it, so the red light in its eyes started dimming. Suddenly, it noticed the blood flowing from my forehead. It did something completely unexpected. It actually licked my face clean of blood. As it licked my face, a strong smell of sulfur assaulted my nostrils. But due to the beast's sheer prowess, I silently accepted its help. Seeing that I was accepting its gesture of goodwill, the black beast was very pleased. It raised its head and roared in joy, and the surrounding interstellar creatures answered the summons and started coming closer. When creatures of all colors surrounded us, I felt like I was looking into a kaleidoscope. They constantly shrieked as they observed me from a close distance. I was suddenly hit by a realization that this black fellow could very well be Clearsky. However, my rational mind quickly rejected that conclusion. After all, if that was true, this big fellow would be incredibly old, so old that it did not make any sense. However, the surrounding creatures were showing this beast so much respect that it could only be their ancestor. Looking at the scene before me, I slowly started to understand what the man in white had said. There was no exit here. This was actually a parallel dimension. To leave, I needed to pass through a tear in time itself. The discovery caused me to grow excited. Perhaps I was truly facing a life form from tens of billions of years ago, and I had entered a dimension from over tens of billions of years ago. I grew more and more excited as I realized that I was living a historic moment that would forever remain in the history of the League. In a short while, I fully adapted to my new environment. Despite the pain I was still feeling all over my body, I was already back on my feet, freely stroking the creatures around me. When the other creatures saw how much Clearsky trusted me, they came to accept my touch. Only after a while did I recall that I had an important mission to complete. My thoughts calmed from the excitement as I came to face a serious question. How should I leave? Every second matters for the rescue and war ongoing in the other dimension and timeline. I can't be trapped here. I need to leave immediately, I told myself resolutely. When I looked at the creatures around me, an idea rose in my mind. Bulow, can you show me the man in white again? I asked Bulow. Perhaps Bulow understood me, so its body turned red again. The red radiance grew so blinding that it looked like I was holding a small sun in my hands. The surrounding creatures turned silent as they focused on the creature in my hands. The blinding radiance reached a peak before dimming, eventually returning to its original level. That's it? I asked helplessly. The man in white did not appear. I felt rather helpless that my plan had failed. Suddenly, I felt some movement behind me. When I looked back, I saw that NYX was pulling at my gunsling. Beside NYX, a white shining door had appeared. The white door was radiating a mesmerizing and gentle light. When I tried to touch the door with my hand, I was pulled into a white world. The familiar man in white was standing before me again. I understood that I was once again pulled into Beulah's world of thoughts. "Young man, I did not expect Clearsky to be so happy with you," said the man in white. "Is Clearsky the monster that looks like a buffalo?" I asked. "A buffalo is a masterpiece of Mother Nature. No life form is a monster. Every one of them has a purpose for existing," replied the man in white. "There are still some living monsters around. Some life forms are unique yet do not bully other weaker life forms. Some life forms exist solely for the purpose of bullying smaller life forms. In my eyes, those are monsters," I retorted loudly. Perhaps the man in white had not expected a mere human to be so straightforward. He blanked out slightly at my words. "If I'm right, you must be Clearsky's master, Shajanson," I said. The man in white shook his head. "Shajanson is an ancient god. The gap between us is like the gap between a speck of dust and a star. For the various living beings in the universe, he had contributed his own strength. He is a noble star creator who lived during the early period of creation." "Star creator? What do you mean? Do you mean that these stars were created by him?" I asked as excitement bubbled within me. The universe has a complicated origin. Anyone would need to do what you did with Clearsky to comprehend this secret, understanding with their heart and seeing with their eyes. If I give you the answer, it will create an imbalance among the various life forms. "Imbalance is the origin of all conflicts," said the man in white as he shook his head, refusing to answer my question. "Don't worry. I am a relentless pursuer of justice," I said, insisting on getting an answer. "Nothing is absolute in creation. Any life form will change its mind depending on the circumstances it finds itself in. Young man, you have not experienced enough difficulties in life. Therefore, you are still unable to fully understand the purpose of life in the universe," said the man in white, refusing to answer me again. I stopped insisting so as to avoid angering this fellow like I had the previous time we had met. I changed the topic and said, "I seem to have established a harmonious relationship with the interstellar creatures as per your request. How should I leave now? I have something important to do. What will happen, will happen. What will come, will come. I took a look at your future. I hope you can stay true to your heart and persevere until the end," said the man in white. I grew excited. This man had actually seen my future? A bunch of thoughts surfaced in my mind, such as my lifespan, my future wife, my wealth, and all sorts of questions I had wondered about when I was a child. I was about to ask more questions when I found myself back to reality. Once again, I was surrounded by a group of interstellar creatures. A sense of disappointment welled in my heart. The man in white was someone who had taken a look at my future, and that was the best opportunity for me to find a solution to my issue. Why did Beulah cut the meeting short? I quickly found the answer. The black creature suddenly roared at the sky, and the other creatures immediately started roaring. The roars reverberated all throughout the cave. After about 15 minutes, the interstellar creatures parted to reveal a path. A familiar figure appeared, walking toward me. The newcomer was none other than the white creature that had appeared beside the man in white. With all the creatures calling for it, it had finally reappeared. The elephant-like white creature walked into the circle formed by the interstellar creatures and sent its probing mouth toward me. Unlike the other creatures, this white creature's mouth was not as sharp as a sword. Rather, it was slightly circular and decorated with whiskers. The circular mouth started growing. Before long, it grew big enough for a human to walk in and out of it. Inside the mouth, a pure white radiance appeared. I did not understand what was going on, so I merely watched the unfolding magic show blankly. Once again, all the creatures around me sank into silence. Every one of them was fully focused on the white creature. Suddenly, a red figure directly jumped into the white circle ahead of me. Shit, what is Beulah doing? I had a bad feeling. Due to how close the white creature was, Beulah instantly vanished into the white light before I could do anything. I grew anxious. I couldn't allow anything to happen to Beulah. Thus, I threw all caution to the wind and jumped into the white light as well. A second figure also followed me into the white light. When I looked back, I saw that NYX had followed me. The moment I entered the white world, I saw Beulah on the ground. My heart calmed somewhat. The circular opening closed once we were all in the white world. Then, the white around us slowly faded, gradually revealing the scene of the starry universe. "This is beautiful," I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Numerous stars and star systems were constantly moving at a rapid speed all around me. Countless scenes and phenomena that I had heard about and had never heard of before appeared around me. Black holes, gamma-ray bursts, red giants, meteorites, comets, planetary collisions, and so on appeared before me. One scene after another appeared, and not a single scene was a full repeat of a previous scene. Is this a time tunnel, and are these the changes the universe has undergone during the past 10 billion years? I wondered in excitement. The scenes moved rapidly while I leaned against the transparent wall around me and took in everything greedily. This was a precious recording of the passage of time since creation. Everything was being played before me like a movie. Gradually, I discovered that I was only looking at a corner of the universe. Even so, I was exposed to a rather complete catalogue of the phenomena and events that could appear in the universe. If I can bring this information back, the team will earn a large amount of merit. This is most definitely the biggest discovery in the history of the League, I thought. The more I thought about it, the smugger I felt. While I was immersed in feeling good about myself and greedily taking in the scenes before me, the transparent walls turned white again. Before us, a black wall appeared. Looks like we have arrived. Just like that, we have traveled through 10 billion years. I wonder where this would lead us. I wondered as I looked at the dark wall. At this point, Bulow had recovered to its usual condition. I lifted it and placed it into the backpack. Then, I turned on my communicator and tried to contact space-time. However, apart from some static, I got nothing. Abruptly, an immense regret assaulted me. I started beating my own head sorrowfully. Beside me, NYX was completely confused. I had just remembered that I had kept my camera off during the entire journey. I had failed to preserve a single phenomenon I had witnessed. Canyue, you're a pig. How can you forget that you had turned off everything? I scolded myself. NYX continued to look at me in confusion. Eventually, it decided to ignore me and walk through the dark wall. There was no cure for regret, so it was pointless to keep beating myself. I thus followed NYX out of the time tunnel. The moment I walked out, the dark wall vanished, severing the connection to that mystical space. I couldn't afford to waste more time wallowing in regret, so I calmed down and started studying my surroundings. I found that we had arrived in a dry cave. We seemed to be at the top of the cave system. When I looked down, I could see a winding tunnel leading deeper underground. This must be somewhere above Milk City. Heavens, please don't let me encounter any other monsters, I thought to myself. Holding my gun in my hand, I turned on my shield and started traversing the tunnel. The tunnel was not too complicated to travel. After less than 10 minutes, I heard people speaking and moving ahead of me. Hearing the familiar sound of civilization, I grew excited. After so many difficulties, my search had finally borne fruit. I had discovered Milk City. At that thought, I sped up. After walking around a large boulder, numerous light bulbs appeared before me like a sea of blinking stars. City in a cave, I finally found you, I thought in joy. After encountering so many mishaps during my journey here, I had become rather paranoid. As a precaution, I carefully advanced. Before long, I arrived at a watchtower at the edge of the city. 2 Echo soldiers were standing guard near it. While I was still thinking of a way to introduce myself, one of them noticed NYX, who was much larger than me. He instantly jumped nervously. The 2 soldiers immediately aimed their guns forward, so I quickly jumped out to prevent them from harming NYX. Hold, we are friendly, hold. I shouted with both my hands raised. Who are you? Why have you appeared with an interstellar creature? These creatures are very ferocious. How are you controlling it? Questioned a young soldier. Soldier, my name is Canyue, a friend of your prince, Urid. Can you take me to him? This is urgent, I requested. Canyue, you're the warrior who had destroyed the shellbreaker at Gold Steel City, asked the young soldier in astonishment. Exactly. That is me, I said. Team leader, he's Canyue, one of the warriors involved in the defense of Gold Steel. He is requesting to meet the prince, reported the young soldier to an older soldier. Someone capable of taming an interstellar creature is definitely not an ordinary person. Take him to the prince. I'll stay here, said the team leader. The young soldier became visibly excited upon receiving the order. He immediately led us toward the brightly lit city. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. As I walked, I saw numerous refugees. Many of them had built temporary shelters right under the eaves of bigger buildings. Every single building was squeezed full of refugees. While I was observing them, they were also observing NYX, who was following behind me. Fear covered their faces at the sight of NYX. After all, interstellar creatures were a species on Echo that had never been conquered. It was incredibly surprising to see one following me. I couldn't help but feel somewhat smug at their expressions. I lifted my head proudly and walked in a spirited manner. From my initial observation, tens of thousands of refugees and soldiers had been gathered in the upper zone of Milk City. After walking about 30 minutes through the cramped streets, I arrived at a comparatively large thatched building in the city center. Halt! What is your business here, soldier? Who is this person with an interstellar creature? Asked the soldier on duty at the door with vigilance. Instantly, all the weapons around the building were aimed at me and NYX. The young soldier hurriedly jogged forward and explained my situation and request to the soldier on duty. Perhaps I was already somewhat famous, but the soldier merely looked at me for a bit after hearing my name and told me to wait. He then entered the building to report my arrival. Where is Canyue? I heard the voice before anyone came out. Shortly after, Baron Sissa appeared before me. Canyue, you can't imagine how happy I am to see you again, said Baron Sissa as he rushed forth and grabbed my shoulders. I was just as excited. After all, I had wanted nothing more than to meet Baron Sissa again at a place other than the battlefield. Where is Prince Urid? I still remembered my mission. Don't worry. He's waiting inside. Come, let's go, invited Baron Sissa cheerily. At that moment, the Baron noticed the interstellar creature behind me. Good heavens. How did you tame this fellow? Asked the Baron with a gasp. In the history of Echo, not a single person has managed to tame this animal. Good thing you are the tamer. At least that makes the miracle easier to accept. I got lucky. I rescued it while it was in trouble, and we became friends, I explained. I couldn't help but feel somewhat smug about my achievement. This big fellow needs to wait outside. If it goes in, it will probably crush the whole building with its size, said Baron Sissa. I walked up to Nyx and rubbed its neck while speaking softly, telling it to wait for me outside. It seemed to have understood me. It picked a random corner outside the building and lay down on its belly. I was about to turn around and enter the building when I saw the young soldier who had escorted me here looking at me with a gaze filled with worship. Baron, do you have any gold coins on you? I asked in a low voice. I still have one imperial gold coin. Do you need it? That's the last I have, said the Baron reluctantly. I need to borrow it. I'll pay you back, I said. The Baron did not hesitate to take out a gold coin and give it to me. With the gold coin in hand, I walked to the soldier and handed it to him. Soldier, thank you for your help. If fate allows it, let's fight together one day. The young soldier accepted the coin in excitement and thanked me repeatedly. Finally, I was ready to enter the thatched building with Baron Sissa. The building looked small, but there were still 3 checkpoints inside, with 1 manned machine gun per checkpoint. I followed the Baron to the innermost room. With one glance, I saw Prince Arid and Prince Ged. Prince, I finally found you, I said in excitement after seeing Prince Arid. The 2 princes appeared happy to see me as well. Canyue, I knew you would appear. Although the world outside had turned into a sea, I had still strongly believed that, said Prince Ged. Yes, the entire planet has been submerged in water. Even now, the storm is raging outside. It was very difficult to come here. Are the lower levels of Milk City completely flooded? I asked. Sigh. It's worse than that. The furious torrents caused numerous landslides. A lot of our tunnels have been blocked, said Prince Ged. Fortunately, you have enough space at the upper levels. There are at least tens of thousands of survivors here, I consoled Prince Ged. We still need to thank you for buying the 12 hours of ceasefire. During that time, I was able to pull back my entire army from Gold Steel City and set up 3 new defensive lines in Milk City. I also moved the common citizens into the city. However, I did not expect the disgusting empire to unleash a storm just to avoid suffering the same disastrous losses they suffered at Gold Steel City, said Prince Ged furiously. Are there any updates on the other armies? I asked. At present, we have lost contact with all friendly armies. The environment outside is too harsh and most of our high-tech equipment was destroyed during the battle at Gold Steel City. Thus, we have not gotten any chance to leave and reconnect with the other armies, said Prince Ged. I was about to ask more questions when Prince Arid interrupted me. Canyue, why did you return? How is the situation outside? How is my brother? Can you tell me? Asked Prince Arid. Looks like the prince is more concerned about his competitor, I thought to myself. I proceeded to tell them about King Xido's request, my encounter with Prince Taurus, the establishment of the 7th Armored Division, how I tamed Nyx, and my journey to the upper levels of Milk City. However, I left out Prince Taurus' illegal coronation to avoid invoking their anger. Everyone was engrossed in the story I told. After all, what I had experienced were things anyone could be proud of for a long time to come. Do you mean that you have an army waiting outside? Asked Baron Sissa after I finished. Yes. They're right above Mount Maiden. However, the mountain is blocking our signals, so I can't contact them, I said. The terrain itself is blocking the signals. However, we do have a place where signals can be sent outside. I can take you there, said Baron Sissa. But this place is flooded. How are we supposed to let them into the upper levels of the city? The time tunnel is no longer there, I said. There is a tunnel underwater. I can have someone send them the coordinates that can guide them here, said Baron Sissa. Baron, can you have Intelligence Officer Aiden send a message on my behalf to Zhang Bauer? I still have something I need to discuss with the prince, I requested. The Baron immediately ordered Intelligence Officer Aiden to carry out the request. Prince, can we go somewhere private? There is something I need to tell you in private, I said to Prince Arid. Prince Arid looked at Prince Ged and received an affirmative gesture. Seeing that Prince Ged had agreed, Baron Sissa led us to a room at the back of the building before leaving. What is it that you can't tell me in front of the others? Asked Prince Arid before I could say anything. Prince Arid, we are all aware that in King Xido's will, you are first in line to the throne. I want to ask if there is a clause among your laws allowing an heir to inherit the throne during wartime, I asked directly. Wartime inheritance? Are you telling me that Taurus had taken the throne during wartime? Asked Arid in shock. I don't know if it is official. I'm not sure, I said. I did not expect him to be so brave. Yes, there is such a law. If a king leaves Echo during war, it means that the king has abandoned his people. Thus, all direct members of the royal clan will have the right to inherit the throne. However, my father is not an ordinary king. It's too risky for Taurus to do something like that, said Prince Arid. There seemed to be an even deeper meaning to his words. I did not expect that Prince Arid was more concerned about the danger of what Taurus did than the succession. Prince, why do you say that King Xido isn't an ordinary king? As a king capable of flirting with both the Empire and the League, my father is most definitely not someone incapable. He also has a large personal army, to the point my uncle, Prince Ged, is afraid of him despite having a powerful army. Taurus is courting death by ascending to the throne illegally. He won't be able to defeat the king, said Prince Arid with a sigh. Perhaps Prince Taurus thought that King Xido's army had been wiped out by the Empire. With the massive storm all over the planet, Echo needs a leader to lead the resistance. That might be why he made such a mistake, I tried explaining for Taurus. Both of you underestimate this action. Must an army of my father stay on Echo? Did you not notice that there were very few soldiers around during the battle at the palace? That is not normal. If so, where are the soldiers? Asked Prince Arid. I gave it some thought and slowly understood what Prince Arid meant. I believe that Royal Father is still observing things. Between the Empire and the League, he has yet to decide on which side to support. It is foolish for Taurus to make a move for the throne at this time, said Prince Arid. I looked at the frail young man before me in astonishment. No wonder he was King Xido's first choice for the throne. His intelligence and maturity were much better than Prince Taurus. He was able to see things very clearly. A bark pulled me back from my thoughts. I saw that Prince Arid's pharaoh canine had crawled out from under the bed in the room. My father had probably asked for your help in taking us to him because he was worried about this law. How would Taurus face Royal Father afterward? Said Arid in a deeply worried manner. Everything is done, and there is no changing it. I need some time to think of a way to hide what Prince Taurus did from the king, I said as I shook my head. It will be too difficult. A lot of the soldiers under Taurus's employ are the king's spies. It is almost impossible to hide a secret this big. Those people are all on your ship, right? Unless, hinted the prince without finishing his words. My heart trembled at the implication. The prince was suggesting that I silenced all witnesses. It was obvious that a regular person would not be able to assume the role of the ruling class easily. Only someone with an absolutely ruthless heart would be able to do well in the ruling class. For Prince Arid to reach such a conclusion at such a young age, his level of cunning was definitely far above that of an ordinary person. However, I would not be able to bring myself to do such things. Seeing that I was deep in thought, the prince was about to say something when Baron Sissa's voice came from outside the room. Canyue, your soldiers have arrived. They're waiting for you at the lobby, said Baron Sissa. Canyue, do not tell anyone here about what Taurus did. That might implicate me as well, Prince Arid whispered before we left. I nodded at him in agreement, and we stood up to follow Baron Sissa to the lobby. In the lobby, I saw several familiar figures. Zhang Bauer, Old Du, and Domo had relied on the guidance sent to them in the message to navigate the underwater tunnel and come here. When we arrived at the lobby, Old Du said to Prince Gad, the underwater tunnel is extremely complicated. It is not suitable for a mass evacuation. Zhang Bauer then saw me and ran over. Canyue, after we lost contact with you, everyone has been worried sick. However, I believe that you are always able to turn misfortune into a blessing. Can I get the chance to carry out these missions next time? Get lost. A single mishap is enough for an eternity-long regret. Don't create trouble for the deputy captain, sneered Domo. Stop bickering. We need to first decide on a withdrawal plan. We can talk about everything else after leaving this place, I said, stopping the two from bickering. Everyone sat around a round table and started the discussion. Old Du is right. The underwater tunnel is too complicated. It is not enough to withdraw the tens of thousands of people you have here. Keep in mind that we don't even have enough diving gear for so many people, said Baron Sissa. Firstly, we need a fleet of ships to haul all the people here. Even now, the Empire's South Star army is still surrounding the planet from outer space. Large transport ships have no way of entering the planet, said Old Du. Due to the circumstances we are in, I suggest that we first evacuate Prince Arid and some individuals that urgently need medical attention. After we reconvene with the League fleet, we can draw out a new withdrawal plan, I suggested. I agree. The storm generators have been pulled back. I reckon the storm in Echo will stop in a few days. At that time, the rescue operation will also be much easier. However, do you have enough supply to last that long? Asked Old Du. Don't worry about supplies. Milk City has enough wartime supplies to last 3 more months, said Baron Sissa. In that case, let's follow this plan, then. Prince Arid and the injured individuals will evacuate first. We will wait here for reinforcements, said Prince Ged decisively. Uncle, you should leave with me. It will be easier for us to come up with a new plan after meeting Royal Father, said Prince Arid. Prince, I need to stay with my soldiers and people. I will have Baron Sissa go with you. The Baron is resourceful. He will be of great help to you, said Prince Ged with a shake of his head. It was not a good idea to be argumentative and indecisive during wartime, so Prince Arid did not insist. And thus, everyone prepared for the evacuation. Both Domo and Zhang Bauer came over with massive backpacks. I could see that the backpacks contained shield devices and medical supplies. All those things were left behind for Prince Ged. After roughly 40 minutes, the team and those selected for evacuation gathered in front of a massive body of water. Because NYX was too big, I decided to temporarily leave it in Milk City for now. I would return for it after the water receded. This was where we came from. We will reach the surface of the water after traveling through this route for 1 hour. Spacetime will be waiting there for us, said Zhang Bauer. We will need more than 10 hours to evacuate completely, I said as I looked at the group of roughly 300 people behind us. The number of injured soldiers and refugees had reached over 300 people. Milk City's few remaining pieces of diving equipment were given to these people. They all appeared excited after learning that they were going to be evacuated. Prince Arid stood before the group with his arms around his little pharaoh canine. There was also a piece of diving gear attached to the puppy's face. We don't even have enough diving gear. Why are you using one on a puppy instead of a wounded soldier? Muttered Zhang Bauer. You are being prejudiced against animals? All life in the universe is equal. Domo immediately retorted after he heard Zhang Bauer grumbling with his sharp ears. Keep your voice down. Remember our mission. Don't create unnecessary trouble. I stopped the two from more senseless bickering. Old Du and Baron Sissa started coordinating the group as they dove into the water one by one. Zhang Bauer and I were in charge of escorting Prince Arid, and we were the first batch to dive into the water. Not only was the water underground cold and turbid, but it also contained undercurrents. Thus, everyone in the group was forced to turn on their underwater searchlights. Zhang Bauer swam at the very front of the group while holding a rope. The rest of the group was holding the rope as we followed behind him. Prince Arid and I stayed at the very back of the group, and we were in charge of keeping watch over them. After around 10 minutes, we arrived at a zone with violent undercurrents. I could see that the prince's puppy was tightly holding the rope with its 4 limbs. The undercurrents were fierce, and there was a risk that some of us would be washed away. At this time, Prince Arid turned around and made the gesture representing a rope, pointed at the wounded individuals in the group, and made another gesture showing someone leaving the rope. I immediately understood what the prince meant. I extended my shield and utilized my underwater thrusters to cover and escort the wounded individuals out of the zone. Prince Arid's eyes showed approval as he continued onward. After escorting about 20 wounded individuals out of the zone, I saw Domo swim toward me. Domo, help me get these wounded individuals away from the undercurrents. I need to go up and continue watching over Prince Arid, I said. This fine. Yes, superior, Domo agreed unhappily. After handing over the task, I swam up and soon caught up with the prince. I gestured at him that I had someone else take care of the group, relieving him of his worry. I continued following the prince through the winding tunnel, passing by numerous collapsed sections in the process. After more than an hour of swimming through numerous dangerous locations, we finally started floating straight upward. I knew that we were approaching the surface. Before long, we saw a bright light above us. We rushed upward, and finally, we emerged on the surface. As the storm raged all around me, I looked at the massive searchlight of the beautiful ship Spacetime hovering right above us. As we emerged, a massive steel ladder dropped down from the ship. Everyone grabbed the ladder and started climbing. I was following closely behind Prince Arid and his puppy. It wasn't until I saw Kelly and Zhang Xing that a realization hit me. The arduous mission had been completed. I lay weakly on the floor, wishing to give myself a moment of peace. Everyone else was busy helping the wounded individuals, so nobody bothered me. After a minute, I stood up and started helping as well. We spent the next few hours helping the evacuees. During the process, I realized that the actual number of people was far more than the 300 I had estimated. In fact, we had helped nearly 500 people into the ship so far. Looks like they added quite a lot of evacuees toward the end, I thought. Finally, Old Du and Baron Sissa appeared with the last batch. Also appearing with them on the water's surface was a massive whirlpool. NYX flew out of the whirlpool and roared at me with its head raised high. Canyue, we have no choice. Your mount insisted on holding its breath and entering the water. We couldn't even stop it, said Old Du helplessly. At this point, we could only accept the additional evacuees. After another 30 minutes, everyone was finally finished with their tasks, and we all gathered in Spacetime's command center. Have all the wounded soldiers and refugees been settled down? Asked Prince Arid. Don't worry, Prince. Everything has been arranged appropriately, said Old Du politely. Next, I introduced Prince Arid to everyone present. The crew members were rather astonished by the maturity and wisdom displayed by a prince so young. Next, we need to leave Echo, said Zhang Xing. Captain, do we produce a wormhole back to the Sirius base immediately? Asked Lin Fixu. Captain, I have a request. I hope to receive your support, Prince Arid suddenly said. What is your request? Feel free to say it, replied Zhang Xing gently. Before leaving to meet my royal father, I wish to meet privately with Prince Taurus. Will that be possible? Asked Prince Arid. Zhang Xing gave it some thought before looking at me. After I gestured at her in agreement, she ordered Lin Fixu to bring Prince Arid to see Prince Taurus. Then, Zhang Bauer and Kelly started bothering me to tell them about my experience. I told them everything about my encounter with Clearsky, my experience in the time tunnel, the changes that I had witnessed of the universe from ancient times to the present day, and my experience at Milk City's upper levels. They all appeared rather disappointed upon learning that I had forgotten to record what I had seen in the time tunnel. Canyue, according to what you say, there are still tens of thousands of wounded soldiers and refugees waiting in Milk City? We need to return as soon as possible and come up with a plan to rescue them with King Xido, said Zhang Xing after hearing about the soldiers and refugees still stranded in Milk City. The two princes are still talking. Perhaps they might have a different idea. Let's wait for them to finish their talk, I said. Everyone waited silently. Some soldiers came to deliver us some food. After the long search and rescue operation, we suddenly realized that our stomachs were rumbling with hunger when the food was presented to us. We wolfed it down, and 1 whole hour later, Prince Arid returned. Prince, how was the talk? I asked. Captain, Canyue, after our talk, we wish to request a favor from you, said Prince Arid. How surprising. I did not expect them to actually reach an accord, I thought. Prince, what do you need? Feel free to say it, said Zhang Xing. Captain, can you send us brothers to Orion Constellation's Horsehead Nebula first, said Prince Arid with a determined tone. The crew was shocked to hear of the Orion Constellation's Horsehead Nebula. Prince, why do you want to go there? I asked. At the underground palace, someone familiar with the situation inside the Empire once mentioned to Prince Taurus the Horsehead Nebula, said Prince Arid. Someone familiar with the Empire? Who are you referring to? I asked in confusion. Principal Saucy, I believe it is time to tell everyone about this secret, said Red as he shot Principal Saucy a look. Everyone's gaze gathered on Principal Saucy. I did not expect that the principal who had been staying with us was actually aware of the situation at the Orion constellation's Horsehead Nebula. His knowledge also seemed to be confirmation that the information Prophet Namo had left behind was true. The truth had been right beside us all this time, but we didn't know to look for it. How did you learn about this, Prince? I'm somewhat confused about what you're referring to, said Principal Saucy with hesitation on his face. Prince Arid did not answer the principal. Rather, he looked at Zhang Xing and asked, "Can I ask for Prince Taurus to join this talk as well? With him here, we can decide on our next course of action." "No problem. Lin Feixiu, bring Prince Taurus here. Notify Dondan and Dodo to join the meeting as well," ordered Zhang Xing. Shortly after, all the requested individuals arrived. I could see the calm look of someone who had seen through the ways of the world on Prince Taurus's face. "Principal, the answer to Emperor Fi's secret energy source is hidden at the Horsehead Nebula, right?" Prince Taurus went straight to the point. "Little Prince, what are you trying to say?" asked Principal Saucy. "My royal father told me once that you knew of the secret the Emperor hid at the Horsehead Nebula. However, you doubted Echo's strength and intended to make use of the League's strength to attack the place instead. Basically, you were afraid that the weak Echo would not be strong enough to succeed in the attack and ruin your plan," said Prince Taurus. In all honesty, his words were rather believable. "Principal, we are all very concerned about the history of the Horsehead Nebula. That place is related to a very important mission of ours and is a place with an ancient riddle to solve. If you have any valuable information, I hope you can share it, especially since it is now a time of war," said Zhang Xing. Compelled by everyone, Principal Saucy sank into silence as he thought about our request. Numerous thoughts raced in his brain as he weighed the pros and cons of telling us what he knew. The standards of justice and fairness are always flexible for all these politicians, I thought as I looked at the expression on the principal's face. "What do you intend to do? This is big. It concerns the future of the Milky Way or even the entire universe itself. With your small team, what can you do? I have been paying attention. Your so-called 7th Armored Division isn't even full. I can't let you rashly attack the Empire's core energy region. Such an attack will only cause Emperor Fi to be more cautious," said Principal Saucy. "The Empire's core energy region? You must know something, old man. Stop hiding it. Just say it," said Zhang Bauer with a smirk on his face. "The Horsehead Nebula of the Orion constellation is the birthplace of stars. It is also the core energy region of Emperor Fi's divine empire. Not only is there a mysterious, endless source of energy there, but it is also said that a powerful secret army is hidden there," said Principal Saucy. "We met the so-called secret army before. We've even tasted its capabilities. There's nothing special about it," said Zhang Bauer with derision. "No, what you encountered was merely the army's lowest-ranked beast legion. Mountain beyond mountain, people beyond people. There are higher powers that you have yet to encounter," said Principal Saucy. "How are you so sure about the rank of the beast we encountered?" questioned Zhang Bauer. "That little fellow. After I gave him some canned food, he told me quite a lot of your glorious military feats," said Principal Saucy as he pointed at Dondan. Dondan hurriedly opened an umbrella and hid below it. That action caused everyone to burst into laughter. Nobody could bring themselves to blame a simple-minded little fellow like that. "Principal, let's return to the main topic. How strong is the secret army? Is there a chance we can eliminate it entirely?" asked Zhang Xing. "Little girl, you hit the nail on the head with that question. My initial plan was to topple Emperor Fi's reign of terror by damaging the Empire's energy source. However, I was discovered by the Emperor halfway through the plan," said Principal Saucy. "Yes, I heard of something similar from Scholar Fode and Jifarun before," said Old Du. "Emperor Fi took the first step and interrupted my planning. I initially planned to overthrow the Empire with the help of the various factions in the Milky Way and form some sort of political union. However, the Emperor reacted so fast that my plan was completely ruined. Now, Fode himself is in the Emperor's hands. I also heard that Jifarun was in the hands of that traitorous Giorno and has been missing since then," said Principal Saucy. "You were able to escape, so why didn't you take the chance to launch an attack?" asked Zhang Xing. "After my escape, I arrived at Echo. I wanted to borrow Echo's strength to weaken the Emperor since Echo is the strongest kingdom among all the vassal kingdoms of the Empire. However, what I saw was disappointing. The kingdom has fewer than 60,000 soldiers in their army. That is far from enough to do any significant damage to the Empire," said Principal Saucy with a sigh. "The gap between the Echo Kingdom and the Empire is clear. The Empire was able to muster 500,000 soldiers just for the encirclement of Echo alone. That is almost 10 times the size of Echo's army," said Zhang Bauer. "That is nothing. The army guarding the Horsehead Nebula is the Empire's most elite army, the Midstar Army, with 7 legions and nearly 700,000 soldiers," said Principal Saucy with derision. "What? 700,000 soldiers? Is that the secret army you mentioned?" asked Domo in astonishment. "No, that's merely the official army guarding the Horsehead Nebula. The real secret army is not included among the 700,000, said Principal Saucy. "My god, just how powerful is the Divine Empire?" exclaimed Zhang Bauer. "Like I said, Emperor Fi is not a simple person. He has lofty ambitions, and his goal lies beyond the Orion constellation and perhaps even the Milky Way itself, said Master Crystal. A powerful military strength like that is not something the Akko army can threaten. I did not select King Xido. This is because I did not wish to sacrifice so many Akko lives only to strike a stone with an egg. While I was wallowing in disappointment, I met the people from the League by pure coincidence, said Principal Saucy. You must have met Captain Jingan, who was tasked to follow Jupiter too, said Old Do. Yes. From him, I learned of the way the League rules. It conforms to the fair ruling system I have in mind. Furthermore, the League's strength makes me realize that they are the only ones capable of standing against the Emperor. Thus, we were able to quickly form a strategic alliance, said Principal Saucy as he gradually grew excited. Everyone started contemplating the implications of what Principal Saucy had just revealed. Foolish and childish. No wonder your goal remains unaccomplished even now, a sneer rang out. Everyone looked over. It was Domo. Domo, what do you have in mind? Asked Zhang Bauer. It was rare for Zhang Bauer to actually mention Domo by name. This old fart has a beautiful ideal, but reality is much less beautiful. He has been living in a dream. The Interstellar League is a behemoth. How would they be persuaded to wage war against the Divine Empire because of some words from you? How big is the cost of a war with the Divine Empire? Also, you're a fugitive. You don't even have an army. What's the point of forming a strategic alliance with you? Ridiculed Domo. Young man, are you doubting my capability? Said Principal Saucy unhappily. Old man, face reality. From my analysis, the League has long coveted the Empire's territory and energy source. They have been looking for an excuse to start a war. Your appearance provides them with what they need. I've heard of the League's political system from Canyue before. It's terrible. You only saw what's on the surface, not its deeper aspects. Your old brain must have gotten muddled, severely dropping your level of comprehension, said Domo without holding anything back. One ought to admit that Domo's words made sense. He accurately pointed out that the principal's thinking had been too shallow. Principal, I have been wanting to ask you something, I asked, trying to remove some tension from the room. Canyue, feel free to ask your question, said Principal Saucy. Have you read the book called Blue Path? Also, what secrets are recorded in the Imperial Golden Book? I asked. Principal Saucy was visibly astonished to hear my question. After a while, Principal Saucy said with a regretful look, Blue Path is now nothing but history. Initially, it was a banned book only principals could read. A few decades ago, a student had read the book in secret. When my predecessor, the principal 2 generations ago, learned of the incident, he delivered the book to the Dark Hall. I did not have the chance to read the book by the time I became the principal. Looks like the Blue Path will remain a mystery, I thought with disappointment. As for the Imperial Golden Book, only the Imperial clan can understand its contents. I have been trying to understand it, but I've never succeeded. However, I was able to get a vague impression that the book contains the coordinates and structural makeup of high-energy celestial bodies. Also, the listed celestial bodies are those whose energy can absolutely be extracted. The book is a treasure trove. Just possessing the book alone will signify that you're already halfway to success, said the principal. We finally knew what the Imperial Golden Book contained. By the way, seeing, I suddenly remembered something that I have been forgetting to tell you. I have been suspecting that the writings in the Imperial Golden Book are actually from the language of one of Blue's lost civilizations. To be precise, the writings utilized the language of Atlantis, I said. It's a pity. I heard that the Emperor has regained possession of the book. We can no longer verify that, said Zhang Xing with regret. We must think of a way to get the Imperial Golden Book. That book might be the answer to many of our puzzles, said Old Du. Everyone, the Imperial Golden Book should be the next goal. As for our current goal, it should be launching a sudden attack on the energy source at Horsehead Nebula, said Prince Taurus, cutting our conversation short. I am in agreement with Prince Taurus. We can meet Royal Father later, said Prince Arid. 2 little babies, do you think this is a game? Not to mention the secret army, there is a regular army of 700,000 stationed where you want to go. There are only several hundred of us. Are we going on a sightseeing tour, or are we going to offer ourselves as live targets for the Imperial Army? Sneered Domo. No, we have more than that. I have an army, said Prince Arid. Everyone was shocked at his declaration. You're not referring to the people trapped in Milk City, are you? Asked Zhang Bauer. Prince Arid looked at Zhang Bauer and shook his head firmly. What secret army do you have? Why are you keeping it secret even now? Asked Zhang Bauer, clearly showing his displeasure. The Kingdom of Akko and the Kingdom of Canyue are strategic allies. We can request help from them, said Prince Arid. What? How can that be counted as your army? It's completely different, said Domo in astonishment. At this point, we can't give up on any help we can get, Prince Arid insisted. Canyue? Are you referring to the War God race? Asked Master Crystal. War God race? The warrior with the ox head we saw previously. I asked in excitement. Yes, them. But they're actually a race of small numbers. Thus, their actual strength is questionable, reminded Master Crystal. We will know if they can help by taking a trip to Canyue. If their army is truly weak, we can just not go to the Horsehead Nebula, suggested Prince Taurus. Expecting Canyue to dispatch their army to help us against the Empire? That's unrealistic. Their old king, Carter, is extremely conservative and risk-aversive. I once sent someone to secretly contact him, but he refused my call for help, said Principal Saucy. King Carter has an agreement with my royal father that each party must help the other during war. Nobody is allowed to do nothing as the other party perishes, said Prince Taurus confidently. Young man, any sort of agreement can be broken at any time. An agreement is only as valid as the benefits it provides, said Principal Saucy with a lecturing tone. This is not actually your army, anyway. We'll let Commander Zhang Xing decide, said Prince Taurus, ignoring the principal's advice. At that, everyone's gaze focused on Zhang Xing. I could see her sinking into deep thought. I heard that the Kingdom of Canyue is located on planet Rumble of the Orion constellation's Olitok system. It is said that the planet is actually very far from the system's 3 stars. I reckon it has an extremely cold climate. We can only land with our morph-capable shields active, said Master Crystal. No, planet Rumble has a unique internal ecosystem. The heat from its core can spread all over the planet. Furthermore, the planet can create its own source of light. It is a magical and beautiful planet, said Principal Saucy. Even the seemingly all-knowing Master Crystal was actually unaware of that. He was speechless, so he decided to shut his mouth. Perhaps Zhang Xing was affected by what Principal Saucy had said about benefits, but she finally reached a decision after a while. I believe we won't waste too much time paying Canyue a visit first. Olitok is located to the left of the Horsehead Nebula. If there is a chance that we can deal great damage to the Empire, I am willing to give it a try. If Canyue is unwilling or incapable of helping, we can give up on that plan and rush to the B army instead, said Zhang Xing. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Xing reached the same decision as me. In fact, the few of us were actually becoming excited at the mere thought of meeting a member of the fabled war god race again. Lin Figzu, get Planet Rumble's coordinates from the database and establish a wormhole connection. We will be moving fast, Zhang Xing commanded. With the command, Lin Figzu immediately searched for the coordinates of Olitok. Then, spacetime started the wormhole creation process. In a short while, a massive wormhole tunnel appeared amid Echo's storm. Activate the leap procedure. Sergeant Lando, the acting pilot, will take charge of Fearless and follow Spacetime into the wormhole tunnel, commanded Lin Figzu. And thus, Spacetime and Fearless entered the wormhole one after another in accordance with Lin Figzu's command. After roughly 10 minutes of wormhole travel, the 7th Armored Division arrived within the area of the Olitok system. Far ahead of us, the blue Olitok AA was visible. Olitok AA was a blue supergiant star, with higher temperatures and quality than the sun of our very own solar system. It was roughly 1,260 light-years away from blue. A certain country on blue had categorized 3 systems in the Orion constellation as the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. Of the 3, Olitok AA was the embodiment of longevity. Planet Rumble, which housed the Kingdom of Canyue, was very far from Olitok AA at roughly 0.3 light-years away. Thus, from where we were, the star that was 60 times larger than Blue's sun looked no bigger than a table tennis ball from our perspective. Its 2 companion stars were completely overshadowed by its radiance. Due to the distance, the star's energy was unable to reach the planet, which would usually result in an extremely cold planet. Because of that, all of us were rather looking forward to seeing the beautiful planet described by Principal Saucy. At that time, I noticed Zhang Bauer and Old Du looking out the window behind the command center. I walked toward them. Why are the 2 of you daydreaming here? I asked. Canyue, look at the spot ahead of us and to the right, the spot with an expanse of red. That is the Horsehead Nebula. Perhaps the answer to all our questions will be found there, said Zhang Bauer. I looked at where he was pointing and saw a wide expanse of dark red and black colors. Amid the darkness, numerous red and blue dots flickered, as though countless new lives and energy sources were being born. The secrets of the universe's origin could very well be unveiled there. We will try to finish our trip at Canyue as quickly as possible and get help from them. Then, we will be able to go straight to the Horsehead Nebula, I said to the 2 encouragingly. At that time, the ship's alarm blazed. We turned around and saw that a blue planet had appeared before the ship. All of us were amazed to see that the planet was filled with blue oceans and dry lands of equal proportions. The dry lands were covered with green vegetation, looking vibrant and full of life. This planet is too beautiful. No wonder it can give birth to valiant warriors like the war god race, exclaimed Zhang Xing. Captain, do we land immediately or try to notify them of our arrival first? Asked Lin Figzu. The proper etiquette would be sending words to them and making it clear that we are here as envoys of their ally, Echo, said Zhang Xing. There is no need for that, said Principal Saucy. Why? Do they know us? Asked Zhang Xing doubtfully. Look at the space outside the planet. Are there any ships or space stations around? Asked Principal Saucy. We finally noticed that the outer space around the planet was completely devoid of any machines. What is going on with this kingdom? They don't even have an electronic communication system? How can they remain a powerful race with this level of technology? Asked Old Du in astonishment. Surprisingly, none of the people in our group familiar with Canyue responded to the question. Do not look down on the war god race. They won't be known as the war god race for no reason, said Domo after a long while. In that case, we'll land directly. Lin Figzu, look for a landing spot, commanded Zhang Xing. Lin Figzu did as told and arranged for both ships to approach the planet. After going through the regular atmospheric entry process, we entered the planet's sky. A loud sound of a drum suddenly rang out in all our ears. What's that sound? Is that the war drum of the war gods? Did they misunderstand that we were here to invade? Asked Zhang Bauer as he immediately turned alert. Soldier, your imagination is too rich. Just how strong does one need to be to make such a loud sound with a drum? The sound came from the planet's core. That's the sound the core makes when it transmits its energy and light waves outward. The light waves carry the core's energy and bring illumination to the planet. This is also why the planet is known as Planet Rumble, said Principal Saucy. That's magical. But can the people living here withstand the loud noise and the energy radiation from the core? Asked Zhang Bauer. The ability to withstand such an environment is naturally the precondition to becoming a war god, said Principal Saucy. The loud rumble would appear every 15 minutes. In such an environment, the two ships landed in the middle of a large grassland. The temperature outside the ship is 30 degrees Celsius, the atmospheric pressure is 1 atmosphere, and the air is 65% oxygen. No poisonous gas is detected in the air. The environment is very favorable for us. We can go out without additional procedures, said Lin Fixu. Open the door. Bauer, Canyue, Old Du, and Dodo will be the first group to step outside and scout the environment. Everyone else will wait for more data before leaving the ship, ordered Zhang Xingxing. The four of us moved immediately and turned on our morph-capable shields. Lin Fixu opened the door leading into the airlock. The four of us walked through the airlock and arrived at the surface of the planet. Even with my morph-capable shield on, I could still feel the gentle breeze in the air. We had landed in a massive prairie that extended as far as the eye can see. Different from the grasslands on Blue, the grass here was surprisingly neat and tidy with uniform heights, as though they had been recently tended to. This was quite a peculiar sight. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, the lush green around me, and the comfortable breeze in the air, I almost felt like I had returned to Blue. This place is too beautiful. I feel like removing my shield and breathing in the air here, said Zhang Bauer. Negative. We have just arrived, and we don't know the planet well enough. We can't easily remove our protection, I warned sternly. Zhang Bauer was unhappy, but he did not dare to disobey a direct order. The four of us probed our surroundings while moving ahead together. The soil below us was sturdy and robust. Stepping on the ground gave one the sensation of stability and dependability. The grass on the ground was completely quiet and calm, unlike the grasslands on Blue, which were infested with tiny insects. This place is too quiet. I can't detect any life forms, said Zhang Bauer. Suddenly, the sound of air ripping apart came from behind us. Incoming. I quickly roared. A loud thud sounded. Then, we saw something that made all of us freeze. An arrow, which was still trembling, had stabbed into Dodo's iron head. Fortunately, Dodo was an android. They were merely stunned after being struck, but the attack wasn't actually fatal for them. The three of us immediately jumped to the ground and looked at where the arrow came from, attempting to locate the attacker. With yet another whoosh, a second arrow struck Dodo's body. However, the archer was very well hidden. Even after using our laser probes, we weren't able to detect the attacker. Next, the third arrow embedded itself into Dodo's thigh. Even someone as patient as Dodo was getting tired of such treatment. Thus, Dodo pulled out the 3 arrows, brandished their 4 limbs, and roared, "If you have what it takes, show yourself. What kind of a hero can you be if you're hiding around like a coward?" Next, silence descended, leaving only the gentle sound of the breeze in the air. The 3 of us were still laying on the ground, observing our surroundings. The short grass around us did not look tall enough to hide anyone. Weird. Where is that fellow hiding? From the strength behind those arrows, the attacker shouldn't be too far away. But there is no one on the ground, said Old Du doubtfully. Bauer, try the smoke grenade, I commanded after a thought came to me. Zhang Bauer tossed out a smoke grenade, immediately covering us in white smoke. Sprinkle some white powder on the ground covered by the smoke, I gave a new order. The 3 of us took out our white powder and sprinkled a thin layer on the ground. Due to the cover of the smoke, Dodo did not receive any new attacks. Canyue, were you ambushed by archers? Zhang Xingxing asked anxiously through the communicator. Yes. The archer is hidden really well. We can't detect the attacker even now, I replied. I was quite impressed by the concealment skill displayed by the attacker. Canyue, the war gods are extremely powerful at attacking. Avoid conflict at all costs, reminded Principal Saucy. Zhang Bauer, Old Du, and I continued to toss smoke grenades in the direction the arrows came from. Borrowing the cover of the smoke, we sprinkled more white powder on the ground. In a short while, we covered an area of hundreds of square meters around us. With the help of my laser probe, I finally discovered traces of the hidden archer. Old Du, right side ahead of us, I whispered. I see it. I have been paying attention there. There are several footprints on the white powder. That fellow entered the smoke to look for us, said Old Du. We'll contain the archer with steel wires. Focus on the footprints. When the attacker is 5 meters from us, we make our move, I said. We stared at the footprints while Dodo continued shouting 5 meters away from us. We could see the footprints slowly approaching Dodo. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, move, I said. 3 steel nets shot out of the secondary muzzles of our laser guns. The 3 nets combined into a massive net and descended upon the newest footprints. The attacker seemed to have detected danger as the footprints turned around. However, the steel net covered a wide area, so the attacker wasn't able to escape. As the net dropped, an invisible outline appeared under the net. Yes, looks like this fellow is invisible, said Zhang Bauer in excitement. Keep your distance. We don't know if the attacker has other secret weapons, reminded Old Do. The invisible figure struggled frantically, but the steel worked like a spider web. The more one struggled, the tighter the net would be. As the figure struggled, the net tightened, eventually forming an outline that looked like a club as the figure dropped onto the ground. This fellow is probably fully bound now. Let's go, I said. At that point, the smoke was slowly dispersing, allowing us to observe the attacker with our naked eyes. Canyue, you caught the attacker. Zhang Xingxing's concerned voice came. Reporting to the captain, the attacker has been captured, said Old Do. Don't harm the attacker. We need to avoid unnecessary conflict, reminded Principal Saucy. We slowly approached our captive. Perhaps the figure had noticed our approach. It started struggling again. Don't be afraid. We are not here to harm you. We are friends of King Carter of Canyue. I placated our captive loudly. However, the figure on the ground continued struggling. Adoka, Violent Steel, Zhang Bauer suddenly spoke the two war god names we knew. Surprisingly, the figure stopped struggling the moment it heard the two names. Perhaps it recognized the two names. What kind of creature is this? Don't tell me it's also an invisible life form like Bulow, I thought inwardly. Suddenly, I noticed that I had forgotten to take Bulow with me. Otherwise, we would have been able to communicate with this creature through our thoughts. Old Do continued to patiently tell the creature our purpose here. Perhaps it was affected by our sincerity. The transparent figure covered by our net suddenly flickered with some sort of ripple. Shortly after, a fully armed ox-headed warrior with a quiver and a bow on his back appeared before our eyes. The war god race is actually capable of invisibility, exclaimed Zhang Bauer. The ox-headed warrior was observing us cautiously. Despite being trapped in a net, we could still feel the murderous intent it harbored. Warrior, we are friends of King Carter. We are not your enemies. I'll release you. Can you take us to the king? I tried asking while taking a step closer to our captive. The ox-headed warrior looked at me and blinked. That looked like an agreement to me. Bauer, withdraw the net, I said. We can't easily remove the net. Look at the holes in my body. This fellow is extremely powerful. If we let him hide again, we won't be able to catch him a second time, objected Dodo, who had walked up behind me. I had not noticed their arrival. You dumb iron head. I had been lenient by not attacking the others earlier. The warriors of the war god race never go back on their words. I won't stand for this insult of my honor. The ox-headed warrior suddenly raged after being provoked by Dodo's words. I grew excited when I heard the warrior speaking. I also decided to take a gamble. Withdraw the net. I ignored Dodo and ordered. The three of us worked together to remove the net and withdraw it back into our suits with the net recycling system. Halfway through the process, one of the warrior's hands was freed. We only saw a flash as the fellow rapidly drew a blade and sliced through the net. Next, it stood up with a flip of its body. The five of us stood facing each other in deafening silence. I tightened my grip on my gun. If this ox-headed warrior decided to go back on his words, I would open fire without any hesitation to protect the safety of my companions. Are you the envoy of Echo? Why are you asking for King Carter? Asked the ox-headed warrior. A chance to talk finally appeared. I would not let go of the chance. I promptly told him the purpose of our trip. In other words, the interstellar war has begun, asked the warrior, excitement plastered all over his face. Yes, it has. I nodded. The casualties have been disastrous. We urgently need the help of the war god race. I am a ranger from Canyue. My name is Ankash. Adoka is the most valiant warrior in the history of our race. He might have gone missing, but his glorious feats have been immortalized in our hearts. Violent Steel is also a warrior, but unfortunately, he had been banished by the king. Sigh, it's a long story. The warrior introduced himself. Warrior Ankash, pleased to meet you. I am 2nd Lieutenant Lee Canyue from the 7th Armored Division of the Interstellar League's B Army. They are 2nd Lieutenant Zhang Bauer and 2nd Lieutenant Old Do Dodo is our android advisor. We are here for interstellar peace. I introduced the team politely. Your ships should stop moving. We will be heading to Jero City on foot. Any weapon that poses a threat will be destroyed upon approaching the city, reminded Ankash. I immediately provided a report to Captain Zhang Xingxing. After a short while, the door of the ship opened and several individuals walked out. Prince Arid, Prince Taurus, Principal Saucy, Baron Sissa, Master Crystal, Domo, Sarge, Titan, and Dondon walked out. It was obvious Sarge and Titan were in charge of watching over the two princes. Canyue, Zhang Xingxing will stay with the 7th Armored Division. She ordered us to accompany the two princes and visit King Carter to establish a working relationship, said Master Crystal. I nodded at everyone. We all started preparing for the journey to Jero City. Titan suddenly approached me and handed me a familiar backpack. I took the backpack and saw that Beulah was sleeping soundly inside. I carried the backpack on my back. With Beulah by my side, I felt much safer. With Ankash's lead, the group slowly advanced. The scenery of Planet Rumble was extremely beautiful. With the ox-headed warrior acting as a guide, I could see that some of the team members had removed their shields, greedily breathing in the planet's fresh air. I also slowly removed the shield covering my face. The sweet fresh air was brought to my face by the gentle breeze. The high oxygen level instantly caused me to be intoxicated. The planet's environment and humidity level were extremely comfortable. Apart from the rumble every 15 minutes, this was a planet we could easily adapt to. Ankash walked at the very front of the group with a big banner on his shoulder. Along the way, we encountered many rangers who removed their invisibility to greet Ankash. Fortunately, we had the banner serving as a signal that we were friendly. Otherwise, I couldn't even imagine how many arrows we would meet on our way to the city. We walked in the flat prairie with not even a tiny hill in sight. The grassland seemed to stretch on indefinitely. We can't even see the end of this grassland. How long will we take to reach Jero City? Zhang Bauer started complaining again. If I had known that the trip would be this far, I wouldn't have joined. Look at the desolate lands around us. It doesn't look like we will be able to encounter anything valuable on our way either, Domo also complained. We continued walking in an unhurried manner. After around 2 hours, a loud shriek sounded from the horizon. We looked up and saw a massive bird soaring through the sky. Good lord. Are all the birds here this big? It's as big as Blue Flash and NYX, exclaimed Zhang Bauer. That is the totem of the war god race. It is a massive mechanical bird that will soar in the skies above Jero City forever. The moment it stops flying is the moment the war god race will face the threat of extinction, explained Principal Saucy. We looked at the giant bird in astonishment. It was rather hard to imagine how a bird had become the totem of an entire race. Canyue, I have an odd question, Old Du whispered to me. What is it? Tell me, I urged Old Du. Principal Saucy said that the bird is flying above Jero City, but look ahead of us. The grassland is still endless. Is the city perhaps invisible as well? Asked Old Du doubtfully. That reminded me. I instantly shifted my gaze from the bird. Sure enough, apart from an empty grassland, I saw no sign that there was a city here. Principal, do you know where Jero City is? I don't see any city below the bird, I asked. The divine mechanical bird will not leave Jero City. So long as it exists, Jero City will persist, said Principal Saucy confidently. But I'm not seeing anything, I repeated. You'll naturally see it after entering, said Principal Saucy firmly. We continued walking forward. After about an hour, a massive basin abruptly appeared before our eyes. The flat grassland had suddenly caved in to form a massive basin in which stood an imposing city. At a glance, the city was over 100 square kilometers in size. The city was hidden in the basin while in the sky above, the mechanical bird soared untiringly. Welcome to the capital city of the war god race, Jero City, introduced Ankash with a wave of his hand. There was an elevator every few hundred meters around the edge of the basin. However, these elevators seemed rarely used. Only a small number of ox-headed individuals dressed like soldiers could be seen leaving for some missions through the elevators. It was evident the basin was rich enough in resources to sustain the life of its inhabitants. We followed Ankash to a large elevator in front of us. Its entrance was unguarded. A small control room could be found at the entrance of each elevator, and they controlled the operation of the elevators, allowing the elevators to move up and down the basin at fixed intervals. There are no guards. Can we actually enter and leave as we wish? Asked Zhang Bauer. Does the war god race need guards? Who dares to create trouble down in the city? Sneered Domo the moment Zhang Bauer said the wrong thing. We all entered the elevator. After a few minutes, we were inside the basin. The basin was also filled with green grass. We could see that the various elevators at the edge of the basin were connected to various roads leading to the city. We followed one of the roads and started walking toward the city. As we walked, we started encountering pedestrians. I found with astonishment that apart from those ox-headed people, there were also a decent number of Eternals, Lyates, Taurians, and members of various other races. Thus, the locals weren't even surprised to see us. Hey, Junior Sergeant, are there any of your people here? Zhang Bauer asked Domo while emphasizing the term Junior Sergeant. You. Domo could only swallow his grievance and ignore Zhang Bauer. The basin was extremely big. It would take us quite a while to reach the city from the edge. Canyue, I noticed something peculiar, said Old Du. What? I asked. I discovered that the rumbling had stopped after we entered the basin. There is no voice pollution here, said Old Du. Only then did I notice that the rumbling had indeed ceased after we had descended into the basin. You're right. You won't be able to hear the rumble in the basin. This is the magic of Jero City. In fact, the loud rumble is the reason most citizens of Canyue reside in basins, explained Ankash when he heard our conversation. Why are there so many foreigners living here? I took the chance to ask. Emperor Fei requested that King Carter open Canyue for foreign trade. Because of that, Canyue gained a trade station outside Eternal. The station mainly serves as a place for foreigners to apply for trading rights on Planet Rumble. Any visitor who manages to get through the procedures and obtain a trading permit will need to take the scheduled spaceship traveling from Eternal to Rumble once per week. This is the only way for them to safely come here, said Ankash. I see. Looks like we had landed at the wrong spot since we weren't aware of the proper docking location, I said in realization. King Carter had decreed that any foreigner who lands outside the docking zone can be freely killed. That was why I had fired my arrows, said Ankash somewhat apologetically. At that point, the city's imposing gate appeared ahead of us. The gate was 20 meters tall. A vivid mechanical bird was sculpted into each stone wall on either side of the gate. In the gate's sentry house, several sturdy ox-headed warriors could be seen standing guard. I noticed with astonishment that the city wasn't actually walled in. Doesn't this gate exist in name only? Without walls, anyone can enter easily, I thought inwardly. Soon, the team arrived at the gate. Ankash reported our purpose of visiting to the guards. After receiving permission, 2 of the guards led us into the city. I saw a mechanical bird standing straight in front of a building behind the gate. A carriage was behind the bird. The guards gestured at us to enter the carriage. One of them took the driver's position and started the mechanical bird. The two strong legs of the bird started moving as it ran toward the palace. The buildings in Jero City were all incredibly big. Surprisingly, many of the big buildings were constructed with thatch, whereas a majority of the buildings were mainly made of wood. When I recalled how I had not seen a single forest on my way here, I started wondering about their source of lumber. Don't be surprised. We get our wood from interstellar trade, said Ankash like he could read my mind. All this wood is imported by foreigners? It must be costly, I exclaimed. After we opened our economy to foreign trade, the demand for sturdy wooden buildings replaced the demand for thatch buildings. In fact, the lumber market is doing so well that many foreigners come just to get involved in it, said Ankash. In that case, the greedy Jidos must be here as well, said Jongbauer. Domo moved his eyes, looking left and right, completely ignoring Jongbauer. He seemed busy thinking about the worth of such a market. What commodity are you trading for wood? I asked. In our grasslands grows a unique material, which we know as green gold. Only our royals have the right to harvest green gold. However, the royal family will provide some of the harvested green gold to the war god warriors each year. If one can consistently consume green gold, one will gain a powerful body. It is one of the reasons for the war god race's combat prowess, said Ankash. That's why there's a warrior guarding every grassland. You are preventing thieves from stealing green gold, said Jongbauer. Exactly. We rangers are in charge of scouting and defending the grasslands, said Ankash. I'm interested in the taste of green gold, said Jongbauer with a hopeful look in his eyes. Fatty, it's better to wait until the night of your marriage before using it, said Domo. Little dwarf, do you want to get beaten? Roared the furious Jongbauer. Stop messing around. We're here, said Old Do as he, as usual, held Jongbauer in place. A wooden statue of the king appeared before us. The ox-headed king had bright eyes and was wearing a crown. A long, braided beard was cascading down his chin. Both his hands were holding onto a broadsword, giving him a dignified and imposing look. This must be King Carter, said Old Do in an impressed manner. Yes. This statue was a gift a group of foreign merchants had given the king during his 14th birthday, said Ankash. The mechanical bird carriage stopped in front of a thatch building complex occupying thousands of square meters of space. At the complex's main gate, numerous well-built ox-headed warriors were standing guard with cold weaponry. Just from their appearance alone, we can see that this race's combat prowess can't be underestimated, praised Master Crystal. The guards from the city gate got off the carriage with Ankash. We also got off the carriage and waited in front of the gate. The city gate's guards informed the palace guards of our purpose of visit. Roughly 10 minutes later, an old ox-headed individual with a long, white beard walked out of the palace. Excuse me, may I know who among you are the esteemed princes of Echo? Asked the old man. Hello, we are the princes of Echo, Taurus, and Arid, said Prince Taurus. Esteemed princes and envoys, I am Delight, a Canant official. King Carter is waiting inside. He decreed that the envoys and the ranger would enter together, said the old man. And thus, the large group, Ankash included, entered the palace with great fanfare. The buildings in the palace complex were even larger than the other buildings in the city. There were also more wooden buildings around the palace. It was obvious that the war gods had discovered that wood was stronger than thatch. Thus, they were willing to spend more money just to include more wood in their constructions. After walking through the palace for about 10 minutes, we arrived at an immense garden filled with grass. In the middle of the garden was a circular pond beside which stood a massive sculpture made from white rock. This sculpture also depicted a king, but this king looked even more imposing than the one we saw earlier. The muscular arms of this king hinted at the ridiculous prowess the king possessed. With one hand, the statue was holding a massive hammer instead of a broadsword and was resting the hammer atop his shoulder. The statue's other hand was pointing ahead. King Nichnoa, said Ankash as he knelt down on one knee and paid the statue his respects. Principal Saucy gave the statue a respectful bow, and then he explained, this is the founding king of the Canant dynasty. He's known as the greatest king in the history of Canant. Upon hearing that, we all gave the statue a respectful bow as well. We then walked into a thatch palace building beside the garden. The moment we entered, we felt like we had entered a brand new world. We were faced with an expansive hall filled with dining tables. It looked like we had stumbled upon a grand banquet. A platform was located in the center of the hall. Atop the platform was the largest dining table in the room. Seated behind the table was an ox-headed king with a crown and braided beard. Without a doubt, this was Canant's king, King Carter. The biggest visual impact in the room was not the king but the two guards standing behind him. The two looked even sturdier and bulkier than even Adoka. They were nearly 3 meters in height. Each of them was clad in armor and had a massive blade hanging from his waist. Both were standing imposingly behind the king while looking straight ahead with an expression of unrivaled valor on their faces. I heard Jongbauer mutter beside me, these two big guys probably have a caddy of green gold each every day. From appearances alone, the war god race was truly not a race to be underestimated. I saw that Dondon was constantly updating space-time with our status in a low voice. He was maintaining constant communication with our captain, Zhang Xing. Welcome, esteemed envoys and princes of Echo. The journey must have been tiring. I prepared a banquet to welcome all of you. Please enjoy yourself. We can talk while eating, said King Carter cordially. This king is much more generous than Emperor Fee. At least he's willing to give us a meal. Not bad at all, said Jongbauer gleefully. Everyone else also looked happy. After all, a cordial reception was always better than a cold one. Donden's joy was even more prominent. The moment he heard that there was a feast, his emotions became visible. Several female war gods led us into the hall to our respective seats. Each of us was assigned our own dining table. In all honesty, I was becoming hungry. I had been eating space crackers for days, to the point I was sick of it. After joining the fleet, I had also started skipping a lot of my meals. My standards for food had dropped considerably as a result. Now that a feast was before me, my stomach was rumbling. When I scanned the room, I saw that everyone was reacting similarly. Donden was already salivating on his seat. Everyone, we are merely a tiny kingdom. We don't have any special food, but since the esteemed princes have arrived from afar, I have prepared Planet Rumble's unique local cuisine for all of you, said King Carter. Next, Delight clapped his hands and summoned rows of female war gods, who then walked into the hall with massive pots of delicacies.